Welcome back guys, if you enjoy, like this video for more crazy parts. Chapter 1. Nanking City, Night. It rained heavily. At night, at the entrance of an imposing 4-story building, Gao Yi, who was wearing a white shirt, was being pushed out of the door by several strong men. Just as he crossed the threshold, a pair of big hands behind his back suddenly exerted force. With such a push, Gao Yi, who was already unstable, staggered and fell into the puddle in front of the gate. Next time you let me see you, it won't be as simple as a beating. The strong man with the name tag on his chest that read Gold Medal Sales finished speaking, took out a recording pen from his pocket, and smashed it onto the waterlogged ground. Immediately afterwards, he raised his heel and crushed the fragile metal shell of the recorder into 2 pieces. Gao Yi didn't say anything to stop him, he just lowered his head and silently picked up the items that fell out due to the fall amid the ridicule and sarcasm of several people. Fortunately, a few roller pens, a cell phone, an empty wallet, and half a box of business cards had not been damaged by water, but the notebook recording various report materials on the side was not so lucky. The white shirt he was wearing was borrowed specifically for the purpose of getting into this fraud company, and now half of it was covered in mud and water stains. What should I do? I don't have the money to find a laundromat now, so I have to wash it myself. Compared with these, the abrasions and broken skin on the elbows and palms are nothing. Gao Yi arched his back, gathered the items in his arms, and tried his best to block the rain with his body to prevent the loss from increasing again. Seeing that they were no longer having fun, the thugs from the fraud company said a few harsh words and went back to the building to take shelter from the rain. Looking at the arrogant figures from behind, Gao Yi shook his head helplessly. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in my ears. Reporter label, experience value plus 30. Tag has been upgraded, Reporter LV2 Reporter LV3. Well, it's considered a gain after all. Gao Yi has been working as a reporter for 2 years, and this is not the first time for such undercover visits and investigations. In most cases, he was able to escape unscathed and go back to the editor-in-chief with the report to claim credit, even though most of the content did not make the news directly. And what about today? The main reason for today's failure was insufficient preparation in the early stage. Gao Yi had no idea that this group of fraudsters held a group slogan shouting activity after dinner every day. Forget about shouting slogans, a few executives have to patrol the center to find negative employees who can't memorize the slogans. When shouting "The company is my home, my boss is my parents," Gao Yi, who was cheating, couldn't hold himself back and was quickly caught. Now that I think about it, the problem is obviously not with me, but with the system that suddenly appeared last week and released tasks without leaving any preparation time. After packing his belongings, Gao Yi found an open space under the eaves to take shelter from the rain, and then focused his consciousness slightly. Name, Gao Yi. Equipped tag, 1/1 Reporter LV3, Normal. Tag abilities, 1 Nightcrawler, higher probability of being exposed to various unexpected events and breaking news, 2 Truth First, randomly obtain a confidential document every week. Daily tag task, undercover a criminal group with more than 100 people and obtain evidence of its crimes, completed. Unequipped tags, Debtor LV1, Common, Lovelorn LV1, Common, Good Guy LV1, Common, Internet Surfer LV1, Common, Elderly Women's Friend LV2, Rare. Possibility, None. Why does my life label look so pathetic? While complaining, Gao Yi moved his thoughts slightly and refreshed the picture in front of him. Tag task completed. Acquired characteristic, Deception, Normal. Get a chance to win a lottery for ordinary items *1. Do you want to use it? I looked up at the sky, it was still raining heavily. Take it, maybe a Batmobile will come out and I can drive it home. Telling a cold joke without an audience, Gao Yi waved his hand and turned the transparent roulette wheel in front of him. Of course, just like in the past, the goddess of luck never favors Gao Yi. Item: Super Anti-Wolf Spray. Quality: Ordinary. Type: Weapon. Special effect: press the nozzle at the enemy to launch irritating spray. Remarks: Are you still worried about meeting bad people when walking at night? Are you still worried about the pervert in front of you? Come and buy this anti-wolf spray, not 998, not 688, only 199, you can take it home. Wow, that's really good stuff. My soaked look is indeed a bit attractive to perverts. Gao Yi closed his eyes and joked to himself in a half-dead tone. This can be considered one of his few advantages. In situations where others would be pessimistic or even desperate, Gao Yi can always regulate himself well and maintain a calm and stable mentality. Turning around, I saw that the 4-story building was still lit, and I could still faintly hear the host's excited speech in the venue. This group of fraudsters seized on the recent public security issues and targeted middle-aged and elderly people, specializing in selling various self-defense underwear and bodybuilding tees. After seeing his tag task today when he got up, Gao Yi instantly thought of the place he had initially investigated before and took action quickly. It was also because the task was refreshed every day and I had no time to prepare, so I made an oversight and was caught by a few executives. But fortunately, the task was completed. Looking down, I saw the trampled body of the recorder was in the puddle. This recording pen purchased online cost Jie Yi his last savings, and it only came with the automatic uploading function to the cloud. That group of people must have never imagined that their words, deeds and evidence of their crimes would have been included in Gao Yi's network disk. Based on this, the system also determines that today's labeling task is completed. Let's go home and sort it out. The editor-in-chief should be off work as well. Hey, you should bring an umbrella. Looking up at the dark cloudy night sky, the rain is getting heavier and heavier. With a long sigh, Gao Yi held his bag in his arms and ran quickly to the subway station. A mass hysteria occurred in Chinnan Hospital, and the attending physician hanged himself before the police arrived. A strange green fish was caught by the river and showed off online, and the fishing guy's family disappeared mysteriously. 11 bizarre suicides have occurred in Xingfu community. Experts advise citizens not to go there unless necessary. Gao Yi struggled to separate the pages that were stuck together while reading the contents of recent investigations blurred by the rain. Since 3 months ago, strange things have suddenly happened in Nanking City. Ordinary people may not feel much about it, but Gao Yi, as a journalist, naturally has a deeper understanding. At this time, he was sitting in the subway car, wearing short sleeves on a winter night, flipping through his soaked notebook, and folding his soaked shirt and putting it aside. This scene was a bit strange, but fortunately there were not many passengers on the last train, and no one noticed Gao Yi's abnormality. In other words, another more obvious anomaly in the carriage attracted the attention of all passengers. At the end of the carriage, a man in a black sweatshirt with his entire face hidden in the hood was restless. Ever since Gao Yi entered the carriage and sat down, he had been shaking his legs, muttering to himself inaudibly. Half a minute ago, the man's anxiety became more and more serious. He held the back of his head with both hands and buried his head in his knees. The final murmur also gradually increases. If you listen carefully, you can distinguish some strange words such as "I don't want it," "Why me?" and "I don't want to go in anymore." What the hell, did someone from the mental hospital escape? Gao Yi complained in a low voice, watching an ant carrying a vegetable basket approach cautiously, patted the man on the shoulder, and asked with concern. "Young man, what's wrong with you? Do you need to call a doctor for you?" But the next scene changed the situation from weird to horror. The man let out an angry roar, seemingly unhappy with being disturbed. He suddenly raised his right arm and lifted the whole body of the ant and flew out. This flight flew directly from the rear of the car to the other side of the carriage, like a piece of tenderloin slapped on a pancake. The ant fell heavily on her back and fell to the ground, and there was no movement in an instant. The remaining dozen or so passengers who were watching the excitement let out a scream, turned around and ran towards the next car. Gao Yi, who was also shocked, quickly made the decision to stay away from the crowd. This man's combat power was obviously not something he could deal with. But at this moment, the annoying system sound suddenly sounded from my ears. Special mission has been triggered. Subdue out-of-control players and seize their game qualifications. Rewards: Portable Tag +1, Rare Features 1, Common Item Lucky Draw Opportunities 3. Time Limit: 5 minutes. Chapter 2. This guy's strength and mental state are enough to go to Gotham and become a supervillain. Do you want me to deal with him? Gao Yi stopped when he saw the new mission and turned around in disbelief. Triggering the mission does not mean that he has to accept it. He has missed a lot in this week, but there is no punishment. Last weekend, Gao Yi suddenly discovered that Goldfinger had arrived in his account, and suddenly felt that the world would sing for him. He was labeled as a debt and planned to make money first. The first task was to tell him that he had too much debt and asked him to strive to reach 1 million in debt. Gao Yi calculated that if he couldn't make money, why would he still owe money? He already owed a huge sum of 400,000 yuan and ran around, and managed to reach 800,000 yuan in debt on the first night. However, as soon as 12 o'clock in the evening, the task that caused him to owe money was wiped out, and the new task required Gao Yi to clear the debt. After confirming the evil nature of this system and the fact that I still can't get money, Gao Yi still turned his attention to his own job and began to wear the journalist label. After that, I finally completed 2 tasks and raised the label to level 3. In fact, there are no restrictions or cooling on the replacement of tags, but the daily tasks are confirmed based on the tag worn at 0 o'clock. Just like now, Gao Yi thought for a moment, replaced the reporter, and put on the label of Lovelorn. Tag: Lovelorn LV1, Normal. Experience value: 0/100. Tag ability: 1x, gain stronger empathy and be able to comfort people who are in extreme emotions. He first squatted next to the ant who was knocked away and made a preliminary check on her condition. The good news is that this warm-hearted lady is still alive, but the bad news is that her body cannot move very well and she may have fractures in her ribs and arms. Gao Yi, who had no professional medical background, could only say a few words of comfort, then lowered his body and walked slowly towards the man at the back of the car. Passengers who ran to another car still maintained the nature of modern humans. After feeling that they were temporarily safe, they took out their mobile phones and started taking photos and videos. Seeing Gao Yi walking towards the man in the black sweater, several people started to cheer him on, making him look like he was going to fight. Kill him, kill him. Come on, big brother who doesn't have a coat in this winter. My family, who knows? I finally took the subway today to experience life, and I happened to meet someone fighting. Who are these people? Gao Yi, who had already reached the middle of the carriage, grinned, turned around and made a silent gesture. Immediately, he pointed to the ant lying there and whispered to everyone to call the police, which was able to control the situation. This labeling system that suddenly appeared is full of bad taste and inhumane. But the tasks released so far are all highly capable, or theoretically possible. Whether it was owing 1 million yuan or investigating evidence of criminal organizations, it did not exceed the limit of his abilities. Now that a special mission has been issued, it must mean that the system believes that Gao Yi has a chance to subdue this man. Of course, what made Gao Yi determined to take care of the supervillain in the black hoodie was not a cheap sense of justice and courage. For an investigative reporter like him who is always lurking around, the sense of justice is like underwear, hidden under the clothes and just stick to it silently in his own way. They usually wear it on their heads and show it around, for fear that others will not know about it, but they are the most unreliable group of people. To put it bluntly, the key to attracting high-level players is the mission reward. Portable Tag +1, Rare Characteristics 1, Common Item Lottery Chance 3. Excluding characteristics whose uses are unknown. This ordinary item lottery has not yielded anything good yet, but it is still better than nothing. The most attractive thing is the portable tag +1. This is a true qualitative change level bonus. Having two labels not only allows the effects of different labels to cooperate with each other, but also allows two label tasks every morning. With two tasks, you have a choice, and there is no need to follow the tasks stupidly. This is enough for Gao Yi to suddenly change from a passive party to an active party, and become the master. In retrospect, this labeling system appeared during one of Gao Yi's worst days. A friend raised money to run away, which led to him being in debt. He broke up with his girlfriend of 4 years. The news he had spent months working hard to collect information for was only plundered by his boss. Even Gao Yi, who was very good at self-regulation and stable mentality, felt a hint of despair. At this moment, a legendary encounter like a novel appeared. This labeling system brought him immeasurable turnaround and future. If under such circumstances, he still insists on retreating and giving up the task if he feels there is a risk, then Gao Yi really deserves to live a relatively failed life. Hey, the worst I can get is a beating. It can be even worse than that time when I went undercover in a mental hospital where I abused patients, and the 2 nurses beat me even harder. Using a strange way to cheer himself up, Gao Yi took a deep breath again, quickened his pace, and stood slightly 2 meters away from the man in the black sweater. After the distance was shortened, Gao Yi was able to observe the other party in more detail, and some details that he had not noticed before were also revealed. The man's body was visibly unhealthy. His wrists exposed from his sleeves were almost skinny and bones, his eye sockets were sunken, his lips were white, and his cheeks were even more pathologically thin. But his poor physical condition was still nothing compared to his poor mental state. The man was holding his head in his hands and muttering tremblingly to himself in a strong southern accent. Gao Yi tried his best to listen, but could only catch some fragments of words. No, the Holy Grail is too scary, there are still a few minutes left in the game and someone come and save me. Gao Yi instantly realized that, contrary to the strong combat power displayed by the opponent, this man was not simply falling into madness, but was also entangled in extreme fear. This is a good entry point. Brother, what's wrong with you? Having learned the lesson from his aunt, Gao Yi did not directly make physical contact, but just called in a low voice 1 meter in front of him. The subway is still running at high speed. Without support, it is difficult to maintain the body shape. But Gao Yi still lowered his body as much as possible, squatting down to communicate with the other party, making sure that his height was not too much higher than the seated other party. This is a means of lowering the vigilance of others, simple communication and negotiation skills. The man in the black hoodie raised his head, his bloodshot eyes clearly filled with murderous intent, staring straight at Gao Yi. I have no ill intentions, I just want to help. If you don't need me now, I will leave immediately. Gao Yi spread his hands, showing a defenseless state, and then said. But at least tell me what happened to you, okay? I can explain what happened to others for you, otherwise there will be all kinds of police and security guards to bother you later. You know nothing. Who cares about your bullshit security guard? The man roared hoarsely. Very rude and arrogant, but at least you opened your mouth to speak, which is the basis of communication. At the same time, the system prompts also proved this in a timely manner. Lovelorn label, experience value +5. Seeing this, Gao Yi struck while the iron was hot and sat directly opposite the man. He patted his thigh and agreed. Although I don't know what happened to you, I can really understand how you feel now. You know, my life has been very miserable recently. I don't know if it's the label effect of Lovelorn that plays a role, or Gao Yi's long-trained communication skills. The man in the black sweater really calmed down a bit and began to listen to Gao Yi's story. Lovelorn label, experience value +10. Very good, very good. I have taken the lead in the conversation. Next, I will ask sideways what the so-called game is. But at this moment, the crowd watching in the next car made a commotion, the wall was squeezed open, and two men wearing subway security uniforms came out. They looked towards the carriage. No matter what, they ran towards this side and shouted to Gao Yi and the other two. "People from the police and the investigation bureau will be here soon. Please put down your weapons quickly, lie down on the ground and surrender." Chapter 3. Gao Yi has never been a person blessed by the goddess of luck. In fact, he very much suspected that he was a scumbag in his previous life and had ruthlessly abandoned the goddess in charge of luck. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for the never-ending misfortune on his body. When he was 6 years old, his parents died in a car accident, leaving Gao Yi alone without any relatives or friends. The half-grown children in the orphanage already have their own small group, and the new one who joins is always unable to blend in. There is only one friend left who he still keeps in touch with when he grows up. Half a year ago, this only orphan friend asked Gao Yi to help vouch for a big project. Only when the creditor came to his door 2 months ago did Gao Yi find out that the guy had defrauded a large sum of money and was now missing. As a guarantor, Gao Yi was inexplicably saddled with a large debt that far exceeded his ability to repay. My friend looked sincere when chatting with Gao Yi, but unexpectedly he turned around and became a traitor without hesitation. I can only say that he deserves to be an orphan. There is some consolation. Gao Yi, who just entered the workplace, caught up with the informatization transformation of the newspaper office. His kind boss valued him very much and gave him great freedom in choosing topics. And Gao Yi lived up to expectations, spending 3 months in special training, disguised as having a split personality and mania, and lurked into a notorious mental hospital. 2 months of lurking allowed him to record countless evidence of illegal use of medication, personality humiliation, and even violence by nurses and doctors. Of course, Gao Yi suffered a lot. But when Gao Yi handed over the fruitful results of the past 6 months of hard work to his boss without reservation. However, the other party kicked him away and turned around and gave the credit for the brave reporter who bravely sneaked into the illegal mental hospital without fear of danger to the direct descendants he trained. As the real hero, Gao Yi was suppressed and smeared endlessly, and he finally had to voluntarily resign without even receiving his salary for the month. Why? It's not that Gao Yi has never asked himself, but he also knows that such questions are fruitless. Only his mentality becomes stronger and tougher through repeated training. But looking at the 2 subway security guards trotting over and the annoying onlookers who were not afraid of trouble, a nameless anger still surged into Gao Yi's heart. He has obviously calmed down the dangerous man. If he gives himself a little more time, he will probably be able to complete the task and get the reward from the system. But at this critical moment, someone else came to disrupt the situation. "Hurry up and put down your weapons, lie down on the ground and surrender." "Damn it, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Where does the we come from? Where does the weapon come from? Can't you think and observe carefully before doing something?" Of course, the person who was more anxious and angry than Gao Yi was the man in the black sweater opposite. He stood up from the metal seat, his thin body standing like a dead tree in the moving subway, standing extremely stable. The man wiped the hood of his sweatshirt to the back, revealing his short hair like a labor camp prisoner and his eyes like a murderer. The 2 security guards were obviously frightened by the surging murderous intent and oppression, and stopped 11 or 12 meters away. They looked at each other, then each took out a shining black metal stick from their waists, stretched it out with a flick of their wrists. "Wait a minute, will subway security be equipped with such weapons?" To be more precise, I had never heard of Nanking City Council's subway being equipped with special security guards before. At the moment when Gao Yi was thinking at high speed, the man in the black sweater had already started to move. He kicked off his back foot and rushed towards the security guard on the left at a speed far exceeding that of an ordinary person. When the opponent failed to react, an uppercut hit him in the abdomen, knocking him away. The human body turned into a black shadow and flew across the carriage, spitting out half a mouthful of blood in the air. The security guard in blue uniform fell to the ground, and then slid out a few meters away, just under the skirt of the woman who was live broadcasting. The female anchor who was just saying the situation has changed again, haha, the two bad guys are about to be eliminated, now let out a piercing scream and ran towards the car further ahead with a large group of onlookers. Seeing his companion being beaten away, another security guard turned his fear into anger. He roared and hit the man in the black hoodie with a stick on the back of his head. Electricity could still be faintly seen flashing. The sticks in their hands are actually equipped with electric shocks. Most security guards in large companies are not armed to this level. But for Gao Yi, this was not a bad thing. He took the time to focus and check the task. Special mission: subdue out of control players and seize their game qualifications, 1 minute and 45 seconds. There are still 2 minutes left in the countdown. Anyway, your goal is to subdue the opponent, so it's not a bad idea to use the power of others. But soon, Gao Yi found that his plan failed. The man who was hit on the back of the head by the stick did not lose the ability to resist at all. He turned around and grabbed the collar of another security guard, completely ignoring the blood flowing from the back of his head. Turning slightly amidst the other's wails, the man flicked his wrist and threw the other security guard out, hitting the glass on the other side straight up. Above the carriage, the subway bell sounded a melodious melody, and a cheerful female voice announced the arrival of the next stop. Arrived ahead. Hongshan Temple, passengers getting off the train please prepare in advance. As the uniformed body slowly slid down, the blood-stained spider-web-shaped glass and the rather beautiful night view of Nanking City were revealed. No, you'd better go fight Batman. I feel like that's where you'll have room to show off. Gao Yi maintained his well-honed calmness, and could still complain in a low voice under such circumstances. But the man in the black hoodie obviously failed to vent his anger. He looked around, and after a moment, he turned his murderous eyes to the sitting Gao Yi. How dare you call someone to arrest me? He rushed over at a speed that a human should never have, grabbed Gao Yi by the collar, and his tone was full of anger. Gao Yi only felt that his whole body was smashed into the metal seat, and his back was accompanied by a paralyzing pain in his spine. At that moment, Gao Yi really felt the approach of death. In absolute danger, his thinking speed became faster and he subconsciously denied. How could I be in the same group as those two idiots? Didn't you listen to what they said? He told us to surrender together. We are the same group. At this moment, Gao Yi ignored his image and slapped the metal seat on the side, trying his best to show a higher degree of anger and vividly interpreting the unhappiness of being wronged. The man did not let go, but the strength of his grip on the collar was obviously weaker. He was obviously shocked by Gao Yi's performance. But this was not enough. I focused my mental power slightly and opened the task list. Special mission: subdue out of control players and seize their game qualifications, 35 seconds. Half a minute left. Time: the problem is there is no time. But again, why does this task only have so little time? A large amount of information is integrated, summarized, and sorted out in Gao Yi's mind. By the way, the man also mentioned before that there are only a few minutes left. Maybe. His thoughts were spinning rapidly, and Gao Yi quickly made a switch and asked a question in a tone full of concern and confusion. By the way, do you still have time? Aren't you about to enter the game? The man's body trembled when he heard this, and he let go of Gao Yi as if he was waking up from a dream. He groped in his pocket in a panic, and after a while he pulled out a ticket-shaped rectangular piece of paper from inside. There are only 10 seconds left. Damn it, Holy Grail game, how come I only have such a ticket left? It's all my fault. There was despair and pain in the man's tone, but Gao Yi on the side obviously no longer intended to deal with him. The moment he noticed something was wrong through his peripheral vision and raised his head, a yellow bottle in Gao Yi's hand had its nozzle pointed at him. It's nothing else, it's the Super Wolf anti-spray that I got in tonight's draw. A moment later, a large amount of irritating chemicals covered the man's entire face, causing him to wail in pain and subconsciously want to block it with his hands. But Gao Yi's action was not over yet. He pulled and hooked his toes, and the stick that flew out along with the security guard came into his hand. Seizing the moment when the man was wailing, he pressed the switch, and the metal swing filled with electric current was thrust straight into his mouth. There was a burst of electricity and vague wailing, and in the distance, there was another exclamation from the passengers who were still watching. After confirming that the man had lost his ability to resist, in the last 2 seconds of the mission countdown, Gao Yi swooped down again, grabbed the ticket that had fallen out of the opponent's hand, and held it tightly in his palm. Special mission completed. Rewards obtained: Portable Tag +1, Rare Characteristics *1, Ordinary Item Lottery Chance *3. Acquired Characteristic, Act Bravely, Rare. Finally. But at the same time, a strange halo flashed in front of Gao Yi, making his vision go dark. Only after a long time did Gao Yi realize that the weird ticket didn't care who its owner was, it just needed to send the holder into the game at a fixed time. Lady Luck was still joking with him, but this time the joke was bigger. Chapter 4. What's going on? Gao Yi came back to his senses from the darkness, and when he opened his eyes again, the subway car in front of him was no longer the same one. Standing up, he rubbed his right arm, which was aching due to excessive exertion, and began to observe his surroundings. The first thing that catches the eye is a row of shelves. To be precise, it is a row of shelves with items arranged in a messy and unorganized manner. Half of them were hung with various fried snacks and sandwich biscuits, and the other half were stuffed with large bags of pet food. Looking up, the same shelves were neatly arranged in rows, turning further away, extending all the way to the 2 cashier counters. Several figures can be seen in the gaps between the shelves, leaning or standing, but they don't look like they are shopping. Although the light was dim for some reason, we could tell from the text and the signs on the wall that this was undoubtedly a small supermarket chain. It is worth mentioning that the surrounding text is obviously not in Huxia, but Gao Yi can instinctively recognize and understand it. The supermarket chain brand named Warong on the wall is also unheard of. There are various signs that this is no longer the Nanking city that Gao Yi is familiar with. In fact, it is very likely that it is no longer in the world that Gao Yi is familiar with. Suddenly, the light bar above his head made a sizzling sound, flashed twice and then turned on completely, finally dispelling the disturbing darkness. At this moment, a fat man in a light blue uniform ran out of a small door on the side panting and shouted into the supermarket with a smile. "Everyone, I, the Yamada store manager, just turned on the backup power supply, and everything is fine." There was a clear sense of taking credit in his tone, like a child showing off to his mother in the morning that he didn't wet the bed last night. Unfortunately, for some reason, the entire supermarket was filled with an aura of despair, and obviously no one was interested in paying attention to him. Taking the opportunity, Gao Yi also raised his head to sort out the layout of the entire supermarket. Although it is true that it is a chain, the total area of the entire supermarket is only 300 to 400 square meters. The products on the shelves are not neat and the categories are chaotic. There are also some agricultural products for sale in woven bags, and the labels are handwritten white cards. The maximum gap between the production dates on the goods can be more than 1 year, and I don't know how long they have been stacked here. There are various signs that this is a small supermarket far away from the central city, if it can really be called a supermarket rather than a grocery store. But so far, these are just common factors. Irresponsible store managers and store clerks who lack professional training are not news. But on the other side, the locked glass door, the minced meat and blood on the floor, and the guests with saw-a-ghost expressions on their faces are the standard equipment of a horror movie. Just when Gao Yi was thinking about whether to talk to someone and find out what happened, he suddenly felt a stinging pain in his wrist. Turning his left hand, Gao Yi suddenly discovered that a strange-looking red tattoo had appeared on the skin of his wrist. It wraps around the wrist like a bracelet. Between the 2 lines, some ominous-looking words are written on top. like some ancient secret language. The stinging pain slowly dissipated. As Gao Yi frowned and thought, a light curtain was projected from the inside of his wrist and appeared in front of his eyes. Player, Novice Player TC130. Copy name, Heart-Wrenching Fog. Game type, Holy Grail 5, Single Player. The main mission has been triggered. Survive for 12 hours in the Wurong supermarket. 2. Escape from the mist. 3. Main mission reward, a return ticket, a small increase in the player's evolution rate, a small probability of obtaining random props, and a high probability of obtaining random potions. Rewards will vary depending on the level of completion of the main mission. Following the guidance, he waved his hand to switch the light curtain, and found that the attributes and backpack options on the side could not be opened. After clicking, only unlocked after clearing the first game will be displayed. There was still a restless and fragile calm in the supermarket, and Gao Yi also took the opportunity to compare his memory with the current situation. The madman in black that I met on the subway must be one of the players of this weird game. His crazy words can be roughly understood based on what we have seen now. Player, copy, Holy Grail, game. In other words, I have now replaced that person and entered this so-called copy as a player. Gao Yi concluded. Suddenly, he suddenly remembered something and began to focus his consciousness. Name, Gao Yi. Equipped tags, 2 halves reporter LV3, ordinary, Lovelorn LV1, ordinary. Tag abilities, 1 Nightcrawler, higher probability of being exposed to various unexpected events and breaking news. 2 Truth First, randomly obtain a confidential document every week. 3x, gain stronger empathy and be able to comfort people trapped in people with extreme emotions. Daily tag task, undercover a criminal group with more than 100 people and obtain evidence of its crimes, completed. Unequipped tags, Debtor LV1, common, Good Guy LV1, common, Internet surfing professional LV1, common, Elderly woman's friend LV2, rare. Characteristics, deception, common, acting bravely, rare. Lottery opportunities for remaining common items *3. Synthesis function has been unlocked. It is this tag system that uses rewards to lure you into the game. But now it seems that he has completed the previous special task, and the upper limit of equipment tags has become 2. There are still 3 lucky draw opportunities. Do you want to use them now? But just when Gao Yi was still immersed in his new harvest, the brief calm situation in the supermarket was suddenly broken. Near the cashier and the exit, a middle-aged woman was stopped at the door by several people, who seemed to be arguing about something. Gao Yi's professional intuition as a reporter took effect instantly, so he naturally would not give up the good opportunity to collect information, and quickly approached the center of the whirlpool of the dispute. No, my daughter is still at home, I have to go back. The middle-aged woman rubbed her hair irritably and shouted excitedly. She is dressed in loose, homely clothes and wears sunglasses at night. She looks young, but her unmaintained skin has wrinkles. Ms. Naga, you also saw the man who just went out. The person who responded to her was the store manager who had taken credit before. The name badge said Store Manager Yamada. At this time, his greasy and fat face was sweating, and he was trying to persuade the other party with his back crossed. What's more, your husband is still at home, so what is there to worry about? At this time, another middle-aged office worker who was blocking the door also took a step forward and patiently tried to comfort the middle-aged woman named Naja. There is actually no basis for saying that this man is a middle-aged office worker. It is purely Gao Yi's guess based on stereotypes. Wearing a suit while shopping in a chain supermarket late at night, my face was full of exhaustion, as well as a vague sense of world weariness and reliability. But the consolation from the office worker was ineffective this time, and Ms. Naga became even more excited. No, you don't understand. My husband, if you let him stay with my daughter, something will happen even more. Several people looked at each other, obviously a little confused, but they still used their bodies to block each other's movements to leave. Gao Yi turned to look at the door. Outside the glass wall, the entire supermarket was wrapped in thick white fog, and the visible distance was no more than 20 centimeters. Lights, screens, cashiers, it seems that all the products of human technology only stay in this supermarket. And further outside, it already belongs to another world. Just when the middle-aged woman was getting more and more excited and wanted to forcefully rush out of the door, the entire supermarket floor suddenly shook violently, and the chandelier hanging overhead suddenly began to flicker and sway. Amid a burst of exclamations, Gao Yi and several customers surrounding the door all saw strange black shadows appearing in the white mist. They were several times the size of humans and looked blurry. They surrounded the supermarket at extremely fast speeds, but stopped at a certain distance, making it impossible to see clearly. The monster is here again. The obese store manager who fell due to the shock climbed up with difficulty and pointed tremblingly outside the glass wall. The interior of the supermarket, which had just become a little livelier, quickly fell into a deathly silence. Even Ms. Naga was frightened and did not dare to say anything about leaving. It took me a long time. This is a replica of the mist. Gao Yi took a few steps back and finally understood the situation. But at this moment, the labeling system in my mind sounded again. Special mission has been triggered. Explore everything that happened in the Wurong supermarket and find out the truth about the disaster. Reward: Random Rare Characteristic 1, Random Common Label 1, Common Item Lottery Chance *2. Time Limit: 12 hours. Chapter 5. The Fog is a classic horror film shot in the early 21st century. The general plot is that a certain kind of fog suddenly appears and fills the entire town, and a group of shopping people are trapped in the supermarket. In the fog, there are all kinds of terrifying monsters hidden, and people in the supermarket also have various differences and fights in this dangerous situation. Now it seems that the copy in front of Gao Yi is in a similar situation. This also explains what it means to survive for 12 hours in the main mission, or to escape from the fog. Of course, the situation faced by Gao Yi is not as complicated as in the movie. The supermarket is smaller and has fewer people. Ideally, he only needs to stay for 12 hours to complete the main task. Outside the door, unknown shadows were still moving and flickering in the white mist. The weird tone spread through the cracks into the supermarket, making everyone shudder. Under this situation, everyone in the supermarket finally gathered for the first time, and Gao Yi was able to understand the specific situation. It is different from the complicated situation in the movie The Mist, where painters, lawyers, soldiers, fanatics, police, and employees gathered in a small supermarket. In this Wurong supermarket, including Gao Yi, there are only 12 people. Except for the middle-aged woman from before, the obese store manager named Yamada, and the middle-aged office worker standing next to the cashier. On the side of Gao Yi are a pair of student lovers wearing summer school uniforms, and a hot girl who is also wearing school uniforms, but with blonde hair and exaggerated makeup. Near the inside of the supermarket, stood a muscular, tanned middle-aged man, and a helpless woman in her early 20s wearing a gas station uniform. Farther away, an old woman on crutches was holding a 7 or 8-year-old child, standing there silently. The most eye-catching thing was the old man standing in the center of the crowd, frowning and observing the door. He was dressed in coarse cloth, and the straw sandals under his feet were badly worn. What was even more worrying was that he was carrying an old double-barreled shotgun on his back. I don't know if it's because he is more respected as an elder, or because the shotgun behind him is too conspicuous. Anyway, the crowd at this moment formed a loose circle with the old hunter as the center, looking at each other in silence. It is worth mentioning that everyone deliberately avoided the pool of blood that had been smeared at the entrance of the supermarket. The tragic scene looked like a person with bleeding all over his body was dragged into the fog from inside the supermarket by something. It seems to be summer in this dungeon, and the temperature is a bit high, making people worried that the minced meat and blood stains at the door will become unbearable. But thanks to the fact that this dungeon was set in summer, Gao Yi's short-sleeved outfit didn't look conspicuous, and it didn't attract any extra attention among the crowd. Looking around, several people were silently using their mobile phones. They are either refreshing the social platform again and again in a daze, or listening to the no-signal prompts again and again. It wasn't that Gao Yi didn't want to look at his phone, but when he came to the copy, he only had the ticket he grabbed, as well as the notebook and pen he carried with him, and everything else disappeared. When I picked up the ticket, there was no valid information on it. Dungeon ticket, Mist of Heart, Holy Grail 5. Mode, Single Player. The lights in the supermarket were a little dim, and it seemed that the power of the backup generator was not very strong. And due to the micro-earthquake just now, several light tubes fell off, causing the light in the room to barely maintain lighting. Well, we will be fine, right? The police and even the army will definitely come to rescue us, right? The female student couple seemed to be the first to be unable to bear the dull atmosphere in the supermarket and tried to cheer everyone up. But judging from the fact that no one responded except her boyfriend, everyone is not very optimistic about this. We are in the countryside after all. Even if the police want to rescue people, they probably won't consider us first. Besides, we haven't been able to confirm the extent of this fog. The old hunter stroked the short beard on his chin and made an analysis. It has to be said that there is a reason why he can become the temporary leader. The old hunter's thinking is very clear and his guess is also very reasonable. Haha. It doesn't matter. This is a supermarket. All supplies are abundant and enough for us to live for 10 years. Leave it to me. The fat store manager found that everyone seemed to be very convinced of the old hunter, and was obviously a little unhappy. He hurriedly laughed and started to show off his role. But what happened was counterproductive. When he said this, everyone who finally started the discussion fell into awkward silence again. Gao Yi was not in a hurry to participate in the discussion. This was not a werewolf killing game, so scratching the surface was not necessarily a bad thing. Rather than attracting attention, gathering intelligence is more important. The old hunter is right. Although he does not understand the specific worldview of this copy, it is obviously unrealistic to expect outside help at this time. On the other hand, Gao Yi didn't think they could eat and drink and live peacefully in the supermarket. Among the main tasks, Level I is survive for 12 hours in the Wurong supermarket. After completing it, you can obtain the so-called return ticket. But you don't need to think about it to know that various unforeseen changes will definitely occur within these 12 hours. If it's really simple enough to just wait in the supermarket, you can easily pass the level. The players in black sweatshirts on the subway won't be afraid of being like that. You know, that madman has obviously gained a lot of benefits through these copies and games. His physical fitness and reaction speed far beyond ordinary people are one of the evidences. Although I don't understand what the so-called Holy Grail 5 means, if I still take it lightly in this situation, it is simply seeking death. Just when Gao Yi was thinking about when he would participate in the discussion and try to gain dominance, the middle-aged office worker in a suit suddenly roared. Hello. Although Gao Yi had just noticed that his complexion was green, he really didn't expect him to come out like this. Several other people were obviously startled, and the female employee who was already in panic shivered and almost fell to the ground. Do you know what's going on now? The monster is outside. Are you still in the mood to take a selfie here? Following the gaze of the middle-aged office worker, a hot student girl in casual clothes stood there. To be precise, she was also wearing a school uniform, the same style as the student couple over there. It's just that the upper edge of the skirt is rolled up too much, so that the hem barely covers her thighs. The coat is tied around the waist, and combined with some exaggerated lipstick and blonde curly hair, the word hot girl is almost written on her face. He was holding up a mobile phone with a very fancy casing, taking pictures of himself from different angles. As the target of being scolded, she didn't care. She stretched out her right hand holding the phone, and half covered her mouth with her left hand in an exaggerated way. "Oh, everyone obviously doesn't know what to do, so why are you being so cruel to me? Doesn't it remind you of your own daughter who ran away from home during her rebellious period, Uncle Blackheart?" The middle-aged office worker's face froze obviously, and he seemed to be rushing forward to argue. The fat shopkeeper on the side quickly stopped him with a smile, which again made the hot girl laugh. "The good news is that the atmosphere in the supermarket has become a lot more lively. The bad news is that even if there are just a few people in the supermarket, differences and contradictions will not disappear." Gao Yi rubbed his hair. He had no choice but to participate in this situation. After confirming that he was wearing the label Lovelorn, he clapped his hands and walked to the center of the dispute. Everyone, can you listen to me for a moment?" In fact, there was no real conflict between the two parties. Seeing someone coming to act as peacemaker, they walked down the stairs and chose to shut up for the time being. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Gao Yi nodded with satisfaction and continued. "We have more important things to do right now than arguing." "What is that?" The burly man who had been quiet for a long time next to the shelf spoke up, obviously hoping that someone would end this unnecessary quarrel. Naturally, Gao Yi would not give up this opportunity. He pointed at the glass wall that seemed insecure at first glance and said seriously, "We need to strengthen the defense in the supermarket." Chapter 6. Call. Putting the big bag of pet food in his arms at the door, Gao Yi breathed a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. Except for the old woman, the child, and the female student who was persuaded by her boyfriend to take a rest on the grounds that it was inconvenient to exercise during her period, everyone was participating in the construction of the defense fortifications. Even the hot girl helped carry 2 bags, but now she's starting a new round of selfies. It's said to be a defense fortification, but it actually means taking out large bags of merchandise and goods from the supermarket, and pushing the iron frame over to hold the glass wall together. After all, everyone's safety is at stake, so everyone works hard. Especially the male student who said, "I will do my girlfriend's job together." I have to praise him for his extremely high efficiency. This may be the power of love. Looking at the shining Lovelorn in his label, Gao Yi couldn't help but smile to himself. It is worth mentioning that the fat shopkeeper named Yamato looked like he was working very hard and kept shouting, "I'm so tired, come on everyone," and phew, another portion has been moved. But Gao Yi noticed that in fact, his real workload was not even as good as that of the female gas station staff member. But then again, he just has a somewhat annoying personality. In fact, when I help you choose the goods to be transported and introduce the layout of the supermarket, I still don't hide it. Taking the opportunity to relax his torso, Gao Yi began to study new synthesis options. This is a new function of the tag system. After opening it, 2 small boxes will appear in front of you, and you can choose to put a tag and a feature at will. The more practical feature now is that deception. Gao Yi looked at the labels he had: Debtor, Reporter, Lovelorn, Good Guy, Professional, Internet Surfer, Friends of Elderly Women. Now he really needs to be a liar, but which of these labels seems to go better with deception? A journalist who knows how to deceive? Isn't there no difference? After thinking for a moment, Gao Yi came up with an idea and completed the synthesis list. Debtor, normal, plus cheating, normal. A golden light flashed before his eyes, the original labels and characteristics disappeared, and a brand new label appeared in front of his eyes. Lao Lai LV1, Rare. Experience value, 0/1000. Tag ability, 1 fraud game. Your lies will be more convincing and your creditors will be more patient. I installed it smoothly and replaced Reporter. After all, journalist's labeling ability has a higher probability of being exposed to various unexpected events and breaking news. As far as the current situation is concerned, sudden and unexpected are not what Gao Yi wants to see. "Hey, friend, you're not a local, are you?" While Gao Yi was thinking, the muscular dark man came over, put down a large bag of pet food, and started talking to Gao Yi. "Ah, yes, I'm from out of town." Gao Yi was caught off guard and responded quickly with a smile, and went back with the other party to get a bag of fortress materials. "I guess so, after all, I've never seen you before." As he spoke, he stretched out his powerful right hand and said, "I'm Fujimoto. Just call me Gao Yi." After shaking hands with the man who called himself Fujimoto and confirming that he had no special reaction to his name, Gao Yi breathed a sigh of relief. People's names here are obviously Japanese style, and Gao Yi is already prepared for the other party to be surprised, while he is ready to excuse himself by saying, "This is my nickname." Fujimoto obviously had something to say, and Gao Yi was happy to see it come to fruition. After all, the opponent, who is full of muscles, has the second best combat ability on paper after the shotgun. Under the current situation, there is no harm in establishing a good relationship with him. "You don't know. We are a small town. It is very closed. No outsiders usually come. The person who was captured by the wolf-like monster at the door before is counted as one, and you are counted as one. Is that so? It's hard to tell." Gao Yi easily read the other party's desire to talk and the fact that he had not finished speaking, so he just sighed along with it. But then again, the other party's statement can be regarded as solving the previous confusion: what happened to the blood and minced meat at the door? After the distance was shortened, Gao Yi had more time to observe the other party carefully. At first glance, this man named Fujimoto looks like a wolfish and stupid person, but after contact, you can find that this is not the case. The muscles on his body are not exaggerated, but they look extremely strong, presumably the result of long-term physical labor. In contrast to his physical appearance, his eyes are sharp and his speech is clear. Seeing that Gao Yi had no intention of answering, he continued on his own. "By the way, what are you doing here? You are in this store so late. Where were you planning to stay tonight?" Gao Yi keenly caught the temptation and slight hostility. It seemed that this Fujimoto was not here to simply make friends. Hefting another bag of dog food in front of him onto his shoulders, Gao Yi deliberately looked like he was breathing heavily to buy himself time to think. Here is the key to gaining the other party's trust. Lying is inevitable. The problem is how to make up a lie that can convince the other party. "Actually, I didn't come to your town. I was just driving by. When I saw this, I thought of filling up with gas." From the staffing in the supermarket and the few words he said while chatting, Gao Yi had already made a basic judgment on the general situation in this dungeon. The female gas station employee is over there. Considering that she appeared in the supermarket wearing a uniform at night, and the Yamada store manager was obviously familiar with her, it is not difficult to determine the fact that gas stations and supermarkets are close to each other. As a highway rest stop, why do so many townspeople appear there? It is known that both the elderly and children come here, so it can be concluded that this Warong supermarket must not be too far from the town. At the same time, there are likely to be some entertainment facilities such as KTV and hotels nearby, and the entire area assumes part of the commercial center responsibilities. This also explains why there are student couples and hot girls appearing around here at night. Finally, combined with Mr. Fujimoto's vigilance against outsiders in front of him, a set of excuses for passing by to cheer up came into being. Of course, this reason can only slightly survive such a round of questions. When Gao Yi saw Fujimoto open his mouth slightly and wanted to ask again, he hurriedly asked, "By the way, what's your relationship with the old man carrying the shotgun? It looks like you two are very familiar with each other." Of course, Gao Yi didn't see them looking very familiar. On the contrary, the two people's dislike of each other was basically written on the surface. "Tch, that stubborn old man, I'm not familiar with him at all. He's a man of customs and traditions, and he's immortal." Very good, successfully got the other party to enter the complaining stage. If he was allowed to ask questions such as where are you going by car, and what brand of car are you driving, then Gao Yijin would have no choice. Fujimoto began to chatter endlessly, complaining that the old hunter was full of traditional customs and hindered him from going out to work. Gao Yi didn't care about the other party's complaints. While making a half-serious and half-perfunctory expression that he had learned in school, he observed other people in the supermarket with his peripheral vision. Manager Yamato was still taking credit for himself, jumping up and down to express himself in front of the female gas station employee. The middle-aged office worker folded his suit aside and was carrying a bag of rice with the old man. The female student who was not working was squatting on the ground chatting with the little boy. At this moment, Ms. Naga, who was near the door, suddenly let out a very loud scream. Gao Yi and Fujimoto looked at each other and hurriedly ran to the door with the others. A few meters behind the glass door, Ms. Naga sat slumped on the ground, pointing in the direction of the glass wall with a horrified face. Looking in the direction she pointed, half of the fortress was completed. Looking through the gap between the iron frame and the cloth bag, several thin, hairy legs appeared behind the glass wall. They moved quickly, and at the last moment, several pairs of red eyes could be faintly seen. In an instant, it disappeared again. The lights in the supermarket also flashed a few times in response to the situation, adding a terrifying atmosphere. Has the monster finally appeared? Gao Yi sighed slightly, raised his left hand, and called out the light curtain. I survived for 12 hours in the Wurong supermarket, countdown 11 hours 16 minutes and 32 seconds. Less than an hour after the dungeon started, the brief tranquility in the supermarket was broken again. Chapter 7. Then, what is that? The first person to arrive nearby was the middle-aged office worker. His voice was obviously trembling at this moment, and he asked questions intermittently. From the outside, it looks like a spider. The old hunter touched the short beard on his chin and said in a hoarse voice. Of course, everyone understood that since the creature was close to the size of a medium-sized dog, it was definitely not an ordinary spider. Where can there be such a big spider? There's no such heavy fog. Don't you remember the gentleman from before? Have you forgotten how he died? Panic wrapped around meaningless arguments, and the supermarket fell into an unbearable low pressure. At this moment, the old woman who had never spoken before suddenly let out a shrill scream, attracting everyone's attention. Mountain God! This is why the Mountain God is angry. It's all because of you people who ignored the traditions left by our ancestors and brought back things belonging to outsiders. The giant hand of the Mountain God has taken away the foreigner from before, and you are next. Her narrowed eyes suddenly opened, bringing the uneasy atmosphere in the supermarket to its peak. Arguing, yelling, swearing. Then, they broke up unhappy. The atmosphere, which had been slightly relieved due to collective labor, sank to freezing point again, and the appearance of monsters broke everyone's remaining illusions. The panicked people dispersed, silent, each thinking about their own thoughts. Of course, except Gao Yi. Having been cursed by the goddess of luck since childhood, he naturally did not expect so-called miracles. He could not even dream that he could sleep in a supermarket, complete the main mission when he woke up, and start getting various prizes in his face. But because of this, there will be no disappointment if there are no expectations. Gao Yi took a few steps back, slightly away from the collapsing crowd, and compiled the known information as quickly as possible. The origin of the fog and monsters is still a mystery, but it is not critical. Gao Yi knew very well that with his ordinary body, even with the help of the shotgun and other people, it was impossible to break through the monsters head-on. What is really important now is to confirm the number and type of monsters, and the scope and characteristics of the fog. Ultimately, knowing where the fog and monsters come from doesn't actually solve the problem. Whether it's the leakage of pollutants, the crazy plans of evil scientists, or the wrath of the Mountain God, neither can change the status quo. In the final analysis, Gao Yi's current priorities are three. 1. Collect as much information as possible to understand what happened before you came, how the man who died before died according to the townspeople, and then obtain information about monsters and fog. 2. Communicate with more people in the supermarket, resolve disputes, and unite the fighting force as much as possible. 3. Explore the entire supermarket, look for available weapons, equipment, and information, and strengthen defense as much as possible. After organizing and recording the problems in his portable notebook, Gao Yi breathed a sigh of relief. This is also the way he has always done things. When encountering a big problem that is difficult to solve, you might as well break it into smaller problems to solve. Looking back at the inside of the supermarket, where there are no more than a dozen people, it has been divided into several small groups, whispering to each other. It can only be said that human beings are indeed such creatures. If there are more than 2 people, they will start to take sides and attack each other. This is the origin of politics and religion. Sighing slightly, Gao Yi checked the task list. I survive for 12 hours in the Wurong supermarket, countdown 11 hours 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Almost an hour has passed. If this basic task is the goal, then almost 1/12 of it has been completed. But from another perspective, the inevitable changes are getting closer and closer. We can't delay it any longer, we have to hurry up and act as planned. That being said, it is indeed better to communicate with that group of people first. The white fog outside the supermarket is still thick, blocking all city lines that want to explore outside. Let this small supermarket be like a small boat in the depths of the sea, teetering on the edge. Internally, it can probably be divided into 3 camps. The old hunter, the old woman and the hot girl stayed together and were sitting quietly in the depths of the supermarket. Although I don't quite understand it, the hot girls are indeed in the same camp as them. The middle-aged woman Naga, the student couple, and the 7 or 8-year-old child formed a women and children group. Focusing on the little boy, they took a few bath towels and spread them on the ground, surrounding an area on the center shelf, as if they were trying to put the child to sleep. Finally, there are the middle-aged office worker, muscular man Fujimoto, the store manager Yamada, and the female gas station clerk. They gathered around the entrance of the supermarket, still arguing fiercely about something. As for where Gao Yi should go to talk first, it was actually not a choice at all. The 2 old men have clearly shown their resistance to all kinds of foreign objects, and it is impossible for a pure outsider like themselves to be welcomed. As for the combination of women and children, there is a mentally unstable wife, a student couple in love, and a child who has just fallen asleep. To put it bluntly, they may not have more intelligence and information than Gao Yi. With this in mind, it is not difficult to make a choice. Slowly, Gao Yi walked towards the final group of young adults. At this time, 3 men and 1 woman were arguing fiercely about something. My car is not far outside. If I can run in, maybe I can leave. The middle-aged office worker gritted his teeth and spoke firmly. The strong man Fujimoto on the side also raised his head slightly and agreed. This fog must have a certain range. No matter what, it is impossible to wrap up the entire world. How about that? Have you forgotten those monsters outside? Doesn't the previous guest just want to leave? The female clerk at the gas station was obviously a little flustered. She cut her hair to one side and retorted excitedly. Only then did Gao Yi notice that there was a round badge on his chest. There is a cartoon greaser logo painted on it, as well as the female clerk's name, Xiaohong. Well, her name may not be really Xiaohong, it may be some kind of nickname, stage name, or something like that. But at least, that's what everyone else calls her. The fat store manager named Yamada was one of them. He shook his double chin and objected in the same way. Xiaohong is right. We should wait for rescue in the supermarket. There is no shortage of food and drink here. There is no need to leave. What should I do at home? Can I leave my wife and children at home? The office worker's voice became louder again, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the supermarket. After that, he walked to one side, took off his suit jacket, and tried to make a spear using a mop rod and kitchen utensils. Fujimoto, the strong man, stopped participating in the debate and silently made preparations. The gas station employee named Xiaohong wanted to stop him, but he didn't know what to say and was running around in circles. Seeing Gao Yi approaching, she seemed to have grabbed some life-saving straw and hurriedly ran over and said, "Sir, please help persuade them. It's too dangerous out there." Looking at Xiaohong's pitiful expression in front of him, as if he was about to cry, Gao Yi smiled slightly and turned to the two people who wanted to leave. Can you wait a moment?" The strong man Fujimoto frowned with dissatisfaction and said in an unpleasant tone. "What's wrong? Are you coming to stop us too?" No. Gao Yi waved his hand quickly and added. "If you want to leave, take Ms. Naga with you. I remember that she also misses her daughter at home." Enthusiastic Citizen label, experience value plus 20. As expected, the other label that was just synthesized successfully received an experience bonus at this moment. And Gao Yi's words obviously exceeded several people's expectations. Everyone in the supermarket fell into a brief silence. Chapter 8. Gao Yi has actually been thinking about what this labeling system on his body actually represents. First, what is a label? In daily life, we subconsciously label the people we meet. Gender, occupation, personality, identity, status. We know and understand others through labels. The labels given to Gao Yi by the system were some of his most notable characteristics during that time. A reporter, a debtor who owes a lot of money, a lovelorn person who has lost his love, a good person in the popular sense, a professional internet surfer, and a friend of elderly women. After it is embodied by the system, each label will give Gao Yi some ability enhancements. By upgrading, you can gain more abilities. Most of these abilities are presented as passive skills. According to the earliest system information, new skills will be obtained every 1, 2, 4, 8 levels. For example, Reporter LV3 gives high differences. 1 Night Stalker, higher probability of being exposed to various unexpected events and breaking news. 2 Truth First, get a confidential document randomly every week. The second Truth First has not been triggered yet, but since the skill Nightcrawler appeared, Gao Yi obviously felt that there were more and more events around him. The dungeon and game I entered inexplicably today can be considered one of them. Although this system is still full of mysteries, why it appears and why you choose yourself. But for Gao Yi, the top priority now is to gain experience through actions and completing tasks, and then upgrade tags to gain more abilities. Rather than looking forward and backward, and being indecisive, it is better to use everything available to you and improve yourself first. But the question is, how to gain experience? In the past few days of attempts, Gao Yi gradually gained some insights. When he pretended to be an employee and sneaked into the fraudulent company and was discovered, Reporter's experience increased. But when I write articles and collect information on weekdays, I am obviously doing the work of a reporter, but this reminder of increasing experience points does not appear. To sum up, Gao Yi believes that the key lies not in himself, but in others. Only when others believe that Gao Yi's words and deeds fit the personality of that label will the experience corresponding to the label increase. Otherwise, even if the tag's ability is used, the tag's experience value will not be increased. Just like just now, Gao Yi showed his warm-heartedness and did not stop the behavior of several people, which was obviously noticed by other people in the supermarket. Accordingly, the label Enthusiastic Citizen received a 20-point experience bonus. And this label is the product of another previous synthesis. After defeating the madman in the black hoodie in the subway, Gao Yi gained a feature of being brave. From the very beginning, he was thinking about which label to pair it with. Finally, after hesitating for a while, Gao Yi made his choice. Good guy, common, plus courageous, rare. Enthusiastic Citizen LV1, rare. Tag ability, 1 Zootopia, makes people feel close and reliable unconsciously, making it easier to gain trust and praise. According to Reporter's labeling experience, the higher the labeling ability, the stronger the ability. What Gao Yi wants now is to upgrade it to level 2 and see what the next skill is. When he returned to the supermarket, he was saying his final goodbyes to the 3 people who were about to leave. The strong man Fujimoto, the middle-aged office worker, and the sad-looking Ms. Naga are now ready to go. Fujimoto and the office worker were holding homemade weapons and shields. To be honest, they looked a little unreliable. Ms. Naga is still wearing her pair of sunglasses, making her expression a little unclear. The Yamada store manager was still objecting fiercely just now, but when he saw that several people had already decided to leave, he had no choice but to give up. Then, we'll set off. Don't worry, we will definitely call for rescue for you when we are safe. Fujimoto nodded slightly to Gao Yi, and then looked at the old hunter smoking a dry cigarette deep in the supermarket with complicated eyes. But the other party had no intention of coming out to see him off, and stubbornly turned his attention to the cat and dog posters on the wall. I thanked some words such as "if there is danger, remember to run back immediately. Be careful" and so on. The 3 of them walked into the narrow passage crowded with iron racks and cargo, walked into the vast white mist, and never looked back. Although he said those words just now, the remaining people in the supermarket quickly blocked the empty aisle. Gao Yi squatted on the ground, waiting for the movement outside the supermarket through the gap between the iron frame and the goods. More than a minute passed, and the expected blood and wailing still did not appear. But the sound of the car engine starting also did not appear. There was an eerie silence inside and outside the supermarket once again. Gao Yi recorded it again in the small book in his hand and listed possible guesses. The monster is not very aggressive. The fog has a sound insulation effect. If you enter the fog, will you fall into a coma or be poisoned without being able to call for help? He sighed and flipped through the notebook in his hand again. The problem is information, there is so little information. If this was a virtual game, Gao Yi would have saved the game and tested it one by one. But this strange game of high altitude obviously involves the danger of death. No matter what, you can't take risks. This is also the reason why he is willing to let the 3 people in the supermarket leave, to let them take on the responsibility of exploring the road. Putting this aside, Gao Yi actually had some new guesses. Just like the various video games I have played in the past, this weird game I participated in has its own focus. Perhaps this dungeon called the Mist of Heart does not test the player's combat effectiveness. And this copy itself also has deep secrets. Flip your wrist to evoke the light curtain. Survive for 12 hours in the Wurong supermarket, countdown 10 hours 36 minutes and 55 seconds. An hour and a half has passed and there can be no further delay. Gao Yi turned around and looked inside the supermarket. Just now he was paying attention to the people outside. Now he relaxed again and returned to the state where he had just dispersed. The notebook in his hand contains the next plan. 1. Collect as much intelligence as possible to understand what happened before you came, how the man who died before died according to the townspeople, and then obtain information about monsters and fog. If you want to ask about this, who should you contact? Gao Yi looked around again and made a choice. Near the supermarket checkout counter, store manager Yamada was telling embarrassing dirty jokes to the gas station employee named Xiao Hong. So, this is the difference between a cucumber and a finger. Ha 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 ha. After the fat store manager told the joke, he had to laugh for a while and shake the fat on his face. Xiao Hong laughed awkwardly beside him, but for some reason did not refute or leave. But it was obvious that he was uncomfortable, and he would turn his head and sigh from time to time when Yamada wasn't paying attention. Sorry. Gao Yuka took a moment, walked slowly into the 2 of them, and continued. Ms. Xiao Hong, I want to ask you some questions. Can you come over and chat alone? Xiaohong, whose eyes were blank, seemed to have grasped the life-saving straw, nodded hurriedly to express that it was no problem, and left quickly with Gao Yi. Enthusiastic citizen label, experience value plus 50. To gain so much experience all at once, it seems that he is indeed acting bravely. Before leaving, Gao Yi clearly noticed a trace of murderous resentment flashing through the expression of the Yamada store manager. At the same time, it seemed that the light in the supermarket was dimmed. Forget it, the work of enthusiastic citizens is indeed easy to be hated. The question now is, how much does this little red know? Chapter 9. Next to the employee lounge of the supermarket, after confirming that no one was around, Gao Yi and Xiaohong stood still. Only then did Gao Yi have time to observe the other party carefully. Her semi-long black hair was pinned into refreshing bangs. She wore a black apron over her gas station uniform. Her legs were slightly bowed and she couldn't stop shaking. It is worth mentioning that the apron on her lower body is very short, completely exposing the stockings of the same color, and she actually wears a pair of bright red high heels on her feet, which is completely different from her temperament. At this moment, Xiaohong is lowering his head, putting his hands together, and rubbing his two thumbs repeatedly. If you don't want to chat with that Yamada, you can refuse. Gao Yi sighed when he saw the other party's appearance, but couldn't help but give an admonishment. To be honest, compared to one's own life, the strangers in these game copies are really insignificant. But with the other party standing in front of him so pitifully, Gao Yi still couldn't simply let it go. That's why he became a reporter, the same reason why everyone would try to trick him. I understand. In fact, store manager Yamada didn't do anything bad. The little redhead hung lower, and her voice became smaller and smaller. No, you cannot be led astray. Gao Yi rubbed his hair and brought the topic back on track. I want to know more about the situation. Can you tell me what you were doing before the mist appeared, and what happened to the owner of the blood stain at the door that you mentioned before? Well, before the fog came out, I didn't have much impression. I seemed to want to buy something. Xiaohong frowned, as if trying to remember, but found nothing, but the friction between her hands became more intense, obviously very nervous. It doesn't matter. Then tell me what happened to the pool of blood at the door. Xiaohong seemed to be relieved that she no longer needed to remember, but the current topic obviously made her a little scared. The black shadow, and then the tentacles. Strange tentacles suddenly stretched out from the fog, grabbed a man and dragged him out. After saying goodbye to Xiaohong, Gao Yi opened the door of the employee lounge on the pretext of going to the toilet. To be honest, I don't know if it was due to extreme panic and fear that made Xiaohong's description intermittent and unclear. After asking for a long time, I didn't get much useful information. I had no choice but to give up further inquiries. But something is very strange. According to Mr. Fujimoto, the man who was the first victim died from some kind of wolf-like beast. And in the words of the old woman, it was the giant hand of the mountain god. Gao Yi didn't pay much attention to the differences between what the two people said before. He only thought that the old woman was exaggerating. But now, a third different theory has emerged. There is a problem. Illusion. Spiritual attack. Gao Yi wrote his guess in the notebook, flipped it over again, and couldn't help but sigh again. After these 2 hours, I didn't get any accurate information about monsters and fog, only a lot of vague guesses. There is no way, it is really difficult to collect information in the foggy supermarket. Listening carefully, store manager Yamada outside the door spoke to Xiaohong again, and the child's snoring could still be faintly heard. After tapping the sore back of his neck twice, Gao Yi regained his energy and started searching in the employee lounge. The space in the entire employee lounge is not large, and the only source of light is an incandescent lamp that flickers on and off. An old brown second-hand sofa, paired with an age-appropriate wooden coffee table, forms a small resting corner. There are several paper cups stacked on the coffee table that have not been cleared away, with tea leaves remaining. Underneath it are posters for various product events, many of which are held in the name of the Warong supermarket chain. But it can be seen that this chain store established in a remote area has not carried out various buy two, get one free and lottery activities required by the parent company. It is not difficult to understand that although this place also belongs to a chain supermarket, it is actually completely independent and operates only under this brand. Otherwise, I would not have allowed such unprofessional placement and display on the shelves. Stepping on the coffee table, the small window as high as the ceiling was closed tightly, and there was still a vast white mist outside. If you look carefully, you can vaguely see some black shadows swimming in it, but you don't know what they are. But compared to the beginning of the game, these shadows have obviously become a lot more restless. Sighing slightly, Gao Yi summoned the light curtain. I survive for 12 hours in the Warong supermarket, countdown 9 hours 54 minutes and 23 seconds. There was no way, there were no clocks or anything like that in the whole supermarket, and the only way to check the time was on a few customers' mobile phones, and Gao Yi didn't have any. Finally, the flow of time can only be calculated through task countdown. He personally can actually estimate time through his body senses, but in this weird game, it's best not to trust his intuition too much. Get off the coffee table, turn your head and look to the other side. 3 iron lockers, often seen in Western teen movies, were standing there. The cabinet doors were covered with stubborn adhesive residue left after something had been pasted and then torn off. Slowly opening the cabinet door that was somewhat stuck due to the dent, Gao Yi inspected it in turn. There are 3 employees in the entire Warong supermarket, the remaining 2 to be precise. A female employee seemed to have resigned, and the cabinet was basically emptied, leaving only some things like duty reports and cargo lists. It is worth mentioning that there is a letter placed inside the cabinet. Opening it, the content of the letter was a complaint against another employee in the supermarket. The employee named Shou Meisuji sexually harassed her at work, often touching her intentionally or unintentionally, and his stockings were missing from the locker. Maybe this letter was left to the store manager, but thinking about Yamada's moral character, I can only say that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. The cabinet on the other side is the one wearing the real shirt. When you open it, the first thing that comes out is a stench. Various papers and leaflets in the cabinet were randomly crumpled into a ball, shirts were wrapped with rotten pizza and loose pills, and the large work uniforms were full of stains. Unkempt, tall, and in extremely poor hygiene, Gao Yi can easily make a basic profile. Under the pizza that had been there for who knows how long, Gao Yi also found a photo with his employee ID card blacked out. He didn't know if this real shirt was not confident about his appearance. From the innermost hole, which was blocked by the leaflet, Gao Yi also found 2 pairs of black stockings. It seems that what the female employee who resigned is true. The last thing left is the cabinet of the Yamada store manager. Unexpectedly, the fat store manager's cabinet was quite neat. The 2 sets of uniforms were hung on the clothes rails, and the various registration documents and receipt information in the drawer were very neat. Gao Yi can also see a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder from the various miscellaneous objects in carefully selected locations. I didn't see it. Yamada looks so wretched, but he actually likes to be clean. Lamenting that people should not be judged by their appearance, Gao Yi searched carefully and found no information worth mentioning at all. Apart from reconfirming that this supermarket is located near a highway next to a small town and that the distribution truck comes every 3 days, nothing was gained. The specific data and content of many files are also covered up by various stains. I wonder if they are the work of this weird game. He closed the cabinet door and returned various items to their original positions as much as possible. He only took a fruit knife from Manager Yamada's cabinet and pinned it to his waistband. Gao Yi sat down on the sofa, put his head in his hands, and fell into thought. The situation is worse than I imagined. The search did not find any valid information, and all the expected weapons and equipment were in vain. Do I really have to wait for 12 hours in this supermarket and pray for Goddess of Luck to show mercy? With a slight movement of thought, Gao Yi opened the tag system. The task at hand remains. Special mission: explore everything that happened in the Wurong supermarket and find out the truth about the disaster. 9 hours 43 minutes and 34 seconds. No, if this mission exists, I must have a way to find out the truth about the disaster. The question is, where is the breaking point? There are still 3 lucky draw opportunities, why not use them now? Gao Yi has become accustomed to his nightmare misfortune and has no expectations for various lottery draws. Now that he thinks about it, he is already a dead horse and a live doctor. Just when he was about to spin the roulette wheel and draw a lottery, a burst of noise came from outside the door. It seemed that something had happened in the supermarket again. After a hurried step, Xiaohong gasped and pushed the door open. That! Ha, ha, sir, outside the supermarket. Don't worry, tell me slowly, what happened outside the supermarket? Gao Yi stood up, put away the notebook in his hand again, and said calmly. Outside the supermarket, the 3 people who left before are back. Chapter 10. I survive for 12 hours in the Wurong supermarket, countdown 9 hours 37 minutes and 25 seconds. At the entrance of the Wurong supermarket, in the gap between the white mist and the glass door, 3 figures were knocking fiercely on the door. When Gao Yi came closer, it was not difficult to identify them as the strong man Fujimoto, the middle-aged office worker, and Ms. Naga who left more than half an hour ago. It can be seen that their current situation is not very good. The shirt of the office worker in a suit was full of knife-like scars, and the blood stains had solidified. There were similar wounds on Fujimoto's muscles. Although they were not deep, they looked shocking. The weapons they had made before were nowhere to be seen, which seemed to indicate the occurrence of the battle. The most tragic thing was Ms. Naga. She was being helped to walk, but the shoe on her right foot was missing, exposing her swollen ankle. The sunglasses on his face also disappeared, revealing the panda eyes formed by being beaten. Inside the supermarket, the gas station clerk Xiaohong, who was running back and forth, was having a heated argument with the old hunter. Why can't we let them in? Do we have to watch them die outside? An unprecedented serious look appeared on Xiaohong's face, and her excited words made her clenched fists tremble uncontrollably. Can you guarantee that they are still themselves? There are so many terrifying monsters out there, how did they survive for so long? The old hunter closed his eyes tightly, but refused to give in. The sound insulation effect of the glass door is not good. Outside the door, which is blocked by iron frames and goods, the knocking sounds and cries for help of 3 people can be clearly heard. Gao Yi could see the real pain and despair on their faces, but what the old hunter said didn't make sense. The fact that they could come back was full of weirdness. However, they are also likely to have important information. No matter from which point of view, we cannot leave them alone. Gao Yi stepped over the 2 arguing people, leaned towards the glass door, and asked loudly outside the door. Mr. Fujimoto, do you still remember my name? Fujimoto obviously did not expect that Gao Yi would come out like this. He was visibly stunned for a moment, and then answered hesitantly. I remember it was Gao Yi. Nodding heavily, Gao Yi turned around in an exaggerated manner, spread his hands, and looked at the people in the supermarket. Everyone, we can't leave them outside no matter what. If you have any questions, how about waiting for them to come in and ask them? Enthusiastic Citizen label, experience value plus 300. The label has been upgraded, Enthusiastic Citizen LV1 Enthusiastic Citizen LV2. Acquired new skills. In fact, the only opponent in the supermarket was the old hunter. Seeing that everyone else supported letting people in, he stopped talking and went to the side to smoke a dry cigarette silently. After the 3 of them sat on the sofa wrapped in bath towels and took the drinks handed to them, Gao Yi and the other people in the supermarket stood opposite and listened to their stories. The story is not complicated, and is even surprisingly simple. Half an hour ago, they were ready and stepped into the white mist, leaving the supermarket and walking into the fog. After a while, the three of them lost their direction. I originally wanted to rely on the beep sound after the car key was unlocked to find my way, but I don't know why the car key didn't respond at all. The three of them moved forward fearfully for almost half a minute, but they didn't find the expected vehicle at all. In the vast white mist, I saw all kinds of black shadows all around. They were beating drums in their hearts, and after a little calculation, they planned to return the same way. But I never thought that it would be easy to leave but difficult to come back. Such a large supermarket seemed to have completely disappeared. We didn't dare to separate. We wandered around for an unknown amount of time before we saw the lights here. Ms. Naga sobbed as she described it. Of course, the battle Gao Yi originally thought never happened. Their homemade weapons were simply thrown away, and most of the scars on their bodies were caused by tripping and falling in the fog. Hey, it's all my fault that you had to leave such a safe supermarket. It doesn't matter, everything is fine now. The Yamada store manager shook the fat on his face, and his tone revealed pride, as if he was saying I knew it. So, have you encountered any monsters? Gao Yi ignored Yamada's resentful gaze, interrupted his complacency without politeness, and went straight to the topic. These three people were able to return safely, which completely exceeded Gao Yi's expectations. If there is any breaking point in this game, it is here. But it is a pity that Gao Yi's expectations were once again disappointed. I only saw blurry black shadows wandering in the fog, which was very scary. I didn't dare to look up at all. I only dared to follow Brother Fujimoto. Black shadows, many dark shadows. An uninformative reply. No need to think too much. When asked, do you have any strange feelings in Beiwu, the answer is always no special feeling. If I had to say that I had any information, I could roughly deduce the monster's attack method from the scars on their bodies. The iron frame and goods at the door have been restored, returning to a complete bunker state. The failure of these three people's attempts has also dispelled the rest of the people who had little desire to go out. The supermarket once again fell into confusion and negativity. Like everyone else, they dispersed. The woman in the student couple suggested that everyone find some blankets to use as mattresses, while the old hunter gathered a few men to start arranging rotating vigil times. After Gao Yi said that he would not sleep tonight, he did not participate in the meeting. There are more than 9 hours left in the countdown. In this case, Gao Yi will definitely not choose to take a nap. For him, time is both a friend and a crisis. Now Gao Yi is flipping through his notebook over and over again, scribbling on it, trying to find a breakthrough. There is no way to go outside the building, and there is no information worth paying attention to inside the building. Maybe the problem lies with people? Special mission: explore everything that happened in the Warong supermarket and find out the truth about the disaster. 9 hours 33 minutes and 25 seconds. Gao Yi reread what he first wrote about the possible causes of the fog. Technology side, some kind of leak or disaster. Mysterious side, the curse of the mountain god, conspiracy in the town. Raising his head, Gao Yi turned his gaze back to the interior of the Warong supermarket. The student couple and Ms. Naga were taking care of the sleeping child. Store manager Yamada and the strong man Fujimoto are moving the sofa in the employee lounge and want to use it as a temporary bed. The middle-aged office worker is responsible for observing the outside of the store, while Xiaohong is taking out the blankets in the supermarket and laying them out together. The old hunter and the old woman were still sitting quietly in a corner of the supermarket. The hot blonde girl seemed to have run out of battery on her phone and was playing with her manicure beside them in boredom. In addition to Gao Yi himself, there were a total of 11 people in this suburban supermarket, all of whom looked so ordinary. Is any of them the culprit of this foggy disaster? If all other possibilities are eliminated, then the last remaining ones undoubtedly contain the correct answer. Putting away his notebook again, Gao Yi took a deep breath. With a slight movement of thought, I realized that enthusiastic citizen, who had just been promoted to level 2, had a new skill. Gao Yi immediately focused his mind and checked. Enthusiastic citizen LV2, rare. Experience value, 1010/2000. Tag abilities, 1 Zootopia, makes people feel close and reliable unconsciously, making it easier to gain trust and praise. 2 Supermarines, when acting bravely, combat effectiveness will be improved. Seeing this skill, Gao Yi was slightly disappointed. Increasing combat effectiveness is not what he needs now, let alone in the difficult-to-define situation of acting bravely for justice. Of course, this kind of disappointment has been experienced countless times, but this is not the case. The countdown to the special mission still flows minute by minute. There are still 9.5 hours left until the end of the 12 hours, and this calm cannot be expected to last. Before something unexpected happened, Gao Yi decided to take the initiative and find a way to break the situation. Chapter 11. In order to better question everyone, Gao Yi changed the label again, replacing reporter with reporter. Name, Gao Yi. Equipped tags, 2 halves journalist LV3, common, enthusiastic citizen LV2, rare. Tag ability, 1 Nightcrawler, higher probability of being exposed to various unexpected events and breaking news. 2 The truth comes first, get a confidential document randomly every week. 3 Zootopia, people unconsciously feel close and reliable, and it is easier to gain trust and praise. 4 Powerful Marines, when you act bravely, your combat effectiveness will be improved. Daily tag task, undercover a criminal group with more than 100 people and obtain evidence of its crimes, completed. Unequipped tags, Lao Lai LV1, rare, Lovelorn LV1, common, internet surfing professional LV1, common, elderly women's friend LV2, rare. Possibility, none. Lottery opportunities for remaining common items *3. Now Gao Yi, faced with the dilemma of not being able to find a breakthrough, even wants to hope that the accident of Night Walker will happen. After confirming that the label equipment was correct, he took a deep breath and looked at the people in the supermarket. Immediately afterwards, intensive questions began. What does the company I work for? Why do I suddenly ask this question? It's that kind of sales company. What does it sell? Just sell some small things. The middle-aged office worker who was standing guard obviously didn't expect Gao Yi to ask such a question, so he gave the answer after a slight hesitation. Near the town? I haven't heard of any chemical plants or military bases. We are so desolate that there won't be anything like that. Uncle Fujimoto raised his eyebrows, but still answered Gao Yi's question. After thanking each other, Gao Yi added 2 more words next to technology side, some kind of leakage or disaster on his notebook. Among the 12 people present, including Gao Yi, there was no one who had any attainments in chemistry or biology. If I had to say that the best in chemistry were probably the 2 students who were still in high school. On this basis, there is no available testing equipment. If there are any dangerous chemical plants or well-kept military bases near the supermarket, it might be possible to identify them as the source. But there really is nothing like it in this wilderness. The cause and various properties of this white mist are still a mystery. Since this is no longer the world I'm familiar with, I should open my mind. Maybe there really are all kinds of magic, ghosts and gods in this world. Gao Yi whispered softly, put away his notebook, turned around and walked towards the senior group. Then you still need to ask. It's you foreigners who brought all the things from other places, and the mountain god will be angry. The old woman, who already had a bad look on her face, suddenly became excited when she heard Gao Yi's question, and repeated her previous argument again. What do the things from other places include? Gao Yi squatted opposite, pretending to be confused. Everything here is foreign. The old woman exaggeratedly raised her hands and drew a big circle, as if she wanted to encompass the entire supermarket. I see. Gao Yi did not question why the other party came here to shop if he hated things from other places, and the fact that the clothes on his body were obviously industrialized products. Oh, little brother, don't listen to your mother-in-law. She has been shouting this for more than 10 years, but she still doesn't come here honestly to buy things from outsiders. The hot girl who was playing with her phone on the side waved her hands without raising her head. The old woman was so angry that she opened her narrowed eyes and started to criticize her clothes loudly. But this only caused another round of laughter from the hot girl. And when I asked the old hunter on the side, I didn't get an effective reply. I have been hunting in this mountain for decades, and there are quite a few wild animals. Strange devices and buildings? I have never seen them before. Is this so? Gao Yi expressed his gratitude again and saw that his journalist labeling experience had grown again. When turning to leave, the hot girl behind sneered and said goodbye to Gao Yi. Hey, there's no point in being anxious. It's already 1 o'clock in the morning. Go to bed first, little brother Blackheart. He smiled sarcastically in response, but there was still no progress. Looking at the notebook, if both the mysterious side and technical side guesses are wrong, what is the answer? Everyone's words sounded normal, but when combined together, Gao Yi clearly felt weird. There must be some problem that I haven't discovered yet. No, it is possible that it has been discovered but ignored. Looking at the last few people he had not chatted with, Gao Yi walked towards the student couple and the sleeping child. The child was sleeping on the sofa at the moment. Ms. Naga showed a loving smile and patted his back gently. When I first saw this middle-aged woman, she always wore sunglasses on her face. After I went out into the fog, I seemed to have lost it somewhere, and when I came back I didn't wear it again. The exposed face was covered in black and blue, which was obviously an old injury. Observe carefully, Ms. Naga also wears long sleeves and trousers this summer, which is actually covering the scars on her body. Ms. Naga, will your husband use violence against you? In fact, it is not difficult to judge. The scars on his body are obviously long-term and accumulated. Domestic violence is a natural conclusion. Although I don't know much about the specific setting of this world, marital violence is a topic that is not limited to a certain country or era. But to Gao Yi's surprise, this Ms. Naga showed a surprised look and tilted her head slightly. Violence? No, not really. Hearing this reply, Gao Yi also frowned, doubt swelling up in his heart. It was not that he had not thought of the possibility of the other party hiding something. What surprised him was Ms. Naga's look and attitude. This is not an expression of hiding a family scandal or escaping from the truth. On the contrary, she seemed to really know nothing, as if the so-called domestic violence never existed. Then why do you wear sunglasses at night and long sleeves in the summer? Isn't it to cover the wound? The wound? No, Mr. Gao Yi. Ms. Naga's face became more confused and she hesitated to speak. Isn't it winter now? Ah? Gao Yi's frown tightened, and Ms. Naga's words seemed to have lost their logic. But then, the words of the student couple beside him made Gao Yi unable to remain calm. The male student shook his head in confusion, rubbed his hair and asked. Evening? Wait, isn't it just afternoon? He and his girlfriend looked at each other, turned the phone screen over at the same time, faced Gao Yi, and then added. We came here for lunch. Looking at the stretched out mobile phone screen, Gao Yi felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Above the couple's wallpaper, the current time is clearly written. 2:32 p.m. Chapter 12. Impossible. Gao Yi couldn't hold back his voice for a moment, and details of the previous scenes exploded in his mind. Looking back now, when I came to this dungeon, everyone had already assembled, and the Blizzard Villa mode in the supermarket had also been formed. All knowledge of the world comes from the mouths of others, not only time and seasons, but also events that occur. A large number of errors and contradictions have always existed, but Gao Yi himself ignored them. Don't be so loud, Mr. Gao Yi, don't wake up the children." Seeing Gao Yi suddenly shouting, Ms. Naga quickly waved her hand and leaned over to confirm the little boy's condition. Then he sighed softly and raised his hand to make an OK gesture, indicating that he was not awakened. But at this moment, Gao Yi felt cold sweat. After realizing the contradiction, a bigger mystery came to his mind, and his tone inevitably trembled. Who brought this child? Who brought it? Not only Ms. Naga, but also the student couple had confused looks on their faces, as if they didn't know what Gao Yi was asking. Mother-in-law, did you bring this boy? Seeing no response from the others, Gao Yi turned around, looked at the old woman sitting at the far end of the supermarket and shouted. If I remember correctly, when the first few people gathered, it was the old woman holding the child. No. I saw him walking around there alone before and thought he was lost. The old woman frowned, squeezing her already wrinkled skin tighter. Then how did this child come to the supermarket? Has anyone seen it? Gao Yi walked around the supermarket and asked questions loudly, but everyone else had confusion written on their faces. Not only is the time wrong, but this space is also wrong. Gao Yi realized that his previous speculations and explorations were completely in the wrong direction. This script was not the material world he was familiar with, but closer to the transcendent spiritual realm. No one here has complete memories, and they don't know what exactly happened in this world. And this is the reason why Gao Yi's exploration has remained stagnant. When Gao Yi first came to this mindful fog, he saw everyone in the supermarket and subconsciously felt that as a player, he joined the incident halfway. Also subconsciously, I feel that the characters in other scripts know more things and have clear understandings. But on the contrary, their knowledge of this script is no more than Gao Yi's. The little boy on the side seemed to have heard Gao Yi's shouting, and slowly sat up from the sofa while rubbing his eyes. Everyone in the supermarket was thinking with their heads down. Xiao Hong even went limp and sat on the ground, holding his head in pain. Obviously, Gao Yi's questions aroused their memories, and the conflict between memory and reality began to emerge. At this moment, the ground suddenly began to shake violently, and the shaking was obviously greater than the slight shaking at the beginning of the script. The lamps on the ceiling were shaking violently at the moment, and soon they began to break and fall off, and even the sparking wires were swinging in the air. The shaking of the shelves became more and more intense. First, various goods fell, and then the entire iron shelves became unbalanced, making the shelves look like a set of huge dominoes. Amidst the screams and curses, the light became flickering and dim. This is not the scariest thing. Gao Yi didn't need much keen observation to notice that the glass wall outside the supermarket was damaged. A large number of black figures walked out of the white mist and slowly approached the supermarket. It's hard to describe what kind of creature it was or whether it could even be called a creature. They are tall and human-shaped, but they are completely black, with bandage-like strips floating around them. Even if they are near a light source, it is completely dark when viewed from the outside. It's like they are the opposite of light and cannot be observed by humans. Previously, Gao Yi had dabbled in world mythology for a folklore report. But this was the first time he encountered a monster with this kind of appearance. No, that's not the issue now. The question is why such a change occurred suddenly. Looking back inside the supermarket, everyone else was confused and collapsed. At this time, they didn't notice the monster outside at all. They just relied on instinct to dodge the falling light tubes and ceiling fragments. My words caused contradictions in their incomplete memories, causing the balance of space to be destroyed. The guess was formed instantly. Those monsters were huge, but a lot of sticky tentacles appeared under them. They had broken through the loophole-filled barrier and entered the supermarket. No, this group of people must be calmed down. After gathering my thoughts, I replaced reporter with the label Lao Lai. In an instant, the special effect of fraud game to enhance the persuasiveness of lies has been activated. Gao Yi stood on top of the collapsed shelf and roared into the supermarket. Stop reminiscing, it's all those fogs that have affected our memory, that's why there's confusion. When Gao Yi's words spread throughout the supermarket, the intensity of the earthquake dropped significantly by 2 levels, and even the tentacles that had just entered the supermarket slowed down a bit. Very good, it seems that this voice has attracted a lot of people's attention. The fog outside should have an effect on the mind and memory. We are just affected, it's okay. The movements of the tentacles became slower and slower, and the vibrations on the ground became less intense. Yes, everyone, calm down and look at the faces of the people around you. Aren't they all familiar to you? That's enough. Don't recall what happened. We have to find an anchor point and a fulcrum for them to wake up. Everyone in the supermarket was gradually returning to normal at this moment, following Gao Yi's instructions, and raised their heads to look at each other. Even Xiaohong, who was most broken down, calmed down a lot at this moment, sitting on the ground holding her knees, her body still shaking a little. But she didn't look at the other people around her, she just stared at Gao Yi. As the supermarket gradually became calmer, Gao Yi noticed that the tentacles quickly retracted and the monster outside the door also gradually retreated. But what is different from before is that the black shadows have become extremely close, the white fog at the door is obviously thicker, and the visual distance is further reduced. An unreasonable premonition came to mind. If it happened again, Gao Yi might not have the chance to control the situation. In the entire supermarket, only the little boy was left looking around curiously, as if he was excited about the exciting experience just now. It seemed like he was the only one who couldn't quite understand what was going on. So, this kid. At this time, Ms. Naga was holding the little boy in her arms with a distressed look on her face. Although she was worried, her instinct to protect the child obviously prevailed. Don't remember this now, okay? These fogs are affecting us, we have to calm down. Gao Yi knelt down and touched the boy's forehead. Regarding the mental damage caused by the fog, Gao Yi was of course making it up. If they were so affected both inside the supermarket and outside the fog, the 3 people who went shopping in the fog for half an hour would have gone crazy. But at this time, the strong man Fujimoto walked over slowly, with obvious fear and confusion in his eyes. Well, Brother Gao Yi, I understand. We all understand the effect of this fog. Very good, what's wrong? Gao Yi's reply did not make Fujimoto relax. He tilted his neck in discomfort and his eyes were blurred. If we all know each other and understand each other, then, who are you? Chapter 13. The thoughts are slightly focused and the labeling system is evoked. The special mission below will display the countdown again. I survive for 12 hours in the Wurong supermarket, countdown 7 hours 22 minutes and 15 seconds. More than an hour has passed since the previous small collapse in the supermarket. Relying on the skills he has developed as an investigative reporter for many years, and the double bonus of the skills of Lao Lai and enthusiastic citizen, he can be regarded as stabilizing others. At this moment, Gao Yi was staying alone in the staff lounge. Since the sofa had been moved out, he was sitting on a somewhat curved folding stool, playing with the items he had just won in a lottery. On that subway, after completing the brave act of justice and snatching the tickets, Gao Yi got 3 lucky draw opportunities. Because he had been a little nervous before and had no hope for this lottery, Gao Yibin never took part in the lottery. It was only now that I had some free time that I remembered to use up the 3 lottery opportunities. And just as Gao Yi had been doing since he was little, Goddess Luck was teasing him again. The 3 prizes are: there is only 1 chocolate energy bar that can quickly restore physical strength. Endless lighter that can ignite infinitely, the maximum flame is only 3 centimeters. As well as the inflatable giant hammer, which attacks enemies and has a small probability of causing dizziness effects, an inflatable hammer that is over 1 meter long and painful to hit. I don't know how to use it at all. In this comparison, the super anti-wolf spray I drew before is actually a good thing, at least I can use it. These few on hand. Gao Yi really doesn't know how to describe them. Of course, Gao Yi, who has been in an unfortunate state all year round, has long been used to all this, so he is not too disappointed. As a person who has never won any prize with more entries than winners in his entire life, it's good to have something, so why pick and choose? Chocolate energy bar. Chocolate is delicious, and energy bars are also useful, aren't they? Endless lighter can be used unlimitedly. Although I don't smoke, I always light birthday candles for my friends. Oh, I have no friends. In any case, there is no need to buy a lighter in this life, which saves money. The inflatable giant hammer is even better. When you take it out to play during holidays and festivals, other people's hands will be toys, but yours will be a real thing. Comforting himself, Gao Yi was still playing with opening and closing the lighter lid. And why is he sitting here alone? On the one hand, he said that he will not threaten other people, but on the other hand, he did not want his existence to suddenly irritate other people in the supermarket. It is indeed a more correct choice to find a place where no one is around in the supermarket. Now Gao Yi has basically clarified the mechanism of this mindful fog. To put it simply, for some reason, the entire Warong supermarket was abstracted and became a virtual and spiritual space. Except for Gao Yi, the rest of the townspeople were directly pulled in. It's not like in the movie The Fog, where a lot of people are shopping at the beginning, and suddenly find it foggy outside, and then they are trapped. These people have been in this supermarket from the beginning. And this also solved many previous mysteries. For example, why the eyewitness testimonies of several people are different. Just as several people have different feelings about specific times and even seasons, this is because their memories are incomplete. In fact, their world does not have an accurate understanding of space or time. The previous chaos was precisely due to Gao Yi's words that caused everyone to fall into memories, thus destroying the fragile balance of the world. We know what the problem is, and we've appeased the people outside. It should be fine. The worst we can do is wait another 7 hours to get the return ticket first. The introduction to this dungeon clearly stated that only by completing the main mission can you obtain a return ticket. Even if you keep waiting, you can only complete the main mission of the lowest level I, but the special mission of the tag system cannot be completed. But at least, I can survive. Staying alive is still the most important thing. But then again, what is the truth of this script? Special mission: explore everything that happened in the Warong supermarket and find out the truth about the disaster. It has been clarified that the state of this world, this dreamlike existence, should have a subject. Could it be that little boy that no one knows? So how to find out the truth? Should we arrest the little boy and force him to question him? No, the people outside are already on the verge of collapse. If they collapse again, those monsters in the white mist may really come in. Let's wait a moment. But when Gao Yi made up his mind not to delve into this copy for the time being, he aimed to complete the most basic main quest. The door to the employee lounge on one side was knocked again. Who? A timid cry came from outside the door. It's me. It was not difficult to identify, it was the voice of the gas station clerk, Xiao Hong. Rubbing his neck, Gao Yi stood up and opened the door for him. Xiao Hong at the door still looked pitiful, with her head lowered and her hands constantly holding and releasing each other. What's wrong, that Yamada is harassing you again? Upon seeing this, Gao Yi realized that waiting for the other party to speak first was unrealistic, so he lowered his voice and took the initiative to ask. Looking out, everyone in the supermarket was doing their own things, scattered, and some of them had even fallen asleep. The Yamada store manager was sitting at the checkout counter with his brows furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. No, it's not. Xiao Hong quickly raised her head and waved her hands to deny it, but just as she made some eye contact with Gao Yi, she immediately lowered her head. Anyway, come in and chat. The entire employee lounge also suffered a lot of damage due to the previous earthquake. Tables and chairs overturned, light bulbs burst, and even the few iron cabinets used to store employees' rest items fell to the ground. Fortunately, the light source was not completely lost. Several wall lamps attached to the wall were still performing their duties firmly, preventing the room from falling into complete darkness. "Okay, what do you want to say?" Seeing Xiaohong sitting down on the chair, Gao Yi leaned on the edge of the square table and asked questions. "I don't know, I just recalled some strange things." "Hey, didn't you agree not to worry about memories?" Gao Yi quickly spoke to stop it, fearing that the previous earthquake and monster appearance would happen again. This voice seemed to frighten Xiaohong again, causing her to lower her head again, and her voice became smaller and smaller. "No, it's not, it's just that something is really wrong. I made a special trip to open the door and took a look at the supermarket lobby. There were no monsters outside, and there was no earthquake." After confirming that everything was normal, Gao Yi leaned back and waved his hand. "Okay, what exactly are you going to say?" Xiaohong's face once again showed a confused expression, and she spoke hesitantly. "I feel like this is not the first time I have experienced everything here." Chapter 14. These things? Gao Yi asked, slightly confused. "That's all," Xiaohong said, exaggeratingly turning her hands in a circle, which was inexplicably similar to the old woman's previous posture, and then said, "Everything that happened in this supermarket feels like this is not the first time I have experienced it. What the hell, this copy also has elements of a time loop." Gao Yi carefully listened to the movement in the supermarket hall outside the door, but there was no sign of an earthquake. Looking at Xiaohong in front of her again, the female gas station employee still lowered her head and clamped her legs tightly together, as if she wanted to shrink herself as much as possible. "Is this so?" Taking into account the previous and current mental state of the other party, as well as the memory confusion of the original inhabitants of this script. To be honest, Gao Yi felt that the credibility of the other party's words was not high. His thoughts moved slightly, and he looked at the special mission again. Special mission: explore everything that happened in the Wurong supermarket and find out the truth about the disaster. 6 hours 59 minutes and 23 seconds. The time is almost halfway over. Do you really want to try and continue exploring the plot? To be honest, Gao Yi is indeed a very curious person, but compared to his own life, this curiosity is still too insignificant. The friend who owed money and ran away has not yet settled the debt with him. The reporting material obtained from the beating has not yet appeared in the newspaper, the missed call from his ex-girlfriend has not yet been dealt with. If he really died here, it would be too unworthy. Therefore, instead of taking the risk of studying Xiaohong's words, it is better to brush her off, survive the remaining 7 hours, get the return ticket, and then make plans. On this basis, Gao Yi's answer was naturally a bit careless. But Xiaohong, who was sitting opposite, suddenly flicked her ponytail, raised her head, and her voice was trembling. "What I said is true. I really remember a lot of things. These fogs and those monsters appeared more than once." "Well, I believe you. Mr. Gao Yi, please don't deal with me, everything I say is true." Xiaohong's words were still full of heart-wrenching tremors, but they seemed very serious. At this moment, she no longer lowered her head, but looked directly into Gao Yi's eyes. Seeing the other party's appearance, Gao Yi couldn't help but have a headache. In this case, I had no choice but to follow the other person's lead and ask. "Okay, if you really are a time traveler." "No, I'm not a time traveler," Xiaohong corrected. "I just went through the same thing a few times." Gao Yi nodded to express his understanding, rearranged his words, and then asked again. "Then have you ever met me in your previous experience?" "No." Xiaohong shook her head. "Then how do you know you've experienced it many times?" "Because many scenes are the same: white mist, supermarket, monster, student couple, Yamada store manager, Mr. Fujimoto." At this point, Gao Yi suddenly noticed something, and a certain sense of disharmony began to brew in his mind. He sat up straight, decomposed and reconstructed the memories, and after thinking about it for a while, asked again. Then, is there anyone who is different? Yes. Xiao Hong nodded excitedly. Like me. Xiao Hong nodded again, this time the amplitude was obviously larger. Gao Yi finally figured out where the dissonance in his head came from. When people outside talked about the origin of the blood on the ground, the man who died first had a completely different story. Mr. Fujimoto said it was a wolf-like creature and the old woman said it was the giant hand of the mountain god. And Xiao Hong said black shadow and tentacles. But when the inner world collapsed, Gao Yi saw what those monsters outside the supermarket were. It is the strange shadow-like creature and the crawling, slippery tentacles. Among all the people, only Xiao Hong was right. Is this a coincidence? Or, as she said, she has experienced the same thing many times. Gao Yi made a wait a minute gesture to Xiao Hong. Then he lowered his head, took out the notebook from his trouser pocket, and began to summarize the doubtful points. Why did Xiao Hong say she had experienced it many times? She must have never seen a monster, so why can she accurately tell the type of monster? Why is it that among all the people, she is the only one who can say it right? Suddenly, before entering the game, the murmur of the man in the black sweatshirt on the subway appeared in Gao Yi's mind. It's too scary. Holy Grail! Who will save me? Why is he so scared? That man clearly has a very strong physical fitness. Why has he no confidence at all? How could he be so frightened? Gao Yi turned over the paper and took out the ticket sandwiched in his notebook. Dungeon ticket, Mist of Heart, Holy Grail 5. Mode, Single Player. Maybe this 5 of Holy Grails represents the difficulty, or maybe this single player means the suffering of the script. But is this piece of information really worth being so afraid of? Maybe. Gao Yi quickly wrote in his notebook. Perhaps, that man knew how terrifying this script was in advance. That is, this script and this ticket may have appeared more than once. Gao Yi's expression became excited, and the pleasure of being close to solving the puzzle was unparalleled. Still a little bit behind, if this conjecture is correct, what does it mean? The man in the black hoodie might have just been forced into the game. If this script really has been through many times, what does that mean? This may mean that Xiao Hong's memory is correct and she actually participated in the script process several times. The script will be reset every time, and new players will participate every time. As for Gao Yi himself, he no longer knows how many participants he has participated in. Then Xiao Hong must know a lot about this script, and the key to solving the mystery is herself. Gao Yi raised his head excitedly, only to see Xiao Hong opposite him looking at his wrist blankly. No, you can't get carried away. If all the previous conjectures were correct, then why was only Xiao Hong able to remember those things? Looking at the ceiling, there was no sign of an earthquake, nor was there any abnormal noise outside the supermarket. Why won't her memories cause this space to oscillate? The answer, what is the answer? Looking back at Xiao Hong, she was still looking at Gao Yi's wrist, and her bangs, which were bunched up with red hairpins, had lost their shape due to the excitement just now. What is so different about this ordinary gas station employee? Wrist? Why is she looking at my wrist? Gao Yi followed the other party's gaze and looked down. On his left wrist, there is a complex bloody tattoo that appeared after entering the script. The tattoo that can summon a light curtain represents his identity as a player. A chill ran down his spine and rushed to his brain. Gao Yi, regardless of etiquette, stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Hong's left arm. When she screamed, Gao Yi forcibly wiped the sleeves of her white shirt up. On the white and tender skin of her left wrist, there is a bloody tattoo similar to Gao Yi's. Gao Yi took a deep breath, slowly let go of Xiao Hong's left hand, and his trembling pupils gradually focused. The mystery is solved. I see. Xiao Hong, she is also a player. A player trapped in this script. Chapter 15. The mystery is solved. It turns out that Xiaohong, like Gao Yi, does not belong to this copy world, but is a player who enters from the outside. This explains why she can name the correct image of the monster, and why its recollection does not cause the destruction of space. Because she is not a native of this world, she is not restricted by certain rules. Xiaohong's memory is still confused, obviously affected by this script. But in a few words, Gao Yi was able to roughly restore her experience. From the inner pocket of his uniform, a ticket similar to Gao Yi's was found. Why do you say almost? What's written on the ticket is Dungeon Ticket, Mist of Heart, Holy Grail 4, not Holy Grail 5 in Gao Yi's hand. According to Gao Yi's guess, Xiaohong was accidentally involved in the game and became a player just like himself. The difference with Gao Yi is that her main mission is only solve the riddles of the script, but not Gao Yi's survive for 12 hours. In other words, she has never received the so-called return ticket among the rewards. Therefore, she has never been able to return to the real world. After that, the script was restarted, and for some reason, she became one of the participants in the script. In each previous cycle, new players will enter the script. At the beginning, Xiaohong could still try to communicate with them, want to complete the task, and leave the script. But most of the players who entered were unable to communicate, and either went on a killing spree in the supermarket, or they rushed into the fog inexplicably and disappeared. Thinking about it this way, if Gao Yi had not been affected by the tag system, the person who entered the game now would be the crazy black sweater player. Of course, most of the endings are the same, the space is broken, monsters appear, and the script ends. Every once in a while, this script will be reopened. And in a new cycle, new players will enter. Under the influence of this space on memory and perception, it becomes increasingly difficult for Xiaohong to maintain herself in the cycle. This kind of game was played again and again until the arrival of Gao Yi. Not called Xiaohong, but I can't remember what my name is. At this point, Xiaohong's tears couldn't stop flowing out, and she wiped her eyes with her sleeves while sobbing. Sighing slightly, Gao Yi raised his hand, but didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only pat the other party's shoulder lightly. It would be too false to say something like "I understand how you feel" at this time. Looking at the sobbing Xiaohong, Gao Yi's thoughts were spinning rapidly. First, rule out the possibility that there are other players in the supermarket, just confirm it through the display of wrists and words and deeds. Then, I carefully thought about the information that could be used. Unfortunately, although Xiaohong can be regarded as experiencing a time loop in a sense, but under the hypnosis and influence of memory and spirit, and on the premise that most games end quickly, the information Xiaohong can give is not much. It can only be said that it confirms many of Gao Yi's conjectures from the side. I feel like I'm really dying. Every time those monsters rush in and kill everyone. Xiaohong finally stopped crying, but her tone was even more tired and fearful. As expected, it is basically impossible to defeat those monsters head-on. Let alone an ordinary person like Gao Yi, it was impossible to kill those monsters with the fighting power of that madman in black hoodie on the subway. This is also consistent with Gao Yi's previous judgment that this script is not a test of the player's combat effectiveness. Those who want to fight head-on will naturally not end well. Very good, solved a lot of doubts. But the question now is, what should I do? Looking down, Xiaohong was still trying to recall more information, rubbing her hair with both hands. What to do? Gao Yi raised his wrist and looked at the main mission. Survive for 12 hours in the Wurong supermarket, countdown 6 hours 9 minutes and 5 seconds. 6 hours left. By now, Gao Yi has actually basically mastered the running mode of this script. Although I haven't fully understood everything yet, I have confirmed where the minefields are. All you need to do is stay on a safe hillside and wait for the rescue plane to arrive. But if you study the script again and try to overcome it, you will undoubtedly be dancing on a minefield. Dangerous and not necessarily rewarding. From a purely self-interested and rational perspective, Gao Yi understood that he should sit still and wait for time to pass. As for Xiaohong in front of her, lie to her and trick her into waiting and solve the problem later. Anyway, when the time comes, you can get the return ticket and everything will be over. And Xiaohong? She will not die, she will enter the next cycle. Maybe in the future, stronger players will come in and rescue her, which will make it safer. Gao Yi is a reporter, and lying is basically a professional skill. Your own life and safety are the most important, right? The fan above the restroom was tangled in wires and struggled to rotate, making an annoying hissing sound. After pacing a few steps a little irritably, Gao Yi slowly walked to the dressing table in the lounge. Through the mirror, I looked at myself again. What are you upset about? What do you really want to do? Of course Gao Yi knew what the impulse was in his heart. He is not a very selfish person. He can give up profits and signatures in order to expose dark reports in newspapers. He can become a guarantor for his friends' verbal promises and entreaties. He is even willing to be a bad guy for the sake of other people's future. Everyone will say that Gao Yi is a good person. But in this world, good people are held at gunpoint. After so many years, the rewards Gao Yi received from being a good person were only insults, ridicule, and debt. At some point, the self in the mirror spoke ferociously, with a mocking tone piercing Gao Yi's mind. You are such an idiot. When did you not tell me that you must consider yourself first next time, and you will not be fooled again, and now you want to pretend to be a saint? Rubbing his eyes, the mirror in front of him returned to calmness again. Is it the influence of this script? It seems to be reflected on the spiritual level. To be honest, Gao Yi has always known that the so-called good people are rewarded is just a self-comfort joke. But at the very least, people who do good deeds should not suffer retribution. That. Xiaohong's words brought Gao Yi back from her struggle. She raised her head and seemed to finally recall something. I remembered something again. The clothes I am wearing are not mine. They appeared on me inexplicably. It seems that they have changed. Hearing this, Gao Yi felt a bolt of lightning called inspiration flash through the calm ocean in his mind. At that moment, all the scattered clues came together. No longer worrying about being a good person or not, he rushed to the lockers that were tilted on one side, opened one of them, and fumbled around for a while. That's it, that's it. Did I say something wrong? Xiaohong seemed to be frightened. In her red eyes, her slightly narrowed pupils were raised to the highest level, and she carefully looked up at Gao Yi who was inspecting something. Nothing, I just figured it out. Gao Yi put the things in his hands into his trouser pocket and shook his head. There is no need to worry about whether those are correct or not. He is who he is, and all his actions in this life are never for the purpose of being a good person, it is just that he is truly willing to do those things. Gao Yi is willing to help guarantee that he will give up fame and fortune to pursue the truth, not because he is so righteous. He simply wanted to trust his friends, wanted the story to be reported in the newspapers, and thought it was the right thing to do. That's enough. And now, he is going to do what he wants to do. Holding the inflatable hammer in his hand, Gao Yi took a deep breath and turned to look at Xiaohong, who was still a little confused and trembling. His tone became even again, calm again, like himself again. Come on, let's smash this FG world to pieces. Chapter 16. There are not many light sources in the supermarket anymore, and the interior of the supermarket shrouded in white mist is inevitably a bit disturbing. The door, which had been deformed due to the earthquake, was pushed open, making an annoying sound of metal friction. Gao Yi, holding an inflatable giant hammer, walked out of the employee lounge, followed by Xiaohong, who didn't understand the situation. At this moment, the doorway was surrounded, and almost everyone in the supermarket came closer. Uncle Fujimoto, office worker, store manager Yamada, old hunter, Ms. Naga, 3 students, an old woman. Their expressions were solemn, frightened and panicked. Obviously, Xia Hong's screaming and crying in the house just now attracted a lot of attention. The reasons are different, but everyone is a little puzzled. Some were wondering what happened in the room just now, and some were curious about what Gao Yi was holding. Of course, none of this matters. Looking at the people in front of him, Gao Yi nodded with satisfaction. There was no need for him to take the initiative to call everyone together. The stage for the finale had been set up. The white fog outside the supermarket seemed to be getting thicker and thicker, and the black shadows became excited and distorted. Gao Yi took a deep breath, raised his head, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the ceiling. You know, since I came to this world, I have found more and more puzzles, but I can hardly find the answer to any of them. Strangely, the personal pronoun used by Gao Yi is you, but he does not specify who that person is. Like, that person should know who they are. Gao Yi's voice was calm and gentle, as if he was recounting old events that had nothing to do with him. Leaving aside those backgrounds, everyone is full of mysteries, but they don't contain answers. Ms. Naga, anyone can see that she has been subjected to domestic violence for a long time, but she doesn't know it herself. This is because she is just an image in someone's mind, which includes the appearance of her injury but not the reason for her injury. Ms. Naga in the crowd looked at her hands, and a dazzling halo seemed to appear on her body. A burst of white smoke floated upward from her body, causing her whole body to dissipate like a sublimation. After a few seconds, Ms. Naga disappeared from the supermarket as if she had never existed. What's even stranger is that no one else in the supermarket responded at all, well, except Xiao Hong. Without lowering his head to observe, maintaining a thoughtful tone, Gao Yi's narration continued. Middle-aged office worker, I don't even know his name, but I guess he can't tell it himself. As for the job content, I only know that it is selling things, but I don't know what to sell. Because you haven't had an in-depth chat with him, right? The middle-aged office worker in a suit had a confused look on his face, holding his head, as if he was trying to remember, but found nothing in his mind. After a few seconds, he gradually faded away, turning into smoke and disappearing like Ms. Naga. Outside the supermarket, the previous scene reappeared, the white fog began to spread into the supermarket, and the black shadow became larger and larger. Mr. Fujimoto and the old hunter said there was some contradiction, but they couldn't tell what the contradiction was. The old lady said she didn't want things from other places, but she couldn't explain why she wanted to come to the supermarket. Not to mention a few students, they don't know anything about their family, school, or friend relationships. Gao Yi also heard the noise coming from outside, and felt Xiao Hong, who was pulling his sleeve and shaking behind him. The fragile fortress at the glass door was easily destroyed, and the sound of the iron frame breaking could be heard clearly. Following Gao Yi's words, the townspeople began to turn into white mist and dissipate, blending into the fog outside. Everyone's memories are messed up and fabricated. Then who implanted it into everyone? The fog spread significantly faster and has already covered half of the supermarket. Wherever the white mist shrouded the area, black shadows would move forward, causing heavy sounds of shelves and wires being crushed and pulled apart, like desperate wails. I should have noticed earlier that you were the one who introduced the situation to others from the beginning. Ms. Naga, you also saw the man who just went out. You're the one telling everyone there's a monster out there. The monster is here again. And you are the one who really started this farce. I just started the backup power supply, and it's fine. Who else could it be besides you, Manager Yamada? Gao Yi slowly withdrew his gaze and looked straight ahead, the only survivor in the crowd. Standing there was the fat supermarket owner. At this moment, his fat face was trembling, and the sweat on his palms couldn't stop flowing out. He opened his mouth several times but failed to speak, and could only let out a hoarse whine that was incomprehensible. With great difficulty, he raised his voice and choked out a vague sentence. How dare you, how could you? No, or should I call you by your real name? Gao Yi didn't give him a chance to ask, he interrupted him roughly, touched his chin and added thoughtfully. Mei Suji Shou, right. This sentence seemed to instantly defeat the opponent's last line of defense. The fat man in a supermarket uniform's knees weakened and he almost fell to the ground. After finally standing firm, the blood on his face disappeared visibly. And his voice was even more frightening than before. You. How did I know? Gao Yi accepted the other party's inquiry, raised the inflatable giant hammer in his hand, and summarized like a memory. Thanks to Xia Hong's last reminder. Before that, I always thought that the abnormalities in you were the same as others, due to the confusion of memory and space. It's messy and horny, but the lockers are so tidy. Although you are a pervert, the female employee who resigned still expressed her trust in you in her letter. Finally, I realized that you were not the Yamada store manager at all, but the fat employee who sexually harassed me in the letter. That sloppy, messy locker, that Mei Suji Shou, is you. The white fog is getting closer and closer, and the last remaining space in the supermarket is only these rows of shelves and the open space at the entrance to the lounge. With that said, Gao Yi took out the 2 plastic cards he had put in his trouser pocket and threw them in front of the other party. Among the 2 employee ID cards, the photo of one was blacked out, while the other belonged to the real store manager Yamada. Ah, he was the first man dragged out by the tentacles. Xiao Hong, who had been silent all the time, also saw the certificate and pointed to the photo on the ground in surprise. Each employee has 2 sets of uniforms and a name tag. You took away Yamada's name tag, but you can't wear his clothes. There are so many clues in front of me, but I have ignored them all. Without any more nonsense, Gao Yi sighed slowly, put the inflatable hammer in his hand on his shoulder, and walked step by step towards Mei Suji Xiang, who had collapsed on the ground. Social relationships, social status, academic education, family, relatives, and friends are all a mess, making you start to indulge in fantasy and escape from reality. This supermarket, this environment, is the only scene in your imagination that may make you valuable, trustworthy, and respected by others. Everyone is helpless and panicked, and then you become the savior. What's ridiculous is that even in this environment, even if you are in this environment again and again, you fail to become a leader. You will only make Xia Hong's clothes more and more in line with your hobbies, and then continue your fantasy. Gao Yi approached step by step, and the fat man sat down on the floor, with a frightened expression on his face, and backed away on his hands and feet. As he was retreating, he suddenly touched something. Turning around, he saw that it was the double-barreled shotgun that the old hunter had dropped after he disappeared. As if he had grasped a life-saving straw, Mei Suji Shou pointed the gun at Gao Yi and finally choked out a sentence. Don't come over. Unexpectedly, Gao Yi's footsteps did not stop at all, and his tone was full of disdain. Didn't you notice it yourself? This space complies with basic rules and laws. Do you know the structure and firing method of the gun? The man's expression froze, as if he was thinking about the credibility of Gao Yi's words. But with such a moment of hesitation, Gao Yi, who was already approaching, suddenly accelerated and the inflatable hammer drew an arc and hit Mei Suji Shou's wrist. After subconsciously pulling the trigger, the muzzle of the gun that had already deviated from the target shot out 2 tongues of flame, and the bullet suddenly hit the already traumatized ceiling. Do you believe this? Do you know how the light works? It's different when you turn it on. It's something that you don't even know how to use. Enthusiastic Citizen's skill special effects are activated, and the high agility and strength have been greatly improved. The lightweight inflatable hammer in his hand is even more powerful at this moment. Mei Suji Shou, whose chest was stepped on and hit with 2 hammers on his face, let out a muffled scream and his fat face twisted into a ball. You know, not only are you not a good FG person, you're not a good clerk either. There's no point in putting dog food and potato chips together. Gao Yi roared angrily, the hammer in his hand not stopping at all. This inflatable hammer is extremely light in weight, but it is very powerful when it hits people, not to mention the probability of being stunned. The space shrouded in white mist has only the last bit left, and a large number of black shadows and tentacles have appeared in sight. The system prompts and light screen prompts appeared several times, seeming to tell him that the task was completed. But Gao Yi, who fell into madness, ignored them all and just waved the giant hammer stubbornly. You, who are you and why do you do this? Lying on the ground, the man with blood on his face struggled to shout his last question. I. Gao Yi stopped his movements slightly and raised the giant hammer high with a grin. Just an enthusiastic citizen passing by who wants to blow your head off. Chapter 17. The man beneath him became silent, and soon, like the others, he turned into smoke and mixed into the mist. And Gao Yi himself was already wrapped in the vast white mist at this moment. Turning around to look, Xiaohong behind him was nowhere to be seen. When I lowered my head, I found that a brand new ticket had appeared in my hand. On the yellowed paper is a rather stream of consciousness watercolor painting. In the mist, a small supermarket with lights on stands in it. And above it, 4 big characters were written. Return ticket. Xiaohong has already used the ticket to go back? Then how to use this thing? After flipping the ticket in his hand a few times, Gao Yi didn't find out how to use it. While he was struggling, a strange buzzing sound came from the mist. Identify the location and look towards the source of the sound. The thick mist suddenly parted at this moment, forcing out a small vacuum, leaving a corridor-like gap. After reopening the light curtain to confirm, Gao Yi frowned slightly. What does this mean? Isn't the task completed? Is there a hidden plot? Carefully lift the inflatable hammer in your hand. What may happen in this case is really worrying. But no matter what, Gao Yi slowly moved forward along the empty corridor. In the white mist on both sides, black shadows stood silently. Since the death of the fat man who was the culprit, they have not shown any aggression anymore and just wandered around in the white mist. The corridor in the mist made many twists and turns, and it took a long time for Gao Yi to walk through a short distance that was not long at all. When he finally arrived at the position, Gao Yi instantly recognized that the sofa that had been lifted out of the lounge was in front of him. And there was a person sitting on the sofa. It was the little boy who had never appeared just now. For a moment, Gao Yi's hair stood on end as the details he had ignored came to mind again. I had been paying attention to the supermarket clerk before, but ignored this most mysterious little boy. 11 people including himself were present in the supermarket just now. The only thing missing was this little boy. Since the final trial, this boy who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old has never appeared again. At this moment, he was looking forward intently. When he saw Gao Yi approaching, he just patted the other half of the sofa beside him and motioned for him to come over and sit down. For some reason, Gao Yi couldn't think of resistance in his mind, so he naturally slowly approached and sat on the other half of the sofa. Opposite the sofa, an old-fashioned big ATV appeared at some point, and something was playing at the moment. The scene seemed to be a clip from a black and white movie. Behind the girl who was taking a shower, a black figure suddenly opened the shower curtain and stabbed the sharp knife in his hand into the girl's body without hesitation. Amidst the sharp music and screams, the girl slowly slipped to the ground, while the blood mixed with the water and slowly flowed from the drain. As the camera lens fixed on the girl's lifeless pupils, the scene was also suspended. The boy on the side nodded with satisfaction, pointed to the screen, and introduced in a childish voice. Psycho, a classic among classics. Of course, unlike the boy who was relaxed and leisurely, Gao Yi's muscles were tense and he was thinking quickly about possible countermeasures. The pressure this boy put on him had completely exceeded all the dangers he had suffered in the previous few hours of script time. His long career as an investigative reporter has given Gao Yi an extremely keen sense of perception, especially his premonition of danger. The body of the little boy in front of him looked so weak, but a certain intuitive judgment kept repeating in Gao Yi's mind, he can kill me with one finger. Who are you? Gritting his teeth, Gao Yi asked the question word by word. What's your favorite horror movie? But the boy had no intention of answering the question. He held his chin with his right hand and pressed the remote control panel casually with his left hand, without even looking at Gao Yi. An inexplicable sense of absurdity came to his mind, and such an unreasonable question interrupted Gao Yi's thoughts for a moment. Favorite horror movie? Is it a subjective question? How should I answer it? The Return of the Ghost Baby. It took a long time before Gao Yi struggled to come up with an answer. Tisk. The boy on the side made a disdainful expression, turned his head, and looked at Gao Yi from top to bottom. Your taste. In this way, I will ask my beloved to send you some classic works later. Remember to read them carefully. Favored one? Gao Yi keenly captured the key words, but did not ask any questions. Obviously, the other party still has something to say. The best of all movie genres is the horror movie. The boy leaned his body on the sofa, his tone was relaxed, and there was a trace of enjoyment on his face for no reason. Look at this supermarket and the fog, I learned it from the mist. As for being among you, as a recent audience member, you've always watched Saw, right? It was really difficult for Gao Yi to follow the other party's thoughts, so he had to give a stiff response. Seeing that he had received a positive answer, the boy nodded with satisfaction and continued. I have always wanted to make a movie by myself. I chose the stage and exerted influence, but unfortunately, I have never had a good actor. That girl is not bad, but she can't take on a big role, so I let her be a supporting role. For some reason, the people who come are worse and worse each time. Let alone the protagonist, there is no one who can even play a supporting role. Until today. The boy's speech slowed down, and he seemed to have finally found the program he wanted. He pressed the remote control panel to switch the TV screen again. Looking at it, Gao Yi suddenly discovered that the picture on the TV was a copy of what he had just experienced. It was his observation, search, and communication in the supermarket until the final breakthrough. Is this a movie? Are you making a movie? Gao Yi really couldn't understand the scene in front of him. Looking at his struggles and experiences for these few hours, he inevitably had a trace of doubt and confusion. To be precise, I made this experience of yours into a movie, rather than letting you have such an experience for the sake of making a movie. The boy responded unhurriedly, holding his chin with both hands, as if he was watching the video carefully. So, who exactly are you? Gao Yi took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and asked the interrupted question again. You can call me Director. The boy seemed to be completely attracted by the picture on the TV and waved his hand quite casually. Then why do you want to see me? Why, isn't it natural for the director to meet the actors? I'm not that kind of irresponsible third-rate producer. The boy frowned, seeming a little confused by Gao Yi's question. After thinking for a moment, he patted his thigh and continued. By the way, keep this. I may ask you to film the sequel next time, so don't screw yourself to death. As the boy spoke, he took out a small object from his pocket and threw it to Gao Yi aside. Catching it, Gao Yi looked carefully and found that it was actually a silver-white metal whistle. Okay, let's go back. Staying in this fog for too long is bad for your brain. The boy, or rather the director, pointed to his head, shook his head, as if recalling something, and continued. By the way, remember to watch a movie, a horror movie. No, what exactly is this game, why are the players selected, and who are you? Seeing that the other party looked like he was trying to chase them away, Gao Yi stood up in a hurry and poured out his questions. But when Gao Yi wanted to raise his hand to stop him, another strange halo flashed before his eyes the next moment. The uncomfortable white fog disappeared and was replaced by the evening breeze mixed with rain. When he opened his eyes again, Gao Yi had returned to the real world he was familiar with. Chapter 18. December in Nanking City is humid and cold. The cold air rushes in through the gaps in the trouser legs and wraps around the body, making it uncomfortable. Gao Yi looked around blankly and quickly judged that he was standing at exit 2 of the Hongshan Temple subway station. The experience just now in the fog and the supermarket is now like a phantom jumping in my mind. Like a dream, like an illusion. Raising his left wrist and looking at his strange tattoo that suddenly appeared, Gao Yi found a sense of certainty. That was not a dream, I really participated in a weird script and successfully passed the level. The rain hadn't stopped yet. Gao Yi, who was standing under the eaves at the exit, touched his satchel. Shirts, cell phones, notebooks, and all other personal belongings are still there. Recalling that when I was on the subway, these things were scattered aside, but now they are all gathered into my bag. Quite humane. Smiling and shaking his head, Gao Yi took out his cell phone. A large number of news reports and debt collection text messages filled the small screen. It gave him a headache and he cleared the notification bar. The time has already reached 9 o'clock in the evening. According to a rough estimate, the long experience in the dungeon just now only lasted a few minutes in reality. But at this time, Gao Yi suddenly realized a problem. He was just on the last train, but something unexpected happened, and the return ticket automatically put him in a safe position. That is exit 2 of the Hongshan Temple subway station where Gao Yi is now. And now the entire Metro Line 3 has been suspended. So, how is he going to get home? Hongshan Temple is 2 stops away from the destination of Jie, and the straight line distance is about 5 kilometers. And if you still remember, Gao Yi is now not only in huge debt, but also spent his last money to buy a recording pen that can automatically upload to the cloud. Now he is literally penniless. Under this premise, taking a taxi is naturally impossible. If this was in another city, Gao Yi might be able to get a shared bicycle. But in Nanking City, a mountainous city built on the outer reaches of the basin, riding a bicycle is basically torturing yourself, and there will be no companies to invest in it. Sighing slightly, he looked at the drizzle that showed no sign of stopping. Gao Yi, who had no other choice, held his satchel in his arms and rushed into the dark rain. At 10:30 in the evening, inside the rental house. After taking a bath, Gao Yi wore slippers and slowly wiped his hair with a bath towel. It is worth mentioning that since he became bankrupt, he has not been to a barber shop for more than 2 months, and his curly hair is now a bit difficult to manage. Looking around the house, the small rental house with 1 bedroom and 1 living room was kept very clean by Gao Yi. Due to his poverty, he couldn't afford any decorations. Most of the furniture in the room was left behind by the landlord and previous tenants. The style can be said to be concise or simple. It's not like Gao Yi hasn't considered sharing a house, but his irregular life and habit of sleeping around the clock and going out at night really torture his roommates. After several comparisons, I finally selected this youth apartment. The owner of this small building in the suburbs is a kind-hearted old woman. The reason why the distinguished Friends of Elderly Women was promoted to the 2nd level is because of her. Considering the fact that Gao Yi already owed 1.5 months' rent, kind eyebrows and kind eyes may not be enough to describe the kindness of the landlady. Putting aside these complicated and trivial matters, Gao Yi, who was wearing pajamas, sat at his desk and sorted out the results of the previous script. He first evoked the light screen and found that a rather gamified mail icon appeared in the upper right corner. After clicking it, there was a line of small words written on the first line. Summary of the script, confused and confused. After clicking, a large list of information poured out one after another. Cleared copy, The Mist of Heart, Holy Grail 5. Complete main mission 3, find the truth of the script and defeat it. The script rewards have been distributed, a return ticket, a small increase in the player's evolution rate, random potions *8, and a small amount of game coins. Having conquered the script Mysterious Mist, obtained the feature Easy Chair Detective, and obtained the prop Mist Mask. Detected that the player has completed the script for the first time and has unlocked the Properties panel. Follow the guide and slide the light curtain again, and the Properties panel will appear. Player nickname, Gao Yi. Player level, E. Evolution rate, 10%. Game currency, 500. Features, 1/3 1 Easy Chair Detective. Purple greatly improves perception and observation. Active use can greatly improve information collection and processing capabilities in a short period of time. Props, 2/5 1 Mist Mask. Purple randomly changes the user's appearance, body shape, and voice within 1 hour. 2. Director's Whistle, Orange Unknown. Medicine, 8/20 1 C-level physical healing agent *1, stops bleeding, relieves pain, and quickly restores physical damage, but has limited effect on large missing limbs and severe flesh tears. 2 C-level evolution potion *1, moderately improves player evolution, can be used for the highest C-level players. Level 3B damage agent *1, can be used externally or internally, necessary for home travel and killing. Level 4E physical healing agent *5, stops bleeding, relieves pain, and slowly recovers physical damage, but is powerless against missing limbs, severe flesh tears, and large wounds. Ticket folder, The Fog of Heart, Conquered, Toy War, 8 of Swords, Black Island Prison, 7 of Wands. Countdown to next game, 15 days. Taking out his notebook and summarizing his new abilities in detail, Gao Yi started experimenting in the rental house. The first and most obvious change is the effect of the feature Easy Chair Detective significantly improves perception and observation. At the moment of unlocking, Gao Yi felt that the whole world became much clearer. First of all, the 5 senses have been greatly strengthened, especially hearing. The movements of the neighbors in the surrounding rental houses became clearly audible, including office workers exercising upstairs, couples exercising next door, and mothers guiding their children to do homework downstairs. Even the beating heart in the chest, Gao Yi could clearly hear its beating sound. Later, Gao Yi tried his active ability, which can greatly improve information collection and processing capabilities in a short period of time. In an instant, his already strong information gathering ability gained strength again. Standing up, Gao Yi looked at his hands in disbelief. Now, he is in a state similar to bullet time, and he only feels that everything around him has become extremely slow. At the same time, he quickly captured, analyzed, and deduced a large number of details that he had never noticed before. Look out the window and see the dumping of trash cans on the street, animal droppings, and tiny scratches on the walls. Gao Yi can even replay the wildcat fight scene that happened before from a third-person perspective. Just like watching a drama, you can even pause and rewind it at any time. This has definitely exceeded the capabilities of normal humans, and in a sense, has gone to another realm. Gao Yi's current abilities are infinitely close to, and have even surpassed those detective characters that only appear in virtual novels. Of course, after the duration of the characteristic skill of Easy Chair Detective ended, that is, about a minute or so later, Gao Yi's head suddenly began to throb. Obviously, this is the consequence of exceeding the limit. Maybe after increasing the evolution rate of myself as a player, I can make better use of this ability. But for the current Gao Yi, using it once within 24 hours is already the limit. And this was enough to keep him as tired as after an all-nighter for several hours. The script reward also includes 2 items. I really don't know what the use of the director's whistle the director gave the little boy at the end was. The mist mask is quite straightforward. According to the instructions, Gao Yi dabbed it on his forehead, and a pale swirling mask appeared on his face. As its introduction says, the user's appearance, body shape, and voice can be randomly changed within 1 hour. After Gao Yi used it, he saw himself in the mirror becoming blurry, as if he was wrapped in layers of mist. When he regained consciousness, he had transformed into a bloated middle-aged bald man. From his posture to his voice, there is no trace of Gao's own self. I have to say, this mist mask is indeed very easy to use. But the problem is that the changes are random, and you cannot use this mask to disguise yourself as a specific person. This suddenly reduces its scope of application a lot. Of course, there is still a lot of room for manipulation in this 1-hour disguise, but it just requires more thinking and experimentation. The remaining harvest includes 2 tickets and 8 bottles of potions. They are all one-time use, and Gao Yi cannot do any experiments. I can only put them away first, prepare to start searching for information tomorrow, and then make plans later. Reopening the light curtain, Gao Yi looked at the bottom of attributes. The last line of it clearly reads: Countdown to next game, 15 days. In other words, I will have to participate in another game in half a month at most. Gao Yi murmured and tapped the knuckles of his right hand on the table twice, seeming to have made up his mind. But before further planning, he still has a little reward to collect. In his own tag system, he also completed a special task. Chapter 19. Special Mission Completed. Reward: Random Rare Characteristic 1, Random Common Label 1, Common Item Lottery Chance *2. Acquired Characteristics: Mist, Rare. Get Tag, Actor, Ordinary. Get a chance to win a lottery for ordinary items *2. Do you want to use it? The relaxed Gao Yi had no reason to refuse and started the lottery smoothly. Of course, Lady Luck didn't give in today because of his mastery of the script. Item: Super Signature Pen. Quality: Ordinary. Type: Props. Special effect: when you need to sign, it can automatically complete it for you. Note: are you still worried about the large number of fan letters? Are you still worried about the signed shirts required for business cooperation? The Super Signature Pen will be your first choice. To be honest, this thing is something that even an optimistic person like Gao Yi can't imagine where it can be used. But if this Super Signature Pen is just better than nothing, the next one is unbelievable. Item: Empowered Nail Clippers. Quality: Ordinary. Type: Gain Item. Special effect: after using this nail clipper to cut your own nails, your fingers will feel burning pain, and the attack will cause additional fire damage. Note: it's chili pepper, I added chili pepper. What the hell? Gao Yi sighed and put the nail clippers and signature pen in front of him. At least the inflatable hammer from before was pretty good. He comforted himself like this. But unfortunately, when Gao Yi wanted to take out the inflatable hammer, he suddenly found that it had completely deflated. After careful inspection, its durability actually returned to 0. Hey, such rubbish has a durability limit, what are you trying to do? Gao Yi slapped the table and gave an extremely rare look. I checked again and found that the durability of the super anti-wolf spray I used on that black sweatshirt on the subway was only 50%. In other words, this anti-wolf spray can only be used twice. Most of the items drawn in the lottery are consumables, so you can't rely too much on them. Gao Yuru concluded. Of course, apart from this disappointing draw, there are other rewards. First is the latest tag, Actor. Actor LV1, Normal. Experience value, 0/100. Tag ability, 1 King of Comedy, your performance will be more convincing. Actor, I thought it would be a higher level label. Gao Yi's ability is indeed pretty good, and he often needs to disguise himself. But on the other hand, how to upgrade this label? According to the previous inference, the upgrade of labels relies on the cognition of others. That is to say, experience will only increase when others think that the highly unusual behavior conforms to this label. How do you make others think you are an actor? How about I go back to the studio and play a small role when I have time? Gao Yi looked up and remembered what he had experienced in the film and television city a few months ago. At that time, he had just been kicked out of his previous newspaper, his new job had not yet been found, and he still had 2 ongoing follow-up reports that required money. Due to helplessness, I found a lot of odd jobs everywhere, and walk-in was one of them. By the way, Gao Yi's acting skills were quite good. At that time, he was spotted by the director of the TV series and said that he would be given a supporting role in the next film. Of course, later Gao Yi was spotted by the current editor-in-chief and got a new reporter job, which also brought an unexpected end to his career as an actor. Ignore the new label in hand for now, and then look at another harvest. Characteristic missed, rare. If it is to be synthesized, which label is more suitable? With a slight movement of thought, Gao Yi laid out the options in front of him. Reporter LV3, common, Lao Lai LV1, rare, Lovelorn LV1, common, enthusiastic citizen LV2, rare. Internet surfing professional player LV1, common, elderly women's friend LV2, rare, actor LV1, common. Speaking of which, what exactly does this fog represent? Gao Yi tapped the pen cap on the notebook and arranged and combined in his mind. The two previous combinations, bravely acting for righteousness and deception, are both types that can be understood at a glance. Mist plus actor, maybe it will become a horror movie actor? Then you don't even know what it means, and there is no way to increase your experience. Mist plus Lao Lai, maybe Lao Lai who absconded? This statement is quite suitable for Gao Yi now. His mobile phone is almost full of debt collection text messages. If this continues, he may really have to abscond. After hesitating for a long time, I realized that I actually had no choice. Gao Yi opened the synthesis list and started adding materials. Reporter, common, plus mist, rare, equals investigator, epic. Investigator LV1, epic. Experience value, 345/10,000. Tag ability, 1 mist, the unexpected and strange will be attracted to you and approach you, but at the same time, you will receive additional rewards and rewards every time you complete the exploration. Is this an epic label? It's the first time. But with the epic level, the experience required for each level has also reached 10,000. The experience accumulated by the previous reporter has been inherited, but it is a bit insufficient here. When it comes to labeling ability, it is basically an enhanced version of reporter's first ability. The question is, to what extent this unexpected and strange things will be attracted to you will reach. It would be too troublesome to have breakfast on the street and be dragged into all kinds of strange and life-threatening events. Although he has become a player now, he already has abilities beyond ordinary people in a sense. That doesn't mean that you can commit suicide casually. A small increase in physical fitness cannot make Gao Yi invulnerable. You will die if you are really tricked by someone. With this in mind, this tag still cannot be worn all the time. But if you don't wear it or use it, doesn't it mean you didn't get this label? This has become a paradox again. You can't give up the epic label that you finally got. In short, let's wear it until 12 o'clock in the evening and see what tasks it will give tomorrow. Looking at the alarm clock beside him, it was already 11:50 p.m., so Gao Yi made a decision to see what tasks this epic tag would trigger. At this moment, Gao Yi has also seen a lot of changes in the attributes within the tag system. Name, Gao Yi. Equipped tags, 2 halves Investigator LV1, epic, enthusiastic citizen LV2, rare. Tag ability, 1 mist, unexpected and strange things will be attracted to you and approach you, but at the same time, you will receive additional rewards and rewards every time you complete the exploration. 2 zootopia, people unconsciously feel close and reliable, and it is easier to gain trust and praise. 3 powerful marines, when you act bravely, your combat effectiveness will be improved. Daily tag task, undercover a criminal group with more than 100 people and obtain evidence of its crimes, completed. Unequipped tags, Lao Lai LV1, rare, Lovelorn LV1, common, actor LV1, common, internet surfer LV1, common, elderly women's friend LV2, rare. Possibility, none. Although tonight's encounter was very strange and terrifying, it did allow Gao Yi to gain a deeper understanding of the world and gain some benefits. During the previous investigation, the strange past events that happened in Nanking City have now been explained. It can be seen that this game of unknown origin has profoundly affected the calm and mediocre world that Gao Yi lives in. What will happen in the future? Gao Yi, who had half-stepped into the extraordinary realm, put his hands on his neck, leaned on the swivel chair and lost himself in his imagination. I still have to go get some information tomorrow. Since there are so many players, they must have their own communication channels. And what about the official side? With so many uncontrolled superpowers appearing in the country, there is no way there will be no reaction, right? Well, I'd better stop wearing this investigator tag for a while, in case something really weird comes to my door. But just when Gao Yi made up his mind and waited for 12 o'clock to arrive, a knock on the door came suddenly from the direction of the entrance. Someone is coming? Chapter 20. With the improvement of Easy Chair Detective's 5 senses, Gao Yi had actually heard the footsteps a long time ago. But because he has not fully adapted to this new ability, and he has no expectation that someone will come to visit, it wasn't until the knock on the door actually rang that Gao Yi realized that the visitor was here to see him. In an instant, the previous relaxation was swept away, and Gao Yi stood up suddenly. Listening carefully to all the movements outside the door, at the same time, he walked lightly and slowly walked to the kitchen, holding a kitchen knife in his hand. Who could it be? Do you want to pretend you're not at home? No, if you are here to cause trouble, pretending not to be home will not solve the problem. Now that I calm down and think about it, the scene where I was fighting with the man in black on the subway must have been photographed and videotaped by many people. Those people are very likely to upload pictures containing their own faces to various social software and short video platforms. In extreme cases, the scene where Gao Yi holds the ticket and then suddenly disappears may have been seen by someone. If this is the premise, the people who come to the door may be looking for various players. Relevant official departments? Other private player groups? Or simply the man in the black sweater has been found. In any case, it is difficult to imagine that the other party is a person with good intentions. The knock on the door sounded again, this time more intense. What should I do? I tried the Easy Chair Detective initiative before, but now I can't use it at all. The weapon, Super Anti-Wolf Spray, has half a bottle left, and the only thing left is the knife in my hand. But just as Gao Yi was thinking, the person outside the door suddenly began to whisper to himself. Damn, this kid couldn't really be beaten to death by the person who defrauded the company. Accompanied by the sound of pressing the phone password to unlock. At this point, Gao Yi breathed a sigh of relief, put the kitchen knife back to its original position, and opened his mouth to respond. Hey, I'm here, coming right away. Then, he rubbed his neck with a smile, put away the notebook on the desk, and laughed at himself in a low voice. Is it the influence of these new abilities? I'm a little nervous. Open the door and look outside. There was a handsome man in his 30s standing in the corridor. He was holding a plastic bag from the convenience store downstairs and standing with his hands on his hips. He was wearing a tight dark down jacket and a rather thick red scarf around his neck, covering his entire chin. Looking down, the overalls are also tied tightly, and the entire black boots are obviously full of velvet inside. It's the type that even though it's December, it still makes people think, is this person wearing too much clothes? This man named Pan Tian is the editor-in-chief of the magazine where Gao Yi currently works. Although he was not the real boss of the newspaper, he was the one who gave Gao Yi the job at that time. Pan Tian walked into the house, put on his slippers without ceremony, and hung the scarf on the hanger nearby, as if he had returned to his own home. Why didn't you reply when you were at home? I thought you were really dead. You didn't answer the call before. Because I was inexplicably pulled into a weird game, cleared a script full of monsters, and now I have become a superpower. It is naturally impossible for Gao Yi to answer like this. So I had to change the topic and take the other party to check the previously obtained recording. Damn, your home is still so clean now that you are single, do you know how to enjoy your personal life? Pan Tian followed him into the house, his words of complaint not stopping at all. Gao Yi had no choice but to ignore his nonsense, turn on his computer, and drag the recording files from the network disk to the desktop. Afterwards, he recalled the key contents and played them in sequence. When Pan Tian listened carefully and started recording on his mobile phone, Gao Yi also looked at the time. 007 am. Undoubtedly, it is now the second day. Gao Yi excused himself to go to the bathroom, walked to the bathroom, and started checking today's labeling tasks. Tag tasks: 1. Investigate a secret organization and write a report. 2. Do a good deed that benefits more than 1,000 people. I have no clue. Sighing slightly, Gao Yi pressed the flush button, seeming to wash away his resentment. Needless to say, the two tasks at hand correspond to the labels Investigator and Enthusiastic Citizen respectively. It may just be that the label level has been increased, and the task difficulty has also made a small leap. As Gao Yi himself said, there is no clue of completion. But then I thought about it, publishing the news myself, and then exposing the fraud group, to a certain extent, it should be considered a good person and a good deed. But these tasks are updated every day, and the Nangui magazine where Gao Yi currently works publishes every half-month. Apart from major publications, all that remains are official accounts on public social platforms and a forum website with poor daily activity. You have to organize the materials, write the manuscript, proofread, review and finally publish it. Nothing looks like it can be completed today. After rubbing his hair that was not yet dry, Gao Yi sighed again and walked towards the bedroom. Pan Tian was still sitting at his desk, frowning and listening to the recording. Since this recording was not edited at all, most of the time it was actually filled with invalid content and noise. Pan Tian pressed the direction keys with one hand to fast forward and recorded on his mobile phone with the other hand. Seeing Gao Yi come back, he temporarily put down his headphones, tapped the table, and said while thinking. The content is okay, and it even includes a few people directly admitting that their products are fake, but... Seeing that the other party was hesitant to speak, Gao Yi raised his eyebrows. But it's not strong enough. It's just the words of these minions and middle management. They can claim that the recording is forged. Pan Tian spread his hands and said helplessly. We don't need complete evidence. Everyone knows that the things they sell are fake. We just need to stir up public opinion. Gao Yi subconsciously retorted, and he was about to give an impassioned speech. Stop, stop, stop. Seeing that Gao Yi was about to start a tirade again, Editor Pan quickly interrupted. Although our magazine is not a big newspaper, we still need to pay attention to the impact. If there is insufficient evidence, what will we do if someone sues us? Seeing the serious expression on the other side of the chair, Gao Yi couldn't help but sigh. Of course he understood this truth, but when he thought of the fraudulent company called Jinhuang Security, he openly peddled some super tea and self-defense underwear. And the target group is the middle-aged and elderly people, and they defraud a large number of their pensions, savings and even houses that they have worked hard for a lifetime. It is definitely a lie to say that Gao Yi does not want to kill them quickly. Okay, I know this. I will look for opportunities to collect some evidence of their crimes later, the kind with legal validity. Gao Yi waved his hand to express his understanding. But what he was thinking about was that now that he had half a foot in the field of superpowers, would he still be afraid of a small fraud company? Seeing Gao Yi's reaction, Pan Tian nodded somewhat unexpectedly and muttered, "When did you, kid, become so obedient? Gao Yi will definitely make a fuss before releasing it." Mature. Pan Tian explained himself this way. Then, he changed the subject. Be careful yourself. Nanking City is not peaceful recently. Did you see the lunatic who robbed tonight? He looked like a special soldier. What madman? Pan Tian paused for 2 seconds to confirm that Gao Yi was not joking with him, and then said with some surprise. What have you been doing tonight? You haven't looked at your phone at all, have you? I filmed a horror movie in a supermarket wrapped in white mist. Gao Yi naturally couldn't answer like this, so he had to deal with it with a few words. Damn, as a reporter you have to keep your sense of news. Pan Tian muttered, unlocked his phone, flipped it twice, pulled out a short video, and put it on the desktop to play. The picture was taken in a car, and the blogger seemed to be filming a short video for his family. But a few seconds after it started, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the screen. Amidst the screams, the blogger turned the camera over and pointed it at a small bank on the street. Over there, I happened to photograph a man dressed all in black and wearing a Santa Claus mask running out of a puff of black smoke. It is worth noting that he had a travel bag on each shoulder and was leaking money while running. In this way, he quickly escaped on foot, dropping a lot of money as he ran. What is even more surprising is his agile pace and running speed. Even if it is blocked by various obstacles, it still needs to be crossed from the roof of the car from time to time. His running speed is still close to that of national-level sprinters. This is obviously not something ordinary people can achieve. At the end of the scene, the man ran up the wall of a low building in a few steps, jumped onto the roof along several balconies and windowsills, and disappeared. Taking a deep breath, Gao Yi sat on the edge of the bed beside him. As a new player joining tonight, he certainly knows who the man in this video is. Obviously, the players are not all good, law-abiding citizens. At least, it is no longer the case once you have the ability. Chapter 21. In the attribute list, the high player level is E, and the evolution rate is 10%. Putting aside the unused bottle of evolution potion, the bonus given by evolution at this point is not obvious. The high-powered person vaguely felt that his body had been strengthened a little, but there was not much change. As for the level of the robber in the video, even if Gao Yi has the bonus of being labeled enthusiastic citizen, he will definitely not be able to reach it. The level and evolution rate of this robber player cannot be speculated now. Of course, he may have some characteristics that increase agility, so it would be even harder to make a judgment. Since Gao Yi can obtain enhancements in the spiritual realm such as Easy Chair Detective, it is not surprising that some people can obtain physical enhancements. What's wrong? Do you still know this lunatic? Let me tell you, although the official information has not been released yet, my informant told me, 8 dead and 12 injured. Pan Tian saw Gao Yi thinking deeply and snapped his fingers in front of him to interrupt. No. I was thinking that everyone is having a hard time now, and Santa Claus has to come out to make money. Gao Yi shook his head and retracted his thoughts. Of course, he was complaining about the Santa Claus mask worn by the robber in the video. Come on, every time you try to cover up something, you start telling bad jokes. Pan Tian ruthlessly exposed Gao Yi's thoughts, but paused for a few seconds before adding. It's really funny though. After laughing and scolding a few words, Gao Yi lay on the bed and started searching on social platforms on his mobile phone. Nanking Metro, Fighting, Line 3 and Hongshan Temple. I tried various keywords, but couldn't find even a single discussion about my fight at night, let alone the images. Why? The official may be deliberately concealing and controlling the dissemination of information. After all, this is too exciting for ordinary people and will definitely cause social chaos. Suddenly, a bunch of people around me turned into supermen and began to gain superpowers. It was terrifying to think about it. But as far as Gao Yi himself is concerned, he has been exposed to more and more information and news about various strange things recently. It seems that as the number of players increases, it becomes increasingly difficult to hide these things in the shadows. The Santa Claus robbery video just now can be regarded as evidence. By the way, you still won't go home? Your wife doesn't care about you anymore. Gao Yi sat up and looked at Pan Tian, who was still at home. I don't know when this guy went to the refrigerator to get a bottle of Coke and came back, and he is enjoying it at the moment. Seeing Gao Yi stand up, he wiped his mouth, opened the plastic bag on the side, and took out a large pile of documents. Hi, my wife took classmate Xiao Pan back to her parents' house tonight. There is no one at home now. I originally wanted to relax by myself, but... With that said, he threw the document in his hand towards Gao Yi. Relying on the reaction boost given by Easy Chair Detective, Gao Yi accurately and swiftly received the document with his backhand, placing the document on his lap to read. On the side, Pan Tian was still explaining. My boss suddenly called me in the evening and told me that our magazine would publish a special issue the day after tomorrow. Really, it comes out as soon as I think about it. So, you came to me with a job. Gao Yi put down the document and looked up at Pan Tian with an expression of "Are you kidding me?" Hey, who doesn't know that our magazine's Gao Yi is serious about his work and extremely efficient? Pan Tian took advantage of the situation and began to wear a high hat. Don't do this, I'm very tired today. Gao Yi said, throwing various report manuscripts and analysis and commentaries back on the desk. The boss said that overtime pay will be calculated at 300%, and an extra bonus will be given before the Huxia New Year. Show me the file again. Gao Yi, who had already planned to open the door to see the guests off, immediately changed his mind and walked back to the desk. You know any other good news? When Pan Tian saw Gao Yi agreeing, he couldn't hold back the smile on his face. Gao Yi did not answer the call anymore, but lowered his head slightly and made a "you say" expression. Coffee, my treat. Pan Tian said, completely opening the plastic bag in his hand, revealing 2 cans of canned coffee underneath. That's so kind of you. Looking at the 6 or 7 empty bottles of Coke on the table, Gao Yi responded expressionlessly. Once you get into working mode, time flies by. Relying on coffee, and bought several more bottles at Gao Yi's request, and enthusiasm for bonuses and overtime pay, the two turned the bedroom of the rental house into a temporary editorial office. Writing, proofreading, formatting, deciding layout, confirming illustrations and cover requirements. After working until dawn, the two finally completed the work. After patting his painful waist, Gao Yi collapsed on the swivel chair and breathed a long sigh of relief. I'm so exhausted, I'm going to use the bathroom. Will we go out for breakfast later? On the side, Pan Tian, who was also yawning, rubbed his eyes and walked to the bathroom. Just go and eat by yourself, I really want to sleep. Looking at the pile of completed work in front of me, the fatigue that had been suppressed emerged in a swarm. In addition to the completion of these tasks, as well as guaranteed bonuses and overtime pay. Gao Yi's biggest gain at this moment was the system prompt that had been ringing last night. Investigator's tag experience has been increasing slowly, almost 4 to 5 points every minute. Now, the experience value has reached 2544/10,000. Although there is still a long way to go before upgrading, it can be considered a gain. No, I'll give up on today's daily mission. I'll catch up on my sleep later. I'm too tired. Gao Yi murmured to himself, already thinking about how to send Pan Tian away quickly so that he could sleep in a gentle quilt. But just when he was imagining the warmth and comfort in his bed, the doorbell rang again in the direction of the door. Damn, normally 2 people come here in a month, what happened today? He rubbed his waist impatiently and just stood up when Gao Yi suddenly reacted. Today seems to be the week since the last time I promised my landlady, I'll have another week of grace. Damn it, why did you forget this? Shouting come right away, Gao Yi ran to the kitchen sink and quickly wiped his face. While washing my face, I replaced Investigator with the label Friends of Elderly Women. After thinking about it again, I took out the Lao Lai and replaced the Enthusiastic Citizen. Embarrassingly, he ran to the door and stood still. Gao Yi took a deep breath and quickly rehearsed possible clichés in his mind. Then, he opened the door and smiled brightly. Grandma Chen. But mid-sentence, Gao Yi suddenly froze. The person standing in front of the door was not the landlady he thought he was, but a strange teenage girl. Chapter 22. Gao Yi suppressed the unfinished sentence of landlady and looked at the person who came in front of the door. This girl looks like a high school student. She has shoulder-length short hair that turns brown in the sun. She doesn't know whether she was born or died like this. He was wearing a lavender jacket, but his lower body was the so-called bare leg artifact. Even if he knew it in his heart, seeing the calves without clothing still made people worry about whether they would catch a cold. Looking carefully, the jacket she was wearing seemed to be part of the school uniform. The pattern on the chest and the name of the school were Nanking Experimental Middle School. If I remember correctly, this is one of the best middle schools in the city. It is said that the first-class enrollment rate can reach 90%. Almost all parents in the city want to send their children to it. Regarding the admission qualifications of that school, there seems to have been a lot of corruption and insider news. Of course, with his high academic performance and dedication to learning, he would not be able to attend such a good school. You are. Gao Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at the girl's face. Although her face was not very stunning, the youthful vigor that could not be faked was still radiant. I'm here to collect rent. The girl didn't have any big mood swings and seemed to have no reaction to Gao Yi's mother-in-law. Where's Grandma Chen? Gao Yi still asked, knowing that he still couldn't avoid this disaster. Of course he saw that the other party was here to collect rent. The clipboard in his hand was the one used by the landlord's mother-in-law. The paper on it recorded the information of each tenant. Of course, it also includes when the rent should be paid and whether the rent should be paid. She was injured and needs to rest during this period. I am her granddaughter. Oh, you are Zhao Zhao, I often hear my mother-in-law talk about you. Gao Yi clapped his hands, finally figured out the situation, and hurriedly said with concern. Grandma Chen is injured. What's going on? Is it serious? I accidentally fell down and suffered a slight bone fracture. I can't come to collect the rent these days. The girl who was called Zhao Zhao didn't seem to be happy to be called that, and the word rent was obviously emphasized. Speaking of this, Gao Yi also recalled more information about this girl. In order to gain experience in friends of elderly women and establish contact with the landlady, I asked the other party not to kick me out because I had no money to pay the rent. Gao Yi spent a lot of time listening to his mother-in-law's nagging. Although she has a building for rent, she is usually quite lonely. Her children work in other places and they cannot see each other twice a year. Fortunately, my granddaughter returned to Nanking City to study in high school. Although she was living there, she still had many more opportunities to meet her. Li Zhao Zhao, that should be his name. Silently looking at the increase in experience value of the Lao Lai tag, Gao Yi began to think about how he should deal with this rent demand. It must be said that Gao Yi did not intentionally want to default on the rent. He has no habit of saving, and he spends a lot of money on purchasing intelligence, informants, and equipment. In the past 6 months, I have encountered unemployment and inexplicable arrears, and the current capital chain has indeed been completely broken. However, after yesterday's script experience, Gao Yi actually had something valuable again. The items and props are somewhat precious, and the tickets cannot be freely circulated, but the potions can actually be sold. Even if you keep those 3 bottles of C-level medicine for your own use, wouldn't there be still 5 bottles of E-level physical healing agent? As long as you find the channel, you will definitely be able to sell it at a good price. Or, Gao Yi suddenly had an idea and thought of the landlady who was injured and resting. He looked up at Li Zhao Zhao in front of him and asked thoughtfully. Is Granny Chen at home now? This youth apartment seems to have been left by the late husband of the landlord, Granny Chen, and is now managed by her alone. Usually my mother-in-law lives in the first room on the first floor of the apartment. The entire apartment building is only 4 floors, with roughly 20 or 30 rooms. In fact, there should be a lot of trivial things in normal times, but my mother-in-law has her own principles for renting. Anyone who wants to rent a house here must be interviewed in advance. Rather than earning less rent, she would rather rent the house to young people with stable income and higher quality. In the words of my mother-in-law, I prefer to deal with energetic young people. On this basis, it helped her save a lot of energy in dealing with various wrangling incidents. What has to be said is that Gao Yi has no vitality and his income is not very stable. If there is any advantage, he is really good at dealing with people. Hey, isn't this Xiao Gao? Why are you here? Returning to the room on the first floor, Granny Chen, who was lying on the sofa, saw Gao Yi and her granddaughter, and her wrinkled face instantly turned into a flower. Hey, didn't I hear that you were injured? I wanted to come and take care of you quickly. I came in a hurry and didn't have time to buy fruit or something. Gao Yuxin kept talking, and with the blessing of Easy Chair Detective, he observed Granny Chen's physical condition. It was the same as what Li Zhaozhao described. It seemed to be a slight fracture of the ribs, and a white medical strap was tied to the chest. It can be seen that he is undergoing conservative treatment. Rib fractures are inherently troublesome. In most cases, as long as they are not too serious, surgery is not an option. But at the same time, rest is indispensable, especially for the elderly, who need a long time to recover. This level of observation can usually be achieved, but with the feature of Easy Chair Detective, it is particularly easy to obtain various information. He could even detect the slightly uncoordinated heartbeat and breathing of the landlady through his hearing. On this basis, with a few words of concern and inference, we quickly entered the making things happen stage with the other party. Of course, while Gao Yi was wearing shoe covers, chatting, and helping his mother-in-law pour water as usual, Li Zhaozhao's expression on the side was a little tangled. He seems to be wondering why Gao Yi, a tenant, has such a good relationship with his mother-in-law. And in my ears, the prompts for the Lao Lai label's experience increase sounded again and again. It can be seen that the current image of Gao Yi in her mind is that of a habitual criminal who relies on sweet words to get free housing. Of course, on the other hand, the experience growth of friends of older women has not stopped. After chatting for a while, Gao Yi slapped his thigh and changed the topic to the right track. By the way, when I went to the hospital to report, a doctor friend gave me this. With that said, Gao Yi half-turned his body and took out a tube of E-level physical healing agent from his bag. According to its description, the function of this medicine is to stop bleeding, relieve pain, and slowly restore physical damage. After the previous mind mist, Gao Yi obtained 8 bottles of potions in one breath, 5 of which were this E-level physical healing potion in his hand. Other skills and equipment can be tested at any time, but this thing must wait until you are injured before using it. Gao Yi had suffered the loss of poor equipment. He did not test the battery life of the recording equipment before a long-term report, resulting in all dozens of hours of material being wasted. After that, no matter what equipment or items he uses, he has to spend time testing them in advance before officially using them. If you can't confirm the specific effect of this E-level physical healing agent in your hand, how can you judge when to use it and how much you can recover after using it? And now, the injured person who came to his door was sitting here, giving Gao Yi an excellent testing opportunity. Not to mention that once this smooth favor was done, the rent matter became less urgent. Even the experience value of friends of elderly women can be increased again. It's a win-win-win, 3 wins for myself. But when Gao Yi handed the E-level body healing agent to Granny Chen, Li Zhaozhao, who had been silent beside him, suddenly stretched out his hand to stop her. Wait a minute, show me first. Chapter 23. The movement was blocked, but Gao Yi didn't have any big emotional fluctuations, and handed over the E-level physical healing agent. Li Zhaozhao, who was sitting on the single sofa, took the potion, looked at it seriously and said, "What kind of medicine is this? Why is there no label or ingredient list?" I have to say that he is indeed a good student, but he still has a basic sense of vigilance. But Gao Yi had already thought of his words for this. This is a nutritional supplement and is not on sale yet. I got it directly from a doctor friend. Of course, this explanation is indeed somewhat suspicious, and Li Xiaoxiao's eyes revealed obvious distrust. Which doctor would dare to hand out medicine that has not passed the review? The color looks like. Hey, Zhao Zhao, give it to me, Xiao Gao won't lie to me. Fortunately, at this time, Granny Chen came to relieve the situation. She shook her head slightly, put her hands on her apron, and gestured for the potion to be given to her. Mother-in-law, you have to pay more attention. There are a lot of scammers out there. Li Xiaoxiao belongs to the stereotype of a good student, with short, shoulder-length hair that doesn't need much care, speaks in a serious manner, and often sighs. If you wear round glasses, you can basically replace the squad leader image in 80% of film and television works. But Granny Chen didn't care at all and muttered like a memory. It doesn't matter, Xiao Gao is a big reporter. I was almost deceived by that security guy before. Jinhuang Security. Gao Yi answered in time. Yes, if Xiao Gao hadn't stopped me, I would have been fooled. This is true. The first time Gao Yi went to that fraud company, it was at the house of his landlady that he saw their flyer. Buy a peace of mind for you and your family, a fully automatic home protection device. To be honest, those scammers actually come to sell products door to door. And wealthy elderly people like Granny Chen who live alone have naturally become key targets. What a big reporter, he can't even pay the rent. Li Xiaoxiao, who was beside him, didn't look very convinced and muttered in a low voice. You went to Xiao Gao to ask for rent? Oh, didn't I tell you that the apartment is full of young people, and they all have difficulties occasionally, so I asked you to stop meddling in other people's business. Granny Chen is older, but her hearing has not diminished at all. Hearing what his granddaughter said, he reacted instantly, frowning and scolding. After being scolded, Li Xiaoxiao lowered his head, and all he could see was his mouth pouting, muttering something unknown. Xiaoxiao also means well, it's okay. Why don't you try this nutritional supplement first? I don't know whether it's because Friends of Older Women is too effective, or because the favorability level has been high enough during this period. Hearing Gao Yi's words, the landlady immediately put on a smile and agreed. Under Li Xiaoxiao's resentful gaze, the mother-in-law drank the bottle of E-level physical healing agent in one gulp. Having no time or energy to take care of the female high school student's emotions, Gao Yi held his breath and mobilized his hearing. With the addition of Easy Chair Detective, the gurgling sound of liquid passing through the throat, the slight repair sound of ribs, and the slight beating of muscles can all be clearly heard. The landlady's brows suddenly relaxed after drinking the potion. After a few seconds, she touched the medical strap on her chest in disbelief. Grandma, what's wrong? Seeing that his mother-in-law hadn't spoken for a long time, Li Xiaoxiao hurriedly came forward and asked in a hurried tone. It doesn't hurt at all. This medicine is really effective, Xiao Gao. Granny Chen's smile returned to her face again, she raised her arms and pressed her shoulders again. The analgesic effect is obvious, and it seems to speed up the recovery of physical injuries. Gao Yi made a judgment in his heart and showed a smile. Before she finished moving her arms, Granny Chen stood up and walked around the coffee table. Don't tell me, my waist doesn't hurt anymore, and my body feels strong. Haha, that's good, but don't remove the fixing strap yet. The doctor can check it again then. Seeing the landlady like this, Gao Yi was indeed happy from the bottom of his heart. Although I spent a bottle of potion, I have a better understanding of its effect. If you put it this way, you should be able to sell it for a lot of money if you package it into medicine. Of course, there is no way to mass produce it, the Food and Drug Administration is also a problem. Gao Yi's thoughts had spread far away, while Li Xiaoxiao on one side opened his eyes wide, looking at his energetic grandma for a while, and at Gao Yi who didn't know what he was thinking. Judging from the fact that the label Lao Lai has no longer gained experience, I guess her image in her mind has changed from a liar to a liar who really has something to offer. In the cheerful atmosphere, Gao Yi had some family fun with the landlady. After a pleasant conversation, she once again stated that the rent would be paid in full before the end of the month, but Granny Chen insisted that the small amount of money was nothing. In this atmosphere, Li Zhaozhao on the sofa could not say anything, so he could only sit there shaking his legs in a daze. I looked at my phone and saw that it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. After making up his mind, Gao Yi put an end to this unsatisfying family meal, declined Granny Chen's dinner invitation, and left the room with a sound of thanks. Dragging heavy steps, Gao Yi walked along the stairs towards the gentle bed. Calculating that he hadn't slept for 40 hours, he should have never expected that there would be an elevator in the apartment. I glanced at the system and saw that Friends of Elderly Women had been upgraded to level 3 and was not far away from level 4. Should I go back and refresh the level of this tag? It feels like it's useless. Muttering, Gao Yi was already standing in front of the door, flipping through his trouser pockets, looking for the key. At this moment, a crisp sound of footsteps came quickly from the stairwell. After a slight comparison, the hearing has been greatly enhanced, and it is not difficult to judge that these are the steps of Li Zhaozhao. It's so troublesome. You don't have to press me to pay the rent. I can help your grandma save a lot of money on medical expenses and skincare products. Gao Yi thought, and the speed of his hands also increased dramatically. But when he opened the door, the girl was already panting and ran to the third floor and called Gao Yi. The girl stood still in front of Gao Yi, holding her knees with her hands and breathing heavily. She no longer wears the school uniform jacket. She probably left it in the room downstairs. Now she only has a light purple short-sleeved shirt on her upper body. It can be seen that she ran in a hurry. What's the matter? Since he couldn't escape, Gao Yi had no choice but to suppress a tired smile again and ask. That. After finally catching his breath, Li Zhaozhao raised his head and looked at Gao Yi. I didn't mean to embarrass you. Grandma told me before that you are a good person. You have no money because you helped a friend to vouch for you. I'm just afraid that she will be cheated again. The girl looked quite apologetic, but at her adolescent age, it seemed a bit difficult to say I'm sorry directly. It's okay. Granny Chen often tells me how outstanding you are, and it turns out that it is true today. Gao Yi sighed in his heart and accepted the job of solving the girl's problems. I am still sighing in my heart. If I had encountered this a week earlier, my label might not have been Friends of Elderly Women but Friends of Women. At least the scope of application is much wider. Grandma also said that you always help with the cleaning. You are never like some tenants who bring strange women back to spend the night and make a mess. Li Zhaozhao's words haven't finished yet, and he is repeating the landlady's compliments sternly at this moment. But just as the two were talking about this, a male voice came from the door. Pan Tian seemed to have finished washing and was packing his things. Hey, Gao Yi, you're back. Where do you keep the wet wipes? We've run out of those in the bedroom. Gao Yi turned his head back to the door and looked at the girl's complicated and shocked eyes. Obviously, some strange misunderstandings are not easy to resolve. After sending Li Zhaozhao away, he returned to the house. Pan Tian walked to the living room holding the packed documents and said casually. By the way, you guys still post small advertisements? Small advertisement? No, at least I haven't encountered it. Gao Yi frowned and responded thoughtfully. Then look at what's on the shoe cabinet. It was stuffed into the crack of the door 10 minutes ago. Following the other party's words, Gao Yi looked at the shoe cabinet, and sure enough, he found a small yellow note on it. The paper is very rough, like rice paper used for calligraphy, or yellow paper burned to the dead. Of course, what shocked Gao Yi more than the weirdness of the paper was the words on it. Noon, tea restaurant downstairs. Talk about your heart-wrenching fog. Gao Yi closed his eyes slightly and sighed. The trouble I was worried about before finally came to my door. Chapter 24. After sending Pan Tian away and returning to living alone, Gao Yi sat at his desk and carefully looked at the paper in his hand. The black handwriting seems to be written in ink, and the font is beautiful and straight. Even Gao Yi, a calligraphy layman, can tell at a glance that his level is not low. But the problem now is obviously not its handwriting, but its content. Noon, tea restaurant downstairs. Talk about your heart-wrenching fog. A dozen simple words, but a huge amount of information. Obviously, what Gao Yi was worried about before happened. Although I don't know how the other party learned about it, my identity as a player was obviously discovered. If someone wants to chat with me like this, at least he shouldn't be an official person, otherwise he should come directly to my door. For the same reason, it won't be an organized violent criminal gang. Thinking about it, Gao Yi took out the notebook he carried with him and started to sort it out. It is not surprising to discover his identity as a player. Although the video was restricted at the time, it is not surprising to be discovered by someone who is interested. The question is, how did the other party know where Gao Yi lived, and how did he know the name of the copy of Heart of Deception? It's not because I've been wearing the label of Investigator that I attract strange things. As he said this, Gao Yi opened his phone again and looked at the time. 10:40 am. The tea restaurant downstairs should refer to the one next door to the apartment, where Gao Yi had eaten once before. To be honest, the taste was okay, but it really didn't suit my taste, so I never went back as a repeat customer. With a deep sigh, Gao Yi put down the note with the message. In any case, the visitor showed no obvious malice and at the same time sought dialogue in a way that allowed him to gain some initiative. It is undoubtedly necessary for Gao Yi, who is in a situation of extreme lack of information, to try to communicate. After making up his mind, Gao Yi thought about what preparations he needed to make. But, I can't sleep anymore. At 11:40, Gao Yi went downstairs on time. I said hello to the landlady, who happened to be out to throw away the trash, and then walked straight to the gentleman's tea restaurant next door. With the mechanized welcome from the electronic doorbell, Gao Yi walked into the store. The entire restaurant is not too big and can accommodate 10 sets of tables and chairs, plus a hollow counter that allows one to see the kitchen at a glance, which completes the entire interior layout. The decoration in the store is mainly based on green, which is objectively quite elegant and beautiful. But to be honest, the intuitive feeling makes people feel less like a restaurant and more like an art gallery with poor management. Maybe this is also the reason why business is not good. It's almost dinner time, and there are only 2 groups of customers in the entire store. Excluding the tired couple at the door, Gao Yi's eyes were quickly attracted to the man in the corner. This is a feeling similar to intuition, and the words "that person is a player" are directly embedded in Gao Yi's mind. Taking a deep breath, Gao Yi explained to the waiter that he was here to find someone, and then slowly walked towards the corner. On the way, my mind moved slightly and I changed the label. After thinking about it for a while, the labels I wear now become Actor and Lao Lai. Both can gain subtle advantages in direct communication and exchange. After sitting down in front of the opponent, Gao Yi had time to look at the player, who suddenly appeared more carefully. His face looked quite young, in his early 20s. But what is inconsistent with this is that his clothes are quite weird, somewhere between sophisticated and trendy. It was clearly winter, but I was holding a paper fan in my hand, crossing my legs and fanning the wind slowly. He is wearing a fuchsia tunic suit, but the color is bright red, with 2 black lines drawing patterns along the buttons. Wearing a pair of large round-framed sunglasses on his face, his expression could not be clearly seen, and with his meticulous back, he looked like a blind fortune teller. There is a conspicuous black mole on the right side of his chin, which adds a sense of mystery to him. Of course, these are not the strangest things. Looking carefully, his fan was not fanning himself, but fanning the seat next to him. And there, sitting there, was a paper doll with blush on it, the kind that often appears in funeral supplies. Of course, compared to those crude funeral items, the clothes and face of this paper doll are much more refined. What's even weirder is that when Gao Yi approached and sat down, the paper doll was clearly turning its head. Watch him. Just like, it's alive. Seeing Gao Yi sitting down opposite him, the man put away his fan, straightened up and said, "Brother Gao Yi, I thought you would be a very time-conscious person. Now that you know my name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Gao Yi didn't ask any nonsense like "How do you know my name? The other party can come to your door, knowing the name is really nothing. Ha ha ha, it's my fault. My name is Zhao Qian." The other party was not annoyed at all, he smiled, knocked the fan in his hand, and introduced himself. After a while, Zhao Qian turned his right hand sideways and downwards, and pointed at the paper doll beside him. "This is my daughter, Yi. Come to Yi and call her brother." Before Gao Yi could finish digesting these words, the paper doll beside him actually tilted his head and spoke delicately. "Elder brother." After swallowing his saliva, Gao Yi decided to accept the title of brother. "So, what do you want from me?" Determined not to worry about why the paper man can talk and how did he give birth to such a daughter, Gao Yi returned to the topic. "Hey, what I said is that we are all players. We should communicate with each other and help each other. That's what we should do." Zhao Qian adjusted his sunglasses and spoke in a brisk tone. This statement is highly unbelievable in the literal sense. It is better to believe that a stranger who suddenly appears has good intentions than to believe that Santa Claus will come out to rob banks to make money and then buy gifts for good children. Since you don't want to say it, why don't you let me guess? Gao Yi supported his chin with one hand and leaned forward slightly, determined to dominate the conversation. "Oh? Then you come and try." Zhao Qian, who was opposite, seemed to be interested too. He touched the head of the paper doll on the side, leaned back and said. Seeing this, Gao Yi was not polite and began to explain his reasoning. "You know that I am a player, you know where I live, and you know my name. It's not surprising. The question is, how do you know about the Mist of Heart? The player in the black hoodie I met last night was so panicked, but he still held on to the ticket because it was his only life-saving straw. And you know that what he has in his hands is Mist of Heart, and you know that the person who came out of that script is worth meeting." Gao Yi looked directly at the other party and concluded without any fluctuation in his tone. "That is, you know what difficulty the ticket represents and who owns it. I guess you took out the tickets, right?" "Ha!" Zhao Qian lowered his head slightly, letting his eyes appear from above his sunglasses, and really made eye contact with Gao Yi for the first time. "Brother Gao Yi, you are worthy of being the person who has cleared the Holy Grail 5 copy." He paused slightly and said the second half of the sentence. "But you were wrong a little bit." "Which point?" "I didn't force the tickets on them. Everyone who entered was begging me to give them the tickets." Chapter 25. Please give it to them. Gao Yi's tone was obviously a bit distrustful. He had faced the black sweater player directly on the subway. Although that person was crazy, that kind of fear couldn't be fake. Across the table, Zhao Qian seemed to see Gao Yi's doubts, and started to talk with a smile. "You met that person last night? He was like crazy looking for people on the forum to ask for tickets, but he couldn't afford the money himself, neither cash nor game currency." "Forum." Gao Yi caught the keyword and interrupted the other party. At the same time, he began to recall that there seemed to be a game currency column in his attribute list. If I remember correctly, he was given 500 game coins for a game of Heart and Fog. "Oh, our players' communication forum, don't worry, it's completely legal. I'll invite you in later. You can also give me a rebate if you add me as an inviter." Zhao Qian spoke very fast, and his thoughts jumped very quickly when he spoke. "Forum." On the side, the paper doll named Yi opened her mouth again, maintaining a somewhat crooked smile, and spoke in a cute tone that didn't match her face. By the way, the forum is a place for us players to exchange information, trade items, and accept tasks. Zhao Qian was really like a very patient father, turning his head to explain to the paper doll. Of course, it was more like telling Gao Yi. Let's go back to the player in the black hoodie. Gao Yi kept his poker face straight and did not let the incomprehensible scene in front of him affect him. Shrugging, Zhao Qian then began to introduce. You should have noticed that although there will be changes, every once in a while, we players must participate in a dungeon. Countdown to next game, 15 days. Recalling what was written in the last line of the attribute list, Gao Yi nodded. To put it simply, those are the people who have the time limit approaching but no tickets in their hands. I just helped them for free. Zhao Qian still had that smiling look and a brisk tone, as if he was really doing something good. And this also answered many of Gao Yi's previous doubts. For example, Director said that most of the later players were not very good, and Xiaohong also said that the people she met were all lunatics who couldn't communicate. Now it seems that it is precisely because of this Zhao Qian that he is providing the tickets for the Fog of Heart. And those players who enter are all desperate, or even people who have fallen into madness. What does Holy Cup 5 mean? Gao Yi thought for a while and asked his doubts first. Well, the game is divided into 4 types: Holy Grail, Sword, Star Coin and Scepter. The difficulty increases from 10 to 1. Zhao Qian did not hesitate and responded naturally. Tarot cards. Gao Yi quickly found the corresponding information in his memory. Yes, it's the tarot card. To be specific, it's the Minor Arcana card. Zhao Qian touched Yi's paper, waved the waiter over to order, looked at the menu and asked Gao Yi. Do you want anything to eat? No, thank you. Gao Yi turned his head again to look at the paper doll named Yi, who was staring at him and tilting his head slightly. There's actually a bit of cuteness in the weirdness. In any case, Gao Yi still didn't have the inclination to eat together with each other. Shrugging, Zhao Qian and the waiter ordered a lot of food, all of which were staple foods. But for some reason, the waiter seemed invisible and had no objection to the paper doll next to him. Any more questions? After the waiter walked away, Zhao Qian looked at Gao Yi again. Looking at his sunglasses, Gao Yi lowered his head slightly and asked the most critical question. Why did you come to me? Hearing this, Zhao Qian on the opposite side smiled and did not answer directly, but changed the topic. You may not know that among the 4 script types, the Holy Grail is generally considered the most difficult, because it tests more of the player's judgment, heart, and wisdom. His narration was obviously not over, and Gao Yi couldn't find a reason to interrupt. He just sat up straight and continued to listen. The vast majority of players are stuck in the time limit, participating in simple scenarios at level 9 or 10, and then sleeping well overnight. Level 5 is considered to be a challenge that can only be challenged by at least C-level players, let alone Holy Grail 5. And you actually passed it for the first time as a player. After going around in a big circle, Zhao Qian finally returned to Gao Yi's problem. After that, he leaned forward, put his hands on the table, and lowered his voice. I'm curious, how did you do it, and what benefits did you get? So what if you know, are you planning to rob me? Gao Yi was not afraid at all, he crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows. No, no, no. How could it be? The game does not encourage us to kill each other. In reality, all kinds of props and abilities will disappear when players die. Zhao Qian smiled and shook his hand, leaning back on the chair again. I just want to make friends with you and give you something. With that said, Zhao Qian dug into his red tunic suit, took out a ticket, put it on the table and pushed it to Gao Yi. Along with this, he also took a pen and wrote 2 lines on it. This is the website address of the forum. Remember to add it when you go back. Then you will no longer be a hacker. After a slight hesitation, Gao Yi took the ticket and looked at it carefully. The Strange Things in West City, 7 of Swords. Mode, Multiplayer. Start time 08:47:32. According to what you said, many players will still be short of tickets, but you can still come up with a lot of tickets to give away. Do you have any production channels? Putting down the ticket, Gao Yi raised his head again. Well, it's a secret. Zhao Qian still had the same smiling expression, and with his round sunglasses, he looked like a magician on the overpass. Secret. On the side, the paper man Yi also chimed in. I'm not short of tickets, why do you think I want this? Gao Yi returned the tickets on the table and said calmly. I heard that you are short of money, and as far as I know, this ticket is also in the hands of a valuable person. With that said, Zhao Qian took out his mobile phone and started to control it. Turning the screen to Gao Yi, there was a wanted notice on it. Wanted order, Zhang Tu. Reward, 1,000 game coins or 1 million cash. Regardless of life or death. The photo below is of an ordinary-looking man, who even looks a little dull. But the crimes listed below are shocking. Murder, robbery, theft. It is not too much to say that no evil will be done. After thinking for a while, Gao Yi took the ticket and looked at it carefully. The picture on the ticket shows a rather ordinary town, with no clues. After a moment, Gao Yi raised his head again, looked at Zhao Qian who was smiling across from him, raised the ticket in his hand and asked. Why do you think I would accept this ticket? That's what the hexagram says. Hexagram. Gao Yi was stunned for half a second before asking again. Yeah, what? Can you believe in various games and copies but not the hexagrams? Zhao Qian raised his hand and took a sip of tea again, but waved his left hand in front of him a few times, thinking that he was making seals. On the other side, Gao Yi's expression became more gloomy. While putting his phone back in his trouser pocket, he spoke again. Then did your hexagram tell you that I plan to leave now? Zhao Qian looked at Gao Yi who was packing his things, raised his eyebrows, held his chin and said. You are a smart man, brother Gao, you should have noticed that the situation is different now. Then you have misunderstood. I am not a smart person. Gao Yi didn't look at the other party anymore, stood up and put on his coat. Then you have to be careful. Stupid people don't live long these days. Zhao Qian's tone fluctuated for the first time, and his tone suddenly became a bit colder. Really? I think smart people die faster than stupid people. Gao Yi didn't look back. As he spoke, he walked towards the door of the restaurant. After pushing the door open and letting the sunlight shine into the restaurant, he turned his head briefly. Take care of yourself. As the electronic doorbell automatically sounded, thank you for your visit, we look forward to your next visit. Gao Yi disappeared into the winter sunshine. Sighing slightly, Zhao Qian took a sip of tea and leaned back on the chair. There are more and more interesting people in Nanking City. Do you want me to follow my big brother? Yi on the side also followed Zhao Qian's example, tilting her head and asking. No, no need. That brother's Yintang is almost blackened to carbon. He will definitely use that ticket. Let's eat first. Zhao Qian touched Yi's paper and smiled dotingly. Then, he put him on the table and watched him stretch his little hands towards the dinner plate. A few seconds later, the paper doll opened its mouth at an extremely abnormal angle and swallowed the entire dish in front of it, including the plate. Tasty. Is it delicious? If it's delicious, eat more. Chapter 26. Back in the rental house, Gao Yi finally had some free time, took off his shoes, and lay down on the bed in a daze. The exchange with Zhao Qian just now contained a huge amount of information. Fortunately, the other party is not the pure bad guy as expected in the worst case, but more of an intelligence dealer who can communicate. In any case, they are all types that can communicate normally. This alone is already several times better than that lunatic in black sweatshirt last night. But it also means that the other party is likely to come back to you in the future. With a long sigh, Gao Yi jumped off the bed, took out his notebook, and began to record the information he had just obtained. After players kill each other in reality, they cannot obtain each other's items and characteristics. On the other hand, if you kill each other in the script, can you get these things from the other party? After writing the questions in his notebook, Gao Yi recalled the information just now. Tickets are divided into time-limited and non-time limited. Most players are short of tickets. Tickets include 4 script types: Holy Grail, Sword, Pentacles, and Scepter. He took out the Tricks in the West City card from his trouser pocket. The countdown below showed only 8 hours left. That is, 9 o'clock in the evening. Gao Yi supported his chin with his left hand, pressed the page with his elbow, and murmured softly. And it's 7 of Swords. Suffix seems to add a touch of danger to it. Gao Yi didn't study tarot cards too much, but there was still some relevant information remaining in his memory. Sword represents ambition, destruction, and fighting. The Holy Grail corresponds to the soul and the self. What emerges is a script like the Fog of Heart, a test of wisdom and will. So in this Western city weird story with sword as the suffix, there may be battles, deaths, and extreme dangers. In this regard, it is indeed worrying. And there's this so-called forum. His eyes then dropped, and Gao Yi saw the handwritten URL on the ticket. I have to say that Zhao Qian's calligraphy is indeed good, and he has obviously received special training. But it seems that it is limited to Huxia characters, and the writing of English letters has no characteristics and is only neat. Turn on your computer and enter the URL. A forum website with black as the main color and a lot of red text appeared on the screen. His name is written directly above. Nankang Players Forum. It's so straightforward. The registration process is not simple and requires a phone number and email address. Fortunately, as an investigative reporter, Gao Yi has a lot of inventory in this area. A virtual phone number that has never been used is specifically selected and subsequently registered. At the end of the process, you need to enter a name for the forum. Of course, it is impossible to use your real name in a place like this. It is best to choose a name that matches the style but cannot be directly equated with yourself. After thinking for a while, Gao Yi entered the 3 words Investigator as his forum name. This is exactly the new label synthesized by the labeling system yesterday, which is secret but contains connections. But a second before clicking to confirm, Gao Yi suddenly stopped the mouse. Wait, if like that Zhao Qian said, all kinds of communication and transactions will be carried out on this forum. Should I give myself an extra layer of vest, which can be used for external transactions and handing over bounties, and also to ensure safety? After thinking for a while, Gao Yi added 2 more strokes after his name. Investigator Snake. He nodded with satisfaction, and soon the feeling came up. In the future, you can create a small account and add other suffixes, and other people will think about it after seeing this ID. Someone calls it a snake. Is there something Investigator Rabbit, Investigator Tiger? Maybe he is also vigilant during transactions and does not dare to cheat. After successful registration, Gao Yi officially started browsing the forum. Swipe the mouse wheel. Compared to the various websites and software available today, the entire forum does not have many functions. It is mainly divided into 3 major blocks: discussion area, transaction area and bounty mission. The discussion area is just a variety of exchanges and chats, most of which have little information content. What should I do if I have no tickets? What will happen when the time limit is up? The following reply is quite heartless. Will die. Selling tickets cheaply supports cash transactions. Does anyone know the contact information of the relevant official departments? No one answered at all below, almost all were curses. It can be seen that the Accord Eagle dog is not a popular existence anywhere. According to the few words in it, it seems that officials will arrest players for interrogation. Of course, among player groups, there may be a tendency to demonize official institutions. The specific situation is estimated not to reach the level of arrest and interrogation. But this was enough for Gao Yi to make up his mind to keep his distance from the authorities. Most of the remaining various missing person notices and grapevine news have little information. It seems that, as Zhao Qian said, the player base in Nankang City is not large yet and has just begun to develop. Then what happened to him? That paper doll was obviously obtained in the game. Recalling the premonition of danger he felt in that person, Gao Yi shook his head and flipped through the web page again. Various items are sold in the trading area, and there are also many items in demand. After looking at the exchange rate, it seems that in mainstream transactions now, the ratio of game currency to cash is 1:1000. Of course, the total number of game coins is obviously not enough, and this ratio cannot actually be exchanged for enough game coins. In other words, you can easily exchange 100 game coins for 100,000 cash, but the reverse is difficult. How much? My 500 game coins are not 500,000. Gao Yi slapped his thigh, feeling that there was hope of paying off the debt. But when looking at the various props and items, this short-lived excitement was quickly washed away. The levels of items are divided into gray, white, blue, purple and orange from low to high. According to popular science posts in the forum, higher levels also exist, but I have never seen them. Most of the items sold in the trading area are white or gray level items. Most of the effects are not outstanding. There are gloves that slightly increase the speed and power of punches, and there are also boots that increase the distance of the feet. While the enhancements are limited, many of them also have negative effects. Blue level equipment is basically very expensive, with a maximum price of 800 game coins. For purple equipment, I only saw people asking for it but not selling it. Summoning the light screen, Gao Yi looked at his inventory again. Props, 2/5 1 mist mask, purple. After wearing, the mental resistance is greatly increased. When used actively, the user's appearance, body shape and voice will be randomly changed within 1 hour. 2. Director's whistle, orange unknown. These two things are probably very valuable. Although I don't know what the purpose of that inexplicable whistle is, but the quality is orange, so it is definitely not bad. The mist mask is even more effective, and its ability to change appearance is completely supernatural. But on the other hand, the effect of significantly increasing mental resistance requires wearing a mask to take effect, and there are many restrictions. After all, this mask is still somewhat conspicuous. At least in the real world it is impossible to wear it all the time. Unless it's at a comic convention or Halloween, it will definitely attract unnecessary attention. What about potions? No one is selling C-level medicines at all, and it can be seen that they have not entered the market at all. As for the E-level body healing agent that Gao Yi tried this morning on his landlady's mother-in-law, the highest asking price per unit reached 60 game coins. 60,000. It's enough for my 3 years' rent and there's still more. Mother-in-law, you have to take care of yourself and let me stay for a while. Gao Yi could not help but convert it into cash and compare it with various debts he owed. In addition, the level of the evolution potion is not only related to the evolution rate given, but also the C-level evolution potion means that C-level players can also use it. In this way, Gao Yi would not use that bottle of C-level evolution potion now. After all, he is only E-level at this time. Scroll through the forum interface again, and the last section is bounty mission. There are not too many wanted persons now, only 3 in total. Except for the Zhang Tu whom Zhao Qian showed him at noon, there were only 2 people, and neither of them showed their faces. One is the Santa Claus I saw in the video last night. There is no face on his wanted poster, only video screenshots. The reward price is 200 game coins. There is another person who not only does not have a face, but does not even have a photo, and the information is extremely incomplete. We only know that she is a woman. The asking price came to 300 game coins, and I don't know what he did. There was no more information on the website for the time being. Gao Yi rubbed his sore neck, turned his swivel chair, and faced the window. Open the properties list and look at your 500 game coins. Gao Yi couldn't help but think that by converting it into 500,000 in cash, he could directly repay most of the debt. But, this is undoubtedly an act of killing the goose that lays the egg. Think about the madman in black hoodie that he met last night, the wanted criminal seen in the video, and Zhao Qian this morning. They all have extremely strong abilities and skills far beyond ordinary people. If they were to attack me directly, what were my chances of winning? Calm down and think about it. In this world that is obviously no longer peaceful, strengthening yourself is always the most important thing. Gao Yi made up his mind that he had to convert the 500 game coins into direct combat power. Chapter 27. After making up my mind to make a purchase, I first contacted several sellers on the forum. The first few people I found selling E-grade evolution potion. Most of the quotes are around 40 to 50 game coins, which is really a bit expensive. According to the seller, E-level evolution potion can provide E-level players with an evolution rate of 3% to 6%. There are some differences in the specific effects. It seems that the higher the existing evolution rate, the smaller the improvement. Gao Yi found 2 sellers who were willing to provide delivery services and purchased 4 bottles. The takeaway industry is really developed now. Of course, it is impossible for others to deliver it directly to the apartment, so all kinds of disguises will be meaningless. After a little thought, Yi chose to let the seller deliver the goods to 2 supermarket lockers in the city center. Just provide the password after putting it in. Then you only need to wait for the crowd to pick it up. As for payment, you can also use the same method. If you are really worried about someone observing through surveillance or following you from a distance, Gao Yi can find someone to collect it on your behalf. Taking a step back, I still have a mist mask that can change my face, so I can find a solution no matter what. In fact, you can buy 4 bottles at one time from these 2 sellers, but Gao Yi decided to divide it into 2 batches to buy for 2 people. This is also considered not putting eggs in the same basket. The final cost was 178 game coins and the balance was 322. Of course, it's not that Gao Yi has never worried about the other party taking money and not working, but it seems that this Nankang Players Forum has a corresponding supervision mechanism. Although the players group has only appeared in the city for 3 months, it already has its own operating mechanism. On the other hand, Gao Yi vaguely felt that this forum was not that simple, and there might be some official power behind it. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain the huge reward order and its extremely powerful organizational capabilities. This obviously cannot be accomplished by one person. At noon, Zhao Qian once used the expression completely legal. Maybe the relevant government departments are behind it. Fortunately, I didn't use my mobile phone number. Gao Yi whispered to himself and wrote 2 more entries in his notebook. To be honest, he is not an anarchist, but he is indeed wary of various official institutions. If Gao Yi really believed that any crime could be tried and resolved through judicial procedures, then he would not be an investigative reporter. Recall that the Jinhuang Security Fraud Company was able to carry out sales activities and distribute leaflets everywhere. The backer behind it is obviously not a small person. In any case, Gao Yi is not the kind of person who will be recruited, and it can be considered a rather stubborn part of his character. Of course, if there is official endorsement behind this player forum, then Gao Yi can really feel more at ease. Although these players are said to have acquired supernatural powers, their abilities in all aspects have evolved. But that's only relative to ordinary people. Comparing it to the regular army is too bullying. As long as a few security guards or policemen equipped with tailor guns are present, they can easily subdue players with limited bonuses like Gao Yi. Not to mention that no matter how strong a person's power is, there is a limit. Even if you are really invulnerable, don't you need to sleep, eat, and go to the toilet? No one can be alert 24 hours a day, no one can never make mistakes. Although Gao Yi doesn't want to have too many entanglements with official forces, it is definitely stupid to be an enemy of them. Regardless of these things, Gao Yi still wants to spend all his money and convert it into combat effectiveness. With more than 300 game coins left, he took a fancy to a blue piece of equipment called Stunt Belt. The effect is to slightly increase agility and reaction speed when worn. When used actively, it can release the body's potential within 3 minutes, greatly enhancing the wearer's agility. Of course, according to the seller, there is a negative effect. After wearing it for a long time, physical fatigue will accumulate. If you continue to wear it for 12 hours, your knees will not be able to bend for the next 12 hours. The quoted price is 299 game coins, which is just within Gao Yi's tolerance range. 300,000, that's enough for me to buy a car. Gao Yi could only feel that his heart was bleeding uncontrollably, and he saw that his money was about to be spent like this. But truth be told, the deal is worth it. Agility is the bonus Gao Yi most hopes to obtain at this time. Under the premise that Easy Chair Detective has greatly improved his 5 senses, Gao Yi can quickly obtain and process nearby situations and information. But after knowing where the danger is, where the enemy is, and what to do, if you don't have enough speed to take action, you are still blind. This stunt belt just satisfies Gao Yi's pursuit of agility. On the other hand, its active skills can also be paired with the active skills of Easy Chair Detective. Using the two together, Gao Yi may be able to attack and act in a bullet time state. It is not impossible to dodge bullets in the Matrix under cosplay. After calculating the pros and cons, Gao Yi contacted the seller as Investigator Snake and asked how to trade. The name of this seller's forum is called Graduate Student. Judging from the wording, he should be relatively young. Another reason Gao Yi chose to trade with him was that during the communication with him, he felt that the other party came to sell things because he was really short of money. This shows that this graduate student is not too equipped to deal with scraps, which means that his combat power should not be too exaggerated. It can eliminate the possibility of some gangsters taking advantage of gangsters. No, why do you subconsciously regard yourself as gangsters? Gao Yi shook his head and looked again at the transaction time and place given by the other party. 8 p.m., Building A, Halong Mall, rest area on the 3rd floor. I specifically chose a place with a dense flow of people and insisted on doing business face to face. It seems that the other party is more afraid of me. Gao Yi quickly settled the account. He, a player who could take out 300 game coins in one move, obviously made the other party very wary. But this should also mean that the other party just wants to complete the transaction normally, and there is a high probability that there will be no more incidents. I looked at the time, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. The other 2 evolution potion sellers found someone to deliver the goods and then communicated with them, but it still took 3 or 4 hours. Then just take the subway to the city center and pick up the goods directly. Regarding appearance, there should be no need to use mist mask, just cover up and disguise yourself a little. As a professional investigative reporter, facial disguises and clothing changes are common operations for Gao Yi. Although it is impossible to disguise oneself as another person, it is still very simple to simply change the original appearance. Of course, you can't go too far. It would be terrible if the supermarket security thought you were dealing in contraband. As for the transaction with the graduate student on the other side, there shouldn't be too many problems. At that time, you can also consider whether to use the camouflage effect of mist mask. This has 2 advantages, one is to ensure that one's identity is hidden, and the other is to add credibility to the current vest of Investigator Snake. Gao Yi also had this consideration in choosing Snake as his name. The identity given by mist mask is random, and even men and women cannot change it. And snake is also one of the animals that has no gender or appearance characteristics. Venomous snakes and green snakes may be female, while pythons and cobras may be male. Of course, this may be a bit much. But being prepared for everything is Gao Yi's style of doing things. Otherwise, given the intensity of his curse by the goddess of luck, he would have died long ago. Speaking of bad luck, can today's transactions really be completed normally? I still feel unsure, but no matter what, I will do my best. Is it time to take a rest while there is still time? Thinking of this, Gao Yi took a deep breath and looked at his bed. Relaxing his body again, he opened his hands and fell on the warm and soft mattress. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Gao Yi would not know that after these 2 hours of sleep, he would not be able to sleep peacefully for a long time. Chapter 28. Ding 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 ding. The piercing alarm clock rang from the room. Suddenly opening his bloodshot eyes, Gao Yi struggled to get up from the bed and turned off the alarm clock on his cell phone at the other end of the room. Everyone must have had the experience of taking a nap until night. When you wake up and look at the empty room and the faint twilight, you will feel like you have been abandoned by the whole world. Of course, for Gao Yi, who is used to loneliness and the reversal of day and night, this negative emotion has little impact on him. At this moment, he was thankful that his landlady's infrastructure was good and the bedroom was equipped with a radiator. Otherwise, getting up in this weather would be a kind of torture. But then again, getting up and working at various anti-human hours is basically Gao Yi's daily routine. The most regular time of my life after becoming a reporter was actually the few months I spent undercover in a mental hospital. During that time, I went to bed early and got up late, which was very unhealthy. Of course, the sedative drugs that had to be forcibly administered and the beatings from time to time by the nursing staff were another matter. I looked at the time and saw that it was already 5:30 in the evening. There are only 2.5 hours left before the scheduled trading time. Change up, organize equipment, check the latest news and information in advance, communicate with sellers. Rubbing the dark circles under his eyes, he walked to the sink and rinsed his face while talking about his future plans. He is the type who must make detailed plans before doing anything. It is probably due to his inherent bad luck that he has no expectation of believing in the arrangement of fate. Take traveling as an example. Some people can wander around at will and suddenly discover sparsely populated beautiful scenery and delicious food in deep alleys. If Gao Yi did not inquire and make arrangements in advance, he would have arrived at the scenic spot and found that it was closed today, and when he arrived at the hotel he would have discovered that it had closed down last week. He let out a long sigh and looked at the 2 things with time limits in his hands. There is really no way to complete the 2 daily tasks of the tag system. Tag tasks: 1. Investigate a secret organization and write a report. 2. Do a good deed that benefits more than 1,000 people. Investigating secret organizations, good people, and good deeds are all things that can only be encountered. Tickets on the other side: The Strange Story of West City, 7 of Swords. The countdown below has changed to 3 hours 27 minutes and 22 seconds, which means there are only 3.5 hours left before it starts. It is said that the wanted criminal named Zhang Tu will enter the script tonight. 1 million bounty. Gao Yi couldn't help but swallowed. The money was indeed tempting. Shaking his head, he still had to calm down. I just entered the first script last night, and now I am an absolute novice. Will the second game involve a head-on confrontation with a vicious wanted criminal? This is definitely an act of seeking death. Gao Yi is indeed a person with a sense of justice, and he does think that Zhang Tu deserves to die. But that doesn't mean that you have to put yourself in danger and risk your life. According to the forum, there are 2 types of tickets, time-limited and unlimited. The unlimited time can only be used when the countdown under the attribute list ends, that is, when you must enter a copy. The other kind is the limited time ones like Zicken in hand, and last night's Heart's Fog. Using it to enter at a fixed time will also reset the player's personal copy countdown. According to some posts, tickets with built-in countdowns are often very dangerous. Of course, if you don't want to use it, you can put it in the backpack and wait for the time limit to end, and it will automatically turn into game currency of a certain value. In other words, Gao Yi can still make some income without using this Zicken weird things, although it is very little. Forget it, don't be affected by these time limits. You don't need tickets, you don't need to do daily tasks, just focus on trading today. Gao Yi flushed his face with cold water again, looked at himself in the mirror with red eyes, and set a flag again. Be sure to have a good sleep when you come back tonight. 6:50 p.m. The chain stores in the city center were crowded. Looking up, the entire supermarket is connected into a sea of red. Half of it is warming up for Christmas next week, and half is warming up for the Spring Festival in 2 months. On this rare weekend, many people choose to go out to buy New Year goods and supplies. Especially with the various strange things that have occurred frequently in recent days, many people have begun to think of hiding at home to save some food and daily necessities. The end result was that Gao Yi had to squeeze in for a long time before he managed to get to the locker. At this moment, he was wearing a thick down jacket, jeans, and a baseball cap with a huge brim on his head. I originally wanted to wear sunglasses, but they were really inappropriate at this night and would make me stand out even more. So I did the next best thing and wore a large scarf to cover the lower half of my face. Let me see, 1,5,7,8. Reciting the message on his phone softly, Gao Yi pressed the number. As expected, a cabinet door on the right popped open, revealing a brown paper handbag. This one is much more professional, unlike that person who just threw the medicine in the cabinet. Gao Yi muttered, put the potion into his bag, and then put it into the backpack on his wrist. At the same time, he looked around casually. Relying on the superb observation ability provided by Easy Chair Detective, Gao Yi easily confirmed that there was no sign of being followed. Very good, it seems that the 2 merchants I chose are still honest. I conveniently deposited the balance into another locker, set a timer, and the password will be automatically sent to the seller after half an hour. This is also a built-in function of the forum. In any case, the designers of this forum put a lot of thought into it. By the way, game coins can be visualized. They are roughly like red glow coins, and they feel very substantial when placed in your hand. I looked at my phone and saw it was already early 7 o'clock. Gao Wei didn't delay, he picked up his handbag casually and walked to the other end of the commercial street. According to the address given by the graduate student player, I walked to Building A of Halong Mall. Halong Mall is located in the central business district of Nankang City and is a veritable coordinate-level building. Catering, clothing, luxury goods, film and television, furniture, games can be said to be everything. Of course, what follows is a huge flow of people. Even if there are undercurrents surging in Nankang City during this period, ordinary people's desire for entertainment and consumption will still not disappear. Gao Yi did not go directly to the meeting place, but turned around and entered a bathroom on the 2nd floor. I chose an unoccupied cubicle and sat on the toilet seat. Yes, this is the toilet used in this high-end mall. The first thing he took out was a tube of E-level evolution potion. Its color is dark green, similar to Gao Yi's own C-level evolution potion, but it looks much muddier. According to what was said on the forum, the effect will get worse if you take it continuously. Then take 1 bottle first. Silently muttering to himself, Gao Yi unscrewed the bottle cap and drank the entire bottle of dark green medicine in 1 gulp. It tastes terrible. This was Gao Yi's first reaction. It tastes bitter, like a dose of Huxia medicine, and is almost gelatinous overall. It takes a lot of effort to swallow it. But when it enters the stomach, the changes it brings are also very obvious. Gao Yi obviously felt hot all over his body, just like the unblocked muscles and veins in martial arts novels. It seemed that his whole body was being washed from the inside out. Unfortunately, this feeling goes away as quickly as it comes. When the sense of cleanliness in the body completely disappears, the only difference remaining is that the evolution rate in the attribute list has changed from 10% to 15%. There is no way to test it by doing any exercises in the toilet cubicle, but Gao Yi believes that his various physical qualities have indeed been slightly improved. Next, let's change. I looked at my phone and saw that the time was already 7:59. Gao Yi didn't hesitate anymore, and with a gentle swipe in front of his face, the mist mask was put on by him. This was also his previous plan, relying on its active effect randomly changing the user's appearance, body shape, and voice within 1 hour to change his identity and hide himself to the greatest extent. Of course, providing cover for the vest is also one of the goals, but it is just incidental. In any case, Gao Yi did not hesitate anymore, closed his eyes slightly, and pressed his thumb gently on his temples according to the instructions. When he opened his eyes again after a while, Gao Yi clearly felt that his body had changed. My figure has lost a lot of weight, and my chest feels heavy. I secretly screamed in my heart that something was wrong, so I hurriedly opened my phone and looked at myself with the front camera. The guess came true, this time the changed image was that of a woman. Nothing else matters. In fact, becoming the opposite S*X can better hide one's identity. But the problem is, I'm in the men's room now. Gao Yi couldn't help but sigh when he heard the strange and beautiful female voice coming from his mouth. Chapter 29. The changing image of Mist Mask is very interesting. It is equivalent to directly transforming Gao Yi into another person. Not only the difference in face and figure, but also the clothes have been directly changed. My current image seems to be that of a lady in her mid-20s, with a height of less than 1.7 meters and a rather well-proportioned figure. Although Gao Yi doesn't know much about fashion, his current outfit looks sophisticated. Wearing a pair of slim trousers, a black long-sleeved cotton coat on the upper body, and a fashionable necklace around his neck. It is worth mentioning that the satchel in his hand actually contained items that Gao Yi carried with him. It can only be said that this mist mask is quite humane. Looking down, it was a good thing that the lady was not wearing high heels, otherwise Gao Yi would probably have difficulty walking. But this huge gap in physiological structure does require adaptation. Gao Yi jumped twice in the toilet cubicle and felt a heavy weight in his chest. Hiss. It's hard to describe this weird feeling. The body I control suddenly becomes unfamiliar. Gao Yi looked down, then looked up at his palms, then looked down again. Let out a long sigh. Forget it, just concentrate on the business. After waiting for a moment and hearing no movement outside the door, Gao Yi hurriedly ran out of the toilet and blended into the crowd in the mall. The fourth floor of the mall seems to be a dining area, surrounded by restaurants of various styles. It is lunchtime and there are not a lot of people there now. The entrances of several popular shops are lined with plastic benches, and people are waiting in line. Looking towards the rest area next to the escalator, Gao Yi saw the target at a glance with the observation bonus of Easy Chair Detective. To be honest, it doesn't require much good observation skills. The preparation made by the seller named graduate student was almost the opposite of Gao Yi. Wearing sunglasses at night, with a scarf covering half of his face, and a windbreaker tightly wrapping his upper body, he looked around nervously in his seat from time to time. Regardless of the difference, the security personnel of the shopping mall noticed the clues, and there were 2 people on the other side who were giving pointers. It's too amateurish. If this kind of person joins the underworld, he will probably be hacked and maimed on the first day. Forget it, it will be troublesome if you wait for the security guard to come forward and question you. Gao Yi tried his best to adapt to his new body and walked quickly towards the nervous man. When there were still about 20 meters away, a familiar throb appeared in my heart. An extremely strong feeling appeared in his heart, fully revealing the fact that the other party was a player. This feeling also appeared when Gao Yi met Zhao Qian this morning. It can be seen that players can sense each other. Under the man's panicked eyes, Gao Yi sat down beside him and said with a smile, "Are you graduate student?" The young man was obviously startled by Gao Yi's words. He didn't know where to put his hands for a moment. It took him a long time before he muttered, "You are the one who investigates." "Yes, it's me." "Where are the things?" Gao Yi interrupted him decisively and smiled again. "But, induction, player, you. The man's words were completely broken into sentences. I don't know whether he was shocked that Gao Yi dared to trade without hiding anything, or he was shocked by his straightforward words. Or Gao Yi reacted instantly. Did this graduate student not sense that he was a player? In other words, the effect of mist mask can also block this kind of mutual induction between players. If this is true, the operability of this piece of equipment will rise to another level. Gao Yi can be used to quietly approach other players, which is very convenient for sneak attacks or gathering intelligence. After all, in the subconscious mind of most players, it is very clear whether another person is a player. Thoughts were spinning rapidly, but Gao Yi's words did not stop. Where's the stuff? Oh, here it is. The man seemed to have finally returned from the state of shock, and he suddenly lifted off his windbreaker, revealing the belt around his waist. Did this man actually tie the transaction goods to his body? Well, it's not that I can't understand it. After all, this stunt belt is indeed a belt and can be worn daily to increase agility. Money, where's the money? Graduate student suppressed his blush and seemed to finally squeeze out a bit of courage to ask. Gao Yi looked at the other party and couldn't help but have some guesses in his mind. This guy looks to be in his 20s. He's not very good at communicating with the opposite s*x. With a sneer, Gao Yi took out the game coins he had prepared and placed them in front of the other party. 299, click a little. No need, I believe you. What the hell, do we know each other? Just trust me. Gao Yi couldn't help but shook his head in his heart. It seems that the choice of players does not have any tendency, and it is not that the more powerful people will become players. For example, this graduate student is obviously not good at communicating with others. Forget it, maybe he has some strengths in other areas, but that has nothing to do with him. While the opponent was taking off his belt, Gao Yi pretended to be casual and looked up to the right. The two security guards who were pointing there before no longer paid attention to this area. It seems that the arrival of this beautiful woman has dispelled many of his suspicions. This can also be regarded as an advantage of the female body, which is inherently considered low threat. This is why female agents of the same level are often more lethal and terrifying than male agents. The number of people who died due to being deceived by appearances could circle the earth in 1 year. Gao Yi warned himself again. Thinking in his mind, the observation bonus of Easy Chair Detective once again exerts its power. Gao Yi suddenly discovered that someone in the crowd who was looking at his mobile phone was staring at him. This kind of look is not a curious observation, but some kind of surveillance? No, it's not just him. Slowly turning his head in a circle, Gao Yi found 4 people watching over here. Their surveillance isn't very clever, but it's still hidden enough in a crowded shopping mall. If Gao Yi hadn't been vigilant, he probably wouldn't have been able to detect it. At this moment, the graduate student had also taken off his belt and was handing it to Gao Yi. No, this is the stunt belt. But Gao Yi didn't mean to be polite at all. He grabbed the belt, leaned forward, and lowered his voice. Hey, what do you want to do? Those are your people. What? Who? The man's panic was palpable, and Gao Yi could even hear his suddenly accelerated heartbeat. I don't know if I was frightened by the questioning, or by the opposite s*x being so close. This reaction does not seem to be fake, it seems that those people should be a third-party force. Since I have been disguised as a mist mask, it is unlikely that I will be followed, so there is a high probability that I am still this guy. Have you mentioned this belt to others? Gao Yi asked in a deep voice. Well, it's all posted on the forum. I mean in reality. The graduate student looked thoughtful, and it took a long time before he slapped his thigh. I think I mentioned it to the brother I met in the last instance, but he said he didn't have enough money. Gao Yi couldn't help but pressed his head and sighed. Really, I just thought that the seller wouldn't be too dangerous, but I didn't expect that being too stupid would lead to trouble. He took the belt smoothly and wrapped it around his waist. Gao Yi stood up and said goodbye to this graduate student without looking back. Okay, let's go quickly. Be careful when walking at night. Ha! The graduate student looked confused as he watched Gao Yi walk to the escalator aside and go downstairs. Not understanding what happened for a while, he scratched his neck, put the game coins in his hands, and stood up. What he doesn't know is that the next battle in the mall will completely subvert his worldview. In Gao Yi's ears, the system prompt that had not sounded for a long time sounded again. Special mission has been triggered. Get rid of the tracking of suspicious players and the Bureau of Investigation, and ensure that the true identity is not discovered. Rewards: Common Characteristics 1, Rare Item Lottery Chance 1. Time Limit: 42 minutes. Chapter 30. Standing firm on the escalator, Gao Yi scrolled through his phone casually, but from time to time he looked up from the corner of his eye and captured the necessary information. 4 people, 3 men, and 1 woman. If you guessed it correctly, they are all players, and they are players with certain experience. When Gao Yi got on the escalator, 2 of them walked towards the fire stairs, and the 2 of them followed slowly behind. They walked in no hurry, keeping a certain distance, and seemed not to worry about losing them. It's understandable to keep a distance, players can sense each other, and those few people obviously know this. But with this tracking distance, they don't seem to be afraid of losing track at all. Are there any tracking methods? Gao Yi frowned slightly, but what caught his attention more than the 4 pursuers was the description of the special mission. Get rid of the tracking of suspicious players and the Bureau of Investigation, and ensure that the true identity is not discovered. The suspicious players should be these 4, then, what is the Investigation Bureau? With his mind running at high speed, Gao Yi suddenly recalled the words that the 2 security guards shouted while running on the subway last night. People from the police and the Investigation Bureau will be here soon. Please put down your weapons quickly, lie down on the ground and surrender. Bureau of Investigation? Are they the same thing? I have never heard of this kind of organization before. Combined with the current situation, speculation instantly formed in my mind. Is this so-called Investigation Bureau an official department established to deal with the sudden emergence of the player group? The mission is stated in this way, which means, not only a few players with evil intentions are being hunted down, but also official people. No, calm down and think about it. Now that I am in the transformation state of Mist Mask, I am not myself at all, and there is no reason to be tracked. If it is really an official person, then there is a high probability that he has caught up with those players. Just as Gao Yi's thoughts were turning here, several people with obvious abnormalities walked in from the gate of the mall downstairs and were looking around in the hall on the ground floor. Although they were wearing casual clothes, their posture and steps still revealed the fact that they had received professional military training. Even if you are not a former soldier or armed police officer, you have received relevant training. They deliberately concealed it, but under the observation of the highly skilled easy chair detective, it was still very obvious. In other words, they had just caught up with the Hulong Mall instead of ambush here in advance. This is good news. It means that the entire mall has not yet been completely surrounded. Twisting his neck, Gao Yi lowered his head and looked at the time. 8:29 p.m. The duration of Mist Mask is still half an hour, which is exactly the same as the countdown of the special mission. It seems that the system also thinks that he should escape before changing back to himself. With a slight thought, Gao Yi changed the label settings. In order to enhance the affinity and make transactions more accessible, enthusiastic citizens have been retained. It's Supermarines, when you act bravely, your combat effectiveness will be improved, may be useful. And Lao Lai was replaced by Gao Yi, young actor. Mainly to enhance his acting skills, I really need this now. As for other combat abilities, using the active effects of Stunt Belt and Easy Chair Detective at the same time should give you about 2 minutes of burst time. But that will also cause Gao Yi to fall into a weak state for a period of time, and can only be used in the most critical and final moments. Among the items and props in the system that can be used are half a bottle of super anti-wolf spray and empowered nail clippers whose effectiveness is unknown. It's a pity that the previous inflatable giant hammer has been scrapped, otherwise it is still a usable weapon. Gao Yi deliberately slowed down his pace and walked around the mall. Behind him, the 4 players following him spread out again, maintaining a distance of about 50 meters. Below, the number of people in the investigation bureau is still increasing, with no less than 20 people entering the mall alone. According to common sense, there are probably more people on the periphery monitoring and surrounding us. Even if we only count Building A of Halong Mall, its internal space is very large. Counting only the Yi half, there are at least 4 escalators, 2 helicopters, and 2 fire stairs. However, transportation facilities of this level are somewhat difficult to bear the dense flow of people. The entire mall was crowded with people, especially the second floor where Gao Yi was currently located. It seemed that many clothing stores were on sale, attracting many customers at the moment. Gao Yi was not in a hurry and stopped outside the store from time to time to watch. In his peripheral vision, the 4 following players were still behind him, and it seemed that they were indeed eyeing his stunt belt. In fact, this high difference is not unexpected. Judging from the situation on the forum, blue-quality equipment is very rare and popular. Although Zhao Qian once mentioned that games do not encourage players to kill each other. In reality, all props and abilities will disappear when players die. But as long as others voluntarily hand over the items, it will be fine. Knock a sap, kick a few feet angrily, and say some harsh words to bully the minority. Road blocking and robbery is a traditional craft that has been practiced by mankind for thousands of years, regardless of region or nationality. Needless to say, these people think so too. This is why they haven't taken action for a long time. They are probably waiting for Gao Yi to leave the mall and go to a place with few people. Their mission has no time limit, as long as they can grab the equipment, they will be victorious. But having said that, the seller of the belt actually has the money, wouldn't it be more convenient to just rob him? Incomprehensible. Further back, the personnel of the investigation bureau had already formed a large net, and they seemed to be surrounding the 4 people. This is called the mantis stalking the cicada, with the aureole behind. The only problem is that Gao Yi himself seems to be the cicada. The essence of this mutual game between the 3 forces is the word mixed. If you sneak into the other 2 parties and start fighting, you will be able to benefit from it. Not to mention, those people from the investigation bureau actually didn't pay attention to themselves at all. They came to arrest those 4 people. From this point of view, if you only need to go shopping again, you can wait for those few people to fall into the Huai French Open and leave safely. Of course, this kind of simple luck never belongs to Gao Yi. He tilted his head and looked downstairs again. At the exit gate, the graduate student was being carried out of the mall by 2 men. It seems that my seller has been arrested. Considering what I saw on the forum that officials will arrest and torture all players. At the same time, I hope that the graduate student will be loyal and will not betray himself, and that these people from the investigation bureau will not investigate the surveillance. A little bit unrealistic. Maybe it was because the instructions had changed, but Gao Yi clearly felt that the circle of encirclement was shrinking towards him. Apparently, he was also on the list to be arrested. The good news is that now this face and its corresponding investigator snake are just vests. As long as you wait for the mist mask time to end and then process the corresponding mobile phone number, you should still be safe. The bad news is that there are 2 waves of forces in the mall, with dozens of people staring at him, ready to take action at any time. These 2 waves of forces are on one side the regular army with unified command and sufficient training, on the other side are the players with supernatural powers and vicious attacks. Gao Yi couldn't help but let out a long sigh, and once again cursed the goddess in charge of luck in his heart. Looking at the time, it was already 8:34. In any case, we cannot wait for those investigation bureau people to complete their preparations and close the siege. Gao Yi made a decision, turned around, and entered the children's paradise area on the second floor of the mall. Here, a large number of parents with their children looked exhausted, and their cries and screams played a complete children's symphony. And Gao Yi is here to strike first. Chapter 31. The second floor of Halong Mall, Children's Paradise. In the evening, 8:39 p.m. It is said to be a children's paradise, but in fact most of the entire area is composed of various toy stores and doll shops. From time to time, you can see noisy children crying and rolling on the ground, asking for various high-priced toys. The parents next to them all look solemnly at the prices. Consumerism here does not hesitate to extend its claws to children, allowing the trap woven by desire to seize the wallet of every parent. Gao Yi looked behind him and saw that the four stalkers were still there, with no intention of leaving. It seems that as praying mantises, they did not notice the aureole behind them at all. The aureole encirclement network was slightly loosened by Gao Yi's pull. Because the children's paradise is a closed area with only a single exit. And this is a children's paradise. People without children will not go to a place like this to buy a lot of highly priced products. Those investigation bureau trackers couldn't fit in at all. At this moment, they are afraid of being exposed and dare not enter directly. They are waiting for further instructions. This gave Gao Yi a short operating time. Of course, the robbers obviously didn't think about this and followed them quite naturally. Walking slowly towards the depths of the paradise, Gao Yi quickly figured out his plan in his mind. As a habit, he began to list his goals one by one. The first is the best case scenario, where you can escape perfectly without meeting any pursuers. And remove the disguise in a safe place, take the stunt belt home to sleep, and receive the reward of the special mission. The next best result is to reveal his true identity and face, throw away his stunt belt, and successfully escape. In this case, the task rewards cannot be obtained, and you will be in great danger. But he escaped unscathed anyway. Worst case scenario is getting caught. In that case, you will completely lose your control and be unable to control your own destiny. Judging from the relationship between Gao Yi and the goddess of luck, being unable to control one's own destiny is basically waiting for death. I lose if I get caught, I lose if my disguise time ends, I lose if I get injured, I lose if my true identity is exposed. Soon, Gao Yi settled this account clearly in his mind. Now, escaping is no longer an option. The first step is to solve these four praying mantises. Stopping again, Gao Yi turned his head easily and looked around the room, pretending to be looking for something. Then he nodded slightly and walked quickly to the right. When the four pursuers saw this, they did not rush to speed up their pace and still followed leisurely. Gao Yi gave them code names based on their appearance, namely woman, short man, fat man, and thin man. Fearing that players would be exposed to each other's induction, they had been carefully controlling the tracking distance and not getting too close. But even if he turned quickly and turned several times before, Gao Yi still didn't get rid of them. And when he disappeared from their sight, the stalkers didn't seem to be too worried. Based on this, Gao Yi made a basic judgment. These people probably have some kind of tracking ability. Although I don't know whether it is the characteristic ability or the effect of the equipment, this conclusion should not be wrong. Through pulling and experimenting, Gao Yi could basically determine that the one with this ability was the only woman among the four. The remaining three were just following the woman. At the same time, the other party's tracking is not about knowing Gao Yi's location in real time, but more like seeing some kind of mark left by Gao Yi's actions. Like a crow following breadcrumbs, a woman can see the path Gao Yi has taken. This is confirmed based on the other party's tracking method. After several consecutive turns, the woman will definitely walk along the path Gao Yi has walked again, instead of choosing a shortcut and approaching herself directly. Could it be her pair of glasses? Gao Yi had long noticed that she was wearing a pair of high-tech glasses on the bridge of her nose, which did not match her dressing style. This is a breakthrough, but where should we start? Gao Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly searched for a suitable stage. The three men were actually following this woman, so there was such a small gap in their movements. In the dense flow of people, they did not gather together, but scattered. The idea is actually not difficult to understand. A larger encirclement range can prevent Gao Yi from suddenly accelerating and escaping. But on the other hand, this also gives Gao Yi the opportunity to defeat them one by one. The target has accelerated. Damn it, has it been discovered? The man's voice came from the headset, with a hint of impatience in his tone. The prey they had been tracking for a long time suddenly accelerated at this moment and disappeared from sight in several turns. What's even more annoying is that the children's paradise is crowded with people, and a lot of anxious parents are jumping up and down with their children, which greatly limits their movement speed. Don't worry, my enemy detection glasses are still in effect, and the target hasn't gone far. The red-haired woman lowered her head and reported to her accomplice in a low voice, and couldn't help but laugh in her heart. People who work as temporary partners are just unreliable and timid. The information on the blue item has obviously been locked, so just do it directly. As a result, the transaction was successful and the item was transferred to another person. A few idiots were quite happy, saying, "It's better to have the goods in women's hands, and it's easier to grab them. Damn it, they all came out to rob, I only have this little ambition." From the perspective of the red-haired woman, among the crowd, a faint bloody thread was gently swaying and extending forward. This is the special effect of her enemy-seeking glasses, which can track fleeing enemies. Relying on this thing, they have carried out 3 successful robberies. As long as you focus on the soft persimmons, you won't encounter any resistance at all. Following the traces, the red-haired girl frowned. Why did this guy suddenly start walking around in circles? He couldn't be discovered by her. Looking up, the surrounding areas were filled with counters filled with various colorful small items, and in the center, cotton wool was flying in a huge square machine. This is a commercial area called Create Your Own Doll. Many children are enthusiastically choosing various skirts, clothing, and decorations for their dolls. After selecting it, the store staff will fill it with cotton on a special machine and turn it into a real doll. Looking at the door, a small doll actually costs 89. I don't know what to think. Of course, if your doll wants more accessories, changing clothes, and exquisite pendants, the price will be even higher. When the child has selected all the accessories, put them together and filled them with cotton. When parents look at the endless bills, it is actually difficult for them to tell their children that they can't afford it and don't want it. In a sense, this is why there are so few people in this area. Really, why did this prey make such a big circle? What is she doing here? She looks only about 20 years old. Does she have a child? The red-haired woman became more and more puzzled. While she didn't see the target for a long time, her friends in the headset urged her more and more fiercely. Cursing secretly, she quickened her pace, followed the bloody trail, and turned another corner. We have reached the back of the large cotton stuffing machine, and there is no counter for doll clothing. Not even the children running around are here. What about the prey? Doubts arose in my mind, could it be that I really ran away? Following the bloody traces, the red-haired woman quickened her steps again. Since the thread-like trace was light and weak, she had to lower her head and search carefully in order to follow it firmly. Of course, she is actually not afraid of bumping into each other. The mutual sensing distance between players is about 20 meters. If you are really close, you will have a strong feeling. Rather than being discovered by the opponent, what we need to be more vigilant about now is the disappearance of the prey. It wasn't until it made its final turn and reached the dark side of the huge machine that it was discovered that the trail had turned around several times and was suddenly interrupted. Where are the people? This is something that has never happened before. Looking to the other side, there is no one standing at the end of the blood-colored thread in the perspective of the glasses. Sticking to the back wall of the cotton filling machine, I followed the trace forward, but still found nothing. Just when the red-haired woman's thoughts were short-circuited, a pair of slender arms suddenly stretched out from the secret door behind the machine and grabbed her shoulders. Before her body could react, the red-haired woman suddenly lost her balance and was dragged into the inside of the cotton filling machine, where a large amount of cotton wool was located. In the intertwining of two thoughts, oh no, and why didn't I sense her presence, the woman has lost her ability to resist. Chapter 32. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Gao Yi silently counted the time in his mind, and when he counted to 7, he untied his naked twist and let the unconscious red-haired woman in front of him slip down. This jujutsu technique uses the forearm muscles and biceps muscles to exert force at the same time to strangle the enemy's neck. With very little effort, the enemy can be subdued by compressing the carotid artery and blocking blood flow. In order to defend himself, Gao Yi specifically asked professionals which fighting techniques can best improve his combat effectiveness in a short period of time. After weighing several times, Jujutsu became his choice. Although I have only received training for a little over a year, my body has transformed into a woman due to the mist mask. But with the correct posture, 5 seconds of naked choke is enough to make the opponent fall into coma, and 10 seconds will put the opponent into a state of shock. Because of this, Gao Yi silently counted for 7 seconds before letting go of the red-haired woman in his hand. Amidst a burst of yelling and cursing coming from the headset, the intercom device was turned off. Gao Yi stood up and left the unconscious red-haired woman in a large piece of cotton wool. "It should be fine if you leave it here." While muttering in his mouth, Gao Yi took off the glasses on his face. Just holding it in my hand, a strange feeling flooded into my heart. Obviously, this is indeed a piece of equipment. Without time to check the specific effect, Gao Yi put it on his forehead, stood up and left the cotton warehouse. He didn't kill him. Firstly, the other party had not done anything to him yet, and secondly, the nature of the death was different. Whether it is the possible loss of control of her accomplices or the subsequent investigation by the Investigation Bureau, it will become additional trouble. Of course, to put it bluntly, Gao Yi has never really killed anyone in his life. There is also a lack of basic psychological expectations for this kind of thing. What, are you talking about the villain in the Fog of Heart? That person was not an entity, and when Gao Yi wielded an inflatable hammer, he did not have any intention of killing anyone, he was just venting his anger. Taking a deep breath, Gao Yi quickly left the exclusive doll manufacturing area from the other side of the planned passage and re-entered the spacious children's paradise. Pausing slightly and turning his head, the red-haired woman's accomplices could no longer hold back anymore and accelerated towards the area from the entrance. On the outside, the agents of the Investigation Bureau also accelerated their movements, approaching here. It seemed that they had finally made enough preparations and waited for the order. I looked down at my phone and saw that it was now 8:48 p.m. Time is running out, we have to plan an escape route. Just when Gao Yi was quickly observing possible escape methods, the mutation occurred again. There was a sound of rolling wheels approaching quickly, and when I turned around, the thin man among the four had already arrived. This speed was completely beyond Gao Yi's expectations. Looking down, he was wearing a pair of blue roller skates, with a cute cartoon seal painted on the door. He immediately saw the glasses on Gao Yi's face, his eyes widened instantly, and he shouted. "Those are Qiwa's glasses, what did you do to Qiwa? What an earthy name, is that red-haired woman called Qiwa? I complain in my heart, but I can't stop talking." "You mean that red-haired woman?" Gao Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, touched his chin and raised his head, pretending to wonder for a few seconds. Since he was now a female figure, this action seemed quite provocative. He paused for a few seconds before slowly adding, "Who knows?" Responding to an angry person with such words can easily make an enemy lose their mind. The thin man also obviously lost his calmness. With his right hand, he suddenly pulled out a long-handled bayonet from the waistband of his trousers. He alternated his feet on the ground and accelerated towards Gao Yi on his roller skates. The speed of the roller skates changed from slow to fast, and in an instant, they rushed towards Gao Yi with an unstoppable momentum. The bayonet turned into a shadow, making the thin man look like a medieval cavalry. There is a knife. The fact that the enemy had weapons was not without warning, but I still felt nervous when I saw it. It's not that he doesn't want to carry weapons, but for an investigative reporter who has been wandering in grey areas all year round. After various illegal infiltrations and trespassing on private property, we had to deal with a lot of security and police. You can still argue with bare hands, but if you carry some lethal weapons, the nature will be different. Therefore, in most cases, Gao Yi will not carry weapons with him. This is why he practices and learns unarmed fighting skills. But when facing an enemy with a knife, Gao Yi couldn't help but regret that he didn't bring any self-defense weapons. A famous Muay Thai fighter once said, "There is a high wall between bare hands and weapons." Even if you are as strong as Tyson, you still need to be alert to deal with armed robbers. For Gao Yi's level, the only option to deal with armed enemies is to run away. What's more, the opponent is also wearing roller shoes that are obviously special equipment. But on the other hand, this battle is not a conventional street fight, but close to a superpower battle. Think outside the box and look for flaws. The distance between the two sides was not too far to begin with. The distance of just over 20 meters was already approaching before the opponent could speed up and complete it. However, he had early warning of hyperbole and reacted faster. Faced with an attack that could cause serious injury or even fatality, he did not hesitate or economize at all. In an instant, he pressed the disc decoration in the center of the stunt belt to activate its active effect. Release the body's potential within 3 minutes, greatly enhancing the wearer's agility. His body accelerated instantly, Gao Yi made a flying dive and then rolled forward, widening the distance to the side. Behind him, a thin man wearing roller shoes flew by. He leaned slightly, half-crouched, extended his long knife to its longest position, and swung it with speed. The blade of the blade cut through a ray of silver light and flew past Gao Yi's clothes. What a risk! Without the agility bonus of the stunt belt, the knife just hit me. The effect of mist mask is actually illusion, rather than true transformation. Although it has not been tested, it is unlikely that the original body will be intact after being injured in this state. In any case, the most thrilling first blow was dodged, and Gao Yi once again gained time to react. But on the other side, the thin man's movements did not stop at all. His feet moved horizontally, and the sparks suddenly braked and turned around again, and he was about to charge again. It can be seen that he has specially trained for this equipment. No, this wide terrain is too disadvantageous for me. Looking up, Gao Yi, who had already reached the center of the road, made an instant decision and rushed forward again. There is another area of the children's paradise, building block paradise. Chapter 33. Brick Paradise is undoubtedly one of the most popular areas for children. Here, children can give full play to their unrestricted imagination and create any beautiful things of their own. Here, parents can safely let their children play without having to worry about accompanying them. This can be seen from the faces of adults playing leisurely on their mobile phones in the rest area next to them. Of course, when the children come with building blocks worth thousands of dollars, they often stop laughing. But today, parents have a good helper to help them. When Gao Yi jumped into a large pile of building blocks and shouted for the children inside to leave. Many people nearby had already seen the thin man's shining long knife and the crazy look on his face. Amidst the bursts of screaming, the building block paradise finally left room for the two Gao Yi to fight. This is a good thing, at least no innocent people will be hurt. Of course, to say that I am actually on the innocent side. Gao Yi's brain was running rapidly, observing the surrounding environment. There is no need to worry about the thin man's two robber accomplices for the time being. They are still lost in the area just now. The personnel of the Investigation Bureau have blocked the peripheral exits of the Children's Paradise and are currently evacuating ordinary customers. It seems that there is still time before official intervention here. After confirming that external interference was still far away, Gao Yi returned his attention to the battle in front of him. At this moment, the two of them were in a large building made of Lego bricks. If they looked carefully, they saw that they looked like a train platform in front of them, a smaller version of course. The ticket office, platform, track, lunchbox shop, and even the large number of passengers waiting for the train to enter the station are all vividly depicted. Farther away, a well-made small train was whistling intermittently as it galloped across a field made of building blocks. Needless to say, this is also the reason why so many children gathered just now. I have to say that this store has a great sense of design, with Lego models and buildings of various sizes and shapes filling the entire area. Various products with colorful covers are placed in these buildings, tempting children to choose them. Of course, considering the weight, a child may not be able to pick up the checkout. It doesn't matter, you just need to point it out to the store clerk, and she will immediately help you pack it in place, and then call your parents to check out. But now, all the store clerks have run away, leaving behind this small town made of building blocks. Looking at the thin man, he stopped in the middle on roller skates and did not directly attack Gao Yi again. It turned out that although he was in a rage, he did not completely lose his ability to think. He also realized that Gao Yi was dragging the battlefield into an area that was not suitable for him to fight, so the thin man decided to wait for the arrival of his two accomplices. No, the only way to win is to disperse and defeat them. There is almost no chance of winning with 1 against 3. You have to provoke this man again and let him attack in order to implement the plan. Time is running out, we have to grasp this thin man's pain points. The most hurtful insults often come from those closest to you. Because you understand each other, you will know what the other person really cares about. It's a pity that Gao Yi doesn't know this thin robber, and he doesn't have any obvious external flaws that he can use to attack. But, actually, he also revealed some information. His thoughts were spinning rapidly. Gao Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and asked. By the way, what's your relationship with that red-haired woman? None of your business. The thin man gritted his teeth in reply and stopped looking back, obviously having mood swings. Yes, this is the breakthrough. What kind of relationship could they have? They went out to rob together, but they didn't seem to be very close. Couple? Apparently not. But at least the thin man obviously has a high degree of favor and admiration for the red-haired woman. Is it closer to one-sided admiration, secret love? Considering the fact that this thin man didn't know how to hide his thoughts and write his emotions on his face, there was a high probability that the woman was aware of it. Simply hanging on to him? No, more like a clear rejection. This can explain Xiao's tendency to express the impatience caused by a woman's disappearance. He urgently needs to use this method to show his perseverance and single-mindedness and deep love. Because this is the only thing he has, worthless emotional value. In short, this is dog-licking love. I don't know if it's the promotion given by Easy Chair Detective, or Gao Yi simply understands such complex emotions too well. At an extremely fast speed, he constructed the next words. Ah, so your name is Zhao Qian. Gao Yi subconsciously used the first name that came to mind. What? The thin man obviously didn't understand what Gao Yi meant. Oh, that woman was struggling before she died, muttering something about Zhao Qian, come and save her. I thought it was you. Gao Yi opened his mouth and came. Naturally, it is impossible for a person to open his mouth to speak after eating a naked choke. The red-haired woman did not ask for help, and of course she did not die. You fart. Why the hell don't I know Zhao Qian? The thin man's eyes turned red, and his voice was close to breaking. Obviously, the sudden appearance of Zhao Qian broke some of his fantasies about red-haired women. Ah! He must be her boyfriend. He was so friendly. Don't you actually know me? I thought you had a good relationship with that woman. Shut up. She said Zhao Qian would definitely come to save her. You looked so concerned for a long time, but in the end, she didn't think about you at all. Of course Gao Yi would not shut up. He stroked his chin with one hand and continued like he was recalling. Due to his current female form, this action seems even more provocative. Try saying something to me again. The thin man was completely hysterical, roaring, and trying to interrupt Gao Yi's words. Rather than interrupting the conversation, he wanted to prevent someone from exposing his fantasy. Regarding his persistence and loyalty and single-mindedness, they are effective and he has the illusion that he can lick the world. This can be easily seen from the fact that he no longer cares about whether the woman dies, but only cares about whether she really doesn't care about him. Of course, Gao Yi would not follow his wishes, but slowly gave the final blow. Oh, isn't that Zhao Qian very powerful? He is probably also a player, otherwise how could he be like this? Gao Yi raised his eyes slightly. Obviously, he didn't need to say anything more. The little sanity that the thin man had finally accumulated dissipated again. With a cross under his feet, the roller skates rushed towards him, pressing down on the Lego field. The sharp blade in his hand was still there, and a cold light flashed under the lights in the store. It can be seen that after realizing that he could not stop Gao Yi with words, he decided to use actions to stop it. Came just in time. Gao Yi, who had already been fully prepared, suddenly raised his hand and pulled out a steel bar on the side for support. At the same time, a small spaceship in mid-air lost its fulcrum and tilted sharply. The large agility bonus given by the active effect of stunt belt has not expired yet, and there should be 1 minute left. With its bonus, Gao Yi quickly turned his wrist and swung the steel bar like a baseball batsman, smashing the Lego spaceship into pieces in mid-air. In an instant, large pieces of Lego flew out and hit the thin man's face. What's even more annoying is that the block townhouses on the other side were also overturned. A large number of blocks of different sizes fell to the ground, making the already uneven ground even more rugged. The arm holding the knife was raised to block the flying debris. The thin man hurriedly looked down at the obstacles on the ground to prevent his roller skates from hitting the big blocks and losing his balance. I have to praise that this robber's roller skating skills are quite good, and as a player, his evolution rate is probably not low. Gao Yi guessed that his player level is likely to have reached D. In this difficult situation, the man still completed a sprint. But when he felt the burning pain on his face, it was already too late. Gao Yi, who was holding the Super Wolf anti-spray, had sprayed out a wall of air full of irritating substances in the area in front of him. Although there is no special research, it can be basically confirmed that the power of this super anti-wolf spray is far more powerful than common civilian self-defense models. Although I don't know if it can be used to deal with large beasts, ordinary people, even players whose physical fitness exceeds ordinary people, will basically lose the ability to resist instantly after encountering it. Gao Yi had already tested this on the subway last night. This aerosol-forming method of use should not be as effective as a direct hit, but it is still enough to stimulate the thin robber who is moving at high speed and lose his balance. On the other side, Gao Yi naturally would not give him any time to slow down and adjust his recovery. From ancient times to the present, the first goal of all battles is to find unfairness. Don't fight in close combat if you can do it from a distance, don't fight head-on if you can attack by sneak attack. If you can drive a dump truck and use IAI the day before, don't have to compete in the arena the next day. Gao Yi at this moment naturally doesn't talk about moral principles and rules of the world. Holding the steel bar in his hand, he took up his stance again and aimed a blow at the thin man who was charging towards him at high speed. With a bang, there were collisions, shattering sounds and screams. The man spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Due to the excessive speed, changes in posture, and Gao Yi's discomfort with his body, the stick was not specifically aimed at the head, but rather at the torso, which was difficult to swing. As expected, the steel bar hit the thin robber's chest, causing him to fall backwards. Under the influence of inertia, the thin man's body slammed into the huge Lego dinosaur behind him. In a burst of scattered collisions, pieces of colorful building blocks splashed out. On the side, the thin man's long knife also slid out on the ground, making a harsh friction sound, and drove away into the distance. The body on the ground had stopped moving. Although he was still breathing, these 2 blows were probably enough to make him feel better. But before Gao Yi could breathe a sigh of relief, he celebrated this short-lived victory. Looking up, the last 2 of the 4 pursuers, Fatty and Shorty, were already not far away. This battle is not over yet. Chapter 34. Time, the key is time. At this moment, Gao Yi no longer had the time to look down at his phone. Glancing at the remaining 2 people rushing towards him from the corner of his eye, Gao Yi covered his mouth and nose and rushed out of the brick paradise from behind. The effect of this super anti-wolf spray is indeed remarkable. The large amount of irritating gases after diffusion has made the store no longer suitable for staying for a long time. Gao Yi wiped away his tears, held the iron rod in one hand, and rushed out of the spray-filled room. Turning around, he saw that the 2 pursuers from behind were already approaching, with only a few dozen meters left. Leaning against the wall beside him, Gao Yi gasped for air. Although another pursuer was killed, the current situation is not optimistic, and there are still 2 people who have not been solved. But compared to them, what made Gao Yi even more worried was his own physical condition. It seems that the time limit for the stunt belt is approaching, and the fatigue of the overloaded movements in the legs is gradually beginning to show. And the limitations don't stop there. Unlike ordinary leg soreness in the past, after using the active effect of the stunt belt, it also causes the high-pitched knees to become stiff and difficult to bend. The insensitivity of the knees will directly make it difficult to run, jump and other activities. Although he didn't know the effect, Gao Yi knew that now was not the time to hesitate, so he took out a bottle of E-level physical healing agent from his backpack and poured it into his mouth. As the liquid enters the stomach from the throat, the painful area begins to heat up slightly, and the movements no longer seem so stiff. In terms of physical strength, he is not so worried. Gao Yi has already prepared the chocolate energy bar he won in the previous lottery. This was drawn in the mist of hard copy, and its effect is to quickly restore physical strength. Although there is only one, I don't care about saving now. While chewing, 2 footsteps suddenly approached. One light, one heavy. Needless to say, it was the 2 remaining robbers, the fat man and the short man. Judging from the speed and action logic, these 2 people should be the weaker part of their robber team. Time. The time limit of Mist Mask is almost over, and there are indeed not many trump cards in hand. In terms of combat, only the active effect of Easy Chair Detective is left, but it only lasts for 1 minute. There is also the director's whistle, but I don't know its principles and effects at all, so I can't place my hopes on that kind of thing. And then there's... While Gao Yi was thinking hard about countermeasures, he listened to the footsteps approaching quickly. A few meters in front of me, the small train that had just been circling in the brick paradise got off the track at some point. At this moment, he was rushing out in the direction of the thin man who fell to the ground, honking his whistle. If there was only this toy train, it would be insignificant. What was scary was that a little boy ran out of nowhere and rushed towards the train quickly. He looked about 7 or 8 years old. His parents seemed not to be around, and he was running excitedly towards the train. So dangerous. The remaining 2 robbers are nearby. Subconsciously, Gao Yi wanted to stop the little boy. But in a flash of lightning, inspiration struck again. I do have a trump card that I can use. In the children's paradise, 80% of the crowds have been evacuated. Especially in the area where the battle just took place, there are no more onlookers nearby. Even those who are seriously curious have consciously moved back to 100 meters away. The place that was bustling with activity more than 10 minutes ago is now quiet, leaving a stage for the players to fight. In this silent hall, the sound of the whistle that was not obvious became particularly harsh. The small train is quite small, but the sound is very loud. It seems that the designer hopes to attract more customers. Judging from the results, it is indeed quite tempting for children. Amidst the long whine, the fat man walked through the store first, and slid to his knees in front of the thin man who fell to the ground, wailing as he slid. "Brother, what's wrong with you, brother?" As he spoke, he touched his left wrist, took out a tube of medicine, and poured it into the thin man's mouth, still crying as he poured it. "This is the last time, brother. Do you want to die, brother? Can you be a man? The prey is still standing, let's do the FG work first." Behind him, the dwarf robber had a ferocious face and was looking around. He couldn't sense other players nearby, which made him quite anxious. Today we suffered a serious blow. We were just joining a group to gather the number of people, intending to make a weak point, but who would have thought that we would encounter a hard fight? In just such a short period of time, all the most capable and clever people in the team fell, and the short man had already decided to quit. No matter how dull he was, he had already discovered external anomalies, and the possibility that someone from the Investigation Bureau was coming kept popping up in his mind. "Anyway, I'm not familiar with these two people, why don't I run away first?" While the short man was struggling, a rather upright female voice suddenly came from the avenue in front of him. "What are you doing? Let that kid go." "Hey? What the hell?" The thoughts of the two robbers were suddenly interrupted, and the same doubts appeared in their minds at the same time. Following the sound, a lady wearing fashionable clothes and glasses stood in the middle of the road, blocking the boy who picked up the train behind her. To be fair, the two robbers did not notice the boy at all and had no reaction to his taking the train. If Gao Yi hadn't stood up and shouted, they most likely wouldn't have discovered such a thing, let alone harmed the little boy. The fat man kneeling on the ground had a look of astonishment on his face, and he stammered and opened his mouth. "You, what the hell do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" Gao Yi listened to the system prompts and couldn't help but sneered. "I'm FG brave." In the distance, the remaining onlookers picked up their mobile phones to record this unusual battle. The people from the Investigation Bureau wanted to stop it, but they couldn't handle the large number of photographers, so they had to give up. I don't know if his behavior just now seemed to be really saving the child, or if Gao Yi's current image is more in line with the good guy in the eyes of everyone. After speaking like this, applause and cheers erupted from the surroundings. "It's really not a big deal to watch the fun." He waved the boy away. As expected, his behavior just now has been recognized by the system. Or to be more precise, through his actions, Gao Yi allowed onlookers to label him an enthusiastic citizen. First of all, enthusiastic citizen's experience value has increased a lot all of a sudden, and it will be upgraded soon. On the other hand, the skill of the enthusiastic citizen tag was also successfully triggered. Supermarines, when you act bravely, your combat effectiveness will be improved. Feeling the changes in his body, Gao Yi smiled again. "Very good, the state is finally back a little bit." Chapter 35. As the whirring train went away in the boy's arms, the two robbers seemed to have calmed down. The fat man stood up with a speed that was inconsistent with his body size, looked at Gao Yi, his face full of anger. "You were the one who beat my elder brother." "What nonsense, otherwise he could have fallen like this by himself." Gao Yi did not respond to the stupid question and quickly observed the two of them. Taking the combat prowess of the previous two robbers as a reference, their player levels are approximately between E and D. Stronger than myself, but only strong. In terms of equipment, each of them holds one or two main items, but there should be no more trump cards. The combat effectiveness is indeed not too strong, otherwise there would be no need to do this kind of bullying of the minority and robbery on the road. But to fight one against two when one is in a bad state still requires more wisdom and thinking. Fatty's equipment, the metal arm guard on his right arm. It looks very scary. I don't know how to use it. The dwarf took out a wooden crossbow from somewhere and was installing arrows at the moment. Remote? It's difficult. Even if the arrow is not poisoned, just hitting the body is enough to make one lose the ability to resist. If they cooperate closely and unite their thoughts, it will be almost impossible for Gao Yi to complete a head-on confrontation. But, in fact, they have no such will. The fat man's eyes were full of anger, as if he was angry about the boss who fell to the ground. But this dwarf was obviously hesitant. Hesitation represents the existence of doubts in the mind, and doubts represents thinking and weighing. Those who think have the opportunity to incite and guide. Hey, what are you doing here? Haven't you seen the people from the investigation bureau coming outside? Gao Yi pretended to be relaxed and walked slowly, moving closer to the wall to reduce the possibility of being attacked from a distance. The fat man seemed to have just realized this and raised his head to look at the entrance. Obviously, the distance of the onlookers and the appearance of people in black suits showed that what Gao Yi said was true. The thin man obviously had expected it, but he stared at Gao Yi with a gloomy expression and said in a serious tone. "Stop talking nonsense, leave your glasses and belt, and let you live." A good sign, this is a sign of entering into negotiations. Arguing and justifying during a battle are meaningless, but when it comes to negotiations, the only question is how much chips there are. What this dwarf wants is these enemy spotting glasses and stunt belt. I have to say he is very greedy. If it's just enemy detection glasses, it can be exchanged for leaving safely and completing the special mission. This is not an unacceptable price for Gao Yi. After all, I snatched it from the red-haired woman in the first place, so I don't feel bad about throwing it away. But the stunt belt was bought with real money of 300 game coins, a total of 300,000 cash, so it was impossible for Gao Yi to throw it away. It is worth noting that the dwarf did not ask how his female accomplice was doing or where she was now. It seems that the relationship between them is far less intimate than I imagined. As expected, when the fat man heard this, he turned around suddenly, the fat on his face trembled, and shouted to the dwarf. "What do you mean? Brother is lying here now, do you want to run away?" Unlike the dwarf, the fat man seemed to really have some feelings for his big brother. When he heard that his accomplice was thinking of quitting, he immediately became anxious. "He's AFG boss. I only joined you guys after receiving instructions from above. Once I get the belt, the mission is complete. Who cares about you?" The thin man didn't like the other person, so he opened his mouth and started to spray each other. "The instructions above? Want this belt?" This seems to explain why they do not go to grab money, but must come after themselves. So, they are not just ordinary robbers. Is there a bigger force behind them? But before Gao Yi's thoughts were finished, the fat man yelled on the spot, lowered his head, and raised his arm-guarded right hand to protect his head. In its roar, it obviously activated some kind of equipment special effects, accelerated violently, and crashed into Gao Yi. Well, this fat man is not as stupid as he thought. Despite the quarrel, El Chapo was still his teammate after all. The root of all contradictions is, in the final analysis, Gao Yi himself. No matter what the situation is, as long as this prey is defeated, everything will be solved. Fatty's thinking is simple, but correct. Although this sudden attack was not completely unexpected, it still allowed Gao Yi to dodge to the limit. The active effect of stunt belt lasted completely, and the leg pain and fatigue caused by the sequelae gradually worsened. Although there is a combat power bonus provided by the enthusiastic citizen tag, the action is still a bit reluctant. What's more, combat effectiveness is a very abstract concept. In reality, there is no way to take out a detector and measure everyone's combat effectiveness. Not to mention that it is affected by many additional factors. With bare hands, a world boxing champion is naturally more powerful than an ordinary soldier. But if you give the soldiers an automatic rifle, the situation may be reversed. In any case, this enhancement of combat power is reflected in Gao Yi, at least the enhancement of physical fitness is real. Although the fat man's impact speed was not as fast as the thin man's roller skates before, it was still extremely fast. Gao Yi suddenly flew to the side and avoided the first impact. What was shocking was that the fat man's impact did not stop, and he slammed into a column behind him, breaking the entire concrete support column with a radius of more than 1 meter. Can this kind of impact shatter buildings? Can he still use it for a short time? Gao Yi kept thinking. The dwarf on the left was already raising the crossbow to take aim and was about to launch it. The time is almost up and it must be used. Gao Yi closed his eyes slightly, gathered his thoughts, and used this last trump card. The active effect of Easy Chair Detective is activated. When he opened his eyes again, Gao Yi felt that everything in front of him had become so slow. The dwarf in front of him pulled the trigger and let the arrow shoot. The fat man behind him turned around ferociously, resumed his movements, and was obviously about to charge again. At the far entrance, a group of uniformed and armed troops were gathering, apparently planning to intervene in the battle. On the other hand, my thoughts have never moved so fast. All I could see was the trajectory drawn on the arrow, pointing to where it hit. All the stones that fell from the support column were circled to mark the impact point, even the way the fat man hit was clear. It's like a scripted game screen, or a detective reasoning part that only exists in film and television works. Not only that, Gao Yi can even see the results of his actions in a very short period of time, weighing the pros and cons of different options. Rush towards the short guy, or attack the fat guy. Use fists or hit with steel bars. The possibilities are dazzling before your eyes. But for Gao Yi now, he completed all the deductions in less than half a second. He raised the steel bar in his hand, turned his body slightly, and then threw it towards the dwarf. The carefully calculated trajectory missed the incoming crossbow arrow in mid-air. This slight deviation caused the steel bar to return to the correct position, accurately hitting the short man's right wrist. The screams were mixed with angry curses, and Gao Yi didn't pay any attention to the dwarf who had temporarily lost his fighting ability. He half turned around again, sprinted out, and rushed into a blue curtain on the side. The fat man was completely anxious and started sprinting again, crashing through the wall on the side and chasing Gao Yi inside. I didn't pay attention to the area name written above it. Mirror Maze. After entering, Fatty felt regretful. This maze composed of a large number of mirrors completely obliterated the robber's sense of space. He circled and roared in vain, but could not find the location of his enemy. Suddenly, Gao Yi's figure appeared beside him. He raised his arm guard and smashed it with all his strength, but he only broke another mirror. Panic and impatience filled his heart, and some unreasonable thoughts appeared in his mind. Now, I am the prey. The fat man yelled in the mirror maze and followed Gao Yi's phantom in a panic, but all he broke was the mirrors. The exposed skin all over his body was scratched one after another, and the pain was suppressed by the burst of adrenaline, but the blood left behind accumulated the fear and collapse in his heart. He couldn't understand where the other party had gone, let alone why he couldn't sense the existence of the other party as a player. Until a piece of broken glass pierced his right shoulder, causing him to fall into a large piece of broken glass, the fat man's psychological defense had completely collapsed. Sister, sister, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I was also forced. The fat man was crying bitterly now, and fell into the angle formed by two pieces of glass, wailing and trying to retreat. It can be seen that he was completely frightened after losing the ability to attack with his right arm. The title eldest sister was directly attached to Gao Yi. It is not difficult to understand that what these so-called robbers actually do is to bully the minority. Those weapons were only used to scare people. In fact, they themselves had not used them in actual combat several times. If you are really confident, why not show off your skills in the dungeon? Now that I think about it, the woman and the thin man who were the first to be captured by Gao Yi were the ones who were really in charge and powerful among the four. The remaining two actually have no brains or abilities at all, and they even have the least courage. Speaking of which, was he actually forced to do this by these third-rate robbers? But the problem now is no longer with these robbers. Gao Yi listened attentively. The active effect of Easy Chair Detective has passed, the result of mental overdraft has fully appeared, and the sequelae have become more and more obvious. But he still gritted his teeth and listened to the sounds outside the maze. Although the heavily armed teams have not yet begun to enter, they are probably ready. However, from the footsteps and the slight radio sound, the number of people who were able to confirm the approach of the Investigation Bureau was no less than 20. The noise coming from the wireless intercom, the friction between tight fabric and flesh, the sound of the safety bolt being pulled, there is a gun. Gao Yi lowered his head and looked at his phone. It was now 8:59 p.m. The effect of the mist mask on his face is almost over. Turning around to look, the fat man didn't dare to look up at him at all, still curled up and wailing. "Get the game coins, potions, and your arm guard, and I'll spare your life." Although the crisis was right in front of him, it did not stop Gao Yi from lifting a piece of broken glass and squeezing the last bit of oil out of the fat man. The fat man, who had lost all resistance, did not hesitate and took out all kinds of things with his remaining wool to survive, leaving nothing behind. Gao Yi didn't have time to check them one by one, so he had to put them all into the backpack on his wrist and confirm them later. On the glass wall in the maze, figures in black uniforms have been seen. It seems that the people in the Investigation Bureau have also realized that the battle between the mantis and the cicada has ended. They knew it was time for the Oriole to appear. Escape. Of course, there is no way to escape directly. If they just went out and captured them without mercy, they wouldn't shoot directly, right? To put it bluntly, my behavior should be regarded as self-defense. However, Gao Yi still did not intend to give up the opportunity to control his own destiny. He dared to rush to such a place with no retreat, naturally because he had a last resort. With a wave of his right hand, a ticket appeared in his hand. It was the one Zhao Qian provided to him at noon. The Strange Things in West City, 7 of Swords. Mode, Multiplayer. Start time 00:00:13. Suddenly, memories emerged, and the annoying magic stick's voice suddenly appeared in Gao Yi's mind. "That's what the hexagram says, you will definitely enter this copy. Are you really forced to enter this dungeon? I don't know what the kid's purpose is." He sighed deeply and felt the changes in his body shape. The effect of mist mask ended and his original body seemed to be back. "I can't have a good rest anymore." This was the thought in Gao Yi's mind at the last moment before the white light flashed. "Team leader, why did you come up in person? All customers in the Children's Paradise area of Nottingham University have been evacuated." At the scene, only uniformed security personnel and Investigation Bureau personnel were left cleaning up the mess, with several mall managers assisting. Cleaning and sorting, escorting for interrogation, controlling public opinion, writing reports. Basically means the loss of the weekend for those present. The female team member commanding on the outside heard someone approaching, turned around and found that the person who came was actually the commander-in-chief of the operation. He was not wearing a uniform, just a rather businesslike black jacket, and his face was buried in the shadow of the brim of his hat. Looking around the room, the man called the team leader slowly spoke. "Everyone has been caught. The 4 robbers have all been controlled, and only the female player is missing." Looking at the broken Lego bricks and stones on the ground, the empty shopping mall and the incomplete pillars, the man couldn't help but lower his head and sighed. Another troublesome guy appears in Nanking City. Chapter 36. It hurts, it hurts. The first thing Gao Yi felt was the tingling pain in his brain. Easy Chair Detective. The after effects after using it were really unbearable. Even with the previous tests, he still couldn't help but hold his head and groan. This kind of pain is completely beyond the limits of human endurance, and it is impossible to rely on willpower to resist it. And if you think about it carefully, the sequelae this time are obviously far greater than the previous test. It seems that the consumption of this easy chair detective during use is actually an overdraft of mental energy. When the duration is over, it will naturally turn into pain beyond the limit. In the fight just now, Gao Yi drastically changed scenes, calculated plans, and deduced actions. Ultimately, the pain was unbearable. In a short period of time, Gao Yi experienced a literal torment. It's like the brain was thrown into a pan of boiling oil, fried until golden on both sides, and then forced back into the back of the head. Struggling to reach for his backpack, Gao Yi took out another tube of E-level physical healing agent and poured it into his mouth. As the fluid passes through the throat, the pain is relieved. Although mental pain does not belong to the physical realm, the pain-relieving effect of E-class physical therapeutic agent is still exerted. After a short period of patience, Gao Yi finally took a breath and could lie down and breathe calmly. The battle just now was still vivid in his mind, and the blades and arrows seemed to still be passing by before his eyes. It's not that Gao Yi has never fought with others, but this is the first time for him to have such a fierce and life-threatening battle. Fortunately, we finally won. The question now is, where are you? The last memory he had was of him accepting the equipment of the fat robber, and there were heavily armed members of the investigation bureau outside. How did you escape in the end? Ticket, yes, it should be through that ticket that you enter the script now. Touching his pants pocket, Gao Yi took out the familiar ticket. The Strange Things in West City, 7 of Swords. Mode, Multiplayer. Rubbing his still swollen head, Gao Yi slowly sat up. The first thing to return is touch. The gentle tickling of fluff comes from the palm, which is warm and comfortable. Looking down, Gao Yi was sitting on a brown blanket, with a small single bed below. Everything that happened half a day ago was just a dream. I'm just an ordinary student who just got up and went to school. All powers and battles are just illusions. Gao Yi showed his boring sense of humor to the air, and stood up to observe his surroundings. Different from the embarrassing state at the beginning of the previous Mystery of the Heart, the place where the West City secret starts this time can be described as warm. In short, Gao Yi was in a classic bedroom that often appeared in various American teen movies in the 1980s and 1990s. Expensive Walkmans and old-fashioned radios that require unplugging the antenna, movie posters and sports stars covering the walls, and beautiful street scenes that only belong to single-family houses outside the bright windows. All this announced to Gao Yi that the family's wealth was above the middle class and that the owner of the bedroom was a teenage male. After a long time, I was asked to be someone else's son. It's such a long-lost experience. After clarifying the situation, Gao Yi began to tell hell jokes about his orphan status. This is also his way of relieving stress, but it's just not very accepted by the people around him. Of course, regardless of the superficial room layout, Gao Yi stood up and looked around, and still found some hidden details. The floor, desks, bay windows, and other locations are obviously taken care of daily, but there are no traces of use. The desktop is as clean as new, but it has been a long time since anyone last wrote or read on it. This can be seen from the dust on the top of the books on the shelf and all the pens that have no water left. The knob of the radio was rusty and could not be turned. The Walkman is just sitting there, and the dust on the inside of the earphones is obviously the result of at least a year or two. In other words, I am lying in a bedroom that has been unoccupied for at least a year or two, but is cleaned every once in a while. Gao Yi stroked his chin and slowly concluded. When he touched the fine stubble on his chin, he suddenly realized that he had returned to his original body. It seems that mist mask also has some negative effects. This kind of personality confusion may become more serious as it is used more. You still have to use it sparingly after that. Making up his mind, Gao Yi raised his left wrist and evoked the light curtain. Player, Gao Yi. Copy name, Weird Things in West City. Game type, 7 of Swords, multiplayer. The main mission has been triggered. I, survive in West City for 48 hours, 47 hours 54 minutes and 32 seconds, or the number of remaining players in the instance is less than or equal to 5/10. 2. Solve this disaster. 3. Main mission reward, a return ticket, a small increase in the player's evolution rate, a small probability of obtaining random props, and a high probability of obtaining random potions. Rewards will vary depending on the level of completion of the main mission. As expected, the familiar main mission appears in front of you. Zikan should be the name of the ticket for Zikan Strange Things, and it must be where Gao Yi is now. It was still unclear what the disaster was, so Gao Yi took out his notebook and temporarily wrote it down on the paper. Strangely enough, the mobile phone and wallet in my personal belongings cannot enter the script, but this notebook can pass through without any obstruction. I don't know what the criteria are. After checking the backpack, Gao Yi realized that the loot he had harvested before was indeed quite a lot. First of all, the stunt belt bought at a huge price, and the enemy spotting glasses obtained by the red-haired woman. The fat robber's equipment is called Reckless Arm Guard, and its effect is to increase strength. If you use it actively, you can hit him like that. The income from game coins and potions was not much, so the fat man was indeed a bit poor. 27 game coins and a bottle of E-level evolution potion were better than nothing. Finally, we can summarize the changes in various attributes of Yi after one day. Player nickname, Gao Yi. Player level, E. Evolution rate, 18%. Game currency, 50. Features, 1/3 1 easy chair detective, purple greatly improves perception and observation, active use can greatly improve information collection and processing capabilities in a short period of time. Equipment, 5/5 1 mist mask, purple randomly changes the user's appearance, body shape, and voice within 1 hour. 2 director's whistle, orange unknown. 3 enemy detection glasses, blue track the designated target within 100 meters and show traces along its path. 4 reckless arm guards, blue within 15 seconds, you can make a powerful impact. 5 stunt belt, blue releases the body's potential within 3 minutes, greatly enhancing the wearer's agility. Medicine, 9/20 1 C-level physical healing agent *1, stops bleeding, relieves pain, and quickly restores physical damage, but has limited effect on large missing limbs and severe flesh tears. 2 C-level evolution potion *1, moderately improves player evolution, can be used for the highest C-level players. Level 3B damage agent *1, can be used externally or internally, necessary for home travel and killing. Level 4E physical healing agent *2, stops bleeding, relieves pain, and slowly restores physical damage, but is ineffective against missing limbs, severe flesh tears, and large wounds. 5E level evolution potion *4, slightly improves player evolution, can be used for the highest E-level players. Ticket folder, The Fog of the Heart, Conquered, The West City Secrets, Ongoing, Toy War, 8 of Swords, Black Island Prison, 7 of Wands. Countdown to next game, 15 days. I have to say that although the previous battle was thrilling, the rewards were still good. Both pieces of equipment are of blue quality, and the prices of similar items on the forum range from a few hundred game coins. Even if you take it out and sell it, you can still get a good price. Of course, you have to use your own vest to sell it, otherwise it may be traced. I will need to buy a few more Animal Investigator vests later on, and see if I can consult with professionals. Then there's Gao Yi focused his thoughts and laid out the labeling system in front of his eyes. The wonderful operation in the Hulong Mall before finally achieved the goal of escaping and not exposing his identity. Special mission completed. Rewards obtained, Common Characteristics 1, Rare Item Lottery Chance 1. Acquired Characteristics, Terrorist Attack, Normal. Why are my characteristics getting weirder and weirder? How does my previous behavior have anything to do with terrorist attacks? But just as Gao Yi was complaining in a low voice, footsteps slowly approached from outside the bedroom and knocked on the door. At the same time, an elderly female voice came from outside. "Young man, breakfast is ready. Do you want to have something to eat first?" Chapter 37. The mechanical alarm clock on the desk in the bedroom no longer works, but the scenery outside the window undoubtedly indicates that this is a sunny morning after the rain. This is also the reason why Gao Yi is not too worried. After all, the external environment looks pretty good. At least it's much better than the previous mindful fog. Combining the white mist, hidden monsters, and a rural supermarket with chaotically displayed products, the final scene is indeed not very attractive. Gao Yi, who heard the knock on the door and the shout, began to think quickly, considering the response he should give. "Young man, breakfast is ready. Do you want to have something to eat first?" He called me young man, which sounded quite friendly, inviting and inquiring. The caller was an elderly lady, who could be judged from her voice and footsteps to be around 60 or 70 years old. With a general idea in his mind, Gao Yi took a deep breath and responded in as cheerful a tone as possible. "Okay, I'll get dressed and go down right away." 10 minutes later, Gao Yi was already sitting at the dining table, dipping toast into jam while chatting animatedly with Mrs. Smith. Relying on the bonus of friends of elderly women and his strong communication skills, he quickly obtained the basic information about the copy from this lady. Gao Yi's identity is a new substitute teacher who came to the local high school in Zikan and teaches drama. Due to the sudden illness of the previous teacher, Gao Yi, his successor, arrived in a hurry, so he stayed at Mrs. Smith's house. The 3-story single-family house is indeed luxurious, but the story of this family is full of tragedy. Mrs. Smith's husband died young and she has been raising her children alone. But fortunately, the son worked very hard and was filial, had a successful career, got married and had children smoothly, and brought his mother to this western city so that she could enjoy her old age in peace. The 2 grandsons are also well-behaved, sensible, optimistic, and cheerful. All this makes their family an object of envy. But yes, as in every story, a but happens. Mrs. Smith's eldest grandson, the elder of the 2 boys, suddenly disappeared. The last eyewitness claimed to have seen his back beside the river across Zikan. The boy ignored the call and walked farther and farther along the stream under the night. Then, he completely disappeared in this small town. In this era when surveillance has not appeared and criminal investigation technology is extremely underdeveloped, this kind of disappearance almost means farewell. Of course, the child's parents cannot give up easily. They posted missing persons notices, hired search and rescue personnel, and offered large rewards for clues. But the endless search resulted in more collapse and quarrels. Mrs. Smith did not continue the story, but judging from the fact that her son and daughter-in-law were missing, the ending of the story was not a happy one. However, this also explains some doubts. The room where Gao Yi was originally located was the brother's former bedroom. The other boy at the table, who was silent and cutting fried eggs and bacon with a knife and fork, should be the younger brother in the story. Ever since Gao Yi sat down at the dining table, he never raised his head. However, considering everything he has experienced, one cannot be too demanding about how sunny and cheerful he is. It doesn't matter, time will dilute everything, and one day he will realize that silence and sadness can't change anything. This is a great experience. Taking another sip of warm milk, Gao Yi led the conversation and began to ask for more details in the copy. "Mrs. Smith, do you know what a disaster is?" "Disaster?" The old woman in her early 70s frowned slightly when she heard this and tilted her head to think for a moment. "I've never heard of it, what is it?" "It's nothing, it's something I might talk about in class later." Gao Yi laughed. "It's not a well-known event or thing in the city, at least it rules out the possibility of participating in the human eradication plan. The main mission too says resolve this disaster. There is a high probability that this disaster is the challenge Gao Yi will face in this script. Since the quantifier is times, it should be some kind of event. The description of this time means that there should be last time and next time. It seems that it is necessary to check local news and information in the past. As a teacher, I have some advantages in this regard. There should be a library in the school, right? Gao Yi, who had already assumed the role of himself, was sorting out the plan, and at the same time, doubts arose again. Based on the information we have learned before, the difficulty of a dungeon is 9 to 10, which means it is very simple. Although the rewards are meager, most players can successfully pass the level. And 4 to 6 means that a C-level player is needed to cope with it. The level of the strange things in West City that I am currently in is level 7, and it is estimated that it is a copy suitable for D-level players to participate in. Although it is not as full of instant death traps as the Fog of Heart, it is certainly full of dangers. Gao Yi looked out the window. There were already many passers-by on the street who were going to work. They greeted each other and smiled broadly. Everything is so beautiful in the morning after the rain. The blooming flowers and singing birds are all in a harmonious and beautiful state. What kind of dangers might be hidden in a place like this? Thinking and eating at the same time also made Gao Yi's movements slow down so much. Mrs. Smith opposite had already finished her breakfast. She stood up slowly while leaning on the dining table, walked aside, and turned on the radio placed on the storage cabinet. This kind of old-fashioned transistor radio has almost become extinct after entering the new millennium. The reddish-brown wooden casing is matched with a metallic knob, and its appearance is not out of date even now. As Mrs. Smith opened the antenna and turned the knob, a female voice in a broadcasting voice gradually became clear amidst the sound of electricity. With the successful conclusion of the 43rd West City basketball competition, the Lumberjack Alliance team won the final championship. Delhi Middle School is about to start school again, and a large number of students are enjoying their last day of indulgence. It is said that the Kissing Bridge was overcrowded last night. The playground that has been in dust for 11 years will reopen this afternoon, and citizens and friends are welcome to play. The first few paragraphs are quite ordinary news, nothing noteworthy. But starting from a certain moment, Gao Yi felt that the temperature suddenly dropped, and the sound of electricity in the radio suddenly increased. In this weird atmosphere, the female voice with a deep throat gradually became blurry, distorted, and intermittent. And the content of the broadcast also became strange. The fire in the bar exists again, burns to death again. Campus at night, sculpture, swimming pool, drowning sculpture. So hungry, intruders, delicious, disaster, will inevitably happen. As we went to the back, the female voice became hoarse, and together with the sound of electricity was an extremely sinister laugh, as if she had heard some interesting joke. Gao Yi took another bite of bacon and turned his head to see that Mrs. Smith's face was as usual and she was clearing away the dinner plate in front of him. On the other side, the little boy turned pale with fright, and the fork in his hand was shaking. After drinking down the orange juice in front of him, Gao Yi took out his notebook to record what he just heard. He raised his head with a smile and spoke to Mrs. Smith again. The sound of this radio is quite nice. What channel is it? This. Mrs. Smith didn't seem to expect Gao Yi to ask such a question. She was slightly startled before answering. This is our most famous local radio station, Voice of West City. Gao Yi tilted his head slightly during another round of introductions and memories. It seemed that the boy heard the same content as himself, while Mrs. Smith only heard normal sounds. So that's it, is this the disaster of this sick and strange incident? Chapter 38. After being introduced by his colleagues and greeting the sixth teacher who passed by, Gao Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief and could enjoy a brief moment of peace. Now he is sitting in the teacher's office of Delhi High School. Those corner positions that are convenient for fishing have long been occupied by the old teachers, leaving only the desk near the door for the newcomer Gao Yi. Because of this, every time a teacher came in, he had to greet him with a smile, which made him restless for a long time. Delhi High School is the only local high school in West City. It is not very large. According to colleagues, it covers an area of 20 to 30 acres and has a total of more than 1,000 students. When the math teacher on the side heard Gao Yi's question, he waved his hands and began to say in disgust, "Oh, I heard that the land used by the school was a mine. It was abandoned because many people died in the mining disaster. It's very eerie. Don't stay too long at night." Of course, the problems at Delhi High School are far more than just dark. Just like most North American universities that appear in film and television works, their school spirit and academic discipline are a nightmare. Campus bullying, cliques, skipping school, insulting teachers. Coupled with the bloody love story between the captain of the football team and the school cheerleader, and the bald principal who receives various complaints and investigations every day. Based on this, and supplemented by conservative religious traditions and the serious lack of police force in the West City, Delhi High School has achieved a truly high birth rate and death rate. Working in a school like this, it's no wonder that my ex suffered a cerebral congestion and was unable to attend class. It is worth mentioning that the dean who received me had a similar position. I don't know what they called her. When she saw Gao Yi, she opened her mouth and said, "You must be the new teacher Gao." It seems that his name and appearance are not secrets in this copy. This also strengthened Gao Yi's determination to get more vests for himself. Today seems to be the first day of school after the spring break, and the students' faces are all filled with unwillingness and irritability. No one likes to take a holiday, but then again, this spring break is also a strange thing to Gao Yi. But considering that he had given himself holidays from time to time when he was in school, he didn't miss this week. My thoughts drifted back to the past, and then slowly to the present. 10 minutes ago, the class bell rang, the corridor finally became quiet, and most of the teachers in the office had left. Gao Yi finally had time to sort out the situation between himself and the copy. First of all, it was the body. After the pain-relieving effect of E-class body healing agent dissipated, Gao Yi gradually felt discomfort in his body. "The drowsiness in my brain has not gone away, half of it is the sequelae of Easy Chair Detective, and half of it is my serious lack of sleep in the past 2 days." This dungeon of trouble in West City had Gao Yi wake up in bed at the beginning, but did not really give him time to sleep. Calculating it now, in the past 40-odd hours, I only slept for the 2-odd hours before the transaction. No matter how good you are at staying up late, you will inevitably feel sleepy. But then again, it is probably due to Gao Yi's evolution after becoming a player. Although the lack of sleep in this area exists, it is not that serious. Thinking about it, he poured himself another bottle of E-level evolution potion. And his evolution rate also changed from 18% to 22%. It is worth mentioning that when he first drank the first bottle of E-level evolution potion, Gao Yi's evolution rate was only 15%. It seems that the battle in the mall has also increased his evolution rate. Potions are not the only way to improve. Let's talk about physical injuries. The knees are still a little stiff, and it seems that the after effects of the stunt belt have not completely disappeared. Although it will not affect the movement too much, it will definitely not be possible to run at high speed in a short period of time. Several blood stains on the body were quickly scabbed and healed with the help of the medicine, leaving only faint pink marks. Gao Yi couldn't tell whether the wounds were caused by sharp knives, arrows, or glass fragments. Anyway, they were almost healed now, and he no longer struggled. Damage to clothing is inevitable. After changing back to his original body, the damage to clothing is still there, corresponding to the same location. It seems that the effect of this mask is indeed disguise rather than transformation. However, Mrs. Smith lent Gao Yi a formal suit, so there is no need to worry about this now. If I understand correctly, there are 9 players in this dungeon besides me, and the wanted criminal Zhang Tu should also be among them. Gao Yi held his jaw, whispered to himself, and analyzed the current situation. As a multiplayer dungeon of 7 of Swords, the strange thing in the West City, the most dangerous thing is indeed people. Not to mention Zhang Tu, who committed murder and arson and was rewarded with a reward of 1 million. Since Zhao Qian could give the tickets to himself, he probably gave them to many others as well. It's hard to say if any of them want to snatch the bounty. Regardless of status, if you can have the confidence to fight against a vicious murderer, your combat effectiveness will definitely not be low. Thinking of this, Gao Yi had basically given up the idea of competing for the bounty. I am just a novice player who has just started E level. It would be so difficult to defeat several robbers from mid-E to early D level. Zhang Tu, who had a bounty of 1000 game coins, was definitely an opponent Gao Yi couldn't handle. Looking at the task list, the countdown is still beating slowly. Survive in West City for 48 hours, 45 hours 56 minutes and 42 seconds, or the number of remaining players in the instance is less than or equal to 5/10. Not only can you wait for the 2 days to end, but you can also expect half of the players in the instance to die. However, more than 2 hours after entering this dungeon, I haven't seen a single player. Considering the size of Zikan as a small city, we might not see a few players in the end. The best situation is to wait for other players to fight each other to explore information. I will find a safe place to hang out for 2 days to finish the script, go home, and sleep. Gao Yi rubbed his face again and made up his mind to put his own safety first. Return ticket should put himself in a safe position, so that he can avoid the pursuit of those investigation bureau. Then, go back to your beloved cabin and have a good sleep. Gao Yi's thoughts were diverging rapidly, and he was already thinking about what he should have for breakfast the day after tomorrow. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 out 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 loud. The bell rang violently at an inappropriate time. The bell in this era was a literal bell, a metal disc that was automatically struck by a small hammer to make a sound. As the corridors were once again filled with the annoying noises made by various teenagers, Gao Yi realized that his class time was approaching. Yes, as a substitute teacher for the drama elective, he really needs to teach. Fortunately, I am teaching drama, a subject that does not require much professional knowledge. At least teaching these high school students does not require any professional knowledge. If you ask Gao Yi to teach mathematics and physics now, it will really kill him. In order to ensure that he would not have any problems in class, Gao Yi had just carefully read the lesson plans left by his former teacher and read 2 pieces of Shakespeare aloud. Although the professional level is not high, it should be no problem to deal with high school students. After all, it is an elective course. Gao Yi thought this, picked up the lesson plan document, walked past the students who were practicing shooting in the corridor, dancing in groups, and holding boxing matches next to the cabinet, and walked to the classroom. Campus life is already a bit far away from being a high school student. It was precisely because he hated this atmosphere that he chose to get a job early and eventually became a reporter. Of course, it is also false if you say that he did not miss the campus later. It can only be said that everyone has his own pain. After thinking about it, Gao Yi changed the label of actor. With its special effects king of comedy, your performance will be more convincing. Taking a class should still be stress-free. Not to mention that I have actually been an actor for a period of time, so I still have experience. Feeling inexplicably upset in his heart, Gao Yi regrouped his mentality, took a deep breath, and opened the door to the classroom in front of him. But at this moment, his heart beat rapidly, and the passive effect of Easy Chair Detective made him scan the entire space instantly. The first thing Gao Yi observed was not the 20-some sight lines in the classroom, the unerased blackboard or the scattered and strangely placed tables and chairs, but a more intense throbbing. In this classroom, there is another player sitting. Chapter 39. There are other players in the classroom. This thought exploded in Gao Yi's mind instantly, and even the action of opening the door stiffened. The students in the classroom obviously noticed the teacher's entry, but most of them didn't say anything and were still chatting in small groups. After all, the school bell hasn't rung yet, and even if it starts, Gao Yi, a young-looking substitute teacher, has no prestige at all. What they didn't know was that the substitute teacher was in a huge tangle. Due to concerns about the side effects of long-term wearing, Gao Yi didn't wear the stunt belt and reckless arm guards, two props that enhance combat effectiveness. The bigger problem is that the trump card is missing. The active effect of Easy Chair Detective is still cooling down, and it will not be used again for at least 10 hours. The current high-level combat effectiveness is extremely low, and fighting players head-on will definitely lead to self-destruction. At this moment, the class bell rang, announcing the beginning of this drama class. No, what is needed most now is calmness. Once timidity is revealed, failure will follow. Gao Yi deliberately stood at the door for more than 10 seconds, scanning all the students in the classroom while the bell rang, waiting for them to quiet down. Speaking of which, I learned this trick from my teacher when I was in school. From now on, it seems to be quite useful. After the bell ended and the students all sat down safely, Gao Yi coughed twice and closed the classroom door behind him. Under the gaze of more than 20 people, he slowly walked up to the podium and wrote his last name on the blackboard, Gao. When he turned around, a bright smile appeared on his face. Hello everyone, I am the substitute teacher of your drama class. You can call me Teacher Gao. This world is the same as Mysterious Heart. Although everyone is speaking Hyuxia, it is obviously not the language they originally used. This, even if we don't talk about the large number of white people, black people, and American-style buildings around us, we can see this just from the speaking habits of the people around us. Mrs. Smith kept shouting different, while most of her colleagues shouted Gao. This separation of family name and first name is obviously an English habit. There is even one who calls himself exceptionally tall, which is even more obvious. Gao Yi speculates that the game will automatically translate the language and text in the copy into what the player can use. Therefore, he commonly used the word Gao as a title that students could use. It can be seen from the less than neat responses in the classroom that Gao Yi's guess is completely correct. On the other hand, what kind of existence is this copy world, and how is this real-time translation achieved? Then there are even more problems. Of course, another reason why Gao Yi can relax now is that he finally confirmed another player in the classroom. The female player sitting by the corner window looked to be about 20 years old. She was wearing a rather casual grey woolen coat and a pair of black-rimmed glasses on her face. The Asian face was already somewhat conspicuous among the other students, not to mention the fact that he lowered his head and pretended to be serious at the moment. It was obvious that she wanted to show her threatening nature, but the shock and concern under the disguise could not be hidden. After confirming that the other party was also in a panic, Gao Yi breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down. As long as the other party doesn't have the guts and ideas to take action, everything is fine. In such a dungeon full of weirdness, no one would want to stand out. Now that I am a teacher, I have the initiative. Gao Yi was thinking about words again and glanced at the classroom. You should already know about Teacher Rodi's situation. If nothing unexpected happens, we will all get along together this semester. The students' response was mediocre. Although they were still listening, their interest was obviously waning. Okay, is there any classmate who can introduce what Teacher Rodi said in the last class? Gao Yi looked around, and as expected, no one showed interest in answering. Then let me order someone, that classmate in the corner of the classroom, what's your name? I have to say that the speaking skills I learned as a student are still useful. The female player sitting at the back obviously didn't have this skill, her expression was distorted for a moment, she struggled for a long time and still sat in her seat, lowered her head and didn't speak for a long time. Fortunately, at this moment, her desk mate, a thin boy, helped her out. Teacher Gao, her name is Yejia Gan, she is the transfer student here today. Gan Yejia. Gao Yi remembered the name in his mind and smiled again. That's right, I'm sorry, classmate Gan, it's okay, let me take care of it. After completing the probing work, Gao let it go without any further entanglement. It seems that the other party, like me, has obtained an identity and entered this copy city. It's just that I am the teacher and the other person is the student. When you come to this world full of weirdness and anomalies, you naturally cannot act as recklessly as you would in a stand-alone game. Not to mention whether you will be affected by the so-called disaster in the dungeon, being too ostentatious will be discovered by other players and become a living target. The correct choice is definitely to act according to your own identity first. Because of this, Gao Yi had already thought about how to teach this class well. Everyone, let me guess, you don't really like Teacher Rodi's class either, right? Gao Yi caught the attention of most students in the classroom with just one sentence. When all eyes came to him, he slowly continued. I actually think his classes are messy and his lesson plans are incomprehensible. As Gao Yi spoke, he opened the lesson plan in his hand, took out a few pieces of paper, and waved them in his hand a few times. After all, if he were to teach a bunch of good students, he would definitely be blind. But if Gao Yi becomes the king of children and convinces a lot of bad students, then he is very good at it. By the way, you also have copied drama scripts. Take them all out, and then, tear them up and throw them out like me. Gao Yi said, slowly tearing the lesson plan in his hand into pieces and scattering them into the classroom, causing a burst of cheers. That teacher, Mr. Rodi, taught history and drama as an elective course. His classroom style was rigid and boring. Most of the time, he talked endlessly by himself, and then asked the students to copy large sections. Scolding your boss or teachers is always the most effective ice-breaking topic. Everyone has their own grievances. Under Gao Yi's command, the students in the classroom were all excited, tearing up the paper with laughter and throwing it into the sky. Of course, except for the female player named Gan Yejia. The content of the first class today is to imitate our former drama teacher. Does anyone want to be the first to come up and try it? Amid bursts of laughter, the students signed up enthusiastically. After a while, the classroom at the end of the corridor became the noisiest place in the entire school. It is worth mentioning that when Gao Yi shared some acting experience, the experience value of the actor tag also increased slightly. Of course, happy time always flies by. The 50-minute class passed by in a flash, and when the bell rang, the students were sighing in a rare way. It's okay everyone, there is no homework, and we have the same class tomorrow. By the way, student Gan, can you stay for a while? Gao Yi smiled and said goodbye to the students who packed their school bags and left, and called out to the female player. When the students left the classroom and only 2 people were left, Gao Yi slowly walked to the classroom door and closed the door tightly. Then he turned around and looked at the player again. The girl named Gan Yejia had a solemn face. She had stood up and leaned against the window, looking like she was ready to escape through the window at any time. And her right hand is hidden behind her back. I think there should be her weapon, dagger, or something like that at her waist. She was obviously extremely nervous, but she spat out every word fiercely through her teeth, trying her best to make her voice scary. I'm warning you, all the game coins and potions I have are left outside the dungeon, and I don't have anything good on me. If you dare to do something, the entire dungeon will know that you are. Gao Yi waved his hand, interrupting the opponent's rapid-fire speech, and sat back on the podium, speaking in a leisurely tone. Why can't I just come here to make friends and seek cooperation? As if he heard something incredible, the other party frowned and said. You want to tell me that you came to this copy of Sword to seek cooperation and leave peacefully? Chapter 40. What happened to Sword? Do different types of dungeons have different mechanisms? Gao Yi had guessed at the differences between different categories before. The symbol of the Holy Grail is sensibility, emotion, and soul. When it is externalized, there is a copy of Heart Mist. Does the sword that represents struggle, ambition, and power mean that players will be more inclined to fight each other? It was naturally impossible for Gao Yi to question Gan Yejia in front of him, which would lead to the destruction of his profound character. Gao Yi picked up the water glass beside him, thought quickly while drinking water, and then began to use his best persuasion skills. Don't you think that in this dungeon, surviving 48 hours through cooperation is more realistic and simpler than having half of the people die? Gan Yejia still had the same pretentious expression, but there was obviously more hesitation in his eyes. Gao Yi is very good at settling accounts for himself, and he is equally good at helping others to settle accounts. Sometimes speaking clearly can solve problems. Of course, I just want to chat with you. If you feel that now is not the time, you can leave at any time. Gao Yi opened his arms to both sides and used body movements to give the other party a hint that he was not a threat. As he spoke, he walked towards the door and reopened the classroom door, leaving a slight gap so that the noise in the corridor could be transmitted into the room. With his well-honed words and the combination of the labels Lovelorn and enthusiastic citizen, Gao Yi finally gained some trust from the other party. The girl named Gan Yejia was finally willing to sit down and tell his story. The other party, like Gao Yi, started out lying on the bed, and although her host family was a little overly enthusiastic, they were generally very friendly. A hearty breakfast was cooked for her and delivered to this Delhi high school. It is worth mentioning that after Gao Yi made a circumstantial inquiry, it seemed that the other party had not encountered similar radios and strange broadcasts. In the first class, the teacher introduced Gan Yejia to others as a transfer student. After taking the boring history class in the first period, who would have thought that in the second period, I would meet Gao Yi who came to teach drama class? You should be more cheerful and communicate more with your classmates. These are sources of information and intelligence. Gao Yi hesitated slightly, but still persuaded the other party. I hate school. Gan Yejia's reply was simple and direct. There was no other way around it. Gao Yi also shared with the other party what he had seen after entering the dungeon, but he concealed the weirdness of the radio. Without more information, telling others this information will create unpredictable risks. Later, when Gao Yi wanted to find out more detailed information about Gan Yejia's real identity, player level, and specific characteristics and equipment, he still encountered rejection. The other party is not stupid, and it is impossible to talk to a stranger whom he met for the first time in the dungeon. In the final analysis, the other party only agreed to share intelligence and cooperate to a limited extent without attacking each other. I'm not here for a blind date, so there's no need to tell me your family background. After chatting for a few more words, the bell rang for the next class. After finally saying take care, Gao Yi sent the player he met by chance out of the classroom. This drama class is an elective class. The students adopt a teaching method similar to walking class and they have all left at this moment. Gao Yi was left alone in the empty classroom and took a brief look inside the room. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, he left the classroom. Gao Yi, who returned to the office and sat down, breathed a sigh of relief again. Generally speaking, the communication was a near miss. The other party is not the wanted criminal Zhang Tu, nor is he a dangerous bounty hunter. Although it is unclear whether the other party's ticket to enter this dungeon also came from the arrogant Zhao Qian. But at least now, I can confirm that there are ordinary people like myself among other players. After thinking for a moment, Gao Yi focused his thoughts and opened the tag system. The previous rewards have not all been used up, so you can take advantage of this free time. The first is a rare item draw. Although Gao Yi is very self-aware of his luck, it would be false to say that he has no expectations at all. After all, so many lottery draws before had only ordinary items, but now a rare item appeared. No matter what, it won't be as useless as the trash before, right? Well, inflatable hammer and super anti-wolf spray still have merit. It's a pity that these two capable men have exhausted their durability at this moment and are far away from Gao Yi. I don't have high requirements, as long as it can be used, preferably weapons, followed by armor. Gao Yi lowered his head and recited silently, turning the wheel. Of course, when Lady Luck heard this prayer, she probably smiled even more happily. Item: Detoxification Water Cup. Quality: Rare. Type: Props. Special effect: the liquid poured into this cup will lose all toxicity and become a delicious drink. Note: liquids with different toxicities will be converted into drinks with different flavors. My favorite is cyanide, which tastes like an energy drink. Taking a deep breath, Gao Yi shook his head slightly, pretending that he didn't see the prop. Quickly switch thoughts and start thinking about the next question. Which tag should I combine with the terrorist attack feature I acquired previously? Since it is a common feature, according to previous experience, it should be better combined with a common label. The only options left are Internet Surfer and Lovelorn. Of course, there is no need to say which one of the two seems more suitable for terrorist attack. Internet Surfer, common, plus terrorist attack, common, equals Internet Thug, rare. Cyber Thug LV1, rare. Experience value, 0/1000. Tagging ability, 1 social network, on public social platforms, your speech will receive more attention. Hiss, it's okay, but I don't need it now. Gao Yi frowned. This new label had some use in the real world. After all, he was a reporter. But in the current version of the technological level of the 1980s and 1990s, Zuckerberg may not have been born yet, let alone various public social platforms. Gao Yi now has a total of 7 tags. The most commonly used ones are Enthusiastic Citizen and Investigator. For the rest, use Lao Lai when cheating, Actor when acting, Lovelorn when communicating with a broken person, and Friends of elderly women when talking to old women. Most of them are used for conversation and exploration. Maybe we should try to combine them in the direction of improving combat effectiveness in the future? Thinking about it, Gao Yi yawned, feeling sleepy again. How about taking a nap first? Gao Yi looked at the sofa used for resting in the office. What he didn't know was that while he was sleeping, disaster had already appeared in this western city. Chapter 41. Gao Yi fell asleep on the sofa and had a long dream. In his dream, his past memories were slowly rewinding before his eyes. First there was the battle in Halong Mall, and then there was the break in the Mist of Heart. The day I suddenly had a tag system, I was invited to join Nangui magazine. The memories from the future start to become painful, such as unemployment, debt, lovelorn. The strange thing is that all the old friends in the dream have their backs to Gao Yi and cannot see their faces. Several robbers, Zhao Qian, Pan Tian, Li Zhaozhao, Xiao Hong. No matter who it was, only the backs of their heads were facing him. 1 or 2 were okay, but it was a bit weird for everyone to do this. But Gao Yi's own body was extremely stiff, and he could only see them walking away one by one, and couldn't even open his mouth to call out. After entering society for the first time, middle school, elementary school, my memory suddenly accelerated, and I soon returned to the orphanage. Gao Yi felt that his heartbeat began to accelerate and his throat became dry. I am nervous. What are I nervous about? On the day I left the orphanage, I was ostracized and ridiculed by other children. The director secretly gave me a handful of candies. Gao Yi finally understood the reason for his nervousness. If the memory goes back further, it would be when he was 6 years old. It was time to come to the day when his parents died in a car accident. This emotion is difficult to describe. It's like a wrench twisting the heart. Is it expectation or fear? The memory recall slowed down again, seeming to adjust the speed with the high and different emotions. Wait a moment. Is this really a dream? What was it like before I fell asleep? Among the copies, the weird things in West City. Gao Yi instantly recalled the radio next to the dining table when he first entered the game. If my guess is correct, there is some kind of mental or illusion-like abnormality in this world. So where I am now? Gao Yi's thoughts became clearer and clearer, and he no longer indulged in complex emotions and memories. Slowly, his fingers could move, gradually to the palms and limbs. The picture in front of me also completely stopped, and it no longer rewinds quickly. Gao Yi slowly stretched out his right hand and patted the dean in front of him on the shoulder. The scene in the dream finally changed. The mother-in-law, the dean who occupied most of Gao Yi's childhood, turned her head one after another. Her movements were very stiff, and her neck was like a gear lacking lubrication, driving the huge spherical object above her. But the scene in front of me quickly turned from strange to horrifying. The dean's mother-in-law's neck was still turning, but the amplitude obviously exceeded the human limit. She didn't turn her body like an owl, but turned her face towards Gao Yi. What's even more terrifying is her face. This was not the kind smile with narrowed eyes that Gao Yi was familiar with. But, a clown's face? No, he looks like a fat version of Ronald McDonald, with orange-red hair, white paint all over his face, a red smile and nose, and bright silver eye paint. Ha 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 ha, did you miss me, Xiao Ai? Do you want to eat your favorite candy? The sharp laughter was very familiar, and Gao Yi instantly recalled when he had heard it. It was the radio next to the dining table in the morning, with the background sound of the announcer laughing wildly. The system can't be opened, and the equipment can't be taken out. Is it because it's a dream? After seeing its true form, Gao Yi calmed down, only feeling that this thing had become cliché after showing its prototype. Take a deep breath and start thinking about possible responses. The clown's lower body also gradually changed. The patched skirt of the dean's mother-in-law gradually disappeared and turned into a loose clown suit. It stretched out its hands with cartoon gloves towards Gao Yi, and the smile in its tone became even greater. Do you want to continue to see your memories? I can make the dead people come back to accompany you. Ha 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 ha. Do you want to? Do you want to live with them forever? Is this an illusion or a spiritual attack? It doesn't seem to have the ability to harm people in dreams. Naturally, Gao Yi would not believe the other party. This kind of unfounded promise was basically equivalent to the oath of love between elementary school lovers. Just when he was thinking about how to escape, a strange female voice sounded from a distant place, which was quite ethereal. Teacher Gao? Teacher Gao? Then there was a shaking, and cracks appeared in the entire dream space. The clown in front of him tilted his head and disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving only a faint laughter that gradually faded away. Amid the more intense shaking, Gao Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and the scene in front of him changed back to the ceiling of the teacher's office. He sat up while holding on to the back of his chair, turned around and saw that the person who woke him up was a female student. With a little recall, you can identify him as one of the students in the last drama class. Her face was a little solemn, and before Gao Yi asked, she pursed her lips and said the message she came to convey. Teacher Gao, 2 people from the police station are here from the principal. They want to see you. After being stunned for 2 seconds, Gao Yi was able to digest what he had just experienced in his dream and the words of the female student next to him. Oh, okay, I'll go right away, he said. Gao Yi, who was walking on the way to the principal's office, began to analyze what he had just experienced. It seems that the so-called disaster in this copy can affect players in dreams or in the spiritual realm. That clown's face looks so familiar. Gao Yi put on the stunt belt while muttering softly. The clown he saw in his dream was obviously not the one who fell in love with and killed Batman in Gotham, but Gao Yi did feel vaguely familiar. But after thinking about it for a long time, I couldn't recall the corresponding image. I don't know how powerful this thing is in reality. If it only has the spiritual realm, it would be simpler. The mental resistance of Mist Mask should be enough to solve it. Analyzing softly, Gao Yi had already reached his destination. The dean's office is just above the teacher's office for their grade, so it doesn't take long to walk. After adjusting his belt slightly to ensure that it was not exposed, Gao Yi knocked on the door. Please come in. The frustrated middle-aged male voice should be the principal. Pushing the door open, the first thing Gao Yi saw was the principal's shiny Mediterranean head. He was familiar with the principal's face, or through the students. Many students had the principal's portrait on their locker doors. Of course the words and graffiti on it were not very beautiful. Then, when the door was pushed harder and harder, the familiar throbbing appeared again. In the room, two people, a man and a woman, wearing police uniforms, were sitting on the sofa in the principal's office. It's players again, this time there are two. The two people on the sofa looked at each other and looked at Gao Yi, obviously catching the information that the visitor was a player. The leading man in police uniform pondered slightly, turned to look at the bald principal aside and said, "You go and talk to the student first, and we can understand the situation with the teacher." Okay, no problem." If the bald principal was granted amnesty, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and rushed out. Gao Yi held on to the door that was about to close automatically, and quickly looked at the two of them, trying to get more information. Seemingly sensing the nervousness of the visitor, the female player among the two smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if this is a copy of the sword, as long as you are not a wanted criminal or an out-of-control player, we will not attack you casually." "Who exactly are you?" Gao Yi maintained a distance where he could escape at any time and followed the other person's questions. "Well..." The female player tilted her head, seeming to be looking for the right words. "You should have heard of the Bureau of Investigation, right?" Chapter 42. From the words of the two players in police uniforms in front of him, Gao Yi gradually understood what the Investigation Bureau existed. Its full name is the Anomalous Phenomena and Paranormal Hazards Investigation Bureau. Investigation Bureau is just a conventional abbreviation. It is actually a department with a long history. In the past, their department was responsible for handling various real dragons appearing, gods descending to Earth, supernatural incidents and even UFO sightings across the country. Of course, in the past, the Bureau had always been a small organization excluded from the mainstream. Starting from this year, games appeared. Wait a minute, so what did you rely on to solve various supernatural incidents before that? Taoist priests? Eminent monks? Gao Yi interrupted the other party's narration. His curiosity was indeed unbearable. Oh, most of the members at that time were various folklorists, geologists, and the like. Most of those events could be explained and solved scientifically, until this game and copy came along. Gao Yi picked up what the female player in front of him said. The female player, who looked slightly older than Gao Yi by 2 or 3 years, nodded, trimmed the hair from her forehead behind her ears, and then began to narrate. When a player who received a dungeon reward appeared for the first time, the Bureau of Investigation got the news and went to investigate. As it was captured, experts within the Bureau quickly came to surprising conclusions. This is a supernatural realm that is far beyond our level of technology and understanding. It completely breaks our existing paradigm and seems to be built on another scientific building. The next step is to write documents and submit them, apply for more experts to come to study, and obtain various experimental equipment. The more people and things there are, the more space is needed. The more space there is, the more security is needed. The more security personnel there are, the more administrative agencies are needed. Okay, I understand. You have slowly grown into a behemoth and become the de facto official organization that manages this, so why are you here? Gao Yi, who was sitting on the sofa, interrupted the other party's narration again. He didn't want to completely give up the control of the conversation to others. Of course, the other party also saw this. The man who had never spoken leaned forward and stared into Gao Yi's eyes. This middle-aged man in his 40s has a face with a Huxia character. The muscles of his big arms hold up the old-fashioned police uniform on his body, making his shoulders appear to be extremely broad. Of course, their police uniforms were obtained in dungeons and were not the ones Gao Yi was familiar with, but it did not affect their momentum. He stared at Gao Yi's glasses and spoke word by word. Do you know Zhang Tu? It sounds familiar. Naturally, Gao Yi could not open his mouth with this level of questioning and interrogation. Under the influence of Lao Lai's lies, his expression remained as normal. The man kept his gaze straight, and after a few seconds, he lowered his head as if he didn't see anything. His right hand took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and spread it on the coffee table in front of him, facing Gao Yi. It was a wanted notice, and the person pictured on it was none other than the extremely vicious Zhang Tu. Oh, that wanted criminal, why does it sound so familiar to me? Is he the guy worth $1 million? Gao Yi naturally showed no abnormality. He patted his thigh and raised his eyebrows slightly in response. Showing too much familiarity with the wanted criminal may cause the other party to misunderstand you and think you are a high-risk role such as a bounty hunter. This kind of acting is still necessary. To put it simply, we have clues that this Zhang Tu is in this copy. The female investigation bureau member on the side took over the conversation and explained to Gao Yi. Doubts, panic, pretending to be calm, but feeling impatient inside. After a set of performance procedures, Gao Yi slightly raised his tone by 1 tone. Is this, really? Look at your main mission. The middle-aged man took out a cigarette from nowhere, lit it for himself, and spoke slowly. Main mission? So I really haven't looked at it since I woke up. But you don't know this by looking at it. I survive in West City for 48 hours, 43 hours 46 minutes and 37 seconds, or the number of remaining players in the instance is less than or equal to 5/8. It's only been more than 4 hours, and 2 players are dead. Gao Yi was indeed a little shocked now. The current situation indeed exceeded his imagination. In such a short time, I have just met 2 groups of players, and there are already 2 dead people on the other side? We suspect that it was Zhang Tu's hand. We found a player's body before. The scars on his body are consistent with the characteristics of his weapon. After the female investigation bureau member finished speaking, she raised the water glass in front of her to drink water, but she saw dead mosquitoes floating in it, so she had to put it down. There is indeed a reason for this wanted criminal to be offered a reward of 1,000 game coins. Under such circumstances, can I really expect the remaining 40 hours to end and leave safely? Should we go out and attack? Even if we can't confront them head-on, we should collect more intelligence. As if he noticed Gao Yi's thoughts, the middle-aged man opposite took another deep puff of cigarette, turned around and blew out the mist towards the principal's seat. Don't think about confronting Zhang Tu head-on. He should have an evolution rate of 70 or 80 in D level. He is among the best in the entire Nanking City. This is even more troublesome. If what the other party says is true, this level is indeed difficult for him to fight against. In the past, several robbers had defeated Tiandi and succeeded in 3E. Gao Yi was almost unable to confront them head-on. They had to rely on various item tags and use the terrain to carry out sneak attacks. D-level evolution rate of 70 to 80, physical fitness has probably exceeded the limit of human beings, and it should not be something that I can handle. I understand. Gao Yi cleared his mind, knocked on the coffee table twice, and then asked. But you didn't come here specifically to warn me about this, right? This is not a difficult judgment to make. The students mentioned by these 2 people before and the extremely nervous principal all indicate that other abnormalities have occurred. The 2 people in front of them looked at each other, and it was the woman who explained. To put it simply, after attending your class, 5 students in this high school got crazy and chose to skip school and go to the newly opened local playground. You may not know much about the academic style of this school. This is normal. Gao Yi made a casual remark and waved his hand to signal the other party to continue. The female member of the investigation bureau did not seem to be affected, and continued to describe the situation. 4 of them disappeared, and the student who escaped claimed that a clown had captured his classmates. Chapter 43. While walking to the next door with the three of them, Gao Yi exchanged names with the two members of the Investigation Bureau. The man calls himself Team Yellow, which is probably the abbreviation of Captain Huang, because he has no reaction to Gao Yi's cold joke of could it be the anti-pornography brigade. The woman's name is Tan Ji. According to her, she was recruited by the Investigation Bureau after becoming a player. It seems that the image of the Investigation Bureau on the forum is indeed somewhat demonized, and it does not go so far as to use people for human experiments after catching them. At least in the dungeon, they still maintain basic courtesy towards people they can unite with. Of course, if they knew that Gao Yi was fighting with other players in the real shopping mall and was witnessed by hundreds of onlookers on video, maybe it won't be so friendly. The one who did it was Investigator Snake. What does it have to do with my unusual height? So Gao Yi comforted himself, determined to keep this secret. In a few steps, the three of them reached the empty classroom next door. It was the break after lunch, and most of the students were either hanging out outside the school or resting in the playground, making the teaching building unusually quiet. What, you ask, are there no people who want to study at this time? Then I have to remind you again that Delhi High School is a school with a high birth rate and death rate. Anyone who wants to study enthusiastically here is basically equivalent to practicing baseball throwing in prison. Not to mention a bunch of idle gangsters wandering around looking for students to borrow lunch money from. It is different from youth movies where all the bullies are handsome men and beautiful women, and they don't wear makeup even if they are beaten by a group of people. In reality, students who are most severely bullied are those who are introverted, have no power at home, and have physical and appearance defects. The trembling boy in front of Gao Yi was also one of the bullied. Since there is no such thing as a meeting room in Delhi High School, the principal chose the place of questioning in an empty classroom next to his office. The first second he walked into the room, Gao Yi recognized the surviving student. It was the male student who was helping her out when she asked Gan Yejia in her class. I asked him his name in class, if I remember correctly. Mike, can you tell me and the two officers again what happened? Gao Yi has put on the label of Lovelorn, and the special effect of soothing people who are in extreme emotions is very effective here. After meeting the familiar teacher, Mike's condition improved visibly. He swallowed and recounted his previous experiences with some trembling. He and his three good brothers finished the high-level drama class together. He was in a very good mood and had a little rebellious spirit for no reason. It happened that the next class was math, which they hated the most, and they heard that a new amusement park had opened in the city. Together, the five of them decided to skip school and leave. Wait a minute, aren't there four of you? On one side, Team Huang interrupted his narrative and asked questions. Well, the new classmate Gan heard our plan and said she was coming too. Originally George said we shouldn't let girls join, but I still let her come. Mike's clothes were completely soaked, there were scratches on his trouser legs, and there were cracks on the lenses on one side of his glasses, making him look quite embarrassed. In order to keep warm and dry himself, he was wearing a bath towel. There was a faint smell of disinfectant on it. Maybe it was brought from near the swimming pool? I don't know if he caught a cold or was afraid, but his words were somewhat illogical and he was shaking constantly. Gao Yi didn't ask who George was, and he guessed that it was one of his three brothers. The key now was to let him calmly continue to tell his story. It's not your fault. Speak slowly. The police officers will definitely help your friend. Looking sideways, the two members of the Investigation Bureau seemed to have no objection to Gao Yi's questioning. Maybe as mentioned before, their target is the wanted criminal Zhang Tu. The story in the dungeon is just a background and not worth paying so much attention to. Under Gao Yi's comfort, Mike gradually calmed down and then began to narrate. Gan Yejia joined them, and the five of them went to the amusement park together. That amusement park is not as interesting as it sounds at all. The various rides were not repaired when we went there. Mike paused, his voice a little hoarse. You can't play with the big pendulum, you can't play with the roller coaster, there's not even a merry-go-round, there's only a small shop where you can shoot guns and trade dolls. Mike, can you speed up a little bit here? First tell us what danger you encountered, okay? Student Mike suddenly became entangled in minutiae. This was a self-protection mechanism to avoid certain subsequent memories. Of course, Gao Yi must give him a push and ask him to speak faster. Okay. Next, Brooke and a few of his younger brothers came. They saw us and chased after us on motorcycles. Mike glanced at Gao Yi again and hurriedly continued to explain. Brooke is a famous bully in school. No one dares to control him because his mother is. Mike looked up and glanced at the two Investigation Bureau players on the other side wearing police uniforms, and then slowly added. His mother is a police sergeant. I understand. What happens next? Does this Brooke attack you? Gao Yi's face remained as usual, and he was good at tempting. As a reporter, this is a professional skill. No, they caught George and held him on the kissing bridge. Those bastards pressed George against the guardrail and said they were going to throw him down. We were all scared, but we didn't know what to do. That Brooke had a knife, and I heard he also had a gun. We didn't dare to touch him, but... Mike suddenly raised his head, a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. That transfer student Gan is so awesome. She beat all the bullies away alone as a girl. Brooke even had a tooth knocked out and ran away with her mouth full of blood. But... His mood quickly dropped again. George was really pushed off the bridge. Although the bridge is not high and there is water, it is still very dangerous. We saw him lying motionless by the river and still bleeding. We were frightened and ran down the hillside to help him. Here comes the key. Gao Yi easily captured his emotional changes. Obviously, the subsequent memory was the source of his fear. What happened after that? Tan Zhi on the side couldn't help but be curious and asked questions. A very strange expression appeared on Mike's face, and his eyebrows were knitted together. He tried to remember, but found nothing. Seeing this, Gao asked in a different way. Do you remember what you saw? This question seemed to finally help Mike recover part of his memory. He suddenly raised his head again and looked at Gao Yi, his eyes full of horror. Red balloons, I saw a lot of red balloons. Chapter 44. The Return of the Clown? If the clown's slightly changed appearance before was not enough for Gao Yi to react. As soon as the iconic red balloon element appeared, Gao Yi also realized it. This horror film adapted from Stephen King's novel was once the top-grossing horror film in film history. To say classic is not too much. The only problem is that Gao Yi has never seen this movie. He actually likes watching movies, but horror movies are exactly the type he doesn't like very much. It's not because he is timid, but because of his career as an investigative reporter, his life is not lacking in thrills and excitement. There is really no need to look for scares in movies. Just look up and look at the dark side of society. Those are real horror movies. Of course, if you ask me if I regret not watching it now that I'm so excited, that's still a bit of a stretch. The good news is that based on the experience of The Fog of Heart, there is basically no consistency between the plot of the copy and the original content of the movie. To be honest, there is only a vague correspondence. Relying on this, Gao Yi succeeded in comforting himself and turned his attention back to the front. After the mic finished saying red balloon, his whole person fell into a state of panic. My whole body was twitching, and I kept repeating floating, floating, and so on. I didn't know what it meant. Fortunately, his parents received the notice and had already arrived at the school, so they handed him over. Looking at the bald principal's frown, I guessed that his hairline would recede a few centimeters tonight. When there were only 3 players left in the empty classroom, Gao Yi thought for a moment and asked. Do you know when the 2 dead players died? Don't you know that you need to open the light curtain from time to time to confirm the time and various changes? The middle-aged man called Captain Huang frowned slightly and asked. I was sleeping at that time. Gao Yi raised his head and felt confident. Seeing that the chatting atmosphere was a bit awkward, Tan Ji on the side opened his mouth to come to the rescue. Well, the first deceased should be around 10:30 in the morning, and the second deceased at 11 o'clock. The time difference is not very far. I see. Gao Yi lowered his head in thought, but Captain Huang on the opposite side obviously understood his thoughts. That Gan Yejia is a player. I met her once. Gao Yi answered the other party's inquiry smoothly. Obviously, the timing didn't match up. Gao Yi's drama class started at 10 o'clock and ended at 10:50. Needless to say, it would take a long time for Gan Yejia to go to the amusement park and encounter danger again. Even if the deceased died at 11 o'clock later, it would not match the time. That means that no matter what Gan Yejia has experienced, she is still alive. Gao Yi opened the main task list again. Survive in West City for 48 hours, 42 hours 48 minutes and 13 seconds, or the number of remaining players in the instance is less than or equal to 5/8. After thinking for a while, there are 8 existing players, except myself and 2 members of the Investigation Bureau. In addition to the wanted criminal Zhang Tu and student Gan Yejia, there are 3 more people who have not been seen before. Gao Yi raised his head again and looked at the 2 people in front of him. So, are you going to search that bridge next? No. Team Huang gave a negative answer coldly. We are going to find Zhang Tu and warn other ordinary players. Gao Yi paused slightly, waved his hands twice in the air, and chose his words. The danger in this dungeon is not small. Do you really want to take care of the wanted criminal first? Zhang Tu is in greater danger. Captain Wang's face still looked cold, and his tone of voice didn't change much when he spoke. We came here mainly because we heard that a new teacher came to the school, and we wondered if he was a player. Tan Ji explained with a smile. It could be seen that she usually had to be responsible for enlivening the dull chat atmosphere of the middle-aged men around her. This is an idea. Players all enter this West City as some kind of newcomers. New transfer students, new police officers, new substitute teachers. It's not that Gao Yi didn't expect this, but he was really unable to prevent the leakage of this information. What about Gan Yejia? She is also an ordinary player. Shouldn't your investigation bureau be in charge of her? Gao Yi thought for a moment and tried to give the other party a high hat. Every task is prioritized. Under the current circumstances, the wanted criminal must be eliminated first. Captain Huang didn't take this at all. He straightened the hem of his police uniform and stood up. This is indeed true. Gao Yi knew that it was impossible for them to leave the vicious wanted criminal behind and look for the mysteriously missing player. Seeing Gao Yi lower his head and thinking, Captain Huang had already stood up and walked towards the classroom door, making a show of leaving. He held the door handle and turned to look at Gao Yi again. I have to warn you one last time. Don't confront Zhang Tu head-on. If you see him, come to the police station to find me immediately. Someone can contact me if I'm not around. After that, he opened the door and left handsomely. Well. Tan Ji saw his boss leaving and stood up to follow him, but after thinking about it, he turned back to Gao Yi. If you want, you can go to that bridge and have a look. The Zikan police should have started investigating there. I will tell the chief and tell her that you are an insider. After saying that, Tan Ji turned around and quickly followed the yellow team member. At this time, the tag system that had not sounded for a long time gave a new special task at an extremely subtle moment. Special mission has been triggered, investigate the truth of the disaster and find the missing students. Rewards, Common Characteristics 1, Rare Characteristics 1, Rare Item Lottery Opportunities *2. Time limit, 24 hours. What do you mean? Don't bully others too much. System, don't think that I don't dare to reinstall you. When I switch to Windows, you will cry. Gao Yi also got a little entangled when he told a cold joke that no one could understand. According to the original plan, he should stay out of the situation and get through the dungeon. But at this moment, for some reason, he fell into the whirlpool again. On one side, the vicious wanted criminals are watching, on the other side, weird disasters and clowns are full of murderous intentions. I just want to take a nap, why is it so difficult? Gao Yi sighed again, leaned on the back of the chair and looked at the ceiling. That Gan Yejia and the other 3 missing boys actually have nothing to do with him. To put it more extreme, Gan Yejia, as a player, would advance the main mission even further if he died. Maybe 2 more people would die in the dungeon soon, so I could leave smoothly. But first of all, this special mission is quite tempting. The 2 characteristics can be combined into 2 tags, and the rare lottery is better than nothing. On the other hand, the clown and its disaster have already found him, which does not mean that Gao Yi will be fine if he doesn't care. Considering the existence of Jiangtu, it should be necessary for me to go there now to meet with the police chief and enhance our relationship. No matter what kind of player you are, I want 20 policemen armed with automatic rifles to come with me. Do you still dare to do anything hard? After settling the accounts and slapping the table, Gao Yi convinced himself again. How can you say that those 4 are all my students? As a people's teacher, how can you just sit back and do nothing? Started to talk nonsense again and made no sense. Gao Yi stood up and headed towards the playground. Rather than sit back and wait for death, it is better to take the initiative. Chapter 45. Following the huge signs that can be seen everywhere in the city, Gao Yi easily found the newly opened amusement park in the West City. Just as Mike described, most of the mechanical facilities and shops were not ready yet this afternoon. Although various colored lights and exaggerated signs have been assembled, the lawn is still deserted. Relying on the passive effect of Easy Chair Detective, Gao Yi easily matched the traces on the nearby muddy ground with the scene in Mike's mouth. The mud spots splashed on the wall after the motorcycle was driving, the dents made by someone who accidentally fell down, and the footprints of people fleeing in a hurry. Following the dense tire tracks, Gao Yi quickly found a large area surrounded by warning tapes. Looking towards the middle, on a wooden bridge about 20 meters long, the railings on both sides are covered with colorful concentric locks. Needless to say, many couples have made vows of love here, so it's no wonder this bridge is called the Kissing Bridge. Gao Yi's mind flashed through the contents of the radio when he was having breakfast in the morning. Delhi Middle School is about to start school again, and a large number of students are enjoying the last day of indulgence. It is said that the Kissing Bridge was overcrowded last night. With a tremor in his heart, Gao Yi made up his mind not to touch the fence of the wooden bridge and the surrounding grass. After standing by the cordon for a few seconds, a fat police officer on guard saw this and walked up slowly. "Sir, this bridge is blocked now. If you want to go to the lumberyard, please take a detour." "Ah, no." Gao Yi came back to his senses and looked at the other party. "I am the teacher of several missing students, and I came to see the police chief." The fat police officer frowned and pulled out the walkie-talkie from his waist with difficulty. He said a few words to the person on the other side of the microphone, and looked at Gao Yi several times. 10 seconds later, the fat police officer put down the walkie-talkie and grabbed the cordon in front of him. "Go in, the sheriff is under the bridge." Smiling in greeting, Gao Yi walked through the cordon and walked under the bridge, leaving only the police officer who had more difficulty plugging the walkie-talkie back in. Strangely enough, Zikan is a remote town with no heavy industrial development, but the air quality seems to have never been very good. The entire sky was covered with a layer of white gauze, and dense stratocumulus clouds blocked the sun, making everything in front of us grey. Gao Yi followed the guidance and slowly descended from the small slope on the side of the Kissing Bridge. If nothing else, the 4 students also found their companions from here. On the way downhill, the highly skilled Easy Chair Detective came into play again. He discovered a faint hint of red deep in the lawn next to the slope. Without thinking much, he walked closer and picked it up. It was the red fragments left after a broken balloon. Gao Yi opened it and could vaguely make out the deformed yellow writing. Western City is the best. At this moment, a burst of wind passed by, followed by a loud pop. Bulletin. L.U.K. How many times do I have to tell you not to talk nonsense to me again? Following the angry female voice, Gao Yi easily found the city's police chief. He was standing on the bank of the stream. Opposite him was a rebellious blonde young man wearing short sleeves and earrings. Needless to say, it was Brooke, the son of the police chief and the gangster leader of Derry High School. I'm not lying, I actually saw a clown, and balloons. This gangster, who was described as extremely terrifying by the survivor Mike, was just like a little chicken with his head lowered, at a loss in front of his mother. Crack! Another slap on the face. Apparently, the police chief didn't believe the description. Go home as fast as you can, and you are not allowed to leave the bedroom until I go back. There was a roar, and Brooke turned around with his face covered, and walked up to the bridge from where Gao Yi came. From his eyes when he turned around, Gao Yi could easily read resentment and unhappiness. A grumpy middle-aged policeman who is too busy at work and unable to take care of his family, coupled with a young son who is a rebellious BD due to lack of education, is really a classic plot. After reading the air for a while, and after the policeman's anger subsided, Gao Yi slowly walked towards her and stretched out his right hand. Chief, I am Gao Yi, a teacher at Delhi High School. Oh, are you the one who has listened to all the testimonies? People from out of town are unreliable. If you say you want to pursue other clues at this time, I think you are living in a world of two. The female police chief's anger was obviously not completely gone, and she kept complaining, but she still waved her hand and walked to the police car on the other side. Follow me. Taking advantage of this time, Gao Yi finally had time to observe each other carefully. He has short brown hair that is capable but poorly maintained, a well-maintained and strong body, and a police pistol placed on his waist where he can draw it out as quickly as possible. At the age of 40 or 50, some wrinkles have inevitably appeared on the cheeks. The dark circles and fatigue caused by staying up late and working hard for a long time are very similar to Gao Yi. But even with these negative points, her appearance is still good-looking. It can be guessed that she must have been a beauty when she was young. In such a remote city, in an era when gender equality has not yet been fully popularized, as a female police officer, her work ability is certainly not low. While Gao Yi was doing a simple analysis, the two of them had already climbed up the hill and arrived at the police car. The sergeant took out a thermos cup from the driver's seat and started drinking coffee. Looking from the car window, the entire police car's hygiene can be described as a nightmare, full of scattered food packaging bags and a large number of documents rolled up in the corners. Okay, what did the boy who lived say? Seeing that Gao Yi was still in a daze, the police chief snapped his fingers impatiently and asked again. Oh, of course. Gao Yi turned his right hand in front of him. Monica, just call me Monica. The police chief understood Gao Yi's question and introduced himself. Taking another look at the dirty interior of the police car, Gao Yi suppressed his desire to complain and began to tell the story he had just heard. Joker, you're not kidding me. After taking a deep breath from the cigarette, Sheriff Monica in front of her looked at Gao Yi and blew the smoke into his face. This is what Mike said, I'm just paraphrasing it. Fanning the smoke in front of him, Gao Yi answered in the affirmative again. The police sergeant named Monica took another deep puff of cigarette, leaned against the police car, threw the burned cigarette butt to the ground, and stamped it out with her foot. You want to tell me that a clown who ran away from the circus kidnapped 4 adult high school students and disappeared without leaving any evidence? I said, I am just paraphrasing and not responsible for drawing conclusions. Sheriff Monica paused, took out a slender cigarette again, thought about it and stuffed it back. Clown. Still struggling with this? There is nothing that can be done about it. For players like Gao Yi, they naturally know that there are weirdness and abnormalities in this world. But to this police chief, this was just a strange disappearance in an ordinary small city. It is not easy to break its decades-old worldview in such a short period of time. If in reality, someone suddenly told Gao Yi that Santa Claus was real and that he robbed a bank last night, he would also think that the other person was telling a joke. How to convince her? After all, he is a police detective, so he should use the corresponding words. Gao Yi made up his mind and spoke again. Madam Sheriff, if I heard correctly, your son also mentioned clowns. That's indeed what happened. Sheriff Monica lit another cigarette for herself. It is impossible for our two witnesses to collude in testifying. Now there are two different testimonies pointing to the same conclusion. Should we consider the possibility? With that said, Gao Yi also handed the balloon fragments he just picked up to the other party. Taking another deep puff of cigarette, Sheriff Monica took the balloon and looked at it for a moment. For the first time, there was confusion in her eyes. Clown. Yes, clown. Gao Yi replied. Chapter 46. 3:23 p.m., in front of Zikan police station. More than 7 hours have passed since the copy started. During this period, Gao Yi was stuck for time and drank up all the remaining E-level evolution potions. The evolution rate at this moment has reached 35%. In terms of physical fitness, Gao Yi can clearly feel a certain improvement. Although there is no professional testing equipment, the jumping height, running speed, and physical endurance have all been improved. Perhaps as the name suggests, this is an evolution of sorts. During this period of time, the dungeon was relatively peaceful. The good news is that since the first two players died, there has been no next death until now. The bad news is that Sheriff Monica is really undecided and asks her men to track down a clown. Of course, this is not a big deal. Although Gao Yi doesn't know much about the clown and the return of the clown, he doesn't think he is the type who can be found easily. So he changed his mind and told Sheriff Monica that he wanted to meet her boss to see if he could convince him. Only then did Gao Yi appear at the door of the police station. Their police department is really complicated. To put it simply, Monica, as the sheriff, is elected by local residents and is responsible for a sheriff's office. But she is not the police boss of this West City. There is a chief in charge of more offices, coroner's office, administrative office, etc., above her. And visiting the director was exactly the purpose of Gao Yi's trip. On the one hand, it is hoped that it will send more manpower to investigate the disappearance case. Although it is impossible to catch the clown directly, finding the whereabouts of the missing person should also be helpful in conquering the dungeon. On the other hand, he wanted to let him know about Zhang Tu's existence. Although he is a wanted criminal with special skills, he cannot withstand large-scale searches and attacks with hot weapons. As long as Zhang Tu can be killed, or at least controlled, the threat in the entire dungeon will be reduced a lot. Finally, Gao Yi also wanted to find an opportunity to look at the police station's past files. According to the earliest analysis, there is a high probability that the disaster in the main mission will not happen for the first time. And thinking about it, this so-called disaster will definitely cause casualties and disappearances. All kinds of bizarre cases should be recorded in the police archives. If you can look it up, you can better grasp the clown's ability and strength and find ways to solve the copy. Unfortunately, when Gao Yi entered the police station, he was stopped at the first step. Sorry, the director left at noon. It seems there is something urgent to do. The female police officer on the outside who was responsible for receiving the caller had a sweet voice, but the information she gave was disappointing. This was difficult to handle. Gao Yi lowered his head and thought for a moment before asking again. I was entrusted by Chief Monica to investigate here. I am a person related to the missing case just now. Can you let me go to the archives to check it out? I'm sorry, sir, you need the director's signature to enter the archives. The female police officer kept smiling, but the answers she gave were not very good. Is the sheriff's okay? I can go to Ms. Monica to sign it. Sorry, this is not possible. Recently, it is stipulated that only those with the signature of the director can be approved to enter the archives room. The female police officer was very patient and added sorry to every sentence, but she didn't give in at all. Even with enthusiastic citizen's special effect of making people feel close and reliable unconsciously, Gao Yi still didn't impress the other party. However, the experience value has increased a bit, and it seems that the other party still believes that he is an enthusiastic citizen. Recently, wasn't there such a rule before? But Gao Yi still caught some abnormalities in his words and asked. The female police officer tilted her head, seeming a little confused about this question, but her professionalism still allowed her to reply. It seems that it started this year. In the past, ordinary police officers could enter after registering. This is a strange phenomenon. Maybe it has something to do with the so-called disaster in the dungeon? It doesn't matter if you don't say it, as soon as this information is obtained, you have to go to the archives. I understand, are there any documents or something like that? I can take one and go to the director directly when he comes back. Smiling again, relying on the bonus of enthusiastic citizens and his own affinity, Gao Yi easily got a piece of paper with file access application written on it. Using the excuse of going to the bathroom, he turned around in the blind spot of the other party's field of vision and walked towards the depths of the police station. Perhaps because of the previous disappearance case, a large number of police personnel were dispatched. The entire police station was a little quiet at the moment, with only scattered civilian personnel in the hall. On the walls on both sides of the corridor, there are many news reports such as local police help vulnerable groups move and retrieve missing kittens, as well as various photos of police officers. Gao Yi stopped and walked, stopping next to a piece of paper with the annual outstanding police officer commendation list written on it. Above it, Sheriff Monica's name was clearly listed. It seems that the year before last, she arrested a perverted murderer who kidnapped and killed several girls. However, what caught Gao Yi's attention was not the content above, but the signature of the police chief at the bottom. There's no camera or anything like that, otherwise I could take a photo and try to copy. Gao Yi patted the back of his neck, feeling a little embarrassed. It is not impossible to try to forge signatures, but it requires time and tools. The main reason is that I have not received training in this area. Hey? Some kind of inspiration suddenly appeared. Gao Yi lightly stomped his feet and walked into the toilet at the end of the corridor. I have picked up something like this before, maybe it can be used? Item: Super Signature Pen. Quality: Ordinary. Type: Props. Special effect: when you need to sign, it can automatically complete it for you. Note: are you still worried about the large number of fan letters? Are you still worried about the signed shirts required for business cooperation? The Super Signature Pen will be your first choice. Holding the pen in his hand, Gao Yi confirmed again that the effect was automatically complete signature. You didn't say who signed the signature, did you? Muttering in his mouth, Gao Yi found a gap among the graffiti and stains on the wall of the cubicle, and pressed down the paper with file access application written on it. The super signature pen in his hand slowly detached from his right hand and began to automatically fly towards the signature on the paper. A few seconds later, a cursive signature was completed, which was exactly the same as the director's signature he just saw in the corridor. Can you imitate any signature you've seen? Or can you write a signature that should appear? It would be a pity not to use it to engage in business wars. Looking at the remaining 50% durability, Gao Yi kept the pen and took back the signature pen. With this signature, you should be able to enter the archives as you wish. And there must be the information you want in there. Chapter 47. Well. At the door of the archives room, the old man wearing reading glasses lowered his head and studied the note for a long time before slowly pushing out a signature book. Register and go in. With a long sigh of relief in his heart, Gao Yi hurriedly stepped forward to sign. Of course, there was no need to use the super signature pen now. I thought there was some oversight and I was caught, or the other party saw the fact that I forged my signature, but it turned out that the old man's reaction was just a little slow. Zikin is a small city, but it is also a city after all. Its police station can also be said to be small but well equipped. The director, assistant director, sergeant, police detective, police inspector, plus various civilian staff and members of the administrative department, the whole is very complicated. I knew it was impossible for Gao Yi to get the signature, but in fact it was only the female police officer at the door. As long as you don't show off and leave after watching, you probably won't be discovered. Of course, risks definitely exist, but for the sake of intelligence, this level of risk is still worth it. Smiling and pushing back the signature book, Gao Yi opened the door and entered the mysterious archives room. The archive room is dark and narrow, and the space is divided by rows of iron shelves separated by half a person's distance. The iron shelves are filled with various cardboard boxes filled with documents. It can be seen that several iron frames were added later, squeezing the remaining land, but now, the storage space is still somewhat insufficient. However, objectively speaking, the archives as a whole is quite organized and cleaned on a daily basis. The first thing Gao Yi looked through were recent cases, and he tried to find summary reports. Soon, a document called Comparison of the Vicious Crime Rate in Zikin and the National Average appeared in front of me. You may not know that the missing people and death rate in this western city are astonishingly high, almost 6 times the national average. I guess the reason is not that the playground here is too boring and the children have all run away. The unintelligible cold joke came out again, and Gao Yi inexplicably made himself amused. Going back in time, he soon found the case report of the grandson of Mrs. Smith, the owner of the room where he was when he first entered this instance. The footsteps extended all the way to the sewage pipe 2 kilometers away from the last sighting. We entered the pipeline to search and found that it was blocked by mesh steel bars at a distance of 200 meters. No corresponding traces were found. The police attitude is negative because, this is not the first time this kind of case has occurred. Following the index above, Gao Yi flipped through the cases one by one. 1 case of missing children in 1988, 2 cases in 1986, 2 cases in 1984, 1 case in 1979. In 1978, 34 cases of missing children. Gao Yi took a breath. Obviously, the extreme anomalies in the data represented the emergence of some kind of variable. The time in the copy is 1989, 11 years ago? Suddenly, Gao Yi recalled something again. He took out the notebook he carried with him and started to read through it. Really? While listening to the radio in the morning, he heard about this time point. The amusement park that has been in dust for 11 years will reopen this afternoon, and citizens and friends are welcome to play. Is this the interval between disasters, 11 years? With the basis of time, Gao Yi's rummaging speed is significantly accelerated. Along with recording and organizing in his notebook, he soon summarized a large amount of information. In 1978, students from a children's choir disappeared en masse, and all 23 boys were missing. In 1967, there were at least 5 matricide cases, and the average age of the murderers was less than 8 years old. In 1956, all 17 members of the then mayor's family died on Halloween. The coroner said the cause of death was excessive fright. In 1945, shortly after the end of World War II, a war orphanage was set on fire. The death toll was uncountable. Going further, the Zikin Police Department's files are extremely incomplete. It is estimated that there was no stable organizational structure at that time, so it was impossible to have corresponding document archiving work. To put it simply, Zikin is prone to disasters, and there will be another concentrated outbreak every 11 years. Gao Yi touched his chin and took notes in his notebook while talking. If nothing else, this disaster in the main mission refers to what will happen now, 11 years later. Upon careful analysis, these major cases all have one thing in common: which is the existence of children and adolescents. Including the extremely high disappearance rate in Zikan, it is actually mainly composed of missing cases of children and teenagers. In other words, the clown mainly targets children and teenagers. Gao Yi asked himself questions, but felt conflicted. No, I can't be considered a teenager anymore. Why would the clown come to me? There is no answer to this question, it can only be attributed to the mechanism of the copy for the time being. On the last document, 3 boys hanged themselves, and a large number of citizens were watching. In the corner of the crowd, there was a clown's defeated face, staring out of the screen. Not very photogenic. Gao Yi smiled and closed it. After putting the bottom files back in place, he stood up and felt some pain in his legs again. So Gao Yi lifted up his shirt, took off the stunt belt from his waist again, and put it back into his backpack. Reckless arm guards and enemy spotting glasses are not necessary for daily wear, and will also lead to the superposition of negative effects. So Gao Yi only wore the stunt belt every day to improve his agility, and he had to take it off from time to time to take a rest. While packing his backpack, Gao Yi suddenly thought of something and took out the mysterious director's whistle. This movie is also based on a horror movie. It won't be related to that guy again, right? In Gao Yi's mind, the little boy who called himself director appeared. What's the use of this whistle? Is it possible that if you blow it, the clown will bow down? After thinking for a long time, Gao Yi shook his head, threw the whistle back into his backpack, and gave up the idea of blowing it. What he didn't know was that this small move triggered a battle on the other side of the West City. At this moment, Captain Huang and Tan Zhi were walking slowly in an abandoned factory. Suddenly, a bell rang. Jingle bell. Tan Zhi alertly picked up a small turtle pendant from his waist and placed it in the palm of his hand. She thought the ringing would subside, but she didn't expect it to become more intense. Is this still purple equipment? I feel this strength. Tan Zhi raised his head and looked at Team Huang standing aside, his eyes a little horrified. Could it be orange equipment? This blue equipment called turtle detector can make a sound when higher level equipment appears within a certain range. Tan Zhi had naturally done experiments with it before and was very familiar with the sound of bells after detecting high-end equipment. But the noise at this time has exceeded any time before. We have already met 3 people, all of whom are normal players. Apart from Zhang Tu and the missing girl, there is only 1 person left. Captain Huang lowered his head slightly in thought, his tone still calm, and continued. Sure enough, it's still Zhang Tu. The highest-ranking member of the Nankang City Investigation Bureau has only seen purple equipment, and he actually... We need to move faster. With that said, the 2 members of the Investigation Bureau quickened their steps again. What neither they nor Gao Yi knew was that in this copy of The Strange Things in West City, the gears of fate began to turn. Chapter 48. In the archives room, the lights were still dim. Put all the documents back into place, and put a few misplaced files into the correct cartons. After doing all this, Gao Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. People around him have never quite understood his mild obsessive-compulsive disorder and his need to be neat. In retrospect, these habits were all developed in the collective life of the orphanage. The orphanage was not big, just 2 small buildings with yards. Although there are policy subsidies, it is still difficult to raise such a large group of children. Under such circumstances, the mother-in-law provided the children with as comfortable beds and quilts as possible. Of course, private space is indeed a bit too luxurious. The large room is filled with dozens of beds, which is their bedroom. The only place the children can store their personal belongings is the small cabinet at the bedside. Not to mention that all kinds of scarce public facilities need to be returned to their original places after use, otherwise others will have no use for them. According to regulations, children need to take turns being responsible for bedroom hygiene. On the one hand, this is to train their labor awareness, on the other hand, the orphanage does have some shortage of manpower. Sometimes when staff see a child who has made a mess and did not clean it up, they will angrily ask him, "Do you think this is your home?" Otherwise, for these children without parents, the orphanage is naturally their home. Every time there is an inspection by a leader or a visit by a caring person from society, a comprehensive cleaning is needed. Of course, these relevant leaders and caring people are all good people. They often spend their precious time and money and really want to help children who have lost their parents. But I have to say that they all have a bit of aloofness. This is naturally not their fault, but those scenes are indeed engraved in Gao Yi's heart. Gao Yi remembered the first few days when he went to the orphanage. He was so confused that he ignored everyone and naturally had no friends. Fortunately, the dean's mother-in-law has always taken good care of me and comes to talk every day. Why are you suddenly feeling sentimental? Shaking his head, Gao Yi drove away the memories, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door to the archives room. But the scene outside the door is no longer the familiar police station. In front of you is a small open space of dirt. The rubber runway in the center, less than 100 meters long, is cracked and protruding and can only serve as a decoration. In the right corner, 2 of the 3 swings are broken, and the only intact one is actually in danger. In front of the dormitory building on the left, there is a stone countertop. The sun will heat it up in summer, so the mother-in-law of the dean will bring children who are inconvenient to move here to bask in the sun. Gao Yi is very familiar with this place. The place in front of him was the orphanage where he had stayed for nearly 10 years. Not only does it have the ability in the spiritual realm, but can it also create realistic illusions? Gao Yi murmured. He originally thought that the clown's ability was limited to dreams and a slight impact on reality. But looking at it now, its ability is stronger than imagined. Touching his left wrist, the light curtain was summoned by Gao Yi. I survive in West City for 48 hours, 38 hours 56 minutes and 49 seconds, or the number of remaining players in the instance is less than or equal to 5/8. Time is flowing normally, and the labeling system is also running. Unlike the previous dream, this is indeed the real world. In other words, this is just some kind of illusion or phantom. Think about it this way, is the reason why you came to me because I was investigating it? What kind of miracle does it have to do with you? Gao Yi's analysis and complaints went hand in hand, and he looked back in the direction he came from. As expected, the original green archive door was gone and turned into a familiar white iron door. Push it gently, and the iron door will naturally be locked. Being entangled by a clown is not necessarily a bad thing, at least it means that you are looking in the right direction. Gao Yi was not in a hurry. As long as he knew in his heart that all this was false, there was actually no danger. On the contrary, it is possible to grasp the clown's weaknesses or behavioral logic and prepare for the next strategy. Speaking of which, I haven't been back for more than a year, so I think it's time to revisit my old place. Thinking of this, Gao Yi stopped staying and walked slowly towards the small building on the right. People who have never been to an orphanage often have unrealistic fantasies about it. In their imagination, there should be birds singing and flowers fragrant, and a lot of cute children with smiling faces singing and dancing next to the administrator's mother. And this kind of fantasy will only make it more difficult for them to accept the truth when they see it. Gao Yi has seen countless enthusiastic people and university volunteers who came with good intentions become silent, cry, and even vomit. When they first entered the hospital and walked into the classroom, they saw a room full of cerebral palsy patients, polio, and disabled children. I saw the children lying on the floor sluggishly, and few of them could speak completely. That feeling was like going from heaven to hell. They are all good people, and many of them sacrifice their rest time to help and do good things. But the world Gao Yi grew up in was still too cruel to them. It is certainly not a coincidence that there are so many abnormal children. Many of them were brought back by the mother-in-law from the open space at the entrance of the orphanage. There were so many abandoned people that the mother-in-law even built a small hut with beds and quilts so that the abandoned children would not freeze to death at night. Later, the quilt was stolen many times, which is another topic. Of course, the orphanage where Gao Yi is located actually has pretty good facilities and the staff are very kind. Relying on subsidies from local policies and assistance from enthusiastic people in society, most children are doing well. Push open the anti-theft iron door on the first floor, and the library is right here. Gao Yi, who has few friends, has loved reading since he was a child and spends most of his rest time here. Of course, most of them were miscellaneous books like novels, comics, or stories, but they did help him get through many difficult days. When he first entered the hospital, several little boys formed cliques and liked to cause trouble for Gao Yi. Speaking of which, the earliest fighting skills were practiced at that time, and they are still useful today. But later, they were adopted and left one by one, and the troublemakers disappeared. But to a certain extent, Gao Yi still misses them. After all, these little kids are the few peers who can communicate normally. In fact, there have been many people who wanted to adopt Gao Yi. After all, he has no physical disabilities, looks good, and has reasonable intelligence. Apart from his somewhat withdrawn personality, he basically has no major shortcomings. Even the volunteers who come here like to play with Gao Yi. After all, they are one of the few children who have no disease or disability and no problem with their intelligence. But when faced with the idea of adoption, Gao Yi clearly expressed his rejection. His reply was, "I have parents and I don't need new parents." When they reach the age of 10, the people who want to adopt them disappear. This reason is actually just an excuse. More importantly, Gao Yi is the brother of many children in the hospital. The dean's mother-in-law and the staff need help, especially a boy who understands the environment in the hospital and has the strength to help. If I leave, I don't know who can take care of the noisy children. In this way, Gao Yi stayed in the orphanage until he was almost an adult. If I remember correctly, this is the classroom. Muttering softly to himself, Gao Yi opened the next door. Inside, it was exactly the classroom he remembered. At this moment, Gao Yi also entered the illusion surgery and saw other people for the first time. On the floor in the classroom, 7 or 8-year-old children in their 20s and 30s all turned their heads and looked at Gao Yi. After a few seconds of silence, they suddenly started howling and crawling towards Gao Yi. Each one has twisted limbs and a ferocious face. It seemed that he wanted to kill him, but also seemed to be asking him for help. Chapter 49. If there really is a creator in this world. The room in front of Gao Yi was basically a defective product, like a joke from the creator. Polio, disability of both legs, cerebral palsy, mental retardation, twisted limbs. These children, the oldest of whom are only in their early 10 years, are forced to endure this unimaginable pain. Whenever Gao Yi felt that he was very unlucky, he would recall the images of these orphanage children in his mind. He always felt that at least he was lucky compared to these poor children. Seeing them, or for them, no matter what situation you encounter, you must live and work hard. At this moment, the children in front of Gao Yi were, not surprisingly, composed of the fragments in his memory. The age and time point obviously don't match up, it's just a combination of sporadic characteristics. They let out bursts of ear-piercing wails and screams, rushing towards Gao Yi at full speed regardless of risk. Of course, most of them do not have the ability to run normally. The scene that emerged was that of people crawling toward him on the dark ground. Even a child with disabled legs and twisted arms was squirming forward at this moment. It seems that as long as he comes into contact with Gao Yi, all the disasters on him can be relieved. Why did you abandon us? It's so painful, save me. It's so painful. Big brother. The immature voices of boys and girls let out horrible wails, which sounded extremely miserable. After looking around, Gao Yi took a deep breath and slammed the door shut, leaving the children in the classroom. Of course he couldn't do anything for these hallucinated children, and being a brother was not for this time. To be honest, this is the limitation of American horror. It is too obsessed with sensory stimulation. Can there be something that touches the soul? If you say that the scene before you has no impact on Gao Yi, it must be false. Seeing the people in my memory become so twisted and crazy, rushing towards me, is still a bit scary and scary. Gao Yi muttered in a low voice, giving himself the psychological suggestion of it's a trivial matter. This is also a skill he mastered during his career as a journalist. But, some things are just so careless. When Gao Yi turns to the next corridor, the scene changes instantly. The sunlight that originally came from outside the corridor disappeared, and the space became pitch black. Continuing forward in the darkness, a faint red light appears in the field of vision. There were 3 crumbling, decaying wooden doors appearing side by side on the wall in front of them. Above, they are stained with bright red blood. Very scary, normally scary, not scary at all. Okay, let's rule out not scary at all first. Seeing this scene, Gao Yi laughed out loud for no reason. After all, this is just a fantasy scene, and the purpose is to scare yourself no matter what. The so-called choice actually doesn't matter at all. On the contrary, if you get too entangled in finding the right option, you will fall into the hands of the clown. With this thought in mind, Gao Yi opened the door with General Horror written in the middle. It was still dark inside the door. Gao Yi raised his hand to fumble on the wall beside him for a moment and pressed the light switch. The incandescent light above the head flickered twice, lighting up with a faint light. In the center of the room, there was a huge cube box. The box is painted with blue and red stripes at intervals, and there is a rotating clockwork inserted on the side, which is making a squeaking sound at the moment. You won't jump out of it. Ah ha 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 ha. Before Gao Yi could finish complaining, a clown-like spring doll slammed open the box and jumped in front of Gao Yi, its red nose shaking with its body. The moment he jumped out, he let out a burst of disturbing laughter. Gao Yi wanted to complain again, but the clown suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a burst of black smoke. Ahem, what the hell? He closed his eyes tightly and fanned the smoke in front of his eyes a few times before he could see things. But when Gao Yi opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him changed again. The first thing Gao Yi felt was the cold. When he looked down, all the heavy winter clothes on his body disappeared, leaving him only in a pair of short-sleeved shorts. The surroundings were all turned into transparent glass walls, seemingly without gaps at all. And this block of glass formed a space of less than 1 square meter, and Gao Yi was being imprisoned in it. Looking out of the glass, this scene seems to be my primary school classroom. Gao Yi was in the center of the classroom, and outside the surrounding glass, a large number of primary school students in school uniforms and well-dressed adults turned their heads, looked at Gao Yi and laughed. Is it the embodiment of low self-esteem, being ostracized, and being out of place when I was a child? Gao Yi quickly realized the meaning of the scene and analyzed it in a low voice. In schools, orphans are often the unpopular type. Not only will they be discussed and excluded by classmates, but they will even be ignored by teachers. Although teachers do not necessarily accept gifts, they are more likely to pay attention to students whose parents can provide help and value. Children of doctors, lawyers, and civil servants are often more popular. This is not a big mistake, but for children who have lost their parents, this dirty world of adult interests is still too difficult to understand. As for those who visit the orphanage, they often show some casual contempt. Gao Yi was once pointed at by a mother who brought her children to visit, and said to her children, "If you don't obey me again, I won't let you go, I will send you here." Gao Yi is a person who doesn't care much about these things, but his mother's words are still fresh in his memory. All around, the jeers and discussions behind the glass exterior wall were getting louder and louder. Each of them is wearing a school uniform and suit, but Gao Yi, who is surrounded by them, looks out of place. This is also a psychological hint: you are the one who doesn't fit in. Everyone leaned over and pressed their faces against the glass wall, as if they wanted to peek into everything Gao Yi could. Their facial features became distorted under the pressure. As more and more people followed, the limbs of the people at the front who were pressed against the glass plate began to deform. And when the pressure reaches a certain level, an explosion occurs. Red and yellow splashed on the glass, and the eyeballs were like fired bullets, smashing cracks into the glass. As the wave of people grew larger and larger, more and more human bodies were exploded, and blood stains gradually completely covered the glass. And the cracks began to extend and expand, allowing a large amount of blood to flow into the glass room from the outside. In the narrow space, blood gradually accumulated under the feet, rising at an extremely fast speed, and soon flooded Gao Yi's chest. The viscous liquid exuded a disgusting stench, making the air-deficient glass room even more unbearable. But Gao Yi, who was standing among them, had a normal expression. Instead, he sighed and said loudly, "Seriously, don't you have any other moves?" As soon as he finished shouting this sentence, the mocking sounds outside the wall disappeared instantly, and the entire space fell into silence. "Oh? Did you really irritate the clown?" The blood in his chest gradually receded, just when Gao Yi was wondering why he didn't take the next step. The glass plate under his feet cracked instantly. He lost his support and fell into a void. When he opened his eyes again in the darkness, Gao Yi found that the scene in front of him had changed again. This is the back seat of a car. The car is driving very fast, and the street scenes on both sides are passing quickly. In front of him, a man and a woman were sitting on the passenger seat, chatting about something at the moment. The car radio was playing Cantonese songs that Gao Yi would never forget. No need to recall, this scene appeared in his dreams countless times. This was the day Gao Yi lost his parents when he was 6 years old. Chapter 50. It's hard to tell the truth from the false. Many faces are dangerous and deceitful. How much prosperity can be shared? The water droplets on the eaves make no difference. The car radio played unknown Cantonese songs on a loop, and the scent of almonds filled the air. Everything is exactly the same as when Gao Yi was 6 years old. The heart is beating so fast. Gao Yi wanted to say that he didn't care, but his physiological reactions didn't lie. The speed of the car became faster and faster. Gao Yi tried to move, but when he lowered his head, he found that his torso was tied to the center of the back seat by a seat belt and could not move. The parents were still chatting about the weather in front of them, just like they did on the day of the accident. Of course, they had no reaction to Gao Yi's words and just drove the car faster and faster. Gao Yi pushed forward hard, stretched out the seat belt a little, and looked sideways at the dashboard. 220 km per hour. The speed has reached the level of ordinary F1 racing cars. Seriously, should you consider changing your career to the entertainment industry? We will definitely make money by opening an amusement park together. Seeing that he was unable to change the current situation, Gao Yi took 2 deep breaths and inexplicably began to speak to the empty seat beside him. This aspect is indeed his silly sense of humor and his way of relieving stress. On the other hand, Gao Yi did realize one thing. Ever since he entered this illusion, he had been surrounded by a large number of complicated and jumping horror scenes. It seems unrelated, and the jump is extremely sudden. But a careful analysis of the past shows that every change in different scenes has a common feature. It's the emotion of Gao Yi itself. Once he adapts to the environment, his emotions gradually calm down, and his fear dissipates. The situation will change and the scene will be switched immediately. In other words, the key lies in oneself. This is why Gao Yi took a deep breath now to calm down, and also why he had a conversation with the clown in the previous scene. As expected, changes occurred again. A column of white smoke exploded on the left side of Gao Yi. After it dissipated, the clown was already sitting in the back seat of the car. At the same moment, the car drove into a tunnel. The change in air pressure made the ears feel uncomfortable, and the dim light and repeated scenes on both sides made the atmosphere particularly gloomy. The clown didn't move his body, turned his neck at an abnormal angle, and brought his pale cheek to Gao Yi. "He, do you like the gift I prepared for you?" His laughter was extremely eerie, like a wild animal playing with its prey, or a child looking forward to dinner. The speed of the car became faster and faster, and gravity pressed Gao Yi's whole body firmly on the seat. The windows on both sides suddenly disappeared at some point, allowing airflow to surge in the small car. Gao Yi turned his head with difficulty and looked directly into the clown's yellow pupils. "Didn't you see me growing up in an orphanage? Let me tell you, Bruce Wayne is my brother, so be careful." This clown who doesn't live in Gotham has a look of confusion in his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he continued his psychological offensive. "I don't have many friends, just like you. You should remember my name. My name is..." The clown waved his hand upward, and in front of Gao Yi, the parents in the front seat of the car suddenly stopped communicating. They raised their hands and started BG on the steering wheel and passenger seat in front of them, shouting while BG. "Bill! Bill! Bill!" The clown also opened his arms amidst the shouts and laughed. "Yes, I'm Bill." Following the movements of my father in the driver's seat, the entire car began to shake from side to side, making it unstable. The swinging car almost hit the tunnel wall several times, but was pulled back at the most extreme point every time. Time is a good medicine that can make people forget everything. The memory of the 6-year-old was already blurry, and Gao Yi only remembered some details of the car accident. But the shaking now was exactly what he had experienced before the car accident. Subconsciously, Gao Yi grabbed the edge of the seat under him and tried to stabilize his body. The clown on the side, who introduced himself as Bill, with his neck stretched like a noodle, came close to Gao Yi's ear again. "You know, hee, you smell so good now, so good. Fragrant? This is a descriptive form of food. It smells so good now, does it mean it didn't smell so good before? What has just changed about yourself?" Sure enough, it is still an emotion, to be precise, it is fear. It likes human fear. This also explains why he went to great lengths to create these illusions and implant hints in various places step by step. It loves the fear of eating people. Turning his head to look, Clown Bill slowly opened his mouth. Its mouth is reminiscent of some kind of insect, with dozens of layers of teeth, densely stacked together. It's like one big mouth eats another big mouth, and so on. Clown Bill stretched out a slender tongue with a forked tip and licked the left side of Gao Yi's face. It seems that it does not like to eat fearful people, but rather likes to eat fearful people. From the clown's big mouth, Gao Yi vaguely saw 3 floating balls with golden light, moving in a circular motion in different phases. Is this its true nature? You know, a lot of things smell good but are poisonous if you eat them, you have to be careful. Gao Yi had some difficulty speaking in the strong wind blowing from the windows on both sides. But after recognizing the fact that the other party relied on fear to gain strength, he finally calmed down. Gao Yi adjusted his emotions and faced the clown again. The other party also clearly noticed the dissipation of Gao Yi's fear, and the huge mouth that had been opened slowly closed. The clown's yellow eyes were confused, as if he couldn't understand the changes in Gao Yi's emotions. To be honest, this memory is too far away. I can't remember it for a long time. Of course, it can't be considered a fear. Gao Yi is lying. That purgatory scene appeared in his dreams countless times, including the Cantonese songs on the radio, the slightly shaking car, and the chatter of his parents. Not once did he forget. But now, Gao Yi needs to defeat it. I don't know if it's the bonus of the lies of the Lao Lai label, or it's a reflection of Gao Yi's own psychological quality. Clown Bill seemed to really be unable to smell the alluring fear. His eyes widened and he stared at Gao Yi in disbelief. After a moment, it raised its hand forward and made a final struggle. In front of Gao Yi, his parents finally turned their heads, ignoring the high-speed car, looking at the back seat, and began to chant in a Ruan accent. "Xiao Ai, we miss you so much, come and stay with us." Gao Yi, who was sitting in the back row, stopped moving at this moment and looked at his parents in front of him silently. The clown Bill on one side also closed his big mouth. For some reason, it did not capture the fear emotion in the person in front of him. To be honest, I thought I would never see this scene again. There was a complicated expression on Gao Yi's face, which was a combination of nostalgia and relief. After speaking softly, he took out the mist mask that he had prepared and put it on his face. The passive effect of significantly increases mental resistance was activated, and the scene in front of him gradually shattered, leaving only the stunned clown. "No need to come to me, I will come to you." In the dissipated space, only Gao Yi's words slowly drifted away. The picture in front of him was distorted, and when he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the West City. "Come back to your senses and look around." Now Gao Yi's location is no longer the original police archives, but in a small parking lot. I don't know when it got dark, and the street lights were flickering. But that wasn't what frightened him again. Opposite Yi, 10 meters away, a man in a jumpsuit wearing a peaked cap, holding a giant axe, his eyes shining with gold, was standing there with a look of horror on his face. And some kind of throbbing in his heart warned Gao Yi that this was a player. An extremely dangerous player. Chapter 51. In the remote parking lot, the lights are sparse. The golden light flashing in the eyes of the man opposite was very familiar to Gao Yi. In the previous fantasy, he had seen the same light in Clown Bill's big mouth. That is the clown's body, the color of the 3 floating balls. A man wearing a light green one-piece uniform, holding a long-handled axe in his hand, stood confused under the street light. Gao Yi had just returned to reality, and when he realized that the person opposite was the player, he subconsciously thought that he had met the wanted criminal Zhang Tu. However, after careful identification, it was found that his appearance did not match the wanted poster, and it seemed that he was not the person he was. He seemed to be mumbling something vaguely, and even though Gao Yi had the easy chair detective, he still couldn't figure it out. After a moment, the man turned around suddenly and put the axe on his shoulder. He looked straight at Gao Yi and suddenly shouted, "How dare you come back?" The golden light in the man's eyes was still there, and his limbs were a little stiff, but after saying this sentence, he got into a posture and faced Gao Yi with his axe. Hey, it's fake, it's all fake, forget it, it looks like just shouting is useless." Gao Yi called a few words loudly, and found that he could not wake up the other party, so he hurriedly started to put on the equipment. The active function of enemy spotting glasses is temporarily unavailable, but the passive night vision function is pretty good in the current environment. Reckless Arm Guard can increase defense and has good active ability. Gao Yi has tied it to his left arm. Its passive effect is to increase physical resistance, and its side effect is that body temperature will slowly increase with use. This is also the reason why Gao Yi doesn't dare to carry it frequently. The most negative effect of the stunt belt is that it will make your legs uncomfortable for a period of time, unable to bend, and at worst, you will be a disabled person for a long time. But if the body temperature is too high, it will really kill someone. Not to mention that this arm guard was taken from someone else, and Gao Yi had not yet tested the relevant attributes. All in all, not very reliable. In comparison, stunt belt is very easy to use. The attribute agility can be used in various places. Gao Yi has already carried it in high-intensity battles, proving its reliability. Of course, Gao Yi had no choice at this moment and quickly equipped all 3 pieces of equipment. On the other side of the parking lot, the strong man holding an axe was still staring at him, his golden eyes filled with murderous intent. At the same time, his words also show that he is a person with stories. If it weren't for you, none of them would have died. Needless to say, his situation is the same as that of Gao Yi, who was brought into the illusion by Clown Bill. It seems now that it is deeper than Gao Yi. On the other hand, this also reveals some characteristics of the clown. First, it can appear on different occasions at the same time to harass and attack multiple individuals. Secondly, its influence on reality is obviously limited. If you guessed it correctly, Gao Yi met another player here, and it was planned by the clown. His goal is obviously to let the two people trapped in the illusion attack each other and hurt both sides. This should also be the reason why the clown appears in the car at the end of the fantasy. It will further irritate and provoke, until Gao Yi cannot control his emotions and wants to attack. In reality, he is probably fighting against the player in the one-piece uniform. And this also confirms that the clown's ability to influence reality is relatively average. Otherwise, wouldn't it be more convenient to wait for the target to fall into an illusion and take action directly in reality? The good news is that Gao Yi has now gotten rid of the intrusion of the illusion and has further grasped the intelligence of Clown Bill. According to the experiment just now, Mist Mask is enough to resist attacks in the spiritual field. The bad news is that there is another controlled player in front of him. Although players, as evolved people, cannot judge their abilities simply by their appearance. But the person in front of him is a very powerful type just from the appearance. Putting aside the axe in his hand, just the muscles under his uniform and his strong body didn't look like he was in the same weight class as Gao Yi. What to do? Gao Yi didn't have no choice. At this time, he turned around and ran away. Even with the clown's guidance, the opponent was unlikely to catch up. However, this is very likely to leave the other party to die. Gao Yi had seen the true form of Clown Bill in his fantasy, and its open mouth full of layers of fangs. If you really fall into extreme panic and fear, you will really be eaten. Considering the past cases he had seen in the archives room of the Zikan police station, being eaten in this illusion would most likely result in death. Flicking his wrist and opening the light curtain, Gao Yi confirmed the main mission again. Survive in West City for 48 hours, 36 hours 59 minutes and 29 seconds, or the number of remaining players in the instance is less than or equal to 5/7. During that period of time, another player died? Is it another attack by the wanted criminal Zhang Tu? Or is it that people from the Investigation Bureau have already killed Zhang Tu? In any case, the current situation is that if there are 2 more dead copies, it will end directly. Gao Yi will also get the return ticket and leave the instance. The last time my heart is fog, the return ticket was time limited, about half an hour. In other words, after the main mission is over, unless Gao Yi plans to stay in the West City for a long time, he will have to leave in half an hour at most. To settle the account, if you activate the active effect of Stunt Belt to escape, you may not even need the active effect, and let the man in front of you become the clown's food. There are only 6 people left in the dungeon. Maybe after a while, the number of people will be reduced to 5 or less, and the dungeon will end. This is so unacceptable. Gao Yi has made up his mind to kill that Clown Bill. The copy ended quickly, which he didn't want to see now. The man in front of him was in the same situation as himself, which meant that he was also investigating the truth of this copy, and did not spend his time and energy on intrigues with other players. From this perspective, he should be a fighting force that can be fought for. Not to mention, if it is given to a clown to eat, the fear it generates may become the clown's power. The man opposite began to move slowly, and the golden light in his eyes became more intense. Then, just bury them with them. The man roared angrily, held the top of the axe handle in the tiger's mouth with his left hand, held the tail with his right hand, and raised the entire axe head high above his head. The footsteps suddenly accelerated, rushing towards Gao Yi at an extremely fast speed. Concentrate highly, lower your center of gravity, and be ready to dodge attacks at any time. Gao Yi stretched his arms and whispered to himself. There is another reason. Just now, he felt the lightness and strength of his body again. This was an improvement in combat power. As expected, the enthusiastic citizen label is effective again. I am also doing something brave now. Chapter 52. Weapons are still a big problem. Since the end of the first copy, Gao Yi has been in a state of extreme lack of weapons. In the fog of heart, there is also an inflatable giant hammer that can be used as a lottery reward. But unfortunately, it was completely inadequate as an ordinary prop, and its durability ran out on the spot. After that, in the battle at Halong Mall, the problem of not having weapons was exposed. The first robber was solved with bare hands, and the ones that followed were iron rods, glass fragments. Use whatever you picked up. There used to be a super anti-law spray for daily use, but it has been used up now. Gao Yi also wants to bring some weapons of his own, but this is not an online game. Any two-handed sword, long bow or staff can be used with just one hand. Most of these weapons require long-term practice to achieve maximum effectiveness. After entering the strange things in West City, various explorations and inquiries are of no concern, but once entering the battle, the problem of having no weapons is exposed. It's not like Gao Yi didn't think about this before. He really planned to leave the archives and see if he could steal a gun or something from the police station. Unfortunately, before he could take action, he was pulled into the illusion again. Back to reality again, we have arrived at this parking lot. The giant axe passed over the head and hit the iron skin of a white van, making a muffled sound, followed by a sharp neighing sound caused by the pulling. Gao Yi turned to the left to avoid another round of attacks, his thoughts not interrupted at all. The man with golden eyes in front of him became angrier and angrier. Every time he swung the axe, he was full of force, and seemed to have endless brute strength. Still want to escape? Do you want to escape like that day? He roared, stepped forward again, turned his waist and swept the giant axe forward. Relying on the agility bonus of stunt belt and the combat power improvement of enthusiastic citizens. Although the opponent seems to have a higher evolution rate, Gao Yi at this moment has a significant advantage in speed. He jumped sideways again and dodged another round of attacks. The question is, how do you get this person out of his current situation? Gao Yi kept thinking in his mind, bent his knees, lowered his weight, and waited for the opponent's next attack like a tennis player. Objectively speaking, he has a huge advantage in this battle. Although the man in front of him is strong and possesses weapons. But no matter what, the Joker seems unable to instigate the active effects of its features, or other equipment. The man was simply relying on his body to carry out an angry attack without any order. If you just want to win and defeat the opponent, it is actually not difficult. Relying on the active effects of stunt belt and easy chair detective, instant strengthening can increase the combat effectiveness of high-level players. At that time, it shouldn't be difficult to seize the opponent's attack interval and subdue the man directly. The problem is that both of these have cooling time and have negative effects. After using it, not only will the combat effectiveness be significantly reduced for a period of time, but it will also lead to the lack of key combat effectiveness in possible subsequent battles. I wish I still had that anti-wolf spray. I was disgusted when I got it, but now it seems to be the most useful one. Sighing softly, Gao Yi was already thinking about other possibilities. Judging from my previous experience at school, when I fell asleep, loud shouts in the ears and shaking of the body can be reflected in the illusion. This is how Gao Yi was woken up before. The problem is that Gao Yi didn't try to call the other party during this period, but it didn't work. Do you need to control the opponent personally and then shout loudly? This is also another big problem. Gao Yi needs to pursue no injury. Although he really wanted to give the brother in front of him a fight, it didn't mean that he could accept that he was seriously injured. The axe in the opponent's hand is no joke, even if the reckless arm guard provides a partial defense bonus. But with this man's strength, it probably wouldn't be a problem to really cut off Gao Yi's arm. Although there is a bottle of sea-level physical healing potion, not to mention that it is rare and expensive, and it cannot effectively regenerate a severed limb. If you can't get close directly, create external stimulation? Looking around, there were no passers-by in the parking lot at night, and there were a dozen or so cars parked here and there. Judging from the dust on the car and the marks on the ground, most of them have been parked here for more than 3 months. Considering the crime rate and death rate in Unequipped, the current situation of car owners is worrying. The street lights flickered on and off, so the power supply was probably not sufficient. There are some discarded clothes and burnt charcoal piles in the corner. A homeless person must have spent the night here. Looking into the distance, there were only some low buildings nearby, and the former police station was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that its current location was far away from the city center. Loud noise and excitement. Gao Yi thought for a moment, then raised his head after a moment. Avoiding another blow from the man, Gao Yi ducked sideways into the middle of two parked cars. As expected, the opponent whose attack failed again quickly stood up and strode towards him. Controlling his body and having adapted to the opponent's monotonous attacks, he guided the man with golden eyes to strike him with another horizontal slash. This time Gao Yi didn't even need to dodge very fast, because the opponent's giant axe hit the windshield of the car beside him. At the same time, the huge car alarm bell rang loudly. Before the opponent could lift the axe again, Gao Yi raised his arm guard and smashed open the rear window of the van on the other side with his elbow. It is worth mentioning that car anti-theft bells became popular in the 1980s and 1990s, and they were initially criticized for being too sensitive and triggering frequently. Under Gao Yi's control, two huge car anti-theft bells sounded simultaneously, completely breaking the long-lasting tranquility of the entire parking lot. Amidst the violent sounds on both sides, a painful look appeared on the man's face, and the golden light in his eyes slowly disappeared, revealing confused eyes. However, Gao Yi didn't tolerate him at all. He took the opportunity to knock the opponent to the ground with a flying kick, and picked up the axe that he had dropped. Regardless of whether the other party is really awake or fake, it must be confirmed again. What's going on, where is this? The man wailed and fell to the ground, but when he raised his head, he was obviously more confused than in pain. Seeing that the other party was finally out of the illusion and control, Gao Yi couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, "Anyway, I'm really hungry. Why don't you go have a meal first?" Chapter 53. The night became heavier and heavier, and thick stratocumulus clouds ruthlessly blocked the moonlight, returning the city to darkness. After passing through an abandoned warehouse and crossing the small river where countless people had disappeared, Gao and Yi finally returned to the center of the West City. Near the playground, they found a Hyuxia restaurant, went in and sat down. Of course, the axe was wrapped and disguised. There are two reasons for choosing this. First, in Gao Yi's previous speculation, there should be problems with the amusement park that appeared after 11 years, and this restaurant happened to be built next to the amusement park. While eating, you can also observe and stay vigilant. Secondly, because this is Hyuxia food. Of course, the items on the menu were all unheard of, so I had to choose some ordinary meals based on the names. As for the money to pay the bills, it was a trivial matter. Gao Yi found some on the desk in his office before, probably left by his former teacher. Considering that I won't be able to get paid for my substitute teaching, and I did a good job in class today, the money shouldn't matter much. To take a step back, the worst I can do is brush up on Lao Lai's tag experience. The two people were sitting on the outermost side of the restaurant. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the amusement park that had been decorated was brightly lit and very lively. After confirming that no one was listening nearby and no players were following him, the man finally began to tell his story. The man's name is Wang Wuzhu, and he also entered this Zikan strange event through a ticket. However, according to him, the tickets were bought because the last copy was poorly completed, resulting in no ticket revenue. He waited until the countdown was almost over before hurriedly buying the ticket. I don't know the source, whether it is still the magic stick Zhaoqian. Wang Wuzhu entered the dungeon as a lumberjack and seemed to also be a basketball player. This seems to explain the origin of his overalls and giant axe. Not long after exploring the lumberyard, Wang Wuzhu was dragged by several workers to play basketball. He thought this was a good opportunity and quickly took the opportunity to inquire about the basic information about the copy. I usually play basketball, but I'm actually quite confident. But I didn't expect that the basketball skills of that group were ridiculous. The rules were a little different from what I was playing. They couldn't keep up with the rhythm at all. They were kicked off and sat on the bench after a while. There was some helplessness in Wang Wuzhu's words, and it was obvious that he was not very willing to be crushed in terms of his basketball level. Gao Yi, who was listening and recording, recalled something and flipped his notebook forward. With the successful conclusion of the 43rd West City basketball competition, the Lumberjack Alliance team won the final championship. The information on the radio in the morning actually worked again, and it seemed that it could explain the other party's problem. However, Gao Yi still did not interrupt the rhythm of the other party's narrative and continued to listen to Wang Wuzhu's story. The ball suddenly ran out of air, so I was asked to go to the storage room to get the pump. It was quite complicated, a bunch of scary things, but I saw a red balloon in the corner. Is there anything else written on it? Yes, what's written in yellow is the best in West City. Hearing Gao Yi's questioning, Wang Wuzhu slapped the table as if recalling something, startling the waiter who came to serve the food and trembled. He quickly apologized and took the plate. To be honest, I have never seen two people from Nanking eating at this table. Chicken nuggets covered in thick syrup, gooey fried rice, some kind of cross-shaped, stuffed, fried thing. After looking at each other, the two hungry people were still not picky about food. The next story is actually not complicated. Wang Wuzhu realized the weirdness of this copy and met Clown Bill for the first time. Later, he found a lumberjack whose child was missing, talked with him, and looked through the child's diary. Following various clues, Wang Wuzhu went to a bar and wanted to chat with the bartender there. It wasn't dark yet and the bar hadn't opened yet. He wanted to find a place to wait, and when he opened the door of a grocery store, he fell into a clown's fantasy. At first I could realize it was fake, but those past cases and victims appeared in front of me. Wait a minute. Gao Yi interrupted, are you, a policeman? Something like that. Wang Wuzhu had a look of embarrassment on his face, as if he was a little embarrassed about spilling the beans during the heart-to-heart talk. It has to be said that for Gao Yi, his savior, he really didn't put up much defense and basically just answered whatever he asked. Gao Yi also realized that he was not conducting a secret visit in reality, so there was no reason to be afraid of the police. It's no wonder that he just reacted a little too loudly. In his past career, the police often didn't look kindly on him, an investigative reporter who often broke into private homes to follow and explore. Was the mask you were wearing then equipment? Tacitly planning to change the topic, Wang Wuzhu asked. At this moment, Gao Yi has naturally taken off the mist mask. This piece of equipment is indeed not suitable for daily wear. It is, but I can't tell you what its effect is. No. Wang Wuzhu quickly waved his hand and picked himself a piece of chicken nuggets. I was thinking, why didn't you just kill me then? Do you want to die? Gao Yi picked up a piece of weird-looking golden fried food and took a bite. It turned out to be fried crab legs. No, but this copy is a sword. I really didn't expect to meet someone like you. Wang Wuzhu used his free left hand to circle in front of him several times, and it took him a long time to figure out what word to use. Good Samaritan. Didn't I explain to you? I plan to kill that clown and pursue a higher-level main mission. I don't know if it was because he was too hungry, but Gao Yi actually thought that the hot and sour soup with ingredients that went against the instructions of his ancestors was quite delicious. It is worth mentioning that since explaining the situation to the other party, Gao Yi's enthusiastic citizen label experience has been increasing slightly. Now, it has reached level 3 and is expected to become the first tag with 3 abilities. After giving himself another spoonful, he looked up at Wang Wuzhu and asked a question that lasted the entire copy. So what exactly does the sword represent? Are there any bonuses for killing other players? Wang Was, whose eyes became a little strange. He didn't even swallow the special dumplings in his mouth, and then looked up at Gao Yi. This gaze is like looking at a child who doesn't know how many continents there are in the world. You really don't know? I really don't know. It can be seen that when Wang Was, who swallowed this mouthful of dumplings, he also swallowed many questions. To put it simply, if you kill other players in the sword copy, you will not only get more potions and game coins, but you can also rob them of additional characteristics and equipment. Chapter 54. Is that so? Only now did Gao Yi realize what Gan Yejia's words in Delhi High School meant. I'm warning you, all the game coins and potions I have are left outside the dungeon, and I don't have anything good on me. If you dare to do anything, the entire dungeon will know that you are. After thinking about it for a long time, is this actually a statement on space safety? Thinking about it now, thanks to the fact that she met Gao Yi at the beginning, if she really bumped into the wanted criminal Zhang Tu, or other dangerous players, it would probably not end well. Of course, considering that she is now in the hands of Clown Bill, and her life or death is unknown, there is no luck or misfortune. Seeing Gao Yi's thoughtful expression, Wang Was, who seemed to have misunderstood something, leaning forward and saying, I still have this idea. You saved my life. These game currency medicines on my body belong to you. The characteristics cannot be removed. The equipment, you can just keep one piece for me. Gao Yi, who came back to his senses, waved his hand and gave himself another mouthful of soup. I told you, I don't want this from you. Enthusiastic citizen label, experience value plus 100. You would do the same thing if it were you. Enthusiastic citizen label, experience value plus 200. I just want to help. Enthusiastic citizen label, experience value plus 300. This label is really fast to upgrade. I think so. Is it because it is more in line with my usual habits? In this way, in the future, when synthesizing labels, we must also consider the difficulty of gaining experience. But Wang Was, who on the opposite side seemed a little embarrassed. He was obviously not the kind of person who was very good at expressing emotions. It seemed that this situation of owing something to others made him feel uncomfortable. He put down his chopsticks and pondered for a while, then raised his head and solemnly confessed to Gao Yi. Brother Gao, to be honest, I'm not very good at dealing with people and sophistication, but I will remember your kindness in saving my life no matter what. From now on, your business will be my business. Don't worry, we are all players. I will definitely get into some big trouble that requires your help, so that you can help me if you have the opportunity, okay? Gao Yi understands this kind of person, but if he insists that it doesn't matter now, it will make the atmosphere tense. After saying this, Wang Was, who temporarily accepted it and started working again. Having said that, Gao Yi was really hungry. In reality, Mysterious Mind was working undercover to defraud the company, so he didn't have lunch or dinner that day. I had some breakfast the next day, but Zhao Qian didn't eat much at noon, and he had no chance to eat at night. When we arrived at Mysterious Things in the West City, Mrs. Smith had eaten a lot in the morning, but she didn't have lunch and went to investigate the case. After all, he has only eaten breakfast for 3 days in a row, but this is normal for Gao Yi. Of course, gastroenteritis is also normal. Tonight's American-style Huxia meal was a bit strange, but it tasted pretty good. While listening to Wang Was-hu's story, he kept recording it, and so far he has only eaten a few bites. At this time, I finally had 2 bites of fried rice. Suddenly I remembered something and looked up at the opposite side. By the way, have you met those 2 people from the Investigation Bureau? I've seen, they found me this morning. Gao Yi clearly caught the change in Wang Was-hu's eyes. Investigation Bureau didn't seem to be a good word for him. You don't seem to like them very much. I thought you all belonged to the Imperial Court, but belonged to different departments. Gao Yi took another sip of soup and joked. After hearing this, Wang Wuzhu's expression became obviously more serious, and he didn't even bother to eat the dumplings in front of him. Brother Gao, this is a complete misunderstanding. Our police and the investigation bureau are completely different entities. Oh? I thought it was about the same. Gao Yi's occupational disease broke out again, and he unconsciously used some interview skills. If you follow the interviewee too much, you will often not receive the most sincere answer. Sometimes you just have to say, is it true? I don't believe it. Under such provocation from Gao Yi, from Wang Wuzhu's words, the image of the investigation bureau became more three-dimensional. Although the other party's words are somewhat emotional and obviously subjective, the information is still very sufficient. The Investigation Bureau department has not been fully developed for a long time, just over a year ago. And due to the increasingly serious problem of players and dungeons and the need to control public opinion, the power and scope of influence of the Investigation Bureau is getting larger and larger. Inevitably, they have conflicts of power and responsibilities with the police who conduct investigation, law enforcement, and review. As a directly affiliated national department, the Investigation Bureau has a higher say in many issues. Including some cases, they can take over forcefully, and documents can also be ordered to be retrieved. Not only that, they did not communicate with the police at all about many incidents, and used confidentiality and security issues to excuse them. Of course, it wasn't these that annoyed Wang Wuzhu the most. Then the Investigation Bureau actually recruits people directly from players without conducting additional training. How can it ensure the purity and reliability of the team? Wang Wuzhu suddenly poured himself another mouthful of soup and said fiercely. When they go out to enforce the law, they still use the name of our police. They neither do a good job of appeasing the people nor have formal disciplinary arrangements. This description was quite abstract and there were no specific examples, but Gao Yi still understood what the other party meant. Recalling the woman named Tan Ji in the Investigation Bureau that morning, she claimed that she was recruited after becoming a player. In other words, the Investigation Bureau will recruit members from players, and this will lead to uneven quality of its personnel. Although the two people I met this morning were okay, considering that most of the players are ordinary people, and they are ordinary people who suddenly have superpowers. Coupled with the erosion of power, the average quality of these people is not expected to be very high. And due to the confidential nature of the Investigation Bureau, they often have to carry out tasks in the name of the police. This gave the police a lot of scapegoat that they should not have shouldered. No wonder Wang Wuzhu was a little resentful. Telling him that the Bureau of Investigation and the police are the same thing was indeed a bit hard to accept. Okay, I understand. Gao Yi closed the pen cap again and closed the notebook. After Wang Wuzhu's narration, he finally understood the reason why the Investigation Bureau had a mediocre reputation. By the way, Brother Gao, what do you do for a living? You seem to be very used to listening to other people's words. After eating another dumpling, Wang Wuzhu kept talking to each other. Just a reporter. With that said, Gao Yi picked up a piece of fortune cookie from the plate. This kind of brown biscuit rolled into a circle is also a specialty of American Hyuxia restaurants. Inside is a small piece of paper with some ambiguous auspicious words written on it. The one Gao Yi held was obviously not normal. Death here is not really death. Is it the clown again? I haven't let myself go yet. Shaking his head and putting the note into his trouser pocket, Gao Yi looked at the food that had been sitting in front of him for a long time and could finally enjoy it without any psychological pressure. Just when he picked up the spoon and planned to take 2 bites of fried rice first. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window on the left, the bustling playground suddenly burst into flames, followed by a series of violent explosions. Gao and Yi turned around to see a large number of citizens playing and screaming and running away from the playground. Somehow, something unexpected happened. Chapter 55. After paying the bill, Gao Yi and Wang Wuzhu rushed out of the restaurant door and looked at the playground on one side. In the dark night, the amusement park lit with fire looked particularly conspicuous, like a layer of chocolate syrup squeezed onto the surface of a shiny cream cake. With no time to complain and not even a few mouthfuls of food, Gao Yi opened the light curtain and wanted to confirm the information. I survive in West City for 48 hours. 39 hours 37 minutes and 11 seconds, or the number of remaining players in the instance is less than or equal to 5/7. This shouldn't be the content of the copy itself, right? Wang Wuzhu on the side gave his guess hesitantly and looked at Gao Yi. Well, that clown is not of this type. He probably wouldn't engage in such an exaggerated scene in reality. Although our current world should not be called reality, otherwise what would the world outside the copy be called, reality within reality? Gao Yi silently added in his heart, but did not say this matryoshka-like complaint out loud. The question before them now is, what should they do? If the speculation is correct, the explosion in the amusement park was most likely caused by players. The question is, what is the purpose? Why create such an explosion? There are currently 7 people left in the dungeon, and Gao Yi already knows Zhang Tu, Gan Yejia, and 2 members of the Investigation Bureau, Wang Wuzhu. Even if it is impossible to judge whether Gan Yejia is alive or dead, there are at most 2 people in the dungeon who have not been seen before. There are not many reasons that players can think of for making such noises in this dungeon. Either fighting other players, or being affected by the clown's illusion. Considering that playgrounds are considered the domain of clowns, the answer shouldn't be hard to guess. A certain player explored here and was influenced or controlled by the clown, causing this explosion. Gao Yi touched his chin and made a guess. Anyway, we have to go in and have a look. Wang Wuzhu on the side couldn't hold it any longer, and he didn't know if it was his occupational disease that was at play. Of course, as a reporter, Gao Yi was also very interested in the cause of the explosion. No matter what happens inside, there is a high probability that it has something to do with the players. Gao Yi and Wang Wuzhu took a moment together and decided to move closer to the center of the explosion to collect information. The amusement park had become quite quiet at this time. The explosion and fire in the center forced many teenagers and children who came to play out. Of course, they didn't go far, and soon a wall of onlookers formed around the playground. Gao Yi and Wang Wuzhu squeezed in from the outside and entered the center of the playground. Just as they were walking against the flow of people towards the center of the explosion, several teenagers who were leaving suddenly stopped and spoke in unison. Teacher Gao. Turning around, he saw 3 men and 2 women wearing casual clothes. Their expressions were half filled with lingering panic and half happy to see a familiar teacher. Gao Yi quickly realized that these 5 people were students in the drama class at Delhi High School this morning. How are you? Are you injured? Several students shook their heads. Of course, this is not what Gao Yi is most concerned about right now. After a few polite words, he hurriedly asked the key question. What happened inside? Why did it explode? Several students exchanged looks several times, but failed to respond. They asked each other hesitantly, but for a while they couldn't figure out what was going on. For a long time, Gao Yi could only deduce the complex love arrows among them and the reasons for gathering to develop a relationship. Forget it, you go home first, it's not safe here. Gao Yi waved his hand and said a word of concern, intending to get rid of these teenagers who had no information. But just as a few people thanked them and were about to leave, one of the female students suddenly thought about it and said, I seem to have seen a short man holding a black package, with golden eyes. The impact of the explosion destroyed the rotating coffee cup and the jumping machine, and turned all the white horses in the carousel into black horses. The temporary shops and buildings lacked stability, and many of them had fallen to the ground. All the people in the center of the amusement park dispersed, and the area originally lit by colored lights also had an emergency power outage to avoid further explosions. Gao Yi walked through a low wall, which seemed to be some kind of bulletin board-like existence. Looking up, the grey-brown wall is covered with various missing person notices. Of course, the vast majority are children and teenagers. Those parents who did not give up chose to paste the missing person notice in this densely populated area, praying that someone could provide information. But considering the existence of the clown bill, this remaining hope can almost only be the nourishment for the family's future despair. Looking at these missing persons notices, both new and old, I can see that the earliest disappearance was more than 10 years ago. In other words, there are some parents who have been searching for their children in this cursed city for more than 10 years. Sighing slightly, Gao Yi looked to his side. Wang was, whose eyes were also a little complicated. After stepping over broken glass and stuffed dolls with spilled cotton, the two finally arrived at the center of the explosion. Compared with reporters, police comrades obviously have more experience in dealing with this aspect. It looked like a homemade explosive, but its power was average. It should have been caused by other combustibles and oil nearby that caused further fires and explosions. Wang was, who checked, patted the dust on his knees, and stood up again. Gao Yi also nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. But the question now is, who is the culprit of the explosion? The girl just mentioned a clue, a short man with golden eyes. If nothing else, it should still be the work of Clown Bill. The question is, what does it want to do by controlling this short man? And why does it explode after controlling it? No, these questions are too abstract and grand. Think from the end first. What is the significance of the explosion? The clown pursues the fear of eating human beings, and killing is just a side behavior. Creating explosions is obviously not in line with its behavioral characteristics. A more reasonable judgment, maybe this is some kind of counterattack by the controlled player? He possesses some kind of explosive equipment or characteristics, so he activated its effect in the illusion. If this reasoning is correct, then where is this short man now? Theoretically, such a violent explosion should be able to awaken it from the illusion. A chill rose from Gao Yi's heart. The sensory bonus of Easy Chair Detective came into play at this moment, and the sound of breaking wind could be clearly heard. Relying on the agility bonus of Stunt Belt, Gao Yi flew forward and avoided the attack from the darkness. He rolled on the ground and hid in the bunker, shouting at Wang was, who to take cover. Only then did he have the opportunity to check the object that was attacking him. Looking carefully, a shining silver shuriken was firmly inserted into the wooden wall of the building nearby. Judging from this player's quiet state and decisive attack, it seems that this player is not the friendly person expected. They are normal players who plan to gain something in this sword copy. Chapter 56. Gao Yi put on the enemy spotting glasses and poked his head out slightly. Its passive night vision effect puts a green filter on the picture in front of you. Although it will be a little blurry, you can indeed see things. Relying on his enhanced eyesight and night vision, Gao Yi searched in the direction where the shuriken flew, but found nothing. On one side, Wang was, who was hiding behind a low stone wall, had not fully understood the situation. There are attackers. Yes, I have long-range capabilities. Now I am hiding in the dark. When I attacked before, I was at my 7 o'clock direction. Gao Yi is not ambiguous, sharing information at this time must not be ink. When the enemy is in darkness and we are clear, the top priority is to find the opponent's location. The active ability of enemy spotting glasses is indeed good and can track enemies, but it also has great limitations. It requires that you must look directly at the entire body of the tracking target for 5 seconds before you can enter the tracking state. In the current situation, Gao Yi couldn't even see the player. At this time, all the equipment that can be used on the body has been worn. The 3-piece set of stunt belt, reckless arm guard, and enemy searching glasses provide combat power. After some thought, the mist mask was also put on Gao Yi's face to prevent him from being dragged into the illusion by Clown Bill again. No matter what, this amusement park is the other party's territory. The above-mentioned equipment all has side effects, and adding them together will be very painful, but I can't care about that now. Look at the force with which the shuriken penetrates. If it hits your body, even with the defense bonus of Reckless Arm Guard, you will basically lose your combat effectiveness. Doesn't this count as a heroic act of justice for me, when the opposite person is an arsonist who detonates a bomb? Gao Yi whispered, trying to reason with the enthusiastic citizen label. Of course, no one responded. After searching around again, no trace of the enemy was found. Gao Yi turned to look at Wang Wuzhu, who was also wearing equipment. Do you have any ranged weapons? No. But I hold the axe. As he spoke, the people's policeman raised the giant axe in his hand. From the previous chat, Gao Yi actually had expectations. Wang Wuzhu became a player 1 month earlier than himself, and this Zikan strange story was actually his third copy. At this time, his evolution rate is at the peak of E level, and he has not yet become D level. In terms of horizontal comparison, it is a bit better than the robbers encountered in Halong Mall. Its advantages mainly come from years of physical training, combat experience, and the willpower honed in the police career. Although the evolution of the players is very powerful, at the same stage, the efforts and precipitation of ordinary people still have their results. But the problem is that Wang Wuzhu's luck is indeed not very good. His first copy was after arresting a suspect and collecting the tickets in his pocket as evidence, which happened to be the time to enter the copy. The difficulty of the first copy was not low. Fortunately, it was a cooperative copy. There was an experienced player in the team who successfully led the team to victory. The second dungeon was another extremely difficult disaster scenario. Wang Wuzhu endured it for 12 hours and returned to reality. Although I managed to pass the 2 very difficult dungeons, the tasks were barely completed. The final result is that the equipment and characteristics obtained are not very good. Although Gao Yi did not ask in detail, they should all be white. In this case, it is somewhat difficult to expect the other party to have any ability to change the situation. Gao Yi's thoughts were racing. He quickly figured out the current situation, and whispered to Wang Wuzhu on the other side again. Go inside first. With an exchange of glances, Wang Wuzhu took the lead, leaned over and sprinted towards the hut that served as a bunker. Gao Yi followed closely, and at the same time, he was always alert to possible attacks. As expected, just as Gao Yi took a step out of the bunker, the sharp cold light struck again. He had already expected it, so it was not difficult to dodge this move. Gao Yi paused slightly and avoided this predicted dart. Turning his head to look, he still found no trace of the attacker. But it has to be said that the enemy has very rich combat experience. He only observed Gao Yi's dodge once, and this time his shurikens came with a little anticipation. If you let it adapt a few times, even if it has good agility and reflexes, it may not be able to escape unscathed. Fortunately, with the double bonus of Easy Chair Detective and Stunt Belt, he still escaped the most thrilling first sneak attack. After rushing into the hut and closing the wooden door, Gao Yi took a deep breath. On the other side, Wang Wuzhu was pulling the curtains to completely cover the glass windows. After confirming that there was no room for the enemy to peek, he turned to look at Gao Yi. Did that guy use a shuriken? It should be, the speed is very fast, and the throwing position is completely invisible. As a hidden weapon, shuriken mainly appears together with the image of ninja in various film and television works. The whole shape is cross-shaped, with sharp edges all around. Although Gao Yi didn't know much about this kind of weapon, he would never want to take a shot. The good news is that the wooden house where the two of them are now should be able to temporarily prevent the other party's long-range sneak attack. The bad news is that the situation in which the enemy is in hiding and we are in the clear continues. Gao Yi stood up, finally regained his breath, and began to inspect the wooden house where they were. This wooden house is not a new one after the amusement park opened, but an original building in this open space. Because of this, it had a fairly solid foundation and was not knocked down by the impact of the explosion. In fact, the damage suffered was extremely limited, except that the wall on the west side was a little burnt. Judging from the documents on the desk, this is a place similar to a guard station. The small bed in the bedroom had obviously not been used for a while, and the inspection time and park map on the desktop had accumulated dust. There may have been a caretaker who lived here in the past and would patrol the area every night to drive away homeless people who tried to spend the night. But later, for some unknown reason, I also left here. Gao Yi searched around and found only a set of old uniforms gathering dust, a flashlight with low battery, a set of carpentry supplies, and several rough maps of different areas of West City. The rest are mostly worthless junk. On the other side, Wang was who had completely unpacked the axe, and was wearing a blue-purple wristband on his right wrist, which looked like equipment. Seeing Gao Yi's questioning look, he lowered his voice and introduced. Magnetic wristband can bind the weapon so that it can be returned to my hand after being thrown. It's actually a good thing. Many possible uses flashed through Gao Yi's mind. Whether it is returning after missing the target, or causing secondary damage after hitting the target, this magnetic wristband has a lot of room for use. It is a pity that in the current situation, it is also useless. The prerequisite for all attacks is to find where the enemy is. Under the dark night, the central area of the amusement park was divided by various complex facilities and shops, making it impossible to capture the enemy's traces. It would be nice if there was light. Wang was who was observing carefully by the window, complained softly about the current situation. Light. Also close to the window, Gao Yi slightly stretched his head and looked towards the west side of the playground. There, it is the most classic amusement ride, the carousel. I think I know how to light it. Gao Yi smiled again. Chapter 57. Carousel. Wang was whose tone was full of doubts, and it took him a while to answer the second half of the question. What's the use of that thing? Gao Yi did not answer directly, but returned to the center of the hut and took out the map he had found before. Although this map is from before the amusement park was built, the basic terrain nearby does not have much error. Through simple drawing marks, Gao Yi quickly sorted out the current situation. There should be only one enemy, the short man as the students call him. As a player, the opponent shows extremely strong concealment, low frequency but very threatening long-range attacks, and the possibility of creating explosions. The reason for the ambush and sneak attack cannot be confirmed for the time being, but in this sword copy, it is normal for players to attack each other. The question now is how to change the current situation where the enemy is in darkness and we are in the clear. The simplest way is to light up this space. Although Gao Yi has the night vision ability provided by enemy spotting glasses, it seems that it is not enough to find the enemy now. Now that both of us lack long-range attack means, finding and approaching the enemy is the first element. Can't you consider delaying the incident? Such explosions and fires will definitely have fire and police personnel coming. Wang was who followed Gao Yi's train of thought and thought about it briefly to raise his doubts. As a public official, he was subconsciously thinking about the possibility of using the power of copies. I have thought about this option, but considering that the enemy is likely to have the means to create an explosion, we are not safe in this hut. Gao Yi didn't hesitate and gave a direct reply. Sheriff Monica and her team are most likely on their way. When the armed police arrive, Gao Yufeng, who has a good relationship with them and is indeed innocent, can naturally take advantage of this force. But the question is, will the enemy give them this time? Gao Yi doesn't like leaving his destiny in the hands of luck and others. Instead of waiting, it's better to take the initiative. After explaining the reasons for his choice of action, Gao Yi picked up the pen again and started marking on the map. If I read correctly, the carousel facility is independently powered, and the switch should be near the operating console. The manager turned it off when he left. If you open it, the 2-story large luminous body is indeed enough to illuminate this area. Wang was who looks like he belongs to the physical school, but in fact he is also quite good at using his brain, and he does not fall behind at all in the high-level rhythm. After a while, he asked again. The question is that enemy really just hiding in the dark? Didn't you say that you can't even see it with your night vision glasses? Yes, but I think its invisibility or camouflage is most likely related to the dark environment. Gao Yi put his wrist against his chin, leaned on the wooden table and said slowly. This judgment is not difficult to make for two main reasons. One is the judgment of the quality of game equipment. According to previous investigations, mid and low-level dungeons will only select players in the same area. The games and players in Nankang City have only appeared for 3 months, and most of them are in a relatively rudimentary state. Blue equipment is extremely rare, and purple has almost never appeared. In horizontal comparison, most of the equipment players obtain is not too powerful, and most of the blue quality equipment is not much beyond the understanding of ordinary people. As for a piece of equipment that can make a person completely invisible, it must be at the purple level. Gao Yi didn't think the enemy would have such a powerful equipment. If the opponent really has crushing level equipment and evolution rate, he can completely attack in frontal melee without having to hide in the dark and attack remotely. The enemy chooses the current fighting method of ambush and sneak attack, so naturally he does not have enough confidence in facing 1 against 2. Another reason is the time and place chosen by the other party. When the whole Western City strange incident started, the time in the dungeon was 8 o'clock in the morning. Why wait until night to attack players, and why choose this amusement park that can create a completely dark environment? Based on these doubts and clues, Gao Yi made a judgment. The opponent may have some equipment and features that can reduce the sense of presence or make it invisible to a certain extent in a dark environment. Because of this, the enemy chose the battlefield here, in the center of the dark playground. This also explains why Gao Yi cannot find the other party. Looking back, it is likely that the explosion was intentional and not a forced act as previously suspected. Clown Bill may have briefly controlled him, but was broken free. This explosion is actually a trap used by the other party to hunt players. There are only 7 players left in the dungeon now. If 2 more die, the main mission of level I will be completed directly. It is estimated that the enemy is also thinking about this and plans to take action. This is the opponent's home court, and the place and time are intentional. To break this disadvantage, what is needed is light. In the wooden house, Gao Yi and Wang Wuzhu were ready. Wang Wuzhu held the axe handle in his hand and bound the axe with the magnetic wristband, and was squatting behind Gao Yi. Gao Yi split the wooden table with an axe and made a small shield, which was currently stuck on the arm guard. Although the shuriken used by the opponent is a hidden weapon, it is still a cold weapon in the end. As for shurikens, cross-shaped hidden weapons, the purpose of making them is to kill the enemy as much as possible, and their penetrating power is actually very average. Although the shield in his hand is a bit crude, it is enough to block several attacks. Follow the plan, 5 seconds. Gao Yi checked the stability of the stunt belt again, then turned to Wang Wuzhu behind him to give the final instructions. In fact, there is not much need. He is a professional policeman, and he must be far more experienced in this kind of action than Gao Yi. Rather than explaining to the other party, it is better to say that Gao Yi is emboldening himself. After all, according to the plan, he is the one responsible for attracting the enemy's attention and creating time for his teammates to turn on the lights. This is not difficult to understand. After all, Gao Yi has bonuses in agility and defense, making it easier to dodge shuriken attacks. Not to mention that he had already dodged 2 shots, and the other party had some hatred towards him. 5 seconds passed quickly. Gao Yi took one last deep breath and rushed out of the wooden house. The enemy's attack came faster than expected. A shuriken shot came from the right, even the opposite direction from the last attack. Gao Yi had no time to dodge directly. Fortunately, he aimed at the torso, and the shield made of the wooden table successfully blocked this inevitable sneak attack. Although he was not hit directly on the body, the shock caused by the huge force came from the shield, making his right arm numb. Gao Yi did not stop, and after roughly judging the location of the opponent's shot, he quickly turned his head to look. But as before, the enemy's traces cannot be captured. According to the plan, he rushed straight to the opposite direction of the carousel, where there were a lot of bumper car projects surrounded by sandbags. Wang Was, who behind him, had also rushed out of the wooden house and rushed towards the target switch. You have to attract the enemy's attention. Gao Yi thought for a moment, stopped, turned to the right where the attacker was, and shouted. Okay, can you hit one shot? Chapter 58. In many Merpage games, the tank position in the team that is responsible for taking damage often has a skill called taunt. Its effect is basically to force nearby enemies to attack itself. It may feel a bit abstract when playing, but when you think about it in practice, the logic is basically to taunt the enemy loudly, irritate the opponent, draw their attention to yourself, and then protect the back row of the team. Gao Yi's current behavior is basically consistent with its logic. Judging from the actions of choosing a location, waiting time, and patiently ambush, the attacker is not a brainless player. In fact, taking into account the opponent's skillful use of equipment and characteristics, as well as the systematic fighting method, it can be seen that he is an experienced player with a calm personality. When facing such a person, one must consider the possibility that the other party will detect one's goal, that is, turn on the merry-go-round and then illuminate it. In order to prevent him from turning the gun and attacking his teammate Wang Was, who was responsible for turning on the lights, Gao Yi made a taunt on the spot. Not only did he talk, he even stopped moving at high speed. All this is to attract further attacks from the other party. At this moment, Gao Yi has arrived next to the bumper car project. The side of his back is covered by sandbags, and the remaining 3 directions may be attacked. Despite Gao Yi's arrogant words, his heart was already tense. To taunt the enemy, you must be prepared to be hit with all your strength. The night vision function of enemy spotting glasses is still there, but Gao Yi has given up on finding enemies directly. What he wanted to see was the trajectory of the shuriken. There was naturally a reason why Gao Yi chose to stand next to a sandbag. On the one hand, it can reduce the number of attack directions that need to be worried about by a quarter, and ensure that one's peripheral vision can at least roughly capture the path of the shuriken. On the other hand, it also leaves room for yourself to escape. Whether it is the stunt belt that actively increases agility and avoidance, or the reckless arm guard that is activated and directly knocks away the sandbag on one side, they can ensure safety even when there is no way to avoid it. At least he won't be chased for a last hit, resulting in serious injury or even death. But ideally, high-level players naturally don't want to use the equipment's active abilities. After all, they all have quite troublesome negative effects. Whether it is the stiffness of the knees or the increase in body temperature, it will greatly limit subsequent battles and actions. The sound of heavy breathing can be heard clearly, focusing the attention on the strengthening of the 5 senses given by Easy Chair Detective, making the height difference at this moment extremely sharp. The noise in the darkness in the field of vision, the chirping of unknown insects, the smoky smell of fire, the slight bitterness on the tip of the tongue. In the dark night, Gao Yi pressed against the sandbag, alert to all the movements around him. The neighborhood has completely lost its vitality. The playground that was bustling half an hour ago is now a dead place. On the side, half of the doll shop and the rotating coffee shop were still burning, and the sizzling sound also filled the air with an unpleasant burnt smell. Seize the opportunity and see clearly that cold light. Looking out of the corner of his eye, on the other side, Wang Was, who seemed to have entered the control room next to the carousel. In this way, he is basically safe. The next step is to wait for him to find the switch and turn on the carousel. The key is on your own side. Breaking the wind. Gao Yi's reaction was extremely fast, and he made a judgment the moment the cold light appeared. This dart is difficult to dodge, but it can be blocked. His body sank. Gao Yi raised the shield made of a wooden table, and with a dang sound, he firmly caught the dart. A familiar tremor appeared in his arms, but a certain sense of disharmony also arose in his heart. This dart didn't seem to be intended to hit himself. Knowing the existence of this shield, the angle of this attack was a bit too straightforward. It was almost as if he was deliberately trying to catch it. This attacker is not one-dimensional, so why doesn't he adjust his angle and attack method? Or maybe, the attack has actually changed. At the same time, the subtle smell of gunpowder poured into his nose, and Gao Yi quickly threw the shield with 2 shurikens in it almost subconsciously. The moment he just let go, the explosion knocked the shield back again, slamming into Gao Yi's raised reckless arm guard. This shuriken is different from the previous 3. It actually has an explosive effect. Although the shock wave was eliminated a lot by the shield, and the reckless arm guard also blocked part of the damage, Gao Yi was still badly blown up. His whole body leaned back, rolled over the sandbag, and fell into a crowd of bumper cars. It hurts. The impact after the fall was not bad. I just fell into the seat of a bumper car, and my calf hit the metal hood, causing a dull pain. The wooden shield made of a rotten wooden table finally showed its unreliability. Several wooden thorns fell down and were carried by the shock wave towards Gao Yi. Like grenade fragments, some of them had penetrated deeply into the skin. Ah, give me the label of a masochist, and my experience points will increase sharply every day. Without enough time to deal with the wound, Gao Yi just pulled out a wooden thorn on the side of his neck and groaned slightly. Thanks to wearing the mist mask, although the mental resistance has not yet taken effect, its protective effect as a mask still prevents the worst-case scenario, that is, eye injury. It is worth mentioning that the mist mask does not leave small holes for the eyes and nose like ordinary masks, but is a smooth oval mask, and there is not even a fixed strap at the back. As long as it is gently attached to the face, it will not fall off. As for the field of vision, I can only say that it can be seen anyway. The principle is really unclear and can only be attributed to supernatural power. Gao Yi understood that he must not waste time now. He stood up hurriedly, enduring the severe pain, and looked outside from behind the sandbag. At this time, Wang Wuzhu finally completed his mission. As cheerful music played, a 2-story carousel lit up. It is like a golden fountain, with horses of various colors rotating and undulating, spreading light to the entire central area of the playground. The originally silent seats, collapsed amusement facilities, and even the burning hut were now cast in a golden, holy light. Unfortunately, Gao Yi had no time to enjoy the beautiful scenery at this time. He was extremely focused and took full advantage of the visual bonus provided by Easy Chair Detective. The enemy in motion, somewhat puzzled, trying to hide. Here it is. Behind the broken coffee cup, as the light came, a short figure wearing dark blue sportswear appeared. He seemed to be frightened by the sudden appearance of music and light. He quickly jumped off the stage and ran in the opposite direction of the carousel. He can escape. But anyway, the situation has changed. Chapter 59. I don't know if it's due to the months of haze or the frequent deaths and disappearances. There is always an ominous atmosphere hanging over the West City at night. Moonlight cannot penetrate the thick clouds, making light a luxury. Of course, in this amusement park tonight, there is an additional sense of anxiety and smoke. In the double-decker carousel that suddenly lights up with golden light, and with the loud and cheerful music. Gao Yi followed closely the short man in the blue sportswear, endured the pain and ran through the amusement park, all the way to a 3-story old house. At the door of the small building, a sign decorated with skulls was placed in a pretense of suspense, indicating his identity. Horror Clown Haunted House. If I lived in a city where the death rate was 6 times the average and clowns were often sighted eating people, I would definitely go to a haunted house called Scary Clown every night. The low pressure in the dark, pain, tension and fatigue obviously could not stop Gao Yi's desire to complain. In other words, it was precisely because the situation was so bad that he needed to complain a few words to calm his mind. But on the other side, Wang Wuzhu, who had come all the way from the carousel control room, was not so relaxed. Because the short man ran away in the opposite direction of the carousel, Wang was who had to run a long way. When he arrived carrying the big axe, he was already a little out of breath. What about that person? Went in half a minute ago. Gao Yi's reply is also very simple, giving the necessary information. At this time, Wang was who took a breath and had time to observe Gao Yi's situation, and at the same time exclaimed. Are you injured? Was that kid responsible for the explosion before? As he spoke, he took out a tube of potion from his backpack, which seemed to be a physical therapy type. I have to say that Gao Yi's current situation does look a bit miserable. After being hit by the wooden thorn, I didn't have time to treat the wound. I just drank a bottle of E-level physical healing potion, which temporarily stopped the pain. The wounds that healed later cracked during the fast running, and the blood stained large areas of the clothes that were not thick in the first place. This was supplemented by the scratches on the back caused by friction on the ground, as well as the smoke and gunpowder smell after the explosion. Gao Yi should feel no sense of disobedience if he plays a refugee in a war movie. It's nothing serious. I drank a bottle of healing potion. Gao Yi waved his hand to stop Wang Wuzhu's good intentions. The analgesic effect has slowly taken effect, and the wound is also slowly healing. Although it looks a bit shocking, it is actually not a big deal. Gao Yi had suffered a lot of injuries of this level since he became an investigative reporter. Most of the time, it would be better if he took it easy. Not to mention that now that he has become a player, he has improved his physical fitness and drank a bottle of physical healing potion. The most critical question now is how to deal with the enemy in front of him. This horror clown haunted house, like the cabin the two of them were in just now, was not newly built when the amusement park was built. On the contrary, it is an old house that is much older than Gao Yi. This old house, which has been in disrepair for a long time, was a gathering place for homeless people and noisy teenagers in the past. At some point, it also became the base of a small gang. Regarding this information, Gao Yi learned from the old night watchman's map, which specifically marked this building. It can be seen from his rather resentful that half of his workload comes from this old house. With the opening of the amusement park, it was also transformed into the so-called scary clown haunted house. It seemed to be still open before, but after the explosion, all the tourists left. Thinking from various angles, there is a high probability that this place should be related to the Clown Bill. Gao Yi also kept a careful eye on possible hints and allusions. Are we going to chase him in? Wang Wuzhu didn't think so much, he just paid attention to the attacker who escaped. Ever since Gao Yi saved him in the illusion, he has been very willing to listen to Gao Yi's various ideas and always ask for his opinions before doing anything. It can only be said that in this copy, Gao Yi is indeed the more handy one. At this moment, he really had different ideas. Gao Yi's enemy detection glasses have actually locked onto the enemy. In front of the haunted house in front of him, a faint bloody thread leads all the way into the house. The haunted house was also in a power outage at the moment, and it didn't take much to know that it was also pitch black inside. It is already known that the enemy has some kind of sneak ability in the dark. Under this premise, it is really not cool to enter this haunted house again. Considering the opponent's decisiveness when running into the haunted house, this is most likely his prepared retreat point. It would not be surprising if all kinds of traps and hidden weapons were already prepared. The complex, narrow space and dim environment inside the haunted house will also make Gao Yi's numerical advantage disappear. Then, should we just stay outside and wait for the police in the dungeon to come? Wang Wuzhu looked a little confused and asked again. The two of them were sticking to the outer wall of the haunted house, alert to possible sneak attacks from the windows. The enemy has been in there for a while, so it's not surprising that he is really ready to attack next time. Of course not. As I said before, you can't expect the power within the dungeon to be reliable. Gao Yi shook his head slightly. As a policeman, Wang Wuzhu was indeed a bit too observant of the rules. At this time, he was still thinking about obeying the law. He paused and then said, "If we don't go in, we can let this person come out." "Come out? How to let him come out?" Wang Wuzhu looked puzzled, but his words suddenly stopped. Next to him, Gao Yi had already taken out a brand new lighter and pointed the flame at the wooden window frame of the haunted house. Chapter 60. Arson has been a serious crime since the establishment of human society and the establishment of settlements and communities. The reason, of course, is because its destructive power is really great. To this day, humans have lived in post-industrial communities and buildings made of reinforced concrete, but fire is still an extremely dangerous existence. Not to mention the old wooden houses. This old house, which has been in disrepair for a long time, has been added with a variety of dense and flammable scary objects, all of which have now become excellent fuel. He took out the lighter from Yi and lit the window frame. In less than 3 minutes, the house was already on fire. Judging from the intensity of the fire, it was much larger than the fires on the amusement facilities that were ignited by the explosion before. Gao Yi himself does not smoke. First, he has not developed this habit. Second, he is indeed a bit poor. Naturally, I don't usually carry a lighter with me. Not to mention that lighters should not be able to bring this copy, just like mobile phones and other industrial products. So where did the lighter in his hand come from? That's right, it's the ordinary prop endless lighter obtained by lottery in the Fog of Heart. The effect is that it can be used infinitely, but when Gao Yi actually used it to light a fire, he realized something was wrong. The durability actually dropped by 20%. In other words, this thing can keep burning after being pressed, but its durability will be lost when released. Gao Yi twitched the corners of his mouth and concluded in disbelief. "You call this infinity? What?" Wang Wuzhu on the side obviously didn't understand what Gao Yi was muttering and turned around to ask. "Nothing. Considering the more unreliable ordinary level rewards, this thing is at least useful." Gao Yi shook his head, adjusted his mentality again, and returned his attention to the haunted house in front of him. The flames have been burning for a long time, and the decaying and old wooden house is covered with flammable materials. The heat is rapidly expanding under the increasingly swollen evening wind. But the question is, what about the people inside? After Gao Yi and Wang Wuzhu lit the fire, they took a few steps back and chose a safe surveillance position. With the tracking of enemy spotting glasses and the light brought by the flames, it should be impossible for the short man to escape without being discovered. However, now that the flames have basically surrounded the entire house, it is unlikely that anyone can still stand inside. Gao Yi frowned slightly and called up the light curtain. "I survive in West City for 48 hours, 37 hours 45 minutes and 29 seconds, or the number of remaining players in the instance is less than or equal to 5/7. The total number of people in the dungeon has not been reduced further, and the short man is still alive. Maybe he was hiding somewhere in the toilet inside, or maybe his leg was crushed by a falling beam, as is common in movies and TV shows. If he died in the fire, would he be considered a murderer?" Gao Yi's initial plan was to use this fire to force the opponent out and avoid being attacked and ambushed again. But now, the short man disappeared into the fire. Considering that the enemy has always been deadly, Gao Yi wouldn't say how much he didn't want anything to happen to the opponent. What he is thinking now is, if the opponent dies in the fire, will he get the characteristics and equipment he dropped? Full of doubts, Gao Yi turned to look at the people's policeman on the side. "You said that if I was really burned to death by that person inside, would it be considered self-defense?" "Ah? Wasn't that the man who exploded and set the house on fire?" Wang Wuzhu tilted his head and demonstrated the correct way of thinking. "If you think of him as a pedantic and absolutely neutral law enforcer, you are definitely wrong." Gao Yi smiled and looked at the screen again. The number of people in the dungeon is still the same, still 7. The old wooden house in the fire was not quiet. At this moment, there had been structural collapse. A large number of unstable beams and supporting columns collapsed one after another, making a dull sound. In the swelling heat, the wooden floor, which had been in disrepair for a long time, made an unpleasant creaking sound, like a dying cry. But in this rather cruel scene, Gao Yi still noticed something was wrong. With the addition of Easy Chair Detective, his observation skills have become extremely keen. There's something very wrong with this scary clown-haunted house. Judging from the sound, the interior is on the verge of collapse, most of the structural buildings are damaged, and the decorative ghost statues and large signboards on the exterior have also fallen. But the general framework of the entire haunted house belongs to the part before it was transformed. The most decayed and aging parts are still standing there firmly. Something suddenly exploded in my brain, and a large amount of previous information began to be summarized, split, and then re-summarized. An amusement park that coincides with the appearance of Clown Bill. Students once witnessed that the short man who attacked had a golden light in his eyes when he was being controlled. The name of Scary Clown Haunted House. Ancient, even longer than this old house in West City. A guess appeared in Gao Yi's mind. Maybe, this house is protected by Clown Bill's power, and its interior is not as ordinary as we think. Fire can't kill it, nor can it remove its base, this haunted house. At this moment, Gao Yi was still wearing the mist mask. He was originally worried that it would conflict with the enemy detection glasses, but after experiencing it, it was okay. Mist mask compared with a mask, it is closer to a film, attached to the face like skin. There is actually no big feeling when wearing it. If you don't pay more attention, Gao Yi may even forget it. Thinking about it, this also corresponds to its side effects, which is the confusion of personality and self. After Gao Yi used his active skill last time, he clearly felt some kind of unspeakable self-dissonance. Like an actor who is too deeply involved in a play and cannot return to reality. Maybe wearing it for too long will make Gao Yi unable to find who he is. In any case, there are costs for using and wearing these so-called equipment, so we must not let down our guard. But for Gao Yi now, he absolutely did not dare to take off his equipment before the enemy died or lost the ability to resist. Who can guarantee that the short man with the ability to sneak and sneak attack will not suddenly appear and attack? How to weigh the equipment capabilities that must be used and the superposition of negative effects should be a very important issue in the future. But now, Gao Yi is facing a bigger problem. The dark clouds that had been lingering all day finally began to release. Starting from tiny raindrops, the rain became heavier and heavier. The haunted house with a blazing fire in front of me finally changed. From the burning haunted house in front of them, huge red balloons were slowly squeezed out of the windows. I shouldn't be in an illusion now. Wang was who looked at the scene in front of him that was beyond comprehension, and asked slowly with his mouth wide open. The balloon is getting bigger and bigger, expanding as if it will burst the entire old house, and the yellow text is clearly visible. Western City is the best. Just as the two took a few steps back, the increasingly larger red balloon suddenly exploded. At the same time, Gao Yi felt that his feet were empty and he fell into darkness. In any case, they could finally figure out where the short man had gone. Chapter 61. After coughing violently several times, Gao Yi slowly got up from the ground. The ground on which my wrists were supported was very hard, but at the moment, several centimeters of turbid rainwater accumulated, providing a buffer that was better than nothing. Not far away, Wang was who was also confused, had also stood up. Where is this? Looking around quickly, the surrounding environment is unfamiliar and weird. It looked like a basement where debris was stored, but it was completely flooded during a heavy rainstorm. There were lockers covered with cobwebs, a rotten wooden table with one leg missing, and discolored plastic objects of unknown purpose floating in the water. The moisture in the air was mixed with a certain rancid smell, which hit Gao Yi's nasal cavity and caused physiological nausea. It has to be said that the 5-cents bonus of Easy Chair Detective has a side effect at this moment. However, this is not the first time. Its continuous passive attribute makes Gao Yi often hear and see information that he does not want to receive. Maybe after you become proficient in using it, you can achieve some self-shielding, but now you have no choice but to accept it all. FK, what kind of place is this? Wang was who had just stood up beside him, was twisting the corners of his clothes that were wet and kept asking questions. As a more experienced player, he wears thick and suitable clothes for sports, so he has obviously made early preparations. On the contrary, Gao Yi doesn't pay much attention to the whole body's dress, and specializes in dressing low-key and inconspicuous. On this basis, suitable for exercise, warmth, or even comfortable are not considered. But from another perspective, this also made him no longer need to worry so much about his clothes. Because I have considered the possibility of discarding in advance, the clothes I choose to wear are indeed not very expensive. At this moment, Gao Yi couldn't answer Wang was who and directly tell him where it was, but he roughly knew who asked them to come. Undoubtedly, it was the work of the dungeon boss, Clown Bill. Looking up, there was no hole for them to fall down. Needless to say, the current space has also changed. The mist mask on his face is still there, which means that the ability to increase mental resistance should still be in effect. Looking to the other side, there was no familiar golden light in Wang Wuzhu's eyes. It is reasonable to speculate that the haunted house is indeed some kind of stronghold of Clown Bill, and its ability and influence are even stronger near it. If this guess is correct, did the short man who attacked Gao Yi and the others come here by chance or had an ulterior motive? There was no conclusion yet, so Gao Yi returned his attention to his eyes. Wang Wuzhu had already begun to explore. He walked through the rainwater on his feet and headed towards the exit of the basement. There is a long wooden staircase over there, leading to a small wooden door that looks like an exit. Every time you step on it, it makes a rather annoying squeaking sound. Wang Wuzhu put his right hand on the wall and groped for a moment, and found the light switch as expected. I pressed it, but the imaginary light coming on didn't happen. No electricity? For no reason, an intuitive thought appeared in Gao Yi's mind. No matter where we are here, it is completely different from the environment we were in before. Not only is there no fire inside, but if you listen carefully, it seems to be raining outside. Above the basement, outside the house, a heavy rain was falling. Amidst the heavy rain, Gao Yi also heard the sizzling sound of the flame being extinguished. I see. What? Wang Wuzhu turned his head and almost tripped over a bulge in the water, staggering in the water. I don't know how, but we are in that haunted house now. Gao Yi looked solemn and gave a conclusion after a slight pause. The night vision effect of enemy spotting glasses was still in effect, and Gao Yi quickly found something strange. The rain has completely wetted the sneakers and trousers, and I don't care about getting any more water at this moment. Gao Yi simply increased his pace and walked to the wall in 2 steps. On the grey wall, there is a piece of white paper with a colorful crayon drawing on it. Tear it off and bring it to your eyes. The picture above is quite strange. It can be seen that the painter is a child and has almost no serious painting skills. If there is any advantage, it is that the use of colors is very bold. The content of the painting is very simple. In front of the background of a small greenhouse painted arbitrarily, there are 2 small people, one tall and one short. The shorter one seemed to be a child, raising his hands high and looking very excited. What makes this painting weird is the taller villain. He put his hand on the child's head and showed a warm smile. White skin, red nose, orange hair. That's a clown. In the lower right corner of the crayon drawing, there are 2 lines of small words written. Zach he, Bill. 11/1/1967. Bill. Despite the painter's spelling errors, the signature on the back is exactly that of the clown. Could it be that the author of this painting is Bill, who grew up here as a child, and will he become a nightmare in the West City in the future? In the previous collection of various information, Gao Yi had always subconsciously regarded the clown as some kind of supernatural being. This idea is certainly reasonable and natural. Whether it's its ability to control dreams and modify reality, or the golden ball after opening its huge mouth. From any aspect, this does not look like something an ordinary human being can do. On the other hand, it doesn't make sense in terms of time. Judging from the documents in the archives, the Joker's killings lasted for decades, and the available information can be traced back to 1945. Not to mention the unrecorded, but very likely past. This painting was painted 11 years ago, that is, 1978 in the copy. The child who painted the painting was less than 10 years old at the time. If the Bill who painted the picture is the clown who calls himself Bill, how can we explain the previous events? Maybe it's just the same name? No, that doesn't explain the clown in the painting. There must be some connection. Brother Gao. Just when Gao Yi was deep in thought, Wang was who from outside the basement turned his head, lowered his voice, and called urgently. Seeing Gao Yi turn his gaze over, he half crouched on the stairs in the dark and stopped talking. He just raised his right hand and pointed to the outside of the small wooden door with his thumb. Soon, Gao Yi understood what he meant. Under the dense and subtle sound of rain, outside this closed dark basement, a pair of tired footsteps, accompanied by a sigh, was approaching from far away. Is there someone outside the door? Chapter 62. Who could it be? Outside the dark basement, the footsteps were getting closer and closer. Just when Wang was who thought that the visitor would push open the wooden door, the footsteps actually began to fade away again. Holding his breath, Gao Yi maximized the hearing bonus of Easy Chair Detective and analyzed the only sound information. The weight is not too heavy, and there are signs of dragging in the steps, which is a sign of fatigue or injury. The slight sigh sounded very familiar. Yes, it was the little man who attacked them and hid in the haunted house. Wang was who on the stairs turned his head and exchanged glances with Gao Yi slightly. Undoubtedly, they did not intend to let the sneak attacker escape. After a short wait, the two of them rushed out of the wooden door. Turning around, he saw a short man standing there at the end of the corridor. The familiar throbbing appeared in the hearts of the three people at the same time. Needless to say, they were all players in this strange game. In the deep corridor, three people stood on two sides. When he saw two figures rushing out of the basement, the short man in dark blue sportswear had unconcealable shock on his face. However, Gao Yi's attention at the moment was obviously not on the other party's expression. A certain sense of dissonance arose in him. Something is wrong, very wrong. Although the previous search and tracking were urgent, with the bonus of Easy Chair Detective, Gao Yi still observed the other party carefully. After all, you need to be careful about escaping or disguising, and judge the equipment and items on it. In previous observations, although the sportswear worn by men is not very neat and tidy, it is definitely not that old and dirty. What's even more strange is the state of this short man. The face is sallow and thin, the lips are dry, and the pupils of both eyes are slightly out of focus. This is a sign of malnutrition and dehydration. Could it be that, are these things that I haven't noticed before? No, it's impossible. When I was tracking him before, the other party was literally walking as fast as flying. Gao Yi tried his best and was still wearing a stunt belt, but even with the agility bonus, he couldn't catch up. At least this little man was in good health before entering this haunted house. And the evolution rate he has is highly likely to be far higher than Gao Yi. Maybe after entering this clown's house, you will be drained of energy and health? That's not right. This can't explain the change in the other person's clothes, and I don't have similar feelings myself. What exactly happened? But obviously, the other party facing off in this dim corridor did not intend to leave Gao Yi time to think. The man who had calmed down from the shock lowered his body slightly, raised his right hand to his lower back, and two shurikens were already launched. So fast. Previously in the amusement park, shuriken attacks were carried out at a distance of dozens of meters. Although the power is still very strong, the speed has been greatly reduced, which gives Gao Yi enough reaction time. But when he actually faced off against the enemy at close range, the oppressive feeling of the shuriken fully emerged. If the opponent attacks for the first time from this distance, then there is a high probability that the attack will be unavoidable. But fortunately, he is now on guard. When the short man performed the action of taking out Gao Yi and Wang Wuzhu, who had already been warned, had already reacted. They turned sideways and hid in the bunkers they had chosen in advance. 2 shurikens passed through the middle of the corridor, making a shocking sound of breaking wind, and shot into the wall of the living room behind, making 2 muffled sounds. At the same time, a small explosion sounded, followed by the sound of rising fog. When Gao Yi stretched out his head again, the man at the end of the corridor had disappeared, leaving only a white smoke. Damn, are you really a ninja? Wang Wuzhu also walked out from the other side and looked at the direction in which the short man disappeared. He waved his hand impatiently to disperse the white smoke in front of him. Just when Wang Wuzhu raised his feet and was about to move forward, Gao Yi behind him suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm. Such a grab also caused Wang Wuzhu's stretched right foot to freeze in mid-air. Watch your step. Gao Yi, on the other hand, just reminded him coldly. Wang Wuzhu looked down and saw that the corridor floor, which was empty just now, was now covered with a layer of iron. This spherical object composed of a large number of sharp spikes can hinder the enemy's movement after being scattered on the ground. If you accidentally step on it, ordinary sports shoes will not be able to block its penetrating effect. Of course, if there is a heightening pad or something, it may have to be discussed separately. In any case, injuries to the soles of the feet will greatly restrict movement. This kind of scattered hidden trap weapon is exactly the same. There are a lot of things, it doesn't look like a single piece of equipment. Seeing that Wang Wuzhu was out of the danger zone, Gao Yi slightly supported his chin and fell into thought again. At first, he thought the short man's shuriken was a game equipment. But now the opponent has displayed 3 different props and weapons: white smoke balls, iron traps, and shurikens. And the way in which these different props are taken out does not seem to be taken out from the backpack in the wrist tattoo. Maybe this is some kind of characteristic, the ability to take out various ninja props. Gao Yi murmured and made an inference. On the other side, Wang Wuzhu seemed less calm. He anxiously put his shoes close to the ground, pushed away the small iron cones on the ground, and cleared a path, while asking Gao Yi, "What should we do? This environment is perfect for that kid to escape. Do we want to chase him?" Following his gaze, there was another upward staircase at the end of the corridor. As expected, the enemy had already gone upstairs from there. Gao Yi on the side was still deep in thought. "What are you still thinking about? Won't it be troublesome if you let that kid set up traps again?" Wang Wuzhu frowned and asked again in confusion. Gao Yi just took off his mask and glasses, rubbed his dry eyes, and put his index finger in front of his mouth. "Shh. Listen carefully." Outside the haunted house, the sound of rain becomes louder, but the sound of burning flames has not disappeared. At this moment, Gao Yi finally figured out all the previous doubts. He shook his head, put on the enemy tracking glasses again, and looked at the bloody red tracking line on the ground. "I have a better idea." Chapter 63. Damn, so FG unlucky. In the dark living room, a short man sat beside the bed, sorting out his remaining resources. From his extremely pregnant speech and irritable expression, it is not difficult to see that he is in a bad mood now. The man's surname was Zhou, and people on the road liked to call him Nail. On the one hand, they laughed at his short stature, and on the other hand, they referred to his vicious temperament. He himself doesn't have much objection to this nickname, at least it sounds okay. This time Ding Ding went through the channels and picked up a very low-price sword ticket. In preparation, he borrowed a loan from a loan shark to upgrade his equipment and purchased a lot of potions. "I plan to enter the dungeon, kill a few players who are confused about the situation, and earn some gold coins. According to his plan, by selling the equipment he acquired, he would not only be able to pay off the debt, but also make a lot of money. Unexpectedly, the water in Zikan weirdness was actually deeper than imagined. Not long after the start, when he met the player for the first time, he was already planning to take action. Finally, when he took a closer look, he almost frightened him out of his wits. The enemy was actually the famous wanted criminal Zhang Tu in Nanking. This eldest brother, who is worth 1,000 game coins, is naturally not someone he can afford to offend. On the other hand, the other party has no interest in all kinds of jargon and plans to do something the moment they meet. After just a few seconds of fighting, Nail Ya realized that he had no chance of winning. Even if you spend a lot of money to upgrade and strengthen, you are still not on the same level as the opponent. Fortunately, his previous experience of loan sharking and 3 dungeons allowed him to accumulate some trump cards. One is the blue equipment lucky necklace that increases dodge ability. I spent 700,000 cash to buy this thing. It can only be said that you get what you pay for. The other one is the characteristic reward that Nail obtained after stabbing 2 teammates in the back at the end of the previous dungeon and winning alone. Ninja, blue in a dark environment, you can enter the stealth state. If you use it actively, you can use various ninja weapons and props for a period of time. Relying on this characteristic of improving combat effectiveness and the evolution rate that has just reached D level, Nail's combat effectiveness is really good. In the real world before, he had completed several thefts by virtue of his stealth ability and the weapons and props given by the ninja. Although the results are average, I have a stronger understanding and control of my abilities. Some people may ask, if you have this level of ability, why don't you commit more styled crimes? Not to mention forming a group to wear red uniforms to rob a bank. At least they had to rob like the few people Gao Yi met in the mall. Remember, nails are people on the road. Naturally, he didn't get involved after becoming a player. Long before this game and dungeon appeared, he was already a little-known gangster. The growth trajectory is not complicated at all. The family is falling apart and no one cares about me. When I was a student, I didn't study and no one educated me. When I first entered the society, I was ignorant and no one cared about me. He didn't know anything, so he joined various gangs for playing cards early, and he stayed on the edge of the law all year round. Of course, living in a modern country with good security, the plot of the old Hong Kong movie he imagined would naturally not happen. Instead, he became a frequent visitor to the detention center and was regarded as a key target of attention by the police in the jurisdiction. It was precisely because he had a clear understanding of the consequences of violating the law that he did not do big things that would attract attention. Of course, it's not because I'm afraid. When I clear a few more dungeons and I'm strong enough, I'll see who the hell dares to mess with me. He was so self-consoling. The nails that entered the dungeon were naturally no longer restricted by the law and began to target murder. After a lot of effort to escape from Zhang Tu's pursuit, he cursed someone's mother angrily. When he looked at the main mission, he found that 2 people were already dead in the dungeon. I thought to myself, forget it, the worst thing is to wait until night. After it gets dark, my ninja characteristics will have more room to display. After choosing a location for a long time and knowing nothing about the plot of the dungeon, Nailazzi chose this playground. From his perspective, it is not difficult to understand. The darkness required by the ninja characteristic does not necessarily mean that you cannot see your fingers, but at least there must be no obvious light source nearby. To ensure that it is not quickly affected by the forces within the copy, the darkness should be thorough enough, and the space should be open and suitable for the use of remote hidden weapons. With the ubiquitous playground posters, it's understandable that Nails checked out. But was there any contribution from Clown Bill? There must be some. When I first entered the amusement park, I planned to use an explosion to cut off the power supply and disperse the tourists, without thinking about the most important issue. Why would other players enter such an explosion-dark amusement park? You can say that there is God's will in the dark, or you can say that Clown Bill's arrangement is quite clever. In the final outcome, the three of them met in it anyway. Nail originally wanted to attack the lone player, but he didn't expect that two of them came at once. But all preparations have been made, and the arrow has to be fired. Gritting his teeth, he could just rely on the stealth effect to escape anyway. After a brief and unproductive thought, Nail threw the shuriken. But who would have thought that the thinner-looking curly with glasses could react so quickly? In the following story, the carousel started inexplicably, the nails suddenly lit up until the end, and he was forced to enter this scary clown-haunted house. What do you think? This haunted house has no exit at all, and it was set on fire outside. Nail was still very panicked at first, but he turned around for who knows how long, but the flames showed no intention of entering, and he gradually stopped thinking about it. And more urgent questions arise. He doesn't have anything to eat or drink with him, so what should he do if he can't get out? After staying in the house for more than a day, when he was about to go upstairs to find a bedroom to sleep, the basement door was kicked open, and the two players he met before appeared there inexplicably. He was so frightened that he activated the ninja special effect again, randomly released a round of props and ran away. Time has come to now. Damn it, how on earth are we going to get out? Nail turned up his left wrist irritably and summoned the light curtain. Survive in West City for 48 hours, 37 hours 30 minutes and 29 seconds, or the number of remaining players in the instance is less than or equal to 5/7. Damn it, the countdown won't move even if you don't die. What should we do, or do we still have to kill those two people? Nail, who was struggling, suddenly heard a slight sound outside the door. He hurriedly stopped what he was doing and walked quietly to the door to listen. There was a faint noise in the dark room. It seemed like some kind of murmuring. An old lady murmured. Chapter 64. There is really not a lot of choice in Nails. After entering this haunted house, you can still find so much drinking water, at least you won't die of thirst. There was really no food, and the ninja's equipment and props did not include the classic soldier pills, so he had to go hungry in the end. After a long period of paranoia and lack of energy replenishment. Now, his condition has declined greatly. Even as a player, he has physical fitness that exceeds that of ordinary people. But at best, the consumption of various sports is slightly less. The same physical fitness can do more movements, but the basic energy conservation must still be observed. People are like iron, and food is like steel. If you don't eat, you won't be able to fight. What's more, he had just activated the active effect of the ninja feature again. When the time is up, the negative effects will appear, and the combat effectiveness will be extremely low again. No matter what the situation is outside, he has to seize the time now and do something. Whether it's to kill those two desperate players or to see where the old woman's whispers come from, now is the best time. Taking a deep breath, Nail held a kunao in his hand and slowly pushed out the door. Observing with my head, I found that the corridor on the second floor was still dim, but the humidity was finally less. The murmurs were still there, but the two players were nowhere to be seen. I finally made up my mind to go out. I stepped on the nails on the rotten wooden floor, and I couldn't help but worry that my feet would suddenly lose support. Fortunately, everything is business as usual and this haunted house is still strong. Slowly following the murmurs, he carefully arrived at the stairs. The two players who had been following him were now nowhere to be seen. And that murmuring sound obviously came from upstairs. There is not much hesitation, in fact, there is no reason to hesitate here. Nail Dyke tried his best to walk as gently as possible and walked upstairs. Of course he had been to the third floor. In order to find possible exits, Nailaz had already visited the entire house several times. Although his poor observation skills and below-average intelligence level caused him to miss many clues, he still had an impression of the general layout of the house. Due to the overall structure of the house, the area on the third floor is much smaller, with only 3 rooms and 1 corridor. Go up the wooden stairs and look around, and you can roughly see the entire space, including the source of that murmur. Standing on the stairs, Nail raised his eyes and looked at the source of the sound. At the end of the dim corridor, an old armchair was slowly shaking. An old woman in simple clothes and a square blanket was facing away from the nails and looking out the window that was boarded up. The murmur became gradually clearer as the distance approached, but it was still not enough to be completely identifiable. Only some miserable screams could be heard faintly, including scattered bites, full of words like son, no and help. But what makes Nail even more tangled than this is, what on earth is this old woman? He had been here before. At that time, let alone the mysterious old woman, he had never seen even a mouse. If Gao Yi encountered such a weird change, his first reaction would definitely be to think about the changes in environment, time, and personnel, and to think about possible causes of the change. After roughly confirming the degree of risk, collect as much information as possible. But do you still remember what I mentioned before? Ding Ding's campus career is not satisfactory, and the experience he gained in society cannot be said to be effective. Faced with this incomprehensible scene, his brain worked hard for a long time, and he could only come to an extremely superficial conclusion. There had never been this old woman before, and I had never been able to find a way to leave. Therefore, this old woman must be the one who can get me out of this hellish place. Nail Yao was very confident in his conclusion, put away his overclocking brain, and walked towards the old woman. Of course, he was not really unwary. After all, there were 2 players missing in the house. After thinking for a while, he turned around first and threw a large amount of iron rods on the stairs behind him to stop possible pursuers. During his thinking time just now, he heard the sounds of voices and walking coming from downstairs. If the judgment is correct, it should still be on the first floor. It is estimated that the previous obstacle trap has been cleared not long ago. From an optimistic perspective, maybe one of the 2 people stepped on the iron pole and needed to deal with the wound at this moment. It is definitely not easy to get past these annoying little objects in a dark environment. Looking at the traps on the stairs, Nail nodded with satisfaction. If he wants to escape, he can just climb over the handrail. As a ninja, this is a very simple matter. After confirming that the blocking of the stairs was effective, he turned his attention back to the 3rd floor of the haunted house in front of him. The corridor is straight and deep, and the window at the end is boarded up, just like other exits in the entire house. The old woman was sitting on the rocking chair, seemingly holding something in her arms, muttering to herself facing the window. After gently pushing open the other doors on both sides of the corridor and making sure that no one was ambushing him, Nail slowly approached the source of the murmur. After reaching a distance of several meters, the sound finally became clear. "Save my child, don't leave here." Child? Standing behind the old woman, Nail could smell the pungent smell of blood. Looking down, he saw a baby wrapped in a grey blanket in the old woman's arms. In fact, it was not a real baby, just a moldy and damaged baby-like toy, like the kind used for early practice for expectant mothers. But now, the old woman is extremely protective of it, holding it in her arms and gently patting its little hands. Nausea, queasiness, and a slight fear came over me. Although Nail is not good at dealing with these things at all, he has gone through so many copies. At the very least, he wouldn't be frightened out of his wits by this scene. Relying on his accumulated experience, he started the inquiry process that he was very bad at. "Old woman, what's wrong with you? Can't leave here, unless I save my child." The old woman didn't respond directly, she still faced the sealed window and muttered to herself. "Leave, that is to say, as long as I save your child, I can leave." Nail Yao finally reacted, clapped his hands and said excitedly. The old woman still didn't respond and kept her muttering tone. Beside him, Nail Ding couldn't hide his excitement, flipped his wrist, thought for a moment, and took out a bottle of grade D physical healing potion. "Do you think this is okay?" It will definitely save your son. This is one of the finished products that he borrowed from a loan shark to buy. Although it is expensive, it is acceptable for him to leave here. The old woman stretched out her right hand tremblingly, took the bottle of medicine, and put it into her arms. You, put your hands on the window. Okay, okay. Ha 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 ha, I can finally go out. I'm really a genius at nailing. Naili seemed to finally see the hope of escaping from here, and his face almost turned into a flower with a smile. He quickly stood up on his tiptoes, put his hands on the window, and faced the corridor behind him with his butt. Not daring to turn his head, Naili could only look at the boarded-up window and asked loudly. Is this okay, mother-in-law? Okay, of course, I'll be ready soon. Putting the doll aside, Gao Yi stood up while maintaining a trembling tone. From under the blanket, he held a homemade mace in his hand. Chapter 65. Your equipment actually has this effect. Wang Wuzhu took a breath and looked at Gao Yi in front of him. To be precise, Gao Yi had turned into an old woman. He had known before that this brother who claimed to be a reporter had a good mind and powerful equipment. But what do you think? You can actually have this level of equipment. This is not a simple disguise, not only the appearance, but also the figure, voice, and clothes have been completely changed. What's more important is that I can't feel the fact that the other party is a player. You know, it is precisely because players can sense each other when they meet that they avoid many possible sneak attacks and deceptions. This brother Gao can actually block this induction. Wang Wuzhu has also experienced 2 dungeons. With his identity as a police officer, he has collected a lot of intelligence and information about the game. Equipment of this level must at least be purple. Thinking of this, the image of Gao Yi became a little more profound in Wang Wuzhu's heart. Don't worry about this. Do you remember the plan? Gao Yi didn't pay much attention to Wang Wuzhu's changes. At this time, he was adapting to his new body and tone. Since the changes in Mist Mask were completely random, he was actually a little worried that the person he had transformed into would not be suitable for the current scene. What scene? Naturally, it is scary, mysterious, and the style is suitable for this weird house. It's not like a strong man can't perform evil deeds or collapse. But compared to the various little girls in red, the nagging old woman, and the woman in white, they are definitely far behind. After giving Wang Wuzhu a few more instructions, Gao Yi went upstairs and started preparing all the necessary props. A rocking chair, a fake doll found under the bed serve as plot props, and a blanket is used to conceal the action. Weapons were indeed a problem. Gao Yi removed a wooden strip from the bookshelf and pulled out a few rusty iron nails. A homemade version of tetanus mace is just finished. Due to the existence of enemy detection glasses, he could confirm that the short man was still hiding in the house. It's not impossible to attack with Wang Wuzhu, but it is indeed too risky. The opponent has already shown good fighting power. If he jumps over the wall in a hurry, Gao Yi is not sure that he will be able to escape unscathed. Gao Yi's plan is naturally a safer choice, and it is not complicated to say. Through the countdown of the light curtain and the movement outside the house, he judged that the movement of time in this old house was slowing down. On this basis, the abnormality on the short man can be explained. Sallow complexion, thin muscles, lack of nutrition, and weak gait are all caused by lack of food. The dust and depreciation on the body should be the product of long-term exploration and wandering. Using the changes in the countdown of the light curtain and dividing by his own countdown, Gao Yi easily made a judgment. In other words, the attacker has been locked in this house for at least a day. Considering his condition and specially enhanced escape ability, Gao Yi made another inference: this person must be extremely eager to leave here. After figuring out the other party's mentality, the plan, or conspiracy, will be set up very naturally. Wang Wuzhu was responsible for creating noise downstairs, distracting attention, and giving the enemy the illusion that they were downstairs. Gao Yi, on the other hand, is responsible for putting on a good show. To be honest, the man who called himself Nail was indeed a bit stupid. Gao Yi felt that his mumbling was clear enough, but he still couldn't understand it. I had no choice but to explain it again in a different way so that the other party could understand. Relying on the two labels of Lovelorn and Lao Lai, Nail Yao had little doubt about the bonus of persuasion. Well, the main reason for the high feeling is that this person's brain is really not very good. It is worth mentioning that the label experience of Lovelorn has actually increased a bit. Now that I think about it, when I first communicated with the black sweater player on the subway, I didn't mention anything about breaking up. But at that time, the Lovelorn person's experience was also growing. It seems that the love of Lovelorn does not only refer to love relationships. This is good news. There should be more places to upgrade this label in the future. But the main problem now is the short man in front of me. This nail with a happy face is currently lying on the nailed window, with his back facing the mace filled with nails. Concentrate, keep an eye on the window, I'll let you go. Gao Yi took a deep breath, maintaining a weak and trembling tone. After all, this body is not your own. Although the physical quality will not change, the arm length, weight, limb flexibility, and other attributes will still follow the changing body. And compared to the young women in the mall before, the physical differences between the elderly are also too big. In order to rush for time, Gao Yi didn't have much time to adapt. At this moment, he was holding up the mace and looking for an angle. Aiming at his right shoulder, he inhaled to accumulate strength, supported his hind legs, and looked about to bring down the mace. But at this moment, the nail in front of him felt something was wrong. This naturally did not come from his IQ or a flash of inspiration. It's the equipment he spent a lot of money to get, lucky necklace. Its effect is not too complicated, it can accumulate the wearer's usual bad luck and gain such a small amount of luck when attacked. And just when Gao Yi's mace was about to fall and hit Nail's left shoulder, this lucky that shouldn't have happened just happened. It has to be said that sometimes luck is so sudden, bringing unpredictable changes to the world that remains unchanged. I don't know whether it's because the weight of the rocking chair exceeds the limit, or it's the result of the superposition of moisture. The wooden floor that had been stepped on countless times over such a long period of time actually cracked like this. Just as he was about to swing the bat, his right leg lost its center of gravity, and even the blow with the mace missed. Boom! As the wooden stick fell to the ground, rusty iron nails were inserted into the floor. This unusual movement also attracted Nailaz's attention, causing him to turn his head. I have to admit that this kind of stare is somewhat awkward. Gao Yi's mace hit the ground, and it seemed that several iron nails were embedded in the wooden floor, making it impossible to lift it up again at once. Nail was lying on the window with his butt sticking out, confusion written on his face. The ceremony is not over yet, forget it. Gao Yi still wanted to struggle, so he lowered his voice and spoke again. Unfortunately, Nail apparently reacted. Looking at the kunao in the other person's hand and the anger in his eyes, Gao Yi wisely gave up and continued talking. In the end, we still have to fight head-on? Chapter 66. To be honest, when Nailaz heard the loud noise and turned his head, he didn't realize what happened. The old woman who had just promised to send him out suddenly took a wooden stick full of nails and smashed it to the ground. To be fair, this scene is somewhat difficult to understand. Imagine the neighbor's mother-in-law who would let you in to rest and wait for your parents when you came home from school without your key. When I asked you to make a call, a kitchen knife suddenly struck the coffee table from behind you. To be honest, it is extremely normal to be stunned for a few seconds. Under normal circumstances, Gao Yi can take advantage of the opponent's brief absence to gain a greater advantage. However, the lucky necklace on Nail's chest will start to vibrate and heat slightly when it takes effect, as a warning to the wearer. And having been using it for a while, although he could not immediately understand the situation in front of him, he was undoubtedly aware that someone was attacking him. This also completely eliminated the possibility of Gao Yi using words to delay. The kunao on Nail's right hand has not been put down. The tail end is a small circular ring and the front end is a one-handed weapon with a sword-like structure. There are also different types of weapons. The smaller category is the flying kunao, capable of being used for ranged attacks, while the nails are now used in larger sizes and are suitable for close combat. With a fancy movement on his hand, the kunao had been held from the forehand to the backhand, stabbing from the upper right. Upon seeing this, Gao Yi instantly gave up the idea of picking up the mace inserted into the floor, and leaned back to avoid the first attack. The nail's movement is also not slow, but there is such a trace of hesitation in the attack. It seemed that he was still thinking about whether the old woman in front of him could really send him out. If you get rid of it, you will be in trouble if you can't live without it. But for Gao Yi, another picture appeared in front of him. Relying on the opponent's slight hesitation and the agility bonus given by the stunt belt, he managed to dodge the first 3 attacks. However, the situation is still not optimistic. The first is the problem of weapons. After losing the mace, Gao Yi once again fell into a state of lack of weapons. As for the opponent's kunao, although it is not a very powerful weapon, it is at least a dagger-level cold weapon. When the physical ability is at a disadvantage, it is definitely impossible to bear it with bare hands. Secondly, there are physical issues. Although the body of the old lady given by Mist Mask is indeed very confusing, it is not enough if you really need to fight head-on. Short arm length, narrow stride length, and more importantly, that extremely awkward feeling of discomfort. No, even if this skin can confuse the opponent for a while, the negative impact it will bring is far greater than this pitiful effect. It must be lifted. Gao Yi retreated again, using the rocking chair as a cover. Although it was unnecessary, he still spoke hoarsely. "My son, kill him." After saying that, he raised his arm and threw the baby doll that had just been placed on the chair towards the nail door. I have to say that this low-quality gel and plastic product is somewhat disgusting after being left idle in a humid environment for a long time. If you have a little yellow duck toy or something similar that you use to play with in the bath at home, remember to change it frequently. Otherwise, you would never want to see what it looks like inside. All in all, Nail subconsciously raised his hand to stop him. This half-sun smashed into his forearm and sprinkled various yellow and green semi-solidified objects on his face. Following a few more curse words to greet other people's mothers, Ding Dang wiped away the dirt on his face with his sleeves and raised his head to look in front of him again. Of course, the person standing in front of him now is no longer the old woman. It's you." Nail Yao's words were full of shock. Obviously, the changes in the past 10 seconds were beyond his comprehension. On the other side, Gao Yi, who had returned to his original body, had no intention of getting entangled with him again. At this moment, he had turned around and quickly rushed to the bedroom on the other side. Inside, there are scraps left over from making his mace, which can be temporarily used as a weapon. Locking the door could also delay time until Wang Wuzhu came to carry out justice. The loud noise before must have conveyed the message to him that the battle was about to begin. But I have to admit that Gao Yi was greedy for a while. He can obviously press the stunt belt to use the active effect that greatly increases agility. With the speed bonus, he can rush into a safe room without risk. But in the end, he still didn't use the stunt belt. Maybe it's because you don't want to use up your trump card so quickly, or maybe you're worried that the negative effects after a few minutes will cause inconvenience in your movements later. In any case, Gao Yi chose to believe in his own speed. In his eyes, the opponent's long-range attack is just a shuriken. And if you put down the kunao you are using, pick up a brand new weapon, and then aim and throw it, several seconds will pass. During this time, Gao Yi thought that he could run through the corridor less than 10 meters and turn into the house. But what he didn't expect was that the nail's ninja weapon did not need to be drawn out again, but could be changed directly in his hand. Looking back carefully, Gao Yi should be able to think of this. Obviously, there was no time to take out the various ninja props that the opponent had used quickly before. Of course, more importantly, Gao Yi really didn't know that the other party had such a weapon. This weapon called the lock scythe is divided into two parts. The front end is a sickle with an ordinary shape, but the handle of the sickle is connected to a long lock sickle, and a small iron ball hangs at the end. It is also very flexible to use. You can throw the iron ball and pull it back, or you can attack it directly with the sickle. Or, like Nail is doing now, throw out the iron chain and entangle the enemy's body and weapons. Just as his left leg was about to take a step forward, Gao Yi lost his center of gravity again and fell to the ground suddenly. He didn't have time to feel the pain in his body, so he used his left forearm to support the ground. Gao Yi turned around with difficulty and looked at the short man. Nail naturally no longer held back, and caught up with him at a faster speed, leaned over and slashed down the sickle in his hand. At a certain moment, Gao Yi really felt the approach of death. The blade cut through his sleeve, and blood flowed down the bright blade and dripped onto his face. Fortunately, the reckless arm guard is still equipped on the arm, barely blocking the angle between the sickle and its handle. But the blade of the sickle was still staring at Gao Yi's face and was slowly pressing down. What to do? Mist mask is not a piece of armor. It probably won't protect you if you get stabbed. The active effects of several equipment require a little hand movement to activate, and there is no chance at this moment. Even the activation of Easy Chair Detective requires the concentration of thoughts without interference. Nail's body looks quite thin, but his strength is unusually strong. I don't know if it's due to the advantage of evolution rate or some kind of characteristics or equipment. Tags, are there any tags that can be used? The only enthusiastic citizen who has improved his combat effectiveness, Gao Yi has just replaced it. Unfortunately, the current situation is not considered courageous. The blade moved downward inch by inch, approaching Gao Yi's cheek. Although he held his right arm tightly with his left hand and blocked part of the round blade with a metal arm guard, his strength was still at a disadvantage. The nail above had a crazy look on his face, and his hands were pressing down on the sickle in his hand. Isn't it still powerful enough? There is not much time left for him, and Gao Yi's best words and deception have no effect at this moment. In the final analysis, it is all the result of being too obsessed with pursuing no injury, and some costs are obviously necessary. Wait, the price? The blade is approaching, and as the arm slowly gets closer to the body, it becomes more and more difficult to exert force. Blood dripped down, and above that was Nail's grinning face. Obviously, he felt that he had a winning chance. But Gao Yi below suddenly moved. The left hand that was originally used to assist in exerting force suddenly let go, and actually directly pressed the sharp blade with the arm without arm protection. The sharp sickle instantly penetrated Gao Yi's left arm, and smashed down without any resistance. Gao Yi himself tilted his head and pulled his arm to dodge the inevitable blow. The sickle passed through his left arm, barely grazed his cheek, and then penetrated deeply into the floor beside him. Holding back the severe pain, the other right arm wearing the reckless arm guard was raised to the top of the head. The active effect that greatly increases strength in a short period of time is activated. The huge force that could break the load-bearing column instantly exploded on Nail's chest as his center of gravity shifted downwards. This force without any preparation required knocked his entire body away. Naturally, Gao Yi would not make the same mistake again. He moved his right hand down and touched it quickly, turning on the active effect of stunt belt. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out the lock sickle inserted into his left arm and held it in his hand, solving the problem of not having a weapon. And the duration of reckless arm guard is still 10 seconds. Enough, enough. Chapter 67. The crumbling third floor of an abandoned old house. At the end of the dim corridor, there were several sounds. First there was the tearing sound of a sharp instrument piercing the flesh, then the crisp sound of the blade inserting into the wooden board, and then the heavy impact. Finally, there was a rather tragic sound of tearing and wailing. When Wang Wuzhu finally cleared away the iron rods blocking the road and rushed up to the third floor with an axe in his hand, the battle was over. It seems that the winner is our own side, but it is undoubtedly a tragic victory. The short man who attacked them was lying against the wall at the moment, with the sickle tied to a chain inserted into his chest, and he was already lifeless. Gao Yi's condition wasn't much better either. He was sitting on a rocking chair with his upper body covered in blood. Especially on the left arm, the huge penetrating wound was being held down by the other hand and was hanging weakly by his side. Wang was who still has some experience in this area, so he is not too panicked. His first reaction when he saw this scene was to rush up and give the short man another blow with the axe to confirm that he had completely died. Of course, objectively speaking, looking at the main quests has the same effect. This axe was more or less a personal grudge. Damn! You're injured. E-level physical healing potion probably won't work. You need to go to the hospital as soon as possible. Wang was who said, leaving the axe on Nail's corpse, squatting down and starting to take out the potion. Don't, you are not good enough, use me. Gao Yi's tone was a little weak, not only due to blood loss and fatigue, but also the negative effects of the two pieces of equipment began to overlap. Unable to lift his left arm, Gao Yi had no choice but to bend down and take out a bottle of medicine from his wrist. Needless to say, it is one of the rewards of Mist of Heart, C-level physical healing potion. This thing has never been sold on the forum. Considering that a D-level 1 can bid nearly 200 game coins, the price is probably not too low. But considering my current bad situation, I really can't save it. Opening the bottle cap with one hand, Gao Yi raised his head and drank it all. While feeling the itching and strange feeling of physical healing, he took off all the equipment on his body one by one. These few hours of wearing have accumulated too many negative effects, and I really can't bear it anymore. Considering that the enemy in front of him is dead, it shouldn't be too much to relax for the time being. I have to say that C-level physical healing agents are indeed much stronger than E-level ones. The first is the relief of pain, which is more immediate. The pain caused by the subsidence of adrenaline disappears in an instant. Instead, there was slight numbness and itching. Looking down, I saw that the pierced left arm was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and I could even see the granulations growing and squirming in it. On the other side, bursts of warmth flowed slowly throughout the body from top to bottom, making Gao Yi's whole body feel as if it had been purified. If the guess is correct, some of his chronic diseases and overwork-related illnesses should have been resolved. I touched the wound on my arm and found that a new layer of flesh had grown. Although it was still a little difficult to swing, it was basically healed. On the side, Wang was who was turning over the body of the short man, looking for possible supplies and clues. Gao Yi was not in a hurry, he raised his wrist and summoned the light curtain. As expected, this brutal battle also yielded considerable results. Kill reward has been promoted by the sword copy. Acquire the characteristic Weapon Master, blue. Get the equipment Lucky Necklace, blue, Monster Power Ring, white. Obtain Potion, E-level Physical Healing Potion 3, D-level Evolution Potion 3. Obtain Game Currency, 4-3. I have to say that it is indeed a copy of Sword, and the kill reward is really attractive. Even if nothing else is said, just selling all these things and converting them into cash would be a 7-digit profit. The first is the characteristic. This blue characteristic called Weapon Master allows the holder to skillfully use various simple individual weapons. After active use, you can enchant any weapon in your hand and give it a random special effect. However, the specific special effects need to be tested later. To be honest, Gao Yiding wanted to nail the feature of getting ninja props. Not only does the combat effectiveness increase greatly, but it also fits your own fighting style very well. But now this Weapon Master is pretty good, saving time to practice various weapons. Enchantments with active effects can also increase real-time combat effectiveness. This can be said to alleviate the biggest problem of Gao Yi, the shortcoming of insufficient force value. Then there's the equipment. After seeing the effect of Lucky Necklace, Gao Yi realized why his previous attack failed. I originally thought it was another joke of Lady Luck, but it turned out to be the influence of a piece of equipment. Storing up the usual misfortunes, that does suit me a bit. Gao Yi smiled mockingly and put it around his neck. The negative effect of this four-leaf clover-shaped equipment is that you will encounter more unfortunate events on weekdays. It can only be said that Gao Yi really doesn't care too much. Misfortunes can't be superimposed, shouldn't they? The second is Strange Power Ring. As a white equipment, the effect is to increase strength. There is no active effect, maybe it's just the white equipment. Now that I think about it, since Gao Yi became a player, the equipment he has used the most is blue, which really makes him taste good. The negative effect of this thing is that the mind is reduced and it is easy to fall into panic. Gao Yi had already marked it with a cross in his mind and considered giving it to Wang Wuzhu. If the other party didn't want it, he would wait to leave the copy and sell it for money. Now that I think about it, that nail must have been affected by this thing. The remaining potion rewards are pretty good, but the game coins are a bit short. It should be given in proportion, but I don't know how it is calculated specifically. I can only say that the harvest is pretty good. Thinking about it, Gao Yi looked at his attribute list. Evolution rate, 44%. After the fierce battle just now, the evolution rate has actually improved again. If this continues, I will not be far away from D level. I don't know if the capacity of equipment and features will be increased. Taking this opportunity, Gao Yi once again sorted out the various resources he had. Player nickname, Gao Yi. Player level, E. Evolution rate, 44%. Game currency, 543. Features, 2/3 1 easy chair detective, purple greatly improves perception and observation, active use can greatly improve information collection and processing capabilities in a short period of time. 2 Weapon Master, blue proficient in using various simple individual weapons, use it actively, enchant any weapon in your hand, and give it a random special effect. Props, 5/5 1 Director's Whistle, orange unknown. 2 Mist Mask, purple randomly changes the user's appearance, body shape, and voice within 1 hour. 3 Enemy Detection Glasses, blue track the designated target within 100 meters and show traces along its path. 4 Reckless Arm Guards, blue within 15 seconds, you can make a powerful impact. 5 Stunt Belt, blue release the body's potential within 3 minutes, greatly enhancing the wearer's agility. Medicine, 10/20 1B level damage medicine *1, can be used externally or internally, necessary for home travel and killing. 2 C level evolution potion *1, moderately improves player evolution, can be used for the highest C level players. Level 3 physical healing agent *4, stops bleeding, relieves pain, and slowly restores physical damage, but is ineffective against missing limbs, severe flesh tears, and large wounds. 4D level evolution potion *3, slightly improves player evolution, can be used for the highest D level players. Level 5D physical healing agent, stops bleeding, relieves pain, and slowly restores physical damage, but it is powerless against missing large limbs and severe physical tears. The number of equipment exceeded the upper limit. After some thought, Gao Yi kept the Lucky Necklace and Strange Power Ring. The negative effects of Lucky Necklace still exist, but are smaller overall. And its effect also needs to be worn for a long time to achieve its best effect. As for the Strange Power Ring, Gao Yi directly put it in his trouser pocket. As long as you don't wear it, it shouldn't trigger any negative effects. What Gao Yi is thinking now is that he should sell some equipment in the future. The combination he has is actually not reasonable. But this is all after I left, so I'm not in a hurry now. Just as Gao Yi was digesting the joy of upgrading his equipment, Wang Wuzhu, who had been groping beside him for a long time, suddenly spoke in a serious tone. "Brother Gao, you'd better come over and take a look at this." It sounds like he discovered something again. Chapter 68. What's wrong? Gao Yi stood up with difficulty and slowly tore off the clothes stuck by the coagulated blood from the back of the chair. The old rocking chair rocked back and forth on the floor a few times, making a squeaking sound again. Walking around Wang Wuzhu, who was squatting on the ground, Gao Yi saw the nail on the ground again. Although they are players and this is a copy, the scene in front of them is completely different from the familiar video games. There are no cartoonish expressions, exaggerated sound effects and kill icons. The enemy's corpse will not emit green blood, nor will it turn into white light and disappear. The sickle disappeared with the death of the nail, leaving only his short body and the bloody hole in his chest. Of course, the axe on his body was also recovered by Wang Wuzhu. Looking at the horrified look on the other person's face before his death, Gao Yi realized in hindsight that this was his first time to kill someone. This person certainly deserves it, and he should be considered as self-defense. However, it is still difficult to calm down in my heart. Different from the panic and guilt that are common in film and television works, Gao Yi only has an indescribable sense of emptiness in his heart, and he seems to be understanding life from a more detached perspective. Fortunately, just when he was immersed in meaningless self-destruction, Wang Wuzhu, who was squatting aside, interrupted him. "Hey, don't think about it, just look here." Shaking his head to drive away his thoughts, Gao Yi followed the voice and looked down. Wang Wuzhu pulled open half of the blood-stained clothes of the corpse, and there was a tattoo of a scorpion on the side of his lower abdomen. This guy seems to be a gangster, so it's not surprising that he has some tattoos. Gao Yi spread his hands and returned to his usual lazy tone again. "What's the point these days? Tattoos are very common, but I've seen this tattoo before." Wang Wuzhu paused for a moment, then continued as if reminiscing. "The time I investigated the case and got the ticket to enter the dungeon for the first time, the deceased at that time also had the same tattoo." This news aroused Gao Yi's interest. He squatted next to the corpse and looked at the scorpion-shaped tattoo. This scorpion doesn't look like anything special. It has a carapace all over its body, a narrow body, and its tail sting raised high. Gao Yi took out his notebook, roughly copied it, and then made another guess. "You mean, they might be some kind of organization?" "This possibility cannot be ruled out." Wang Wuzhu couldn't give a definite answer, so he pulled back the corpse's clothes and took out a handful of notes from his trouser pocket. "Apparently, these are also nail properties." Gao Yi took it over and looked through it one by one. Convenience store receipts, ES, credit card balance notices, and a nightclub advertisement with strange words written on it. The cheap lunch boxes, cigarettes, and beer bought at the convenience store. The credit card has long been maxed out, and it seems that he still owes a loan shark. The most noteworthy thing is the small card from the nightclub, with an address written underneath. Old Industrial Zone, number 128 Sangong Road. Recalling a little, it is also near the old town, and it seems that it is not too far from the rental house. Maybe it's a criminal's nest. Do you want to take credit for it? Gao Yi glanced at the meaningless notes, waved the remaining small card, and said to Wang Wuzhu. "Forget it, these are not my business." Officer Wang sighed, rubbed his knees and stood up. Gao Yi shrugged, put the small card and other notes in his notebook, and put them away again. To be honest, even if the other party really wanted to ask for it, he would write down the address. Something called news radar sounded in Gao Yi's brain. As an investigative reporter, he had an intuitive vigilance for such information worthy of attention. At the same time, another inspiration flashed through my mind. JEYWay focuses on consciousness and brings the labeling system to the forefront. Yes, I did remember it correctly. This is one of the daily tasks. Investigate a secret organization and write a report. Combined with previous experience, daily tasks should be within one's ability and be of an accessible type. Maybe this is the secret organization referred to here? Having said that, it has only been 3 months since the current games and players appeared in Nanking City. There have actually been so many related organizations, gangs and groups. From various aspects, it is not good news for people like Gao Yi who are not good at cooperating with others. Talking about players and work, Wang was who started to complain again. I'm not responsible for this. Information about players and games is generally restricted. It's all managed by the Bureau of Investigation, and no information is shared. While Wang was who was chattering, Gao Yi's consciousness drifted slightly. The 5 cents bonus brought by my easy chair detective seems to have improved to a certain extent. More importantly, during that period of time, Gao Yi hardly experienced too much auditory and olfactory information. Can I control my 5 senses to a certain extent? Is this because of the increase in evolution rate or the practice of fighting just now? But when his hearing began to spread again at this moment, Gao Yi realized something was wrong. The silence before had disappeared, and the various sounds at this moment became vivid again. The heavy rain continued, the flames seemed to have been completely extinguished, and the sound of people appeared again in the amusement park. Even the music of the carousel floats in the distance. Subconsciously, Gao Yi flipped his wrist and opened the light curtain. I survive in West City for 48 hours, 35 hours 56 minutes and 22 seconds, or the number of remaining players in the instance is less than or equal to 5/6. 35 hours 56 minutes and 21 seconds. 35 hours 56 minutes and 20 seconds. 35 hours 56 minutes and 19 seconds. As expected, the slowdown of time ended. In other words, some of the closedness and territoriality of this scary clown-haunted house have also disappeared. Although the clown bill was missing again and did not come out to disrupt the fight just now, which made people a little confused. But no matter what, the suffering in this haunted house is finally over. Chapter 69. Finally leaving the horror clown haunted house, Gao Yi and Wang was who also chose to part ways temporarily. The reason is not complicated. First of all, actions after Gao Yi are indeed more suitable for acting alone. Secondly, someone has to be responsible for dealing with the incoming police. After all, someone died here, and no matter how useless the Zikan police were, they couldn't turn a blind eye. Wang was who said, "They are all colleagues, so I dismissed them with just a few words and took over the job." Although this colleague is different in country, era, and position, he seems quite confident. Let him go. It is worth mentioning that Gao Yi originally planned to share the equipment and potions exploded by the nails with his opponent, but Wang was who refused. The general meaning is that you are basically the only one who did it, and it cost so much, so you have no reason to pay for it. Wang was who said very firmly. Gao Yi said a few polite words, but did not insist. What the other party said did make sense. After all, he was the one who got beaten and used the equipment medicine. On the other hand, Wang was who has always felt that he owed something, and he is even less likely to be willing to argue with Gao Yi at this time. Forcing him to give it to him will make the conversation awkward. The two chatted for a while about their plans, told each other where they planned to go and how to meet and contact each other, and then they separated temporarily. The wounds on Gao Yi's body have healed, and the skin on his left arm is lighter in color, but the wounds on his face have not completely disappeared. Fortunately, the marks are not deep and it should slowly return to its original state. Gao Yi didn't really care about appearance, but having a scar on his face would make his friendly smile less convincing. The negative effects of using the active skills of the two pieces of equipment have also been weakened, but they still exist. My legs didn't hurt, but my knees became very stiff. Although it's not like a zombie movie where you can only jump forward with your legs together, the way you walk is still a bit awkward. Then there is the increase in body temperature caused by the reckless arm guard. It's not that painful, it's just like having a fever, and my head is a little dizzy. Considering that I have worn it for so long and used the active ability, this is the only sequelae I had, which is actually quite something to be thankful for. Mainly, I should be grateful for the bottle of C-grade physical healing potion. It is indeed a C-grade potion, and it is indeed much stronger than the E-grade potion I drank before. If used on ordinary people, it might be able to cure some extremely troublesome diseases. Of course, this bottle has been replaced with several brand new equipment and characteristics, as well as more potions and game coins, which is not a loss. It was already very late, and it was almost early morning in Zikan. In this city with both a high death rate and a high disappearance rate, there were very few pedestrians on the streets at this point, not to mention the sudden night rain. The rain had become lighter than it had been a few hours ago. Gao Yi wore an old hat he found in the haunted house to protect himself from the rain, but it was inevitable that his clothes would get wet. Looking around, there were only scattered drunks lying on the roadside, drinking beer wrapped in brown paper bags and burping at passers-by. Laughing teenagers imitated wolf howls under the street lights, competing against each other to see whose howl was louder into the night sky. There were a few people who wanted to cause trouble for Gao Yi, but the blood-stained clothes were still a bit of a deterrent. In order to avoid scaring passers-by, Gao Yi had left his coat in the haunted house, but upon closer inspection, dark red blood could still be seen in the dark sweatshirt inside. About half of them are Gao Yi, and the other half are the nail guys. Dragging his stiff knees, Gao Yi finally walked through the streets with sparse street lights and returned to his original house, Mrs. Smith's home in the rain. For such a large single-family house, only 2 rooms had lights on at the moment, making it look quite deserted. I knocked on the door, waited for 3 minutes, and slowly walked downstairs listening to the footsteps. Gao Yi slightly felt guilty. He came home so late and had to trouble the other party to open the door for him. In fact, it was his own fault. He didn't even think about taking the key when he left. After all, Gao Yi's attention at that time was all attracted by the disaster and the weird broadcast, so he naturally didn't have the energy to think about these details. After waiting for a while, Mrs. Smith finally opened the locked door and looked out the door with a smile on her face. Of course, Gao Yi also equipped the friends of elderly women, smiled, and started the pleasantries he was good at. Although most of the wounds on the body have healed, the damage to the clothes cannot cover it up. Lao Lai's deception came into play again, and the rhetoric of acting bravely and falling to the ground still convinced Mrs. Smith. Gao Yi expressed that he wanted to take a bath and rest, so he temporarily refused the dinner reserved by Mrs. Smith. To say you're not hungry is definitely a lie. Gao Yi is now literally hungry and tired. The sea-level physical healing potion is indeed very effective, but the large amount of energy consumed makes Gao Yi, who is not full, even more hungry. He was covered in blood and dust, and he was desperate for a bath. Gao Yi is usually a very clean person, but he also has a high tolerance for filth under extreme circumstances, which he developed during his career as an investigative reporter. But if you ask him what he wants most now, it must be sleep. Doing the math, Gao Yi has only slept a few hours in total in the past 2 days of real time, plus more than a day of dungeon time. If it weren't for becoming a player, as the evolution rate increases, physical fitness will also improve to a certain extent. It is estimated that Gao Yi passed out and died long ago. He said goodbye to Wang Wuzhu and returned here first, also wanting to take a rest. Although it is still in the dungeon, the total time of this Western City strange incident is 48 hours, and logically speaking, there is still more than 1 day. Of course, considering that if 1 more player dies, the instance will also end. In fact, there may not be enough time. But Gao Yi was too sleepy, and this kind of physiological exhaustion was almost unbearable. Let's sleep for a while. I'm just afraid that Clown will come again and disgust people. If that doesn't work, I'll sleep with the mist mask on. Gao Yi murmured, and quickly came to the bedside without even taking off his clothes. This piece of furniture was the first piece of furniture he touched when he entered the dungeon, and it looked so tempting at the moment. Lie down, roll around, and then fall asleep wrapped in a soft blanket, enjoying the warmth and the scent of fluff. Gao Yi took off his slippers, stretched out, and was ready to jump in and rest. But at this moment, the hearing bonus given by Easy Chair Detective suddenly took effect. In the next room, a boy's voice was faintly heard. "The kid is calling the madman, the kid is calling the madman, we are ready, let's go now." The boy obviously lowered his voice intentionally, and it was also mixed with some kind of electric sound. "Are you using a walkie-talkie?" "Madman received it, we are already in place and will meet at the same place in half an hour." The guess is correct, they are indeed communicating through a walkie-talkie. There was an urgent sound of the friction of fabric and the sound of zipper tightening. Apparently, the boy was making final preparations to leave. It must be the younger son of this family. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Gao Yi sorted out the information. The younger son's brother disappeared a few years ago, and his parents also left him. In the morning, he could hear voices on the radio. It was probably related to his age, and he should also be the hunting target of Clown Bill. In a horror movie, a large group of children go out late at night without telling their parents, either to seek death or to commit suicide. If nothing else, it will also be a plot that points to the core of the copy, the plot about Clown Bill. Flip your wrist to evoke the light curtain. Survive in West City for 48 hours, 34 hours 27 minutes and 31 seconds, or the number of remaining players in the instance is less than or equal to 5/6. Gao Yi let out a long sigh and reluctantly left the warm bed. "Forget it, I'll deal with that clown right away, then return to reality and sleep in my own bed at home," he comforted himself. Chapter 70. When Chris slowly opened the door with a full backpack on his back, planning to leave the house quietly while avoiding his mother-in-law. The high school teacher who appeared inexplicably yesterday and came to stay at home for the night suddenly spoke in the dark corridor. "Are you going out, Chris?" This unexpected sound really frightened the boy who was already in a state of panic. He casually turned on the corridor light on the side. At this moment, Gao Yi got himself a cup of hot milk, holding it in his hand and blowing the hot air, looking quite leisurely. Of course, although he failed to take a shower and sleep, he still changed himself into a coat to cover up the damaged clothes and blood stains. However, the newly healed wounds on his face and exposed skin still gave him a hint of evil aura. For a junior high school student like Chris, it is indeed a bit exciting. What he didn't know was that Gao Yi specially made this cup of hot milk, partly to relieve his difficulty, and partly because he wanted to do an experiment. Just now, he poured a tube of D-grade evolution potion in, stirred it with milk and mixed it into the coffee. Will it take effect? If so, will it be diluted and affect the ingestion effect? This is related to many possibilities in the future, such as selling medicine, whether it can be mixed with water to make 2 tubes or something. While Gao Yi was thinking about his future path to making money, the little boy in front of him opened his mouth several times and looked at the figure leaning against the wall, but was unable to speak. It's not surprising that this Chris was silent during breakfast. He was probably not very good at communicating with strangers. The appearance of Gao Yi completely disrupted his plan. The boy at this moment was undoubtedly confused. In this case, if you want to get some information out of him, you still have to use some tricks. Granny Smith was just saying that you went to bed so early today and didn't see her after dinner. It just so happens that you go say hello to her before leaving. Gao Yi drank half a cup of coffee, wiped the corners of his mouth, and pretended to remember. With that said, he turned around and called Granny Smith downstairs. "No." "What?" Hearing the little boy speak with difficulty, Gao Yi turned his head again, as if he didn't hear clearly. "No, please don't tell Grandma." The boy named Chris lowered his head and leaned forward, making the full backpack behind him look even more bloated. Gao Yi looked around and saw that the boy's equipment was not very professional, but he still tried his best to prepare. Water bottle, compass, multifunctional knife, and 2 pieces of thick clothes for changing in the backpack. It's not difficult to judge that he wanted to sneak out. Gao Yi actually didn't intend to tell Granny Smith about it. Just use it as a big stick to slightly intimidate the boy. This is a way to gain control of the conversation. As the active party, you can better ask for the information you want. All kinds of interrogations actually follow the same logic, using uncomfortable environments and threatening words to attack the psychological defenses of the interrogated person, and then obtain the desired information. After the stick is used up, it's time for the carrot to come on stage. Gao Yi looked at the other person's expression, suddenly leaned down, and pretended to be mysterious and lowered his voice in Chris's ear. The reason why you went out has nothing to do with that clown, right? With a sudden trembling body, overwhelmed hands, and a horrified expression, the boy Christian basically had "How did you know" written on his face. As expected, these children are planning to go out to find Clown Bill. Considering its various abilities to create illusions, mind control, and change space. A group of junior high school students went to fight, basically the kind where little lambs gathered to challenge the big bad wolf. The pleasant goat was still absent. I'm also investigating that clown. If it's not too much trouble, tell me your plan. Maybe I can help too. Gao Yi showed a friendly smile, which was quite convincing with the addition of the enthusiastic citizen label. Looking at the high school drama teacher who suddenly appeared in front of him, Chris had a trace of confusion in his clear eyes. Since the meeting time of several young expedition groups was set half an hour later, Chris still had some free time. Back in the room, they finally confessed their plan to Gao Yi. There were 6 of them, 5 boys and 1 girl, all of whom were classmates. Growing up together, they have always loved exploring and looking for excitement. Later, during an expedition, they collectively witnessed a clown hunting. After that, Clown Bill appeared in front of the 6 people many times, creating various terrifying illusions to scare them. What jumps down from the sky with a red balloon, makes the weird portrait of the family appear in reality, makes all kinds of bugs jump out of the soup when eating. Anyway, it is based on the weakness of each person, how to scare people and how to be terrifying. They also sought help from adults at home and the Zikan police. Of course, what a group of junior high school students who were fooling around all day lacked credibility, so naturally they were not taken seriously. This kind of unfounded and funny-sounding clown threat will only be laughed at by others. This time the expedition team went out to investigate the Clown Bill and collect evidence of his existence. Today was chosen because one of their members claimed to have obtained clues and said he could find traces of the clown. I have to say that students of this age are indeed quite courageous. If the players were allowed to join, they would definitely not dare to be so reckless. When Gao Yi asked, "How did you first know about the existence of Clown Bill?" the boy Chris fell silent again. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at the picture frame on the desk. "I saw my brother the day he disappeared." Following Chris' gaze, Gao Yi also turned to look. On the desk, there is a group photo of young Chris and a boy who looks somewhat similar. They hugged each other and looked so pure and happy with smiles on their faces. Needless to say, it was his brother. After saying through the intercom that he would go to meet up later, Chris took a deep breath. In the narration full of pain, sadness, and longing, Gao Yi gradually understood what happened 3 years ago. Chapter 71. Chris's brother is called Matt Smith. Compared with Chris, who is somewhat introverted and not good at words, Matt is always the more likable one who can get along well with others. At school, Matt is a popular class star. He is also the absolute main force on the school football team. Even at home, he is the one who is more popular with his parents. However, these do not affect the excellent relationship between the 2 brothers. They play together every day, mainly because of their common hobby, adventure. Huge machines in abandoned steel plants, basements of abandoned old houses, and weird stairs with unknown purposes in the jungle. Every exploration and discovery made them excited. Under the doting of their parents, the 2 brothers spent an extremely happy and unrestrained childhood. Until one day, Matt suddenly knocked on my door and mysteriously asked me to go out with him. He said it was the Rudolph incident. Chris maintained the rhythm of his story, suddenly realized something and raised his head, and explained to Gao Yi. The Rudolph incident means he found the most exciting adventure. Others include Leaper, Cupid, and so on. I understand, so where did he take you? Gao Yi's expression remained normal, he didn't complain about the strange name of the incident, he just drank the coffee in his mouth completely. He quietly flipped his wrist and summoned the light curtain. Evolution rate, 51%. With an evolution rate of 7% added, it seems to be stronger than E level. As for whether mixing it in coffee has any effect, it's hard to judge. I'll drink a tube normally later and make a comparison. Gao Yi raised his eyebrows and turned his attention back to the boy. But Chris was completely unaware of Gao Yi's complicated thoughts and was still immersed in memories. Brother, he took me for a long time, along the river, and finally stopped outside a tunnel-like pipeline. Gao Yi recalled something, and while gesturing for Chris to continue, he took out his notebook and rummaged through the information previously recorded in the archives room. The last witness who saw Matt walking away along the river. The footsteps extended all the way to the sewage pipe 2 kilometers away from the last sighting. Could it be this pipeline? Gao Yi didn't ask any more questions here. Now, he needs Chris to tell the incident exactly as it is. As expected, the story gradually became weird. That pipe looks like an abandoned sewage pipe. It's dark inside and can barely allow a person to pass through. Chris recalled with difficulty, as if he was facing some kind of nightmare, and he had to stop and take a breath from time to time. Gao Yi closed his eyes slightly, and combined with the information he saw in the archives, he sketched this picture in his mind. At some point, the sound of water flowing and the chirping of insects suddenly appeared in my ears. When he opened his eyes again and looked around, the room where the desk and bed were originally located suddenly disappeared. The map of West City hanging on the wall slowly fell down, covering the entire floor. The surrounding walls collapsed, causing the original scene to completely disappear. Instead, there is a long tunnel on the river bank, standing next to the gravel embankment and extending all the way inward to the bottom of the mound. Gao Yi and Chris were sitting by the river, sitting on 2 large smooth rocks under the warm spring breeze and new green leaves. This sudden scene, like some kind of VR equipment, combines what Gao Yi saw in the archive photos and what Chris described in his mouth, and all appears before his eyes. After a few seconds, Gao Yi realized that this should be the effect of Easy Chair Detective, not the influence of Clown Bill. Has the ability actually improved? This is an effect that has never been shown before. The so-called easy chair detectives refer to those who do not need to interview witnesses and are present at the scene. Just lie down in a comfortable and warm easy chair at home and listen to other people introducing case information to the detective who can successfully solve the case and find out the real culprit. It turns out that these characteristics will indeed evolve slowly, with more abilities and effects appearing. Now this kind of scene reconstruction like a detective movie should also be one of the manifestations of the ability of Easy Chair Detective. Gao Yi didn't say much, just continued to listen to Chris' story in this scene. Matt told me that this adventure was a daring show to see who dared to go further along the pipeline. Looking along that pipeline is indeed scary. Light is completely unable to penetrate steel and cement, keeping the viewing distance of the entire long tunnel at about 1 meter. Only black and green sludge and filth can be seen. Further inside, there is a long and silent darkness. Gao Yi turned around and saw that the young Chris and his brother Matt walked through the cobblestones and came to the tunnel. The rule is who can go further in, I'll go first. Matt smiled at Chris and walked slowly in. Within a moment, the figure disappeared into the darkness of the tunnel. Only the sound of footsteps made by sneakers stepping on the submerged pipes and Matt's regular counting are left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At the 6th count, the footsteps suddenly turned and accelerated. After a while, Matt ran out laughing. 6 seconds, exactly 6 seconds. This is the performance of a brave man. As for you. As he said that, he turned to look at Chris aside, raised his eyebrows, and showed a challenging look. "What's so great about this? I can go further!" Chris screamed loudly, trying to embolden himself. In front of this brother who is better and more popular than himself, he always works hard to express himself. After that, Chris took a deep breath and bravely walked into the tunnel amidst Matt's laughter. As soon as he entered, he regretted it. The rusty steel was mixed with an unbearable stench, and the surrounding area was surrounded by unrecognizable curved metal pipes, so Chris could only walk in a fixed straight line. This is a scene that is enough to make people with claustrophobia collapse. It is small, dark, and unknown. Chris suppressed his fear, counted loudly, and walked inside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 seconds. I won. Chris thought, speeding up and running out, looking at Matt's bright smile. Not bad, he is indeed my brother. It's my turn next. Matt smiled, left his coat on the embankment, and walked into the pipe counting again. At this point, the two brothers Chris and Matt began a long walking race. Each time he entered, Matt's shadow became farther and farther away, his voice became longer and longer, and the echoes became more and more difficult to distinguish. The latter two had to communicate with each other through walkie-talkies and count in order to continue the game. As the days passed, Chris and Matt returned here whenever they had time to start playing again. What happens after that? Seeing Chris' memory gradually slowing down, Gao Yi leaned over and asked. Chris lowered his head again, pursed his lips, and struggled to move his hoarse voice, as if the memory had finally reached the most terrifying place. That time, I was determined to completely surpass Matt, go to the farthest point in the pipe, and win the game forever. Chapter 72. On the river bank, the green leaves gradually wither and turn yellow, then slowly fall off. After a long period of baldness, trees grow new buds again. In the simulated space of Easy Chair Detective, more than half a year passed in a flash. This long tunnel seemed to have some magic power, attracting almost all the curiosity and passion of the two brothers. The exploration distance and time are also getting longer and longer, from the earliest few seconds to more than 10 seconds, and later to tens of seconds. The current record for the longest time is held by Matt, which is a full 101 seconds. Of course, at this distance, it was no longer possible for the two of them to record by shouting. Walkie-talkies have become the only choice for communicating with each other. Chris tried several times to break this record, but failed. Until one time, he decided to completely conquer this game so that he no longer had to deal with this terrifying pipeline. It is foreseeable that it is indeed impossible for him to break through this result by himself. This is not only about courage and determination, but also the limitations of physical strength and footwork. After all, Chris was still a primary school student at that time. Finally, he decided to do something clever, which was simply to cheat. After walking into the pipe for about a few meters, people outside are actually completely unable to see what's going on inside. That's why, the two can only communicate with each other through walkie-talkies. At the same time, this also means that after entering a certain distance into the pipeline, Chris can use some methods prohibited by the rules. The scene around Gao Yi changed again, and the two brothers, who had obviously grown taller, appeared again by the river. The newly thick shrubs on the river bank blocked the view and pressed the pipeline under the earth. It can be seen that time has passed with the story told by Chris. This time I will definitely go to the end. Then you must admit that I am the ultimate winner of this game. Chris wore a yellow windbreaker that was easy for sports and a pair of rain boots at his feet. He was obviously well prepared. It can be seen that he really intends to win this game completely. Only you. Matt showed a provocative smile, shook his head and looked at Chris. This is the unique way the two brothers get along with each other. Only those who are truly close can joke and talk like this. Chris avoided his brother's playful eyes and focused all his attention on the pipe. Take a deep breath and enter slowly again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The metal pipes on both sides were still so crowded and narrow, wrapping Chris's thin body in darkness. The steely cold penetrated all the clothes and directly wrapped his thin body. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. As the light behind him completely disappeared, Chris entered the complete darkness again. Even if I have entered here dozens of times, the feeling of my heart racing will still not disappear. The fear seemed to become a physical entity, beating between the Adam's apple and the chest with every breath. Breathe in and breathe in the unknown terror in the darkness. Exhale, and let out the remaining courage and desire to explore. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. That's almost it. This was close to the limit that Chris had entered before. Listening to Matt's laughter on the intercom, he decided to start his little move. Without stopping, Chris took out the small flashlight in his pocket. This was his secret weapon. Open it with one hand, and the scene inside the pipe becomes clear instantly. As the darkness fades, even the fear that beats in the heart becomes weaker while breathing. Matt obviously didn't realize what his brother had done, and just asked, "Can you still hold on? It's not a shame to lose to me." Of course, Chris will not pay attention, his goal is very clear. 99, 100, 101, 102, 103. Very good, I have surpassed Matt's previous record. Chris was excited in his heart, but he didn't show it. He used a flashlight to disperse the darkness and continued counting. "Okay, you win, Chris, I'll give you my share of fried meatballs tonight." Matt sighed, with a rare regret in his tone, obviously not expecting his younger brother to surpass him. But Chris didn't respond at all. As he said before, he would go to the end of this pipeline and win the game completely. I don't know why. At that time, I was certain for no reason. I felt that the pipeline must have an end and it would be able to be completed. Chris, who was opposite Gao Yi, had his head lowered and his hands clasped together, with a hint of confusion and pain in his tone. "Then, did you finally reach the end?" Gao Yi tried his best to slow down his tone and make his voice soft, guiding the boy's story. Chris raised his head, looked directly into Gao Yi's eyes, his tone became trembling, and he gave an unexpected answer. "I've come to the end, I've come to the end." The surrounding environment suddenly turned dark, and the river and pebbles below all disappeared, replaced by darkness that could not be seen. Easy chair detective. As Chris tells the story, the constructed scene changes again. In the darkness, the light of a flashlight came and shone directly on the two of them. The past version Chris, wearing a jacket and rain boots, walked nervously and slowly past behind the current version Chris. As he walked, he continued counting in a childish tone. 167, 168, 169, 170, 171. Suddenly, the light of the flashlight flashed several times and stopped working. At the same time, the voice on the intercom also began to be intermittent, making Matt's voice fragmented. "K, how, you," received a reply. Strangely enough, it would be understandable if the walkie-talkie simply lost signal. So what happened to the flashlight? The battery of this thing was just replaced before coming here, and Chris knew it very well. He also stopped walking, letting the dark pipe become silent again. No, not complete silence. Further ahead in the darkness, in the distance of unknowns and mysteries, there is something moving. Listening carefully, it seemed to be a cry. A little boy crying. Chapter 73. What did you think at the time? Don't you think it's very strange to hear crying in this situation? Gao Yi took a deep breath and chose to ask the doubts in his heart. In Chris's account, after hearing the boy's cry, he actually chose to move forward to find the source of the sound. To be honest, this is a standard death-seeking behavior in horror movies. If someone makes statistics, at least 80% of the dead in various thriller movies died from this kind of suicide, knowing that danger existed. For ordinary people, when encountering even weirder changes in a weird environment, running away is definitely the most rational behavior. I don't remember. I just felt that there was a voice talking in my head at that time, asking me to go deeper into the pipe. Chris' expression became painful, as if he was trying to recall that past event. Seeing this, Gao Yi hurriedly comforted him with a few words to let his memory work again. Considering the clown's ability in the spiritual realm in the copy and his ability to create realistic illusions and fears, it is not incomprehensible that he would be affected. Following the crying, Chris then walked inside. Whether it was due to behavioral inertia or the hope of relieving stress, he maintained the previous count. 199, 200, 201, 202, 203. But at a certain moment, Chris, who lost the protection of the flashlight and light, suddenly realized something. The surroundings became so empty. The original feeling of being tightly wrapped disappeared, the feeling of being pressed in a narrow passage disappeared. What's going on? With trembling hands, he stretched out to the left. There was nothing there where the metal pipes should have been. The same goes for the right side, the top cannot be touched, even the water under the feet has disappeared without knowing when. His breathing became more intense, and the fear was no longer confined to his chest, but crawled all over his body along his blood vessels. This fear of darkness and the unknown, engraved in his genes, completely defeated Chris. He turned his head and wanted to escape. But the way back could not be found. The voice over the intercom was no longer audible, and Chris repeatedly pressed the flashlight switch in vain, praying for a ray of light. But the darkness remains. At this moment, the boy's cry became so clear. It's nearby. No, to be precise, right behind Chris. He turned his head, and for some reason, the flashlight that had been unable to work for a long time suddenly lit up. Chris raised it tremblingly and pointed at the source of the cry. It was a boy, a little boy who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. As for Gao Yi, with the appearance of the boy, the scene constructed by Easy Chair Detective became blurred and damaged. The face of the child illuminated by the flashlight seemed to be mosaic, making it unrecognizable. Looking to one side, the current version Chris sitting there held his head in his hands and seemed to be recalling with difficulty. Don't be in a hurry, think about it little by little, starting from the facial features. Gao Yi patted Chris on the shoulder and tried to help him return to that memory. Red hair, blue eyes, a lot of freckles. As Chris told him, the boy's face gradually became clearer. Gao Yi felt vaguely familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him. The lips are very pale, very thin, and Chris raised his head and answered Gao Yi's doubts. I remembered, he said, his name was Bill. Bill. The picture in his mind instantly overlapped with the scene in front of him. This boy's face was exactly what Gao Yi had seen in the basement of that haunted house. The watercolor painting signed Bill shows the child's face. Although the painting is very abstract, the hair color, eye color, and freckles completely match. No, that painting was dated 1967, and Chris's memory was from 1987, with a gap of 20 years. In other words, this Bill is definitely not a living person, or even, not a human being. What else did he say? What happened after that? Gao Yi hurriedly asked, but when he looked at Chris, he found that the other person was curled up on the chair, in great pain. I can't remember, I just remember that I ran out and Matt carried me back home, I can't remember. Oops, was it too hasty? Gao Yi hurriedly put the boy into his arms and patted his back gently. It has to be said that there is still room for improvement in the child care skills practiced in the orphanage. Don't worry, stop thinking about the pipeline, and tell me what happened next. After waiting for several minutes, Chris calmed down again and continued to talk intermittently. I actually didn't do anything after I went back, and I didn't encounter anything strange. It's just... What's wrong? Chris raised his head and looked at Gao Yi, his eyes even more frightened. Matt has become something different. Matt, who was originally optimistic and cheerful, smiling every day, suddenly stopped talking. Whether it was his teachers, classmates, teammates on the football team, or even his parents talking to him, he no longer paid attention. The surrounding scene changed again, Easy Chair Detective changed the screen again, and the original room finally returned. But the change was not over. The wall on the right collapsed, exposing Matt's room next door. There, Chris from 2 years ago was communicating with Matt. "Are you going out, Matt?" Chris poked his head out of the door and looked at his brother. "Right." Matt's iconic smile was no longer there, and he just answered coldly, while his hands kept moving. "But, it's raining so heavily outside, why don't we play origami boats, like before?" "No, Chris, you can play with yourself." Matt put on his backpack, knocked away his brother who was holding a blank sheet of paper, and walked stubbornly out of the room. "Mom and Dad are out, where are you going, Matt?" Chris seemed a little panicked. He couldn't understand his brother's sudden change. Unexpectedly, Matt stopped when he heard this. He stood there, turned his head at a very abnormal angle, looked at his brother, and showed a strange smile. "I'm going to continue our game." His brother's unfamiliar tone and expression completely frightened Chris, who was only 12 years old at the time. Of course he knew what the competition Matt was talking about was, of course, the courage competition in that pipeline. But, how is that possible? With such a heavy rain, the pipeline will definitely accumulate water and become impossible to pass through. Not to mention, why go there? I was so scared at the time that I didn't dare to say anything. If I had stopped him, if I had gone with him. Chris covered his eyes with his sleeves and scraped the tears from his eye frames. Gao Yi knew that this was the day Chris's brother, Matt, disappeared. "I told the police, I told my parents, that Matt went to the pipeline, but they couldn't find him." Chris's voice was hoarse and heart-wrenching. It was obvious that he had buried all his guilt for his brother's disappearance in the past 2 years. This kind of pressure is far beyond what he should bear at his age, and it must have caused him unimaginable pain. The police did go looking for it, as can be seen from the documents in the archives. Gao Yi opened the notebook, and more importantly, there was such a piece of content in it. Entered the pipeline to search, and found that it was blocked by mesh steel bars at a distance of 200 meters. No corresponding traces were found. Naturally, a pipeline cannot have an end, it cannot even have no turns and corners, and it is impossible for 2 children to walk through it at will. Where did these 2 brothers go? It's not your fault, Chris. I think your brother shouldn't blame you either. Gao Yi sighed slightly and tried to comfort the other person. But Chris raised his head and looked at Gao Yi with a strange look. He hesitated to speak, but still couldn't speak for several seconds, as if he didn't know how to express it. It took Gao Yi several seconds to realize what the other person was thinking. He thinks his brother is not dead? After more than 10 seconds of silence, Chris slowly picked up the walkie-talkie on the desk. As if he had made up his mind, he turned the channel adjustment button on the walkie-talkie. From the opposite receiver, intermittently, Gao Yi heard sounds that made his hair stand on end. That was the sound Gao Yi had heard a few minutes ago. Although it was a little hoarse and painful, he was very sure that it was Matt's voice. Matt's hoarse, deathly voice. 972-3231, 972-3232, 972-3233. Matt, who has been missing for 2 years, is still continuing his countdown and conducting this test of courage competition. Chapter 74. Gao Yi did not stop Chris anymore and allowed him to climb out of the small window of the toilet on the 2nd floor, jump to the small shed in the backyard, and then leave from the fence outside the lawn. On a drizzly night, his leaving thin back looked so firm. To be honest, Gao Yi still felt that the few junior high school students who went to deal with the dungeon boss were just looking for death. But on the other hand, he also knew that he was not qualified to stop the other party. This boy has lost so much that no one can let go for him. Gao Yi only asked about his specific whereabouts and possible plans. He agreed to the other party's request to take good care of Mrs. Smith and let her leave. It is worth mentioning that Chris and his adventure team met at Delhi High School, the same school where Gao Yi worked. I don't know if it's a coincidence or some kind of necessity. Gao Yi originally wanted to give Chris a blessing, but thinking of his unharmonious relationship with the goddess of luck, he had to give up. In particular, I am still wearing a lucky necklace that reduces my luck every day. If the player's various attributes can be visualized, then Gao Yi's current luck value is likely to be a negative number. With a long sigh, he closed the notebook filled with several pages. As my mind relaxed, the fatigue that I had suppressed with coffee and adrenaline emerged again. The analgesic effect of sea-level physical healing potion has disappeared, and now all kinds of aches and swellings are catching up with me again. Looking at the clock aside, the time has reached 11:50 p.m., and the copy has been started for nearly 16 hours. So tired. In any case, in the conversation with Chris just now, Gao Yi learned more about the information about the copy and answered many previous questions. The bigger gain is that with the behavior of caring about Chris, the experience value of the enthusiastic citizen label increases many times. Unknowingly, I finally reached level 4, unlocked the next skill, and became the first tag with 3 abilities. After sending Chris away, Gao Yi finally had time to wake up the system and check his new abilities. Enthusiastic Citizen LV4, Rare. Experience Value, 4020/5000. Tag Ability, 1 Zootopia, makes people feel close and reliable unconsciously, making it easier to gain trust and praise. 2 Supermarines, when you act bravely, your combat effectiveness will be improved. 3 Toy Story, when you are enthusiastic about helping others, the toys and objects around you may come alive to help you. Ha! Gao Yi rarely showed a trace of confusion and incomprehension, and his desire to complain could hardly be suppressed. When I help others, toys and objects come alive. Gao Yi had naturally seen the movie called Toy Story, but at this moment, this new label of enthusiastic citizen still shocked him. Different from the passive effects of other tags that simply improve attributes and abilities, this skill called Toy Story was completely beyond his knowledge. Just now I should be considered enthusiastic about helping others, toys. Gao Yi murmured and looked at the room he was in. Although Chris loves to go out and explore, he is not a cheerful character. But after all, he is still a boy who has just entered puberty, so some toys should be expected. If the new ability of Enthusiastic Citizen has been activated, then some changes should also occur. Not to mention, with the sensory bonus provided by Easy Chair Detective, Gao Yi really made discoveries. Under the single bed in the room, there was a crisp bounce sound and a subtle and neat sound. Gao Yi slowly leaned down, lying on the wooden floor, and looked into the darkness under the bed, trying to find the source of the sound. Pull up the sagging sheets and look through the bedroom lights. There, a transparent cylindrical plastic bucket with a broken label was knocked to the ground. In the darkness, a bunch of little green plastic soldiers were crawling out of it. There is nothing strange about these plastic soldiers. Gao Yi had seen many of them when he was a child. But these soldiers with different postures and holding different weapons all came to life. This was indeed the first time I saw them. At this moment, this group of well-trained soldiers are supporting each other, pulling equipment and personnel out of plastic barrels, and starting to line up under the leadership of a commander. I know this one, the Evil Squadron, right? Gao Yi twitched the corners of his mouth, complaining about the newly appeared soldiers who were dozens of years older. At this moment, the commander seemed to have heard Gao Yi's words, and quickly ran up to him, stood at attention and saluted. It is worth mentioning that these not-so-delicate miniature soldiers have 2 large pieces of plastic at their feet to support them. This makes his walking posture look a bit funny, as if he is swinging his body from side to side. Reporting to the commander, Company E has been assembled and can be dispatched at any time. What's also quite surprising is that the commander used the accent of an old-fashioned translation film and spoke in a cadence. Looking at the neatly arranged pile of plastic soldiers under the bed, Gao Yi stretched out his hand to let the commander stand in his palm and lifted it to the desk. After thinking for a while, he spoke again. Do you know what just happened? Yes, sir. Our deputy commander has just set off to rescue the captured commander. The commander put his hands behind his back and answered the questions meticulously. Are you the deputy commander? It seems that the original owner of these plastic soldiers was my brother Matt, so my brother Chris is the deputy commander. Gao Yi did not struggle with the issue of address, and then asked. Then can you follow the deputy commander? I need you to send someone to protect him and confirm whether he is in danger. After accepting this setting, I have to say that the soldiers are indeed very reliable. After the commander heard the order, he turned around and started deploying instantly. Did you hear that, soldiers? It's an emergency. The reconnaissance plan has begun. Get moving. After a while, plastic soldiers with different equipment ran out in formation, got on a green pickup truck also made of plastic, and began to move out. It has to be said that the combat effectiveness of these soldiers, who are about 5 centimeters tall, is indeed worrying. But the good news is that they can communicate with each other through the same micro walkie-talkie. Gao Yi has 6 soldiers left by his side, so there is really no problem in doing reconnaissance. Speaking of which, should I take some toys with me and choose carefully? Maybe they will work wonders. Looking at the soldiers who could still open their parachutes and descend down the stairs, Gao Yi was already thinking about other possible operations. Is there anything we need to do, sir? A little green man carrying an individual radio station and dressed as a communications soldier stayed on the desk and asked Gao Yi. You have to communicate with the army every once in a while and let me know if you have any new discoveries. Gao Yi thought for a while and added. Remember to tell your commander to stay hidden when operating outside and not be discovered by others. Sit back on the chair and enjoy the rare rest time. Watching the communication between the communication soldiers and the large troops, Gao Yi still felt a little unreal. How long can this ability last? Using it to resurrect dead houses' two-dimensional wives, they should be able to make a lot of money. Just when Gao Yi breathed a long sigh of relief and was wandering slightly in his thoughts, Granny Smith's shout from downstairs rang out again. Xiao Gao, someone is looking for you outside the door, saying he is your colleague. Well, I really can't stop tonight.